99% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer. Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
San Francisco weather, overcast, high of 62 today.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid. Right.
Ooh, hello there, and good morning to everybody out there on this fabulous Monday, May the 4th. May the 4th be with everyone out there. Happy Star Wars Day to all those who celebrate. I'm one of those people that celebrate. Good morning to everybody out there except the
No way.
Good morning to everybody out there
You're
except
wearing a onesie, bro.
The San Francisco Giants, who 6 straight games that they have lost on this road trip. And yes, Joe Shasky, as I introduce you, my broadcast partner for today, I am wearing my favorite Star Wars Mandalorian onesie today because it's Star Wars Day, and I like Star Wars.
I just assumed there was a furry convention down at Moscone West.
No, that is next week, as you well know, because I saw you accept the invitation to that. So, right. Stop trying to act like we're not going to be going to that together after the show next week. I'm excited. We're going to do a remote at that furry convention, right? Yeah, you did not think that that's where I was going to go with that one. How you doing today, Shasky? Happy Star Wars Day.
Yeah. May the 4th be with you.
And also with you.
Yeah.
The 4th will be with you, always. You know what's also going to always be with you? The frustration of the San Francisco Giants right now. It's always got to find a way to frustrate. One of the, if not the worst road trip in recent memory. They played 6 games, Joe, and they lost all 6 of them. 3 of those games they lost in the last at-bat in walk-off fashion, including twice in one day in the doubleheader on Thursday that I was unfortunately on my couch, sick and slowly losing health while watching. Just an overall not fun experience watching Giants baseball over the last week.
I mean, this team is... you get a decent starting pitching effort, and you have some really nice bullpen contributions. I mean, you could feel the walk-off coming a mile away yesterday. I literally texted the chat in the 9th inning, walk-off ensuing, it's coming, and it was just a matter of time. And, it's remarkable to me that this team can't even, Jung Hoo Lee can't, and he's playing well as of late, so I don't want to rip him, but can't even get a throw-off? We can't even get a throw-off on a game-winning hit? Not even a throw home? Willie Adames booted a ball at shortstop, doesn't even record an out, and it was just emblematic of everything that has gone wrong with this team. Closer issues, Ryan Walker at the top of the board. You've got high-priced free agents and trade acquisitions not performing at all. Then you've got, young guys here and there that are making some contributions, but it's not unbelievable impact that you're looking for. And I think everybody's searching right now for, why? Why is it like this? And it's like, look, they've built a very flawed team. You guys want to, sit here and complain about the owner, about the manager. Look, you tell me who he's going to in late inning situations. All right. These are your options when we come to it. We've got Ryan Walker, who stinks to high heavens in the 9th inning. You've got Eric Miller. You've got Keaton Wynn. And each of these guys has had moments of success and failure. Gregory Santos, who just got here again. Caleb Killian, who's been really good in late in games, yesterday notwithstanding. They don't have many great options. I know who it shouldn't be, though. It shouldn't be Ryan Walker from here on out. You've been high on Ryan Walker. I get why. There's moments. I mean, to me, he's a setup, man. I think last year his 1.69 ERA in the 8th inning was pretty telling, but his 9th inning ERA of almost 5 last year, yeah, that was his 9th inning ERA last year. You know what it is this year? It's almost 9.
Yeah, it's not very good.
So you're looking at one of the worst players in baseball when it comes to high leverage relieving. He is the 7th worst reliever in a high leverage situation. He just can't be used anymore. And I brought it up on the timeline yesterday. I put it out there. This is a guy that I don't care if the guy has 50 straight consecutive, 3 up, 3 down appearances. Giants fans are not going to accept this guy. It's just as simple as that. He's probably going to need to, find a new home at some point. I hate being so harsh, but that's the reality. And we haven't even gotten to Devers, who finally got a hit yesterday, and Willie Adames. I mean, You're looking at 2 guys who are making a combined $60 million this year, and they have 5 home runs. You got 2 guys who are making $60 million this year, and they've got 14 walks and 18 RBIs and almost 300 plate appearances. They're just not good enough. And, the Willie Adames deal, I said it on Friday, I'll say it again. You could tell me that they had to overpay. I'm with you. They had to overpay for him. They still overpaid by $100 million on Willie Adames.
Yeah.
He's just not good. There's no other way around it. Not good. And I think all of the laughing and the goofing and the yucking and all the fun stuff that he wants to do, that's all great and dandy, but when you're playing like poop, none of it's cute.
Yeah. No, that's very well said there. And the Willie thing, I'll start there, is again, yeah, he is the energy guy in that clubhouse. He's the guy who kind of sets the fun tone in that clubhouse. And again, I say it over and over again because Larry Bear said it on this show. He is the culture carrier. And when the Giants went out, he's a tone setter in the clubhouse.
They're one of the worst teams in baseball. Culture setter. We're closer to the Sacramento Kings in baseball. That's the equivalent of where the Giants are at right now. Do the Kings have a culture?
No, not really.
So if I said to you, how dare you talk about Sabonis like that? He's a culture setter. Would you not laugh at that?
Well,
would you not laugh at that?
Well, yeah, because I think those are wildly different players. I don't see Sabonis.
Pick who you want. I
don't think the Kings brought in Sabonis to be a culture carrier. I think part of the reason why the Giants brought in Willie Adames was to be that. And whether he's succeeding at that or not is irrelevant because the point is, Joe, he was also expected to produce at the plate. And this whole thing of, if he gets off to slow starts in April, maybe last year you can give him that. You'll give him that leeway because it's his first year. It's a new contract. You're selling in, blah, 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 whatever excuses you want to give him. And the reality is he did, for the most part, sort of turn it up after April. That excuse, I can't roll with that this year. Like, I can't roll with this whole thing that you got to let him wait to get started once May comes around. It's just the at-bat quality is so awful. I think we had Brett Boone on. I think this is a day when Spadonia was it Brett Boone or it might have been Chris Rose? One of the two. It was a day when it was me and Spadonia, and we brought this up, and we're like, yeah, I wish I had it just built into my contract that I could be bad for a month and no one would care. But that's what it is. Like, we gave Willie Adames that allowance, and I can't give it to him anymore. I can't give him that allowance of, well, maybe he'll get hot. He's a good vibes guy. It's got to keep him around for that. No, at some point, Joe, you were paid $182 million, Willie Adames.
182.
You were paid $182 million.
And $82 million.
To be in the lineup and play good baseball. Listen, I love that you're a fun presence in the clubhouse. I love that you make everybody smile when you walk in. That's good. I'll put some value on that. Like, that's a small drop in the bucket, though, of $182 million. You were brought in to be a good baseball player, and right now you're not being a good baseball player. The at-bats look the exact same every single time. Swinging at low and away, swinging at low and away, swinging at low and away. Sure, you got a couple hits this weekend. You got a double yesterday. That's cool. But what you're doing is not amounting up to what you expect from a guy making $182 million. He's not performing up to the level of a guy who's making $100 million.
Well, I'm not sure what we should have expected. I think we got ourselves really excited because they signed someone as opposed to no one.
I think that was part of it.
And I think that, myself included, we just didn't realize, what does he hang his hat on? Like, if you were to say to me, hey, and I swear to God, if you use the word culture, my head will explode. Do not say that. Do not say that. I'm talking about his actual skill set. What is his skill set? Do not say culture.
I'm going to keep it only on the baseball field.
Thank you.
Which is what I was going to do the entire time. I was not going to.
I was prefacing. I don't want to hear about culture.
There's a lot of C words you're angry at today.
Well, because you cannot bump your chest about culture when you're one of the worst teams in baseball.
I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you.
What does he hang his hat on as a player?
No, there's nothing that he's hanging his hat on as a player right now.
Occasional power? From a position that...
He has one home run this year.
No, I know, but I'm saying, that's what we were trying to...
He's not a contact hitter. He doesn't have the speed. He's been... not as good challenging pitches and not Drawer and Encarnion bad. That one yesterday was next level awful. The defense, sometimes you get a decent play.
He's a very mediocre shortstop.
No, Joe, to answer your question, there is nothing between the lines of a baseball field that he hangs his hat on. The most notable thing that Willie Adames does is dump a water cooler on Kylan Mills' laptop every now and then. And that's that stuff's all fun. It's all fun and it's cute and you can get behind it when you're a winning baseball team. When you're 8 games below 500 on May 4th, no, that stuff does not fly. That stuff is not going to get Giants fans behind you, especially when you're a guy from outside of this organization. Giants fans, Bay Area fans, we love our homegrown players. We love our players who are from here. Free agents, it's kind of either or. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Willie Adames is very much trending right now in the sometimes it doesn't category. And there's just, shy of him going on like a stretch of hitting 400 for the next month, he's going to be unfortunately wearing this cap of we don't like you right now. Maybe that's a little bit strong for the foreseeable future.
He's just not good right now. There's just no other way around it. No. And I think last year he hit 30 home runs, and I think a lot of people are just hanging their hat on that. Like, I'm looking at a guy, he's going to play shortstop for the next 5 years. Get out of here.
No,
he's going to be at the top of my lineup for the next 5 years. Get out of here. Like, not a chance in hell. Mm-hmm. He has one of the most uppercutty swings of all time. And I finally found some numbers.
Especially on 2 strikes.
That actually, suggest this. Do you know that he has the 21st most upright swing in baseball regarding his actual, swing path? Do you know that?
I believe it.
Almost 22%. All right? He has the 8th longest swing in baseball, meaning how long his actual swing is. Aaron Judge has a very, very long swing. Aaron Judge hits 50 home runs perennially.
He's a slugger. And that's... Joe, you're painting a great picture of the biggest frustration with Willie Adames. This is a guy who, when he was in Milwaukee, he was at his best when he was hitting the gaps. Sure, he had power there, but he had great gap hitting ability, which is, in my opinion, something that I thought would translate well here to Oracle Park. Like, and you're not seeing that because this guy's stepping up to the plate, and every single freaking time he's trying to be Mr. I can hit 40 home runs. That's not who you are, dude. It's not.
Here's a great example. And by the way, the Tampa Bay Rays, Camaro's an absolute stud. The way they play small ball, they're doing everything the Giants can't do right now. And I'll get to the coach because I think the coach is completely off the hook for me for right now. There's an at-bat. He works it to 2-0. Okay? And then there's a borderline 3-0. This is Willie Adames over the weekend. This is just emblematic of where he's at. You've got a runner at second base. There's no outs. Okay? It's 2-0 count. Works it to 3-0. All right, 3-0. This is just my prerogative. Hey, if there's something that you like, you know, and you want to go 2 butt cheeks into it and swing out of your shoes, you have to earn the right to do so. Either you're in a hot groove right now, or, you know, it's a guy at third base and you want to elevate a ball to hit a fly ball to drive that guy in, fine. Or you want to chop something over to second base. But a 3-0 count for me, like, I think it's player dependent. Where are you at right now in terms of how you're seeing the ball? Would we all agree? Willie, not seeing it very well. All right, so that's fine. He takes 3-1. He takes 3-1. He wants the walk. He's begging for the walk. He doesn't get it. Now it's 3-1. All right. Similar rules apply to a 3-1 count. You've got count leverage. I'm okay with you picking out and identifying, hey, I'm sitting fastball here. All right. I'm going to try to put the ball in play. That being said, it was a prototypical Willie Adames, San Francisco Giants at-bat. Not only is he sitting fastball high up, he's swinging so hard he almost falls over. Not to just get a line drive, stay hot, get balance, not to advance the runner with no outs at second base. No, he's trying to hit a 10-run bomb. And again, which has kind of been the case throughout his entire Giants tenure, he's swinging so hard and uppercutty, he misses it by about 3 feet with his 8-foot-long swing. And now he's in a 3-2 count. And what do you think ends up happening? He strikes out. It's an unproductive at-bat. He spent he swung twice, and both times he almost fell over. He's swinging so hard. No balance, no approach to go the other way, not letting the ball get deep, not trying to even get a balanced line drive, trying to hit an absolute monster tank. No adjustment with 2 strikes whatsoever, no feel for the situation, not trying to advance the runner, not trying to, hey, let me just get a line drive and get myself going. No, I am going to try to salvage everything over the last month and a half of me struggling by trying to hit a 17-run home run, which doesn't exist. I thought it was emblematic of everything that's going wrong with Rafi Devers. With Willie Adames.
No, you're totally unfair for getting
insane. And if I see this guy wearing purple anymore, tell the man, you have lost the right to wear purple. Stop wearing purple. We're not the Rockies. You're not the Reardon Crusaders. This isn't LSU.
You did say we're the Kings.
Take the purple off. I don't care if it's a small trim on the stupid old school City Connects. I'm done with the purple. Take the purple off. You're allowed to wear only black. You want to wear some orange? Fine. Stop with the purple. Throw away the purple glove. Throw away all the purple. It's not working for you. Burn it to the ground.
Purple is a privilege. Hey, the Kings are purple.
It's royalty. Well, you look closer to the Kings than you do the freaking Oklahoma City Thunder.
Well, maybe the purple is appropriate then. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And don't forget, the Morning Roast is brought to you by the color purple. No, I'm sorry. It's brought to you by, what was it? No. San Francisco Fire Credit Union. Banking for Heroes. And, we changed the read up there on that one. But, Joe, no, you mentioned those Adames at bats there, and again, it's the ones that frustrate me. There's not one at bat I'm gonna pick at. The ones
that don't frustrate you are can be counted on one hand.
Yeah,
all of them frustrate you.
Yeah, no. The ones that's in multiples and plurals, and I'm not gonna pick one specific at bat because there's many. It's the anytime he is in a 2-strike count. It's the refusal to adjust to that 2-strike count, the refusal to shorten out the swing, the refusal to level out the swing. When you get into those 2-strike at-bats, like, those are the situations, Willie, where it's like, level the swing out, shorten the swing, stop trying to go deep. You're not that player to begin with. You're not a home run guy, but it's the refusal to do that over and over and over and over again. Like, you think there comes a point where you would just want to adjust, because if something's not working, why do you keep doing it?
I don't.
Like, I get there's the one style of thinking of you got to hit your way out of the slump, but you got to do something different. You got to adjust. And like, I'm at a situation right now, Joe, where And this entire conversation, by the way, I think does apply to Rafi Devers.
Oh, I'm going to get to him.
But can you just do one good thing a game? Just do one good thing a game right now. And yeah, maybe he's sort of doing that. Rafi's kind of sort of doing that. But for the most part, most games it's just 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts, and lots of frustration. You're struggling to find a positive. Yeah, he did get a nice tag down on a stolen base in the 8th inning yesterday, but that was, I believe, the inning after he had that error in the 7th inning that cost him a double play and would have gotten him out of the inning, and it didn't. Luckily, they did get out of the inning. Was that Matt Gage who was on the mound?
Yeah, Malley looked like he was going to run out of the dugout and choke slam.
Yeah, and great job for Matt Gage pitching through that yesterday. Love seeing that from him. And then, yeah, again, all this can apply to Rafi Devers as well, who I don't know how, Rafi Devers, is his playing time going to change a little bit? Because, Joe, we're going to get into this throughout the show. Again, we're all kind of frustrated and negative right now. There was a little bit of a positive yesterday, or I should just say an awakening in the Force, one might say, since it's May the 4th, Star Wars Day, in the form of a Susan Slusser tweet that said Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez are expected to be called up today and be with the team. We did it, Joe. We made it to the Bryce Eldridge portion of the season.
Are they going to send down Rafi Devers to go see, I don't know, an optometrist or maybe a hitting coach or...
The Giants got a hitting coach.
What?
Can't do it.
Or nutritionalist. Are they going to send him down to maybe work on some stuff? And I'm not sure if you know this. Rafi Devers and his robust 562 OPS, almost 300 points lower than his career time in Boston.
I wish it looked more like his fantasy baseball ranking.
Do you want to know how much he's striking out on fastballs over the heart of the plate? Here's my favorite stat about Rafi.
Oh, God.
Great hitter, Rafi.
In theory.
49% of the time, he is swinging and missing on fastballs down the heart of the plate. How's that even possible?
Say that number again.
49% K rate.
That's nuts.
On fastballs,
and that's just on the fastball,
over the heart of the plate.
Which in theory should be a pitch he's able to hit very, very well, because a pitch in the heart of the plate, that's literally money for hitters of his caliber.
I just don't even know. He has a 32% strikeout rate right now.
Well, it's also what's fun about that strikeout rate, Joe, is that it's paired with a 4% walk rate. It's not fun. I said that facetiously, but he's not even. You knew that Rafi was going to strike out. That was kind of built into his repertoire as a hitter. You're able to look the other way.
No. He only struck out 18% of the time in 2022, 2021. I looked at all the numbers. He's double. He's double.
It's been going very much up. But like I said, Joe, you knew that was part of his repertoire. Maybe not to this level, but you knew strikeouts came with the Rafi Devers game.
It was a part of it, but not what it is now.
And you're willing to stomach that because he draws the walks, because he hits the gaps with the bat, because he's able to hit those home runs, which is what he was able to do sort of last year. But this is the same thing with Willie Adames. You'll take the goofing off in the clubhouse when it's coming with good performance on the baseball field. With Rafi, you'll accept the frustrating strikeouts when it's coming with the other good things he does in the baseball field. The problem is, Joe, all these things that these guys are supposed to hang their hat on, these two guys, I should say, Adames and Devers, the good things that they're supposed to be able to do, they're straight up failing at doing them. And so you don't care about what other small things they do on the side. The negatives that they bring to the table become exacerbated because there's no positives to offset them. It's just both of them, the two guys who are expected to be the engine of this lineup, are just failing in every aspect of their game right now, and it's a big reason why this team is 13-21 in the first week of May.
Thank God Casey Schmidt's been as good as he is, because this team would have, 8 wins?
Maybe.
Thank God Arise has been as solid as he's been, or Jung-Hoo Lee's been as solid as he's been. Now, since sitting for multiple days, Ramos is batting over 300. So I would say to everyone in Giants land, it's okay. We could put Chapman down for a day. We could put Adames down for a day.
They tried that with Adames.
We could put Devers down for a day or two, and then we could play the young guys.
Yeah. Well, young guys are on the way in the form of Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez. We'll talk to Zach Bay Rudy at 8:50. He's the voice of the Sacramento River Cats. Find out how those two guys have been looking. What's coming up? The game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right. Summer is coming. Are you ready? If you're still trying to do it on your own, it's time for a smarter approach. Jumpstart MD offers local, medically supervised weight loss with personalized plans and access to GLP-1 medications at our lowest rates. This isn't DIY. This is real care that delivers real results. And right now, mention Alice and save up to 70% this May. Start now, not later, and get ahead of summer. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit JumpStartMD today.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000. Use code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000.
95.7 The Game is proud to support Drawbridge and the Aragon Foundation on the Bridging Creative Possibilities Gala, May 9th in San Francisco. Join us for live music, dancing, and an art auction with proceeds that help fund music and art education. For tickets, head to 957thegame.com.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
What's up, Sam? Oh, I love Star Wars Day. God, it's such a banger. It's going to be only Star Wars rejoins all day. Well, I don't know about the 10 to 2 show when the evil empire takes over and Steiny and Guru. More Steiny than Guru, but... Anyway, we're reacting to a very...
Goo thinks he's Lando Calrissian. Who are you kidding?
Well, yeah, but like Steiny was a Star Wars character. He's got to be...
He would be some sort of version of Qui-Gon Jinn meets Han Solo.
I see more Qui-Gon than Han in Steiny. But yeah, I see where you're getting at there.
He's like a gray Jedi.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Qui-Gon Jinn, that works out. He could train us all, make us all smarter. I like that.
Are you okay? Are you going to make it through the show? I'm a little worried.
Why?
There's a lot of coughing, a lot of sneezing. Is everything okay?
I think I'm still getting better from whatever.
I told you don't come if you're sick.
I thought I was better, but you know what? We'll work through it. No, I'm feeling a lot better.
You're driving me nuts, dude.
Oh, well, yeah, it's a day that ends
Devers, Adamus, Lubman, they're all driving me crazy.
It's science. It's a day that ends in Y. Of course I'm going to drive you crazy. It's literally my job.
The guy who's not driving me crazy, and I will defend him a little, is Tony Vitello. Tony Vitello, to me, is off the hook for now. For now, when it comes to this Giants thing. I got 3 things in terms of blame if I was going to assign them. There's players, there's front office, and there's ownership.
Yeah.
I don't think coaching just yet goes into it.
No, I'm in agreement with you there, and we'll get into that in just a minute. But first, let's get into, speaking of Tony Vitello, what do you hear? What do you say?
What do you hear? What do you say?
All right, it's time for What Do You Hear, What Do You Say? We play something interesting that Tony Vitello said, and much like you and me, Joe, Tony V was wearing it after losing their 6th straight game yesterday. Here is what Coach had to say about the adversity of that 6-game road trip in which the Giants went 0 for 6 on it.
Yeah, painful. It was a little bit of a grind with the doubleheader kind of throwing the schedule off. You got extra travel going all the way to the East Coast, play on turf, all those things. So you throw some adversity in there on guys' bodies, and we just talked about that. Got a long trip back home, and then you turn around, you play a divisional opponent that's obviously a really good team, as pretty much everybody is in this league. So guys got to recover on the physical side. And then on the mental side is a confidence challenge. You know, confidence is a choice, but it's not an easy choice. And a lot of times it's dictated by results and outcomes, and we literally had nothing to show for the road trip. You end the day searching for any positives. I mean, very end of the game, it's good for Caleb to be out there with the game on the line, but we come up short for a variety of reasons, and that was the theme of the trip. Yeah, the first game of the whole deal got out of hand a little bit, but after that, there was some try hard and there was some die hard.
Says that a lot, try hard and die hard out there. There's a lot of try hard out there, which I guess is his way of saying that. I don't know, is that like his way of saying that guys are pressing a little bit? Because it's a term he's used a lot throughout this year, and it's always been at times when talking about guys who are maybe overswinging or trying to do too much. Or I remember that was one of the words he used at the beginning of the year when he talked about his fire and brimstone speech, maybe going too far or something like that. I don't know. It's a very interesting term.
Not in every sport. Like golf is similar in the sense that when you try really, 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 really hard to do something, it actually is really, really difficult to accomplish. And in baseball, the more you try to get out of a funk, the more into the funk you become.
Yeah.
And that's why when things are going well, it's just simplistic and you're hitting and you're not thinking and you're reacting and everything slows down. And when you're in a struggle, I mean, you're in the abyss. You're walking the desert, and you think you're never going to get out of it. So I think guys are trying hard, but the results just aren't there. Like Gerard Encarnion, I don't ever want to see him again. I don't need to see him. I'm done. Yeah. He does not have power that they think he does. He has no defensive position. He serves zero purpose on this team. I've seen him ground into double plays too often. He had a horrific challenge.
Oh, probably the worst challenge of the year.
He should never challenge anything ever again. I will chop, in the words of Luke Skywalker, no, as you chop his right arm off, trying to like tap his helmet. Don't ever do it again. No, like don't ever do that again. He's done. I'm done with him. See you later. I don't want to see him.
No, and
I'm done with it.
They've used him so little to the point where it's just, I'm not really sure what the point of having him on the roster was. Listen, it was a fun thing to take a flyer on a couple years ago in 2024 when they brought him up and they jammed him into the DH role rather than see what Marco Luciano could do. And sure, I saw it at first, big guy, hit ball far. Unfortunately, he's never developed other than guy who looks scary when he gets off the bus. Like,
you know how many guys I've seen, whether it's, smaller level or the highest level, who look the part and can't play. Just literally can't play. What?
Add him to the laundry list of guys who have been like that for the Giants.
What is he? What is he as a ball player? A big blob.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything. He has no arm, has no range, doesn't have a defensive position, swings through everything like he's a power hitter, hits the ball on the ground way too much for a guy who's labeled a power hitter, and doesn't hit for power, nor does he hit for contact. And you has no discernment because he's wasting and blowing challenges on balls right down the pipe. See ya. Take a hike.
Yeah.
Done with the Gerard thing. It makes no sense.
No, it doesn't make sense either. And again, it makes even less sense when you consider how little they used him at the start to start this year. This last week, I think it was the most we've even seen him. But it's like, you finally do get him in here, and we're finally seeing, I guess, maybe why he wasn't playing. But then at the same time, it's like,
why is he on the team?
Exactly.
Why is Christian Koss on the team? What roles do they serve?
And this makes me wonder, how much they put into their spring training evaluations. I remember asking Tony Vitello about this at the end of my week when I was down there. I was just like, who's a guy who, my question was like, who's a guy who this last week or two has really upped their stock with this team? And before I could even finish the question, Joe, he mentioned Gerard Encarnion. He said he's had a very inspiring performance this spring. And it's like, all right, maybe they are seeing kind of some of that potential that they identified in Gerard a couple years ago. And again, I don't know what last year would have looked like. He was hurt for most of the year, but it's at a point where it's just he's not tantalizing enough in terms of the potential, quote unquote, that I'm willing to keep trying this experiment out. It's just
he's batting 176 against lefties. He's a right-handed hitter.
He's supposed to be the lefty guy.
He's batting 176 against righties. He's a righty. He has no purpose. He has no defensive purpose. He does not round out my team. Sayonara.
No, again, I'm curious. See, they haven't announced the roster moves yet for the impending promotion of Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez. My guess is Gerard Encarnion will be in a roster move today. Because if you're going to be bringing in somebody to, if you're going to be bringing in Bryce Eldridge, you got to take someone off the roster. That just looks like the most obvious option right now. The other question is, who do they move off the roster for Jesus Rodriguez? Wouldn't that be wild if it was Patrick Bailey? I don't think it will be. But
I don't think it'll be him. You think it'll be him?
I mean, if you're trying to make a crazy move, I think that would be it.
I did like the other guy yesterday.
Eric Haas?
Yeah, it wasn't bad. I thought he made a couple of really nice blocks behind the plate.
Yeah.
And you had a sentence.
Well, yeah, that's two backup catchers now that we've seen this year that we already like more than Patrick Bailey. It's probably about to be a third two in Jesus Rodriguez.
Can I spoon here with my boy?
Yeah, here see Richie on the line. We got a couple minutes. I'll let you and Richie discuss. Let you and Richie finish out this segment.
Richie, I said it last week. I'll say it again. I just don't believe in Chapman, Adames, and Devers as my three best players. One of them's got to go. I'm sorry. I have to attach something to one of them. They got to go. They got to go. This isn't working. Schmidt needs to play every day. I'm beyond worrying about their feelings. I don't care. What's up, Richie?
Yeah, I agree. And, 6 games, no home runs. First time, and especially in Philly Park, where an opposing team came in for 3 games and no home runs. I think it was about 8 months. Just so ugly. I really resent watching them. I'm to a point I'm missing games, which I never did. But, just look up to your numbers, guys. You mentioned that Adames is not a home run hitter. Average-wise, over their years, Chapman is 28, 760, OPS 80 ribbies. The same with Adames, and the other guy, Devers, has got a 940 lifetime OPS. Where are those numbers? And when you watch them, it is at a point where you guys were kind of defending Chapman. Chapman is right there, too. These guys are going to strike out 180, 190 times, and you could see it during these games. And I'm, again, on the golf course, and I'm looking on the phone, and I'm seeing we're winning 1-0, man on second, 1 out. I'm looking in the 5th inning, man on second with 2. I said, would somebody just one time get a key hit? It's like, and I don't know what I'm not blaming the manager, but I don't know what he's talking about as far as, East Coast, West Coast. You guys are ball players. That's your job. You get up and get key hits in key situations. And how dare Adames go into the other clubhouse and give advice to an up-and-coming star? They should be coming in his clubhouse and say, hey, Willie, you know what? Hang in there, man. You're going to get better. You're talking to a kid that's going to be an absolute star. It is so ugly. I guess the kids coming up now, maybe we'll have something to look. But when you're bad, guys, just to end it, when you pitch well, you don't hit. When you hit, you don't pitch.
Yeah.
This is an atrocious team. I mentioned 84 wins, but I watched them, and they're just a horrible team to watch. Every team makes contact. Every team.
Richie,
These guys
84 wins
are atrocious.
This is a 64 win team. Like 84 wins would like what? I don't even know. Ryan Walker? If I put him on the next Apollo mission to the moon, no one would care. Like, see ya.
You know, it's funny too. Yeah, I kind of was on the bullpen. I mentioned that to you, and they seemed like they were pitching well because they were losing, and now they're in spots where they had leads in the last inning, guys. How about man on second? How about the 10th inning? Once they tied it yesterday, you knew it was over.
I knew it.
It's over.
I knew it.
Yeah, so man on second, 10th inning. They never even moved a runner. And then the one game, too, when they were down against Philly one game, Ramos comes up, first pitch, fly out. Whatever happened to maybe get on base, but it makes no difference because they don't score. They got the lowest, home runs. The Yankees got two guys that have 25 home runs. We got 20.
I know.
I'm going to have a heart attack with this, guys.
Richie, maybe take a couple days off from Giants baseball. I need something bad happen to you here. Lot to get into still from this team. There's the Ryan Walker conversation, the Rafi Devers conversation. But, Joe, you got some thoughts on Tony Vitello, why we should not really be throwing him under the bus right now. I kind of agree with you. We'll get into that on the other side. What's coming up again?
Not yet.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Not yet. What's coming up in the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. The NBA playoffs are rolling. And as you know, Underdog is the best place to get in on all that action. You can make picks and win money right now in California. As I've been telling you, playing on Underdog is very easy, very user-friendly. You pick whether your favorite players are going higher or lower on any of their stats. It can be points, rebounds, assists. Blend them all together, get the picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, something I've been noticing in the playoffs, heavy legs. Yeah, it's that time of year. Guys are tired out. Their three-point percentages are down just a touch. So maybe go lower on three-pointers made for a few of those players. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard. You'll score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That promo code is Willard. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS _.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, 1-800-MY-RESET or ncpgambling.org.
Struggling to lose weight despite trying every diet? You're not alone, and there's a better way. At Prime Male Medical, they're helping men and women achieve real, lasting weight loss results with expert medical support every step of the way. And for a limited time, KCBS listeners can get started for their first visit, including full blood work, plus first month of GLP-1 treatments for only $199, a savings of $400. Call 415-761-4037 or go to primemalemedical.com.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
At Target, finding something for every kind of mom and every side of mom just got easier. Does she love fashion? Take 20% off select women's clothing and accessories and find a dress she'll love to wear. Is she into the outdoors? Freshen up her favorite spot with up to 40% off planters, pillows, and poofs. Or keep it classic. Fresh tulips for just $12 and a dossier fragrance trio for $32. Whatever mom is into, we've got it. Celebrate mom her way, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci Man. And you're listening to the new and improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
Oh, I love Zucci Main's voice with this music as the backdrop. Was this the music from when Anakin went to that weird bubble opera in Revenge of the Sith?
I have no idea. 8th inning, Keaton Wynn gets replaced by, what's his name? Ryan Walker.
Yeah,
okay.
The Ryan Walker situation.
Now, to give you an idea of what happened, so they're up 1-0. All right, the Giants are. And in the top of the 8th, Haas, this backup catcher, strikes out on a foul tip. Ramos doubles down the line. You're feeling good. You're like, all right, let's get an extra insurance run.
Got the beef coming up.
All right, here comes Devers.
No.
Strikes out swinging.
Oh. Predictable.
Casey Schmidt strikes out swinging. Now, Casey, I'm not so mad at, but Devers is like, oh my God. Earlier in the game, how they got a run, he got jammed on a ball that I thought should have been, shoulda, coulda, woulda been caught by the third baseman if he's a couple steps in, toward the line because they're shading him to pull. And it was like a jam cue shot that he gets a double out of. It's one of the softest hit balls you'll ever get a double on ever. But that's the situation right there. Leadoff double. Ramos, if they're going to pitch to Devers, he's got to put the ball in play.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to put the ball in play. And, of course, he strikes out. So here we go to the bottom of the 8th.
On another high fastball, too. And really quick, Joe, before you move on, it's just the high strikeout. And this is where I start to get frustrated with Devers. We talk about what frustrates us with Adames. It's that high uppercut swing on every 0-2 pitch. It's the bad defense there. With Devers, it's just the constant wearing of a path between the dugout and home plate. From when he walks to the plate, strikes out, and he does that kind of stare off towards center field as he walks back.
He turns to the umpires is that a strike? It's yeah, it was right down the pipe.
Yeah, they're
and
all
he's
strikes.
chewing gosh knows what's in his mouth, and he's It's just, I can't watch it anymore. Like, he's looking at the bat because it looks like a fluke because he thinks it has holes in it. It's like, no, the holes are in your retina, so you can't see. Balls are right down the pipe. It's not the bat's fault.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah, it's
pitching
just
change. Ryan Walker replaces Keaton Wynn. Caminero walks. It's a good at bat. All right. They get a single on a ground ball to center field. First and second, no outs. What does Tampa Bay do? They sack bunt.
Oh, not just one sack bunch. They did 2 of them in a row. And they're 4 and 5 hitters. Like, no one does that these days. And yet the Rays do that because that's what the Rays do. They find new, fun, exciting ways to win baseball games.
And I actually thought Devers made a really nice play on that. It was a way better execution. And it's like, it's small ball to the fullest. Yep. Hey, first and second, no outs. We're going to bunt them over. Now we have second and third, and we're going to do a suicide squeeze, or what looked like, I couldn't see the zoom out version, but some version of a squeeze. I thought it was excellent. And it was old school, really good baseball to just tie the game and get us going. How many times have we seen the Giants in a second, third situation with 1 out, basically be scared to death of asking one of their top dogs to do something productive? Hey, can you just chop one over to second? No, we got to strike out. And that's the difference between the Tampa Bay Rays and why that team wins somewhere between 79 and 89 games every single year, and the San Francisco Giants, which feels like they're destined to lose 90 this year. 9th inning.
Joe, right now they're on pace to lose 100.
Well, I mean, we'll see.
Hopefully they can keep it to 90, right? Hopefully. But yeah, right now they have a .382 winning percentage, which is smack dab at 62 and 100.
I mean,
that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say.
I mean, what you say is just, they look as bad as the record. There's not even like an element of bad luck. Like, sure, like Ramos has had some hard hit balls. You're like, oh, that should have found a spot to land and gone for a hit.
He's been much better since they sat him for 2 days.
No, Ramos is over the last 12 games. He's hitting .295. But the problem is, Joe, again, it's still just your big money guys, the guys who you have $68 million committed to this year. Adames, Devers, and Chapman. Chapman's hitting .122 over the last 12 games. Devers hitting .190 over the last 12 games, and that's with a hit in his last 4 games. Rafi Devers is. And then Willie Adames, he's not even on the interstate, Joe. He's hitting .091 over the last 12 games.
And again, one of those hits was a ball that he got jam-shotted.
Yeah. And it's just, honestly, it feels like, Joe, a lot of the hits he's getting, they're not even productive hits. Like, he got a double yesterday, came in the 7th inning, nothing came of it. It's just, the few hits he's getting, they're not taking advantage of because they just don't have a consistent lineup that can string together multiple hits in a row. And that's why it's like the Ryan Walker blown save yesterday in the 8th inning. That was frustrating, but there's another part of me that's just like, this team can't plate more than 1 run in a game. Apparently not. Apparently 1 run is too much. That's all you can ask for. If a team that's playing the Giants gets a second run, that's ball game. Because that means the Giants have to not only score 2 runs, but then they have to some way find a way to score that 3rd run on top of that. And I say it like that because that's how much of a grind it feels like.
How about Ryan Walker not walk the leadoff batter again? Another inning where he walks the leadoff batter.
Honestly, Joe, you brought up the high lever. I think you and I both did a dive on Ryan Walker.
He's one of the worst pitchers in baseball when the stakes are on the line. It's that simple.
Since the start of last year.
There's no other way around it.
Since the start of last year, Joe, in the 7th inning or later on the road, he has a .697 ERA. In the 7th inning or later on the road. At home, we say all these Giants fans don't trust him anymore. Well, he actually pitches a lot better in front of the Giants fans who don't trust him. He's got a .208 ERA in the 7th inning or later at home. So you think that's pretty good, right? Well, unfortunately, in the 9th inning, skipping ahead here, in high leverage situations, home or on the road, it's not very good. High leverage situations on the road, Joe, since the start of 2025, he has appeared in 20 games, faced 68 batters in a high leverage situation on the road. An 11.37 ERA in those situations. A .375 batting average against in those situations.
The highest batting average in like a millennium.
Yeah. You would be like dead on Hall of Famer with that kind of batting average. At home.
.375. It might be the highest career batting average ever.
Yeah. That's since the start of 2025 in high leverage situations on the road. High leverage situations at home, where Ryan Walker pitches a lot better. He's appeared in 19 games, faced 43 batters in high leverage situations at home. A .559 ERA in those situations, a .289 batting average against. So it's not just the inning that he's pitching in, Joe. It's not just the location that he's pitching in. It's the situation that he's pitching in. And when the Giants are doing a bullpen that is not very role specific, it's more matchup specific, it's more situation specific. Ryan Walker is a guy coming into the season they've tabbed as like, you're the high leverage guy. And he's not handling it. And I'll be honest with you, I thought he turned a corner with those 2 saves against the Dodgers. I thought those were 2 situations there, getting through those situations, getting those saves against that lineup where it's like, you know what? You can build on that. You can build off of that.
You've always been high on Ryan Walker, though.
I've always liked the stuff from him.
But how? Like, what stuff?
No,
he dances around the plate and walks too many guys. No great reliever leads off innings with 5-pitch walks.
No. I think there's a confidence issue there. Maybe he doesn't trust the stuff. I mean, you remember when he first came up, he was electric when he first came up. I mean, he was their best reliever in 2024, and I saw it with the stuff, but it's just, I think it's one thing to have the stuff. You got to go out there and be able to trust it and use it consistently, especially in high leverage situations. As the numbers are showing, he's not coming through in those situations.
He's just not good.
Regardless if the stuff is there, he's not utilizing it correctly, and this is the reality that we're in.
He's not good. Look, I look at this team, and I think closer is one issue that I had coming into the year. I think everyone had coming into the year.
Because they didn't have one.
We could just say bullpen as a whole, but like you traded away Rogers, and you traded away Camilo Duvall, and then immediately you lost Randy Rodriguez with a Tommy John injury. What was, if you were just shaping out all of their arms, closer and starting pitching, closer and starting pitching, closer and starting pitching, right? So I know everyone looks at who to blame this morning. Okay, there's the players, and we'll get to some of them. We've been blaming Willie and Devers. There's the front office, as in Buster, and then there's the ownership. To me, the majority of everything that's going on right now goes to players, front office, and owner. And we could put them in any different order, but I want to hear from people. 888-957-9570. Who are you putting this on? I think here's the argument for the owner. And here's what I would...
Can I stop you really? Because you're leaving out Tony Vitello there.
I'm not putting Tony Vitello in there.
I know. Why do you want to explain?
And I'll explain it.
Okay.
Because right now, high-priced players aren't performing.
Yeah.
He has a short deck to be playing from, and this ownership should have spent money on 5 different spots.
Mm-hmm. Okay, no, I just wanted... For you, for us and for the audience, why you weren't. I know. I just wanted you for the audience to explain why you're not putting Tony.
That.
Yeah. Okay.
Ownership. Did ownership give Buster Posey the amount of money to go out and spend top tier to compete? Or are we just spending enough to put on the facade that we're spending?
I think right now they're spending enough to say that they're spending.
Yeah. Well, to me, that's a poor business plan.
I think Greg Johnson in an interview earlier, I think it was with the Chronicle, where he basically said he said it again. I brought this up last week. He cited the Tony Vitello contract, which I don't think we know the exact numbers on his contract, but he said that they had to spend, quite a bit to get him out of Tennessee.
I don't care how much it costs to get Tony Vitello. It's a drop in the bucket.
I know.
on the 300 million.
I think the way they describe it, I think it's a microcosm of they're going to say, we spent a lot of money on our manager, because the reason they say that is because they want you to think, they are spending a lot of money. Okay. So you can't fault them. No, and then that's where I think that's part.
Here's the analogy.
That's part of the facade, though.
Okay, but here's the analogy that I want to give you. So if you've ever done a remodel at any level, and you have a real contractor or a real plumber or a real electrician that you trust and that trusts you and that is good at their job, you know what they're going to tell you? You pay for what you get. You pay for what you get. And when you rip stuff out of the wall, 99% of the time, what they'll say to you is that, if you buy bad parts and those bad parts and you pay for bad, cheap, inexpensive work, that's usually what you end up getting. All right? And if you're going to do it, let's do it right. Right? That's the saying when you're doing any kind of a remodel. So in this situation, hey, we got this expensive toilet seat. We got this expensive, sink that we're going to put in. We're going to really skimp on all the parts inside the wall. We're going to have drips everywhere. And so all that new tiling and everything that you did, actually, we're going to have dry rot behind the wall. That's what happened when you built this team. You didn't get a super expensive closer, which was one of your needs. You didn't get a legitimate setup man, which was one of your needs. And you didn't get a power right-handed bat in the outfield, which is what clearly you needed. You went Bader. You believed in Budo. You believed in Ryan Walker. you kind of skimped out.
Yeah.
You skimped out in that. And so I look at this and I go, ownership, were you giving Buster Posey the appropriate amount of funds to go out and do his stuff? Probably not. Yeah. I think you gave him enough of a budget, and he had blown most of his budget on these everyday players. We'll get to him in a second. And so, like, I think the team is just incomplete. It's just incomplete. So I think ownership bears a huge brunt of why we're where we're at. Then I get to the front office. And like, say, we'll get to the read. We'll get to that. Just stay with me here. Front office, Buster Posey, you chose these guys. And we, at every single point, we were all nodding our heads like some bobbleheads, like, yeah, like, go out and spend and get Matt Chapman. Go out and spend and go get Willie Adames. Go out and spend Rafi Devers. Here are their top guys paid on this year's team. Rafi Devers, traded for. Willie Adames, free agent. Matt Chapman, free agent. Robbie Ray, traded for prior regime. Jung-Hoo Lee, prior regime, free agent. Logan Webb, amateur draft. Your own business. That means your own in-house.
Homegrown.
Hauser, free agency. Bader, free agency. Arise, free agency. Malley, free agency. All these guys were acquired by Buster, except for two. One was drafted from even 2 regimes ago. This is the team you built. Mm-hmm. And this is the budget you had. And if you knew you didn't have all the way budget, which pisses me off regarding ownership, the reality is you're supposed to be better at this than me and you, meaning the fans. And Devers has been a giant nothing burger. Adames has been worse than that regarding the $182 million that you gave him. I mean, he's just probably overpaid for $100 million. And Chapman, though it made sense in real time, like, has been underwhelming. And now with the emergence of Casey Schmidt, you have a conundrum. We got to play Casey Schmidt, but you got all these guys you're committed to. And so front office bears the brunt of the blame. And then these high-priced players that you brought in, Devers, Willie, Chapman, they're just not carrying their weight. Thank God you've had the production from Casey Schmidt. Thank God you've had the production from Jung-Hoo Lee and Arise. Those guys are salvaging things. Will we be like an 8-win team right now?
If that.
Right? Thank God. And give Farhan a little credit here. Thank God the prior regime brought in Robbie Ray. Mm-hmm. Thank God the prior regime signed Logan Webb to a pretty freaking good deal, because he might be up at some point, depending on what kind of contract he did sign. Thank God they brought in.
They found Landon Root. They drafted Landon Root and developed him.
Yeah, it's been a boon, no question. So I think front office, both the prior one and the current one, bear a ton of blame. And I think the players bear a ton of blame. And I think ownership gets a ton of blame this morning. But I just want to know, if you had to pick one, who are you picking? Yeah. Which of the three?
888-957-9570 is the number you heard from Shasky right there. Who are you putting more of the blame on? Ownership, the front office, or the players? As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors. Valkyries always live on the free Odyssey app. Come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
And here's why I'm not putting it on Vitello, okay? It's not on Vitello because Adames is a big leaguer. Devers is a big leaguer. Chapman's a big leaguer, all right? Ramos has been here multiple years. Bader is a big leaguer. He's hurt. He hasn't been great. I think he's done a pretty good job with Drew Gilbert for the most part. The catching position is, like, the front office screwed them up with this catching position. They've believed in Pat Bailey way more than any of us.
Yes.
All right?
As I agree.
The pitching staff. Like, is this on Vitello, or is this on the front office and ownership for not giving him the appropriate arms? We all agree. They're at least one legit starting pitching arm short. They're at least 2 bullpen arms short. Can we all agree? How's that on Vitello? He's picking amongst a bunch of guys that have no experience in the 8th and 9th inning. All right? I don't think that, Juan Encarnacion and, Will Brennan and whoever's off the bench, that is not on Vitello. You know what Vitello does get credit for? Sticking with Casey Schmidt and finding a way to keep him in the lineup every day.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they've done, which I think the prior regime gets a ton of credit, with Landon Roop, that's working. That is really, really, really working. Whatever they did with Ramos and sitting him down, he's been on fire lately. Yeah. Jung-Hoo Lee, is this the best stretch of Jung-Hoo Lee's career? Feels like it. So I'm not putting it on Vitello just yet. Right now, I think he's done some good things. I think there are some things he wants back. I put this on high-priced players. I put this on front office. I put this on ownership.
No, I'm right there with you on Vitello there, Joe, because my thing I want to say about Vitello is just like, what were we expecting so much so in that he is a rookie manager, not just a rookie manager, but a rookie manager with no big league experience at all. He is as fresh face and green at this as you can possibly get. And I'm not trying to say that as a negative against him. It's just the reality of it. all managers have to start somewhere. All managers have their rookie seasons at some point. And Joe, this is why I said at the beginning of the year why I thought the playoffs are a big ask from this team. You do have a flawed roster, but you also have a manager who I think is going to be prone to just make mistakes that you don't usually see from more seasoned managers. Why? Because he's not a seasoned manager yet. And that's okay. You have to start at the bottom before you can get that seasoning as a longtime manager. He can't get 25 years of experience in 1 month. That's just not how baseball works.
25 years of big league experience.
Exactly. He's not going to get that in 1 month. And I feel like the Giants had to know that going into this year.
Yeah,
they had to
know
be
a learning curve.
He had to know there was going to be growing pains from a rookie manager. And that's why I kind of don't blame Vitello, because in a sense, Joe, like, I feel like you're getting exactly what you expected from Tony Vitello. You've seen some good situations. You've seen some good decisions. He's managed, again, that last homestand we had, I thought he was great in terms of managing the bullpen. You've seen a lot of good, but you've also seen him at times just, there's little procedural errors that he makes during games. Not having a guy ready in the bullpen.
The doubleheader was awful.
The doubleheader management.
There's just no other way around it.
Yeah.
He was awful. He went to the wrong guys at the wrong time, or stuck with people too long in both games.
The wrong pitch sequencing. There's been times where he said things that maybe he doesn't need to say.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what was that? Chris Rose called it Mark DeRosa syndrome, when you maybe talk a little bit too much. Those are all things that are going to get worked out throughout the season. I'm not worried about that, because I knew that this was something that was going to happen, and I'm prepared to kind of stomach those growing pains from Tony V if it means he's more comfortable at the end of the year. Like, Joe, like, we've talked about what's the Giants' goal this year. Obviously, you want to see them make the playoffs. But in all honesty, I think a more realistic goal based on what we're seeing right now is whatever happens this season happens. At the end of the year, I need to know that Tony Vitello is 100% comfortable managing a big league team. Right now, I don't think that's the case. I don't mean that as a negative against him. I mean that in that it's part of the natural progression I think you were going to see from a first-time manager out of college joining the big league level. Can he get through that adjustment period this year and feel good, comfortable and good managing this team at the end of the year? If we're in that situation, I don't know how we quantify that come August, September. I'm feeling a little bit better about how this season plays out, regardless of the record. Obviously, I want a better record, but I think there's a bigger picture and a bigger reality here.
So what exactly are you saying about Vitello? You're just waiting the year out?
I think kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Like, I think that's kind of...
I'm asking you if the start is on him.
No.
And I don't think it is.
No, and I'm agreeing with you on that.
Who do you think is the best manager right now? Well, look, let's just go Bochy. What do you think Bochy's record is right now with the exact same variables?
I think it's kind of similar.
I 100% agree.
Maybe he wins one of those double headers in Philly. I don't know, but like,
yeah.
And I'll say this, Joe, again, you bring up the rookie manager thing. Tony Vitello, this was going into Friday's game. So before the Rays series, he's starting out 13-18. Bruce Bochy, since you mentioned him, he's a pretty good manager.
07, Bonds' final year.
His first
Barry
year.
Zito's first.
His first year as a manager was the strike-shortened 95 season. He went 70-74 that year. He started 14-17 that season.
This is with the Padres.
This is with the Padres, yeah. I'm talking as a rookie manager.
Gotcha.
Joe Torre, he's a pretty good manager, right?
Well, he was Loser Joe before, but
exactly. He was Loser Joe for a couple teams.
Yeah.
He was Loser Joe, on the Mets, which was his first team, then the Cardinals too, I believe. His first full year as a manager, 1977, Mets won 66-96. He also started off 13-18 in those first 31 games. Dusty Baker, his first year was the 93 Giants, but then right after that, they had 3 straight losing seasons. Craig Counsell, the manager for the Cubs, he's a hot commodity in the managing community right now. His first full season, he started off as an interim manager, but his first full season with the Brewers, he went 73-89, also started 13-18. Terry Francona, he's probably one of the best managers in the game today. Started off 68-94 as a rookie manager with the Phillies, went 10-21 to start the season there. All those managers went on to have great managerial careers once they got through their rough stretches and their growing pains early on. So I think Tony Vitello, more or less, it's right what you would expect from him. There's going to be mistakes. He's learning from them. He's coaching through them. So I do agree with you. That is why I think you take Tony Vitello out of this equation in terms of the finger pointing, so to speak.
No manager bats. Look, before I get it, like, no manager bats for Devers.
Yeah.
Adames. These guys are doing their own thing. All right. Is he going to get credit for Arise? Arise been awesome.
Yeah.
Jung Hoo Lee's been awesome. I think it goes in both directions. That being said, his handling of the bullpen, though as limited as the bullpen is, has been a little questionable the last week. Just in general. I just think in general you could point in a variety of situations, not walking Schwarber, not going to the left knee instead of sticking with that righty in that game. Like that game sticks out as an outlier.
Did he hit that Justin Message, the pitching coach, was calling pitches in those games? I think he said afterwards, like, Message was calling for certain. I don't know. I thought that was kind of weird.
Guys catching who aren't very confident right now. And then the other element is like, look, I don't put this on Tony Vitello, but Hector Borg is the worst third base, coach in recent memory, and we had Matt Williams last year.
I was about to say, we literally went through that last year.
Hector Borg needs to go yesterday. Arise got thrown out, going first to third, or maybe was it on a triple? It was on a triple that he hit into the.
It was a double. He tried to stretch into a triple.
Yeah, and that he hit into the gap.
It was on Friday.
And he just looked at Hector Borg like, "What are you doing?"
Well, then of course there's the other one, the one in Philly where
that one we talked about
grounder,
the next day.
Yeah, the grounder off of the second baseman's chest, and he holds up Drew Gilbert for some inexplicable reason. I mean, this is 3 or 4 times now that Hector Borg has gotten someone thrown out at home plate or at third base now this season, which is far too many times for a third base coach to be making these kind of
I think
mistakes.
It's a pretty simple. And look, he was on the Giants minor league staff forever. Yeah. Like, it's pretty simple to me. That's not Vitello's guy, and I would see. I mean, I hate to do it, but see ya. Like, this is the bigs.
If you're wanting a coaches, to be dismissed right now, that's probably the one right now, and that's. I don't know if you lump the entire coaching staff's performance into the evaluation of Tony Vitello, Joe. I mean, it is his coaching staff, but I don't know.
He piecemealed it together. I think there were some people that were his hires and some people were busters because of the no knowledge and not having a lot of networking in the major leagues. You have to help build that thing out for him. So, but Ryan Walker was who Buster gave him.
Mm-hmm.
I think Buster, and we've heard that Bochy and other guys that are behind the scenes are giving him a lot of input on who to be putting in certain situations. And, I think that needs to be altered. Like, he's tried to flip around the lineup every single day. How many different lineups have they had? I feel like a different one.
They had a consistent one for a minute, and then Devers and Adames, who was going so poorly, you had to shake the lineup up. But I think on the last homestand, they had that lineup that started off with who was it? They had it was Willie leading off, then Arias, then Chapman, then Devers, then Schmidt. I kind of like that lineup. And they were going with a consistent thing. Jung Hoo was in the 6th spot there, and then your 7, 8, 9s were kind of whatever. I did like that lineup. The problem was Devers and Adames went to such the tank hitting-wise that you couldn't really go with it. Let's pick this conversation up on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text in. Giants fans, who you blaming right now? The front office, ownership, or the players for the Giants' 13-21 start? All that is sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for first of the season red cherries for $3.99 per pound. Limit 4 pounds. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
This is John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Welcome back to the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky. These guys are no ordinary Joes, and Jack's is no ordinary restaurant.
Oh, we're rolling here on the Morning Roast as we come marching into our 7 o'clock hour. And Giants take on the Padres, say, though, they're not the Empire. The Dodgers are more of the Empire. But the Padres are an empire in their own sense here. As we celebrate May the 4th, Star Wars Day, that's why I got my Mandalorian onesie on. I only wear it one day a year. It's this day, because when else am I going to wear something like this? You know what's really cool about this onesie here, Joe?
Nothing.
No, it's the hood. Check this out. Ready for this? Ready for this? Ready for the hood? The people on the radio are going to hate this segment. It's got the Mandalorian mask for a hood. Yeah, that's how cool this is. You wish you were as cool as me. I couldn't see your reaction, unfortunately. I could do the whole show with the hood up. You can just talk to the Mandalorian for the entire show.
Well, knowing you just talk right through it, so it's all good.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I do.
You know, I've had like 3 banger jokes here in about a minute. Those who know.
I guess I'm not one of the ones who know.
Sam, you're wearing a onesie. Yeah. How old are you?
I am a 33-year-old man wearing a Star Wars onesie that has little baby Yoda imprinted on the front.
His name's Grogu.
I do not like the name Grogu. Ugh, it's an ugly name. Call him Baby Yoda. He is the face of Star Wars, and his name is Baby Yoda. Well, that's what he is. What's your peak Star Wars moment before we dive back into sports talk?
My peak Star Wars moment?
If you had to pick 1 or 2 or 3. I don't know, maybe there's a lot.
What are we talking about, like, as a watcher of the movies? Or
as a watcher of Star Wars, what's the moment? Also, we can just keep it to the 9 movies.
What's the best moment?
Yeah, just your. I guess that's the thing. The kids. What's the peak? You know, what's peak Star Wars?
Well, it's got to be like Luke. I am your father.
That's it. Yeah, I guess that's where everyone goes
as he's hanging on for dear life. No.
Yeah, that's a good one too. I mean, I always loved that.
Empire Strikes Back is an all-timer.
Oh God, the Battle of Hoth. Mm-hmm. I would watch that over and over and over again.
When he cuts open that whatever that
tauntaun.
Yeah, thank you, and then sleeps in it.
For me, a moment. This is going way back childhood. I know we all like to poop on the Phantom Menace. But when Darth Maul comes out and he ignites the second half of that lightsaber and it syncs up with the music, oh, that hits so hard. I love that moment. at least in Phantom Menace. There's a moment I can pick an hour. I can go.
You're not a Star Wars fan. You have
He
no
is
idea.
not
what
a
we're
Star
talking
Wars
about,
fan
do you?
at all.
I've seen all the movies, but like I'm not going to nerd out on anything in my life.
So
like,
he's
no.
Bonte.
Am I nerding out, or is it Sam?
No, it's just Sam. But I'm just
I
saying.
thought you would nerd out with me. You're a big Star Wars nerd.
I do love Star Wars, but not to the point where I'd wear a onesie.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is the one day a year. I spent all this money on them, and might as well do it.
How much did you spend on that?
I think it was like $40 at Target several years ago. No, I got it at Target. My girlfriend and I at the time, we were looking for onesies to wear on Christmas, and I saw this.
Together?
Well, she got a different one.
Oh.
And this is, so the girl I was seeing at the time was like, let's get onesies for Christmas.
Did she go Princess Leia in Return of the Jedi, or did she go Jabba the Hutt?
I forget which. I think she didn't have anything Star. She wasn't a Star Wars fan, but she saw it, and she's like, oh, you got to get this. You know, she was supportive of my Star Wars nerddom. So
okay,
that's how I got. I got Target during Christmas a few years ago, and it's one of those things like in the moment, like, oh, this is awesome, I can't wait to wear this, and then you wear it on Christmas morning, and you're like, well, I can't think of a single good reason to wear this on any other 364 days out of the year, and so I decided, you know what, I'll wear it on Star Wars Day, and I'll wear it into the studio, and I'll wear it on the show because we're all pissed off that the Giants have lost 6 straight on the road and look like a miserable baseball team right now. I know you're miserable about the Giants, so I figured, you know what? I'll wear something fun to put a smile on people's faces.
Honestly, I'm not even that miserable. I just feel very
unhappy.
No, I feel almost validated in the sense that I've been seeing this for a couple of weeks coming through.
Validated?
Yeah, like they have to move off one of these big contracts. Like it's inevitable, whether it's this week, this year, next year. Like, at some point, they have to bite the bullet, and they're going to have to attach something to one of these other contracts, and they have to find a sucker. It's inevitable. I don't believe in these 3 being your best 3 players if you're going to be some legitimate playoff team. I don't believe that could ever happen. They are closer to the Sacramento Kings in their sport, some of the Giants in their sport, than they are to
the Padres, who they're playing. And not forget the upper tier.
The Boston Celtics, who just got bounced in the first round, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're not. I don't believe in them. It's got a big Kings vibe to it in that you have a bunch of journeymen together that don't make sense together, and we kind of bought in on it, and we're wrong. We're wrong. We're all wrong.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text in. Taking the coach off the board, who are you blaming most for the Giants' 13-21 start? Are you blaming the front office of Buster Posey and Zach Managian? Are you blaming the ownership group led by Greg Johnson, Larry Baer, and all the other new friends that they keep bringing on to invest in the team? Or are you blaming the players of Adames and Chapman and Devers and all the other guys who wear a uniform every day for the San Francisco Giants?
Is Zach Managian flying under the radar regarding criticism? I think we're all looking at Buster Posey and we're going at him, which is rightful. I mean, he's the president, right? I mean, he is the face of everything that's going on.
I think so, but to answer your question, Joe, the initial question of who you're playing, I am pointing a big finger at Buster today. This feels like a kind of like a mess of Buster's making. Like, they've kind of backed themselves into a bit of a corner with the moves that he has made. And I am talking about not just the hiring of Tony Vitello. That was a calculated risk that he took, but we're setting that to the side for now. But he made the biggest signing ever in Giants history with one of his first moves. It might have been his first major move was signing Willie Adames, that 7-year, $182 million deal that has you locked in at shortstop or middle infield, depending on how you view his position.
5 more years.
For the next 5 years after. Well, first you got to get to these next 5 months, Joe. Then you can get to the next 5 years. And then he went out, he made the bold trade for Rafi Devers. We all liked it at the time. Same thing with Willie Adames. We all liked it at the time. Of course, I'm actually skipping a step because before all that, he went above Farhan Zaidi's head and inked in Matt Chapman to his own 5-year deal that'll keep him around for the next few years. So, like, and this sort of thing, like, we would say, like, oh, Farhan didn't really leave Buster much to work with. Maybe in terms of the farm system, yeah, but this team is very much in Buster's image now, in that this team is very much, like, you could tell this is a team that was put together by Buster Posey. Farhan Zaidi, there was a lot of holdovers, like Buster himself and the Brandons and Madison Bumgarner for the 1 year that he kind of had to hold on to at first. Buster, I think, has done a very good job of kind of remaking this team in his image, but right now it's just not working right now with the major deals that he's made.
Remaking the team in his image, like I don't think Devers is in his image. Do you? Even though that trade was bold.
Well, I guess when I say in his image, maybe that's the wrong phrase to use, but like
putting his imprint on the team.
Maybe let's go with that. He's putting his imprint on the team. Yeah, image was the wrong. I apologize for that one. He's putting his imprint on the team. He's putting his stamp on the team with the moves that he has made and has made it known this is the Buster Posey Giants.
Look, I still would do, and I know this is it's not a majority opinion this morning. I probably still would do the Devers deal. I said that last week. I said it the week before that. As bad as it's looked, he can't be this bad. There's got to be an adjustment. I think he can come around. Will he ever be as good as Boston? Time will tell.
Probably not. If we're being real, and that's maybe I'm being pessimistic on that.
Who knows?
And it's easy to be pessimistic on Rafi Devers right now.
2033.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to be 36 at the end of it.
Yeah, so we'll see. The Adames deal, I don't care how great it looks next year or the year after. You can't tell me both the combination of a 7-year deal and the $182 million price tag, they're both an overpay. I was thinking to myself over the weekend, is he, legitimately, financially, they overpaid by $100 million.
Right now, yeah, honestly, you can make the argument they overpaid by $182 million right now.
No. He's worth something, but $100 million is a legitimate starting point of how much they overpaid. If I asked you right now, choose the difference between the two, would you rather less years or less money?
Oh, less years. For me, the last couple years I've settled into money doesn't really matter for me, so to speak. I mean, professional sports money, whether it's basketball money, football money, MLB money, it's all funny money to me, especially with our local teams here, because for the most part, all three of our teams, Warriors, Giants, and Niners, have shown that they will throw money at problems respectfully or responsibly or not. And the way salaries keep going up over the years, that $182 million in 2-3 years is not even going to be top 10 for what shortstops are making throughout the life of their contract. So this is all long-winded way of saying the money is going to be not as bad in a couple of years. I mean, it's still bad, but it won't be as bad. It's the length of how long we have to deal with it, because if you are trying to move off of these contracts at some point, Joe, which I think right now, no one's taking any of your three, Chapman, Adames, or Devers.
No, they will, but you have to staple something to it. Volpe just got sent back down again.
Yeah.
The Yankees are looking for a third baseman and a shortstop. Just in general. But do they want to take on the financial commitment of what these guys would end up commanding? Probably not.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I get. It's just no one's just going to take one of those three.
No.
You're going to have to part with something that you don't want to part with to get rid of them. And the most valuable, let's say it's a Luis Arias, just to play it small. That wouldn't be, you could probably stomach that because he's on a 1-year deal. But if you had to package a Logan Webb to move off of Willie Adames, I don't want it to come to that. I don't want to have to lose the good thing that is Logan Webb just to get rid of the not good thing that is Willie Adames. I don't like being in that situation. That's unfortunately the reality of where the Giants are at right now. This is kind of why I said where Buster's kind of backed this team into a corner, so to speak, where there's no real easy way out of this other than guys just got to play better. And that's what sucks because, Joe, what have you seen over the last week plus that's going to suggest that those guys are going to just magically start playing better?
Where did you have Willie Adames in baseball when the Giants signed him at the shortstop position?
I thought he was maybe the 7th or 8th best shortstop in baseball when they signed him.
When they signed him?
Coming out of that season in Milwaukee, yeah. I thought if you were to rank all the shortstops, you're probably thinking of 6 or 7.
That's after 1 year.
Well, that's after the totality of what he had done in Milwaukee.
Okay.
This is before, on the day that he was introduced as Willie Adames, San Francisco Giants shortstop, I think you're probably naming off 6 or 7, 6-7 shortstops that, I'm sorry I did that, before you got to Willie Adames. And yeah, maybe that number changed a little bit. Maybe there's 8, maybe there's a 9, I don't know. But he wasn't a top 5 shortstop. I'll say that.
You got the, I think the 28th highest valued contract in baseball.
Yeah, I think by just shortstops, I don't have these numbers in front of me. This is going off memory here. I think by shortstops, he was, I think, the 6th or 7th or 8th highest paid shortstop among the totality of the contract once he signed that contract too, which, yeah, if he's the 8th best shortstop in baseball, he should have maybe the 8th highest contract in baseball. Since then, though, Joe, you can't make an argument that he's a top 10 shortstop in baseball. You just can't. Even when you factor in the hot stretches he had last year. And the reality is baseball is very much a sport where recency bias takes over. And you've seen a stretch so far from him to start the year where it's even got his little resting day off here on this last road trip. he looks like an unplayable shortstop right now.
I know.
So they're calling up Bryce Eldridge, which, in case those who didn't know, news broke last night or yesterday evening from Susan Slusser that the Giants are expected to have Bryce Eldridge and catcher Jesus Rodriguez on the roster today. Still waiting for the corresponding roster move. We'll get that to you guys when it comes through. But someone's going to have to come out of the lineup tonight to make room for Bryce Eldridge. It's not going to be Casey Schmidt. He's hitting the ball too well. I don't think it's going to be Elliot Ramos. I think he's hitting the ball well enough that you're not going to bench him.
Nor Jung Hoo Lee.
It's not going to be Jung Hoo Lee. He's been playing very, very well lately. It's probably not going to be Luis Arias because he's been literally perfect. Literally 10-10, no notes for Luis Arias. It's probably not going to be Patrick Bailey because you still need a catcher. It's not going to be Matt Chapman because you're still liking his defense at third. I love that double play he turned. What was it, in the 7th inning or the 8th inning of the game yesterday?
On the line drive where he stepped on the base?
Yeah, and then pegged the runners. He was, going
unnecessarily.
to hope.
I don't think he knew that he caught it or if they were going to call it that he caught it.
I think he was trying to cover his bases, make sure he can get all the runners. But it reminded me of playing wiffle ball in the front yard with my dad where, you have to throw the ball at the other guy to get him out because there's no base runners. Anyway, this all goes to show if you're going to take one guy out of the lineup, might be Willie Adames right now.
Oh, I think you should.
Yeah.
And now the question becomes, do you play Casey or Matt Chapman over there at shortstop?
I think you put Casey at short, Chapman at third, right?
Whatever. To me, either one, it doesn't matter. One or the other. But you got to get Bryce in there. Here's the bigger issue with the Adames deal. I mean, we're already talking about maybe implementing a platoon, and we're a year and a month in.
Yep. And that's, again, all this gets saved if you just... And this is the thing I hate about this show. This thing I hate about this, and I'm going to say this thing that I absolutely hate, but this whole notion of he had to wait to get through his rough April to see what he's actually going to be. I hate this. I hate playing the game of, he's got a track record. You got to let him try and play to his track. I hate playing that game. Sure, some guys, they have a track record. Sure, you can trust it. Sure, they follow through along with it. And sure, maybe Willie Adames does turn things around and start hitting well. But, Joe, he could hit 400 for the next month. No one's changing their opinion on him. I think that's just where things are at right now.
I'd be shocked if he hit 400.
Well, yeah, I would be too. But, even if he did do that, I don't think that's changing opinions on him right now.
No.
Because we all know it's going to come next. He'll hit 400 for the month of May in this hypothetical timeline that I'm making up right now. And then June will come around and he'll hit 223. And it'll be right back. It's going to be up and down because you know what? That's part of his track record.
To me, now the problem is not just that his bat has been suspect. I mean, that's being lightly. It's his defense. His defense has been meh. Have you been impressed with his defense? I think it'd be one thing, especially, we watched Brandon Crawford play shortstop for so long. We're so blessed. And you watch his defense. I mean, his range is very mediocre.
Yep.
His arm is very mediocre. And then you're going to boot routine plays occasionally? That speaks to a subpar, mediocre player overall.
And then you go and chop it up with Junior Camarena when he's standing on second base in between at-bats.
I mean,
listen,
that didn't sit well with me.
Quick aside on that.
Modern player.
I know it is the modern player, but at the same time, it's be friends before the game. During the game, you don't have to hate each other. Talk smack if you have to. You play golf with your brother all the time. When you guys play golf together, is he saying nice things to you, or is he trying to say crazy stuff to get under your skin?
Well, I mean, it's another when I'm scuffling. When I'm scuffling, I get more serious. I feel like I have to, even though you got to stay loose.
Either way, my point is,
don't.
You don't have to be enemies on the field, but come on, don't be buddy on the field like that, especially when you're still. Anyway,
all the cute stuff doesn't hit when you're not hitting.
Exactly. That's the one thing he is hitting on is the cute stuff, and unfortunately, because he's not hitting, it does not hit. But Joe, in the 15 games heading into this Rays series, I had a lot of free time on Friday because I was home sick and slightly dying. Not really. It wasn't COVID, by the way, for anyone who's curious. But in the 15 games going into that Rays series, Joe, he was hitting 141 over that stretch, which, consider all things considered, he's hitting 190, in the last 12 games. It's not as bad. But, Joe, you could find 26 times in his career where Willie Adames had a span of 15 games where he hit 141 or less. Throughout his career.
26 times?
26 times over the since
So he's due for it a couple of times a year. Jeez.
Exactly. And that is where I kind of go back to pointing at Buster Posey. You gave Tony Vitello a flawed roster. You gave Tony Vitello two premier hitters, quote unquote, in Willie Adames and Rafi Devers. Because Rafi Devers, he's got a lot of other stretches where he's had just absolutely abysmal results at the plate. I can give you those in a second. You gave him two guys who just built into their, hot streaks is all the cold streaks in between.
Yeah, but Devers' highs were significantly higher than Adames, so I'm willing to sacrifice that.
Yeah.
The Adames thing that's interesting. 26 different times he's been this packed.
141 or worse. And
that's
there's
interesting.
worse stretches,
That's a
I'm
really
sure.
good stat.
I just
like
picked that one stretch because it was the 15 games going into the Rays series. But again, there's worse stretches, I'm sure, that I can find from Willie Adames too.
But I think the difference between the two is that, Adames he's never even been an all-star, right?
Yeah.
And so he gave the guy almost $200 million and 7 years. Now, if I take a step back on the Posey thing, why'd they make the deal? They literally had no shortstops in their pipeline.
Yeah.
This was 2 years ago, okay? Now, they've signed how many international free agents who play shortstop? Now, those guys might transition. They're 17, 18, 19 years old.
They're a ways away.
What?
They're a ways away.
Yeah, you'll see what they end up developing into. But I think the talent was so devoid in the minor leagues that you had to overpay for someone to solidify the position. I understand that. Boy, I would have rather have given him, 4 years for $200 million. Honest to God.
Actually, I don't my question.
Honest to God.
My question I would throw back to you is maybe if you didn't do Willie, would you have rather do just like a second tier shortstop that you assigned for 2 years or something like that? That's going to give you replacement level.
Let's go back to that time though. Let's go back to that time to Giants fans. They had just re-upped Chapman. And everyone was like, get Farhan out of here. We need everyday players.
We were over the moon about the Chapman extension because we were convinced that Farhan was just going to let Chapman walk for nothing.
And they wanted to shore up one side of their defense. And you made all these arguments on why it might work or whatever. Look, the reality is it's completely backfired. And I wanted it. We all wanted it. And it's been worse than can be expected. I mean, we expected some dip in production over, a couple of years. But immediate regret. I mean, this is on the Aaron Rowan level in terms of almost immediate regret on the entire deal.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, your favorite one was the Barry Zito one. I mean, you felt bad about that when we got lit up by the Padres on day one.
I mean, it's just...
we had the argument last night about how much the World Series run changed things for Barry Zito, and I don't want to go down that road right now.
It's objectively one of the worst contracts in baseball.
Yeah, but even Willie Adames, I feel like Willie Adames is even out of position, he could hit 500 in an October run that ends in a World Series. That might be the only way that he can salvage any sort of positive opinion on this contract. And you don't have any confidence in the Giants even making it to October to give him that opportunity. So it's just, this feels like almost possibly a worse contract than the Barry Zito one. Because the money is more, and honestly, it's just, again, we didn't see it with Zito, so this could all be moot one day, but I just don't see how, in the near-term future, how Willie Adames can possibly turn this around, at least in the eyes of the fans.
Well, when you overpay on a pitcher, there is some level of, we have 5 slots, and maybe you're not our ace anymore, but you can be our 4th or 5th starter.
Yeah, you can contribute in a way.
There's a way to contribute. When you are my starting shortstop and supposed to be a middle-of-the-order bat, which he's not a middle-of-the-order bat. We all now know that.
Yeah.
But, And I'm locked into this many years, so I'm stymieing a position where someone could come in and develop, and I'm probably going to have to move you from the position that you're at now in the coming years. When does that conversation start to happen?
I think we're a year or two away.
So not only are
Luis Arraez might not be back next year, so maybe next year's the conversation.
Well, any future re-signing of Luis Arraez has to be with the thought of, is Willie going to move over to second at some point? So, if I sign Arraez on a 3-year deal, right, just going hypothetical here, by year 2 in that deal, is Willie taking that spot defensively? Now, where's Arraez playing? So, not only are you stymieing one defensive position, you might potentially stymie a second position. Now I get to the Devers thing. Devers, I thought, could play a little first base. Now I'm just no, he's really just a DH. And so now he's stymieing the DH position, which lessens my optionality on who I can put in the lineup every day, as you're seeing with the Casey Schmidt thing. So, both guys are really stymieing multiple positions right now. Mm-hmm. And it's a loser-loser mentality.
And that's where I think these deals do also differ from the Zito contract, because as you mentioned, Barry Zito takes up 1 spot out of 5 on your pitching rotation, whereas Willie and Rafi are taking up 1 spot out of 1 in terms of the shortstop and first base position. You don't have the ability to maneuver around
or
those
the
contracts.
Yeah.
Or the DA. You can maneuver around the Zito contract, and they were able to. They're not going to be able to maneuver around this. If you had only Willie Adames, or if you had only Rafi Devers, then yeah, you could probably do some maneuverability around those contracts here. But you're so pot committed with them at premier positions that, like, yeah, I don't know how you fit Luis Arias into the future if part of the plan is to move Willie Adames to second base.
I mean, and like, does he have any value league-wide? No one's taking on the entire contract. No one. But, like, if ownership wants to step in and bite some of it, but, I mean, it's bad. I mean, it's bad.
But, Joe, here's the part
Can he be your everyday shortstop if he's like this and it's July?
But, Joe, here's the part about the eating the contract part that worries me is, like, usually I've always looked at the Giants as an organization that has quote unquote money. You know, they're one. I mean, they're the 5th most valuable franchise in Major League Baseball. So yeah, they do have money. But at the same time, this is a group that's taken on 3 outside investors in the last 2 years to help kind of add some liquidity, as they say in the financial world, to keep this thing going. That doesn't inspire confidence in me looking at them as a team that's, flush with spendable money. So if they're going to eat contract, money here, can they afford to do that right now?
If they have a cheaper alternative, yes. That's the only other way. And right now they don't.
So if Johnny Lovell, who's 17 years old.
19.
19. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, 19 is in San Jose.
Okay, so if Johnny Lovell can, hurry up and be ready to go by 2 years from now?
I think he'll be sniffing the bigs in the end of 2027.
Okay. Then I guess
if I had to guess,
if he comes up, you have a young Haas-controlled shortstop, and you're also, less money on the contract by 2027.
But forget him. Like, I would rather see Casey Schmidt play a little shortstop, even though I know I'm going to take a slight, and I mean very slight, defensive dip. Casey cannot be some huge downgrade from Adames. Adames has not been great defensively.
I don't think you're getting a defensive dip from Willie Adames to Casey Schmidt.
Actually think that they're on
I think Schmidt's a pretty good defensive.
His arm's way better.
Schmidt can handle, I think, all 4 infield positions. First base, I think, is probably his weakest position.
Agree.
But second, third, short. I mean, didn't he originally come up as a shortstop, if I recall? Was he originally
Casey?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of guys come up as shortstops. That doesn't mean that they're going to stay there. I mean,
well, yeah, but my point is he came up at that position. He's shown comfortable with it. Like, no, if all things were equal, if everyone was paying for $100 a game or whatever funny number you want to put onto it, like, dollar for dollar, Casey Schmidt's your better defensive shortstop right now than Willie Adames.
Dollar for dollar, he's been one of the best hitters in the National League West. But here's the thing, though. The issue with the Adames deal, this is why it's such a big deal. You referenced the Zito deal, and I've said this to people before. It's not just Barry Zito stinking it up for 6 years. And, okay, I get it. The World Series and the St. Louis game happened. It's what it did to you in terms of being gun-shy in free agency moving forward. It's the ability of, we can't have another Zito deal, and it scared them to death, and it did. Like, it did. That's why they were never a player for the Cliff Lees and different guys who were available in free agency who could have been had during the Zito contract. They were scared to death. Yeah. And so if you end up moving off Willie and you have to eat some of the money, I am worried about how the front office and the ownership group looks at being a prohibited player in free agency moving forward. Like, is that going to be in the back of their heads? Can't have another Willie Adames deal.
Well, I think it also, if it's not going to scare them off, it has to be under the right circumstances. And by that, I mean, like with the Barry Zito deal, part of the reason that scared them off is also they didn't want to commit a lot of money to guys who were going to be in their 30s for a large majority of the contract, because as history will tell you, once you turn 30, most baseball players, there's a downward trajectory.
Sam, you don't hit free agency until about 29, 30 years old in Major League Baseball because of the way it is right now.
And that's unfortunately part of, I think, played into why they wanted to stay away from those deals, because that was the only options that they had there in those situations. And there's other situations too. Obviously, hitters didn't want to come here, but I do think they were so, comfortable with their homegrown pitchers as well that they didn't want to kind of venture out and add the risk of a 30-year-old pitcher.
Sam, I will say they were gun shy. They were afraid to commit to anyone because, and again, you guys can all tell me, hey, the game against St. Louis and the game against the World Series.
It's not even about that, though, Joe.
Well, no, but I think a lot of people it was all worth it. Ownership did not think the Zito deal was worth it when it was all said and done. You and I can argue about how great the World Series moment was and how great the Game 5 in St. Louis was. It were great moments.
Yeah.
No one's denying that. It's one of the worst contracts in the history of baseball, and it scared them to death for a decade plus.
No, I'm not denying that. For a multitude of reasons, it scared them.
Yes. And until the Johnny Cueto deal,
which
they
also
really couldn't get off the schneid.
And what happened with the Johnny Cueto deal is literally the exact thing that they were afraid of. Like it blew up the exact same way that they were afraid of happening.
I'm afraid this Adames deal, not only is it a net negative for the Giants currently, I think going into the future and then being a player for anyone in free agency, like this is going to make them even more gun shy. And that's the double whammy here.
I think the other issue is they're a team that they weren't really in a position, I think, to make the kind of deal that a Willie Adames deal was. And by that, I mean, like, when you're going to take a contract like that, you know you're going to get most of your good performances in the first couple of years.
No, that's what you're hoping.
You're hoping for. Yeah, in theory, that's how it works out.
You're hoping.
I think Willie Adames is a guy you add on to a team that's a piece away from contending for a World Series championship. The Giants were many, many pieces away from contending. Like, we throw, like, where would Willie Adames bat in the Dodgers lineup? If the Dodgers didn't have a shortstop, though, Willie Adames could be a perfect guy for them to throw 7 years, $182 million at, bat seventh, and play shortstop for the next few years.
And they'll worry about it 4 years from now.
Yeah, and they're not going to worry about him being one of the premier hitters in the lineup. And they're not going to worry about him struggling at any point because there's guys in the lineup that can pick him up.
They also wouldn't have paid him $182 million.
I think they could throw it.
Because there was a giant. Look at. I don't love it, but it's true. There was a giant tax.
Again,
there just is.
I don't want to get too hung up on the money here because it's just the deals themselves that I'm focusing on here. If the Giants are going to be, I would hope they're not going to be gun shy on deals like this, but if they are going to make deals like this again, you do it when you have a young group of players that are already producing on your team, and then you need to go out and add that one missing piece to the group that you already have that's succeeding, but maybe is a piece away.
Now
and the Giants are kind of doing things a little bit backwards here, where they got the piece first, and then they want the young guys to grow in around it. And I don't know how much fruit that strategy is going to bear right now.
So now you're asking about like team building and holistically, if you were to choose, are you building your team to start with via free agency, or are you building it through homegrown talent? And this has kind of been, we've gone back and forth, and very few times do you sign a Barry Bonds and that guy's just instantaneously is a superstar, or a Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
And other guys want to sign up and be a part of that. Now, even when they signed Barry Bonds, they had Robbie Thompson at second, homegrown player. Will Clark out for 1 year, was at first base. Matt Williams at third base, homegrown. Royce Clayton, Kurt Manwaring. Like, you go around the diamond, almost the whole team was homegrown, and they had made some shrewd trades prior. Getting Billy Swift for Kevin Mitchell, and you know, Rod Beck was pretty much homegrown for them. So that was a unique situation. I looked all over sports, just all over sports. I think it's very, 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 very difficult to find a situation where a team was built primarily through free agency and that's how it jump-started their run, and not their own core of younger players that came through their system. The Dodgers right now, everyone's like, look at the Dodgers were built through free agency and trades. But it started with Seager, and it started with Kershaw, and it started with Will Smith.
Bellinger.
And those guys were all homegrown, and Bellinger, exactly. And yeah, they had a Justin Turner and a Max Muncy who they found off the scrap heap. And then eventually, as they kept winning, they pivoted run of their little like core of guys, they let some guys go, and they brought some guys in. Remember, they famously traded for Manny Machado at the break 1 year.
Yu Darvish another year. I think that was 2017. But
those are few and far between. Like the Phillies team, they signed Bryce Harper and then kind of built that team through free agency around him.
Yeah,
and that's been one of the few successful, teams built through free agency in any. Look at any sport right now. Like any sport, we'll go around them in a second. But they haven't won at all. Now, that being said, they've been pretty successful. I think the Giants tried to copy some of that strategy, jumpstart this thing through free agency, and then eventually supplement it through,
You know what I'd also kind of compare it to?
But they're not good enough. Like, none of these guys is on the level of Bryce Harper.
Well, you know who I kind of compare it to, actually, close to home since we're playing today, is the Padres. The Padres, one of their first big moves of this current group they had right now was to go get a guy who's not even on the team anymore, and Eric Hosmer. Guy who'd been around the block for a few years, been in the World Series, won a World Series. That felt to me like a guy who you bring him in to kind of be a pillar for your young players to go around. I would kind of compare it to like with the Warriors with David Lee. You want to have a veteran guy on a team that your young players can kind of coalesce around and kind of grow.
But the Hosmer experiment for me was kind of a failure. They really didn't start going until what I thought was when Tatis arrived on the scene and they had signed Manny Machado. Like, both those things felt like they happened simultaneously.
Machado was 2019. Tatis came up in 2020 as a rookie.
The very first series was against the Giants.
Yeah, and so, Machado was probably the next level, but it started with Hosmer. I think Machado was when it took up to that next level.
But have they won anything?
They've won more than they're the team.
They've won more than the Giants, and
they're the team that you're very jealous of. And I do,
sure.
But again, you mentioned Fernando Tatis Jr. That's the big difference here is that you had that young guy who came up and just hit the ground running and sparked everything. Maybe Bryce Eldridge can be that. Boy, wouldn't that be great? That would solve a lot of problems.
Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. Like, imagine now Bryce is playing the same position as someone else. So, like, they have an issue. Like,
I know.
Imagine if Manny and Tatis could only play the same positions in DH.
Yeah. I mean, then they were both technically shortstops when they came up. Manny was at third, and
then Tatis
short,
started at shortstop, and he made a lot of errors, and then he moved to right, and he played. I mean, geez, this year he's playing second base occasionally.
Yeah. I mean, Tatis, he's shown he can play all over the place, and unfortunately, I don't think you have that with Bryce Eldridge. You know, they tried him in the outfield for a day in spring training, and everyone freaked out about it, and he was just like, no, it was nothing.
Look at all the teams with good runs in the NFL, right? Almost every one of them is originally built through the draft.
Yeah.
Kansas City, they're built through the draft. Now, they've made a lot of trades, and they've done a lot of good things. Heck, even the team that lost in the Super Bowl this year spent more free agent money than anyone. But I think most people would agree. Christian Gonzalez, Drake May, those are the pillars of their team. Those were built through the draft.
Yeah. Even the Seahawks, for the most part, very
built through the draft, and then you supplement through free agency.
With the quarterback.
Now, look, we were so walking this bare wasteland. We wanted anything to kind of jumpstart this.
We wanted stars. That's what we said. We wanted stars. We wanted jerseys that we could wear every game.
Adames is not a star.
No, he's not.
You know,
we could say that he's a star. Maybe he's a star in Giants land. But the reality that we create in Giants land is not the reality that we live in the rest of the real world.
The total contract. So you got $150 million there. They gave Chapman, $182 for Adames. That's $332. And then how much on the hook for the Rafi Devers?
About $295. I got it ballparked out, Joe. I wrote it down here. Yeah. $628 million is committed to those three guys.
What if you would have just gave $628 million to Aaron Judge?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're over here like nitpicking on Aaron Judge. 400. No. Like, I'm dead serious. What if they had given $600 million, or at least offered that, to Shohei Ohtani for less years?
I mean, he still probably takes the $1 billion to stay in LA with the Dodgers, but I think that's
no doubt. I'm just saying, like, these are the hypotheticals. Like,
No, I think the Judge thing, like,
the money could have been spent better, as opposed to just being spent.
I also think that kind of goes into. I think part of it's kind of
what even fair to ask.
Well, I think it's kind of what the players want too. Like Shohei Ohtani, I think he only wanted to play in LA.
That you might be right, but like Aaron Judge, like
I think he only wanted to play in New York. I think he used the Giants to leverage the Yankees to get more money out of them, including the captains.
But if they would have came with $700 million, like again, they spent $6. They're going to spend $670 or whatever.
If they came out with $700 million, I think the Yankees pony up $720. If the Giants came back with $740, then I think Judge says, "Give me $750."
What did he end up signing for? 400?
400 some, I think, if we can have our guys
look at it right here.
Back in the back, as this hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank here for
360.
360. You would have doubled the deal.
And I think the Yankees would have doubled it too.
Who knows?
Maybe I'm being pessimistic here on that. But yeah, you're right. Maybe $700 million. The Yankees like, you know what, Aaron, have fun going back home. You're a short drive from Linden at that point. Willer and Dibbs can do more shows out there.
I don't know. I'm talking out loud. We're just discussing things like $627 million could have been spent so many different ways.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text in. Who do you blame for the Giants' slow start to the season, taking the manager off the board? Are you blaming the front office and Buster Posey and Zach Minasian? Are you blaming the ownership group of Greg Johnson, Larry Baer? Or are you blaming the players led by Rafi Devers, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman there? Again, I feel like this all kind of comes into like, this is the roster that Buster Posey chose to go with here as president of baseball operations. And that's why, like, we could blame the players for not playing well, but Buster is the one that assembled these players together here to go out. And it's just, at the end of the day, Joe, he assembled a flawed roster. They
have three paths.
Yeah.
For right today. Would you agree with me? They have three paths. The first path is stay the course, hope the young guys provide spark, and we stick with everyone we got.
That's probably the most realistic course that they can take right now. But tell me your other two.
Second one, you trade one of these big three or whatever, 1 to 3 of these big three, and you're also selling Robbie Ray or Arise at the deadline, and you just completely find a way to get out from underneath these deals.
Like, actually, a Robbie Ray, Willie Adames package.
Yeah. I'm just. No, these are the three paths. Like,
as far as spitballs go, that's a good one.
Stay the course with the young guys. maybe mixing it in. You just hope these guys turn it around. Completely try to pivot off of one, if not more, of these contracts. The third one is double down. And double down is the one that petrifies me. Hypothetically, like right now,
because I can actually see it happening.
A good year.
Yeah.
Mike Trout's having a good year. He's making $38 million this year.
Oh no.
He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 more years. He would line up right with Matt Chapman's deal, where he would come off the books in 2030.
Oh boy.
Well, I know
exactly what you're going with.
I know. And I'm just using him as an example, right? So it's either stay the course, bottom out, double down. And I'm using Trout as an example. Which one would you like them to go? Which route, if I told you today, which route are you going?
I would probably right now say either stay the course or figure out a way to get off somebody. This is not a team.
You wouldn't double down. You don't think it's worth doubling down?
I don't think this team has done enough to like.
So a week ago, everyone was pot committed on this team because I was out. I told you guys I was out on this roster. I just don't buy that these three can be your best three on a playoff team, and I don't like it moving forward. And now a week later, you're saying either stay the course or sell.
I don't know if this, after what we've seen from this week, Joe, until they show some sort of life, I don't think they've earned the right to have some sort of reinforcements around them.
I think it's a fair point.
Like this is how much things have swayed in just a week right here. Like, again, maybe they have a good homestand here. Maybe they play these next 13 games, which, I mean, these next 13, 16 games going into the White Sox series in a couple weeks could get really, really ugly. They got Padres, Pirates, Dodgers, A's, and Diamondbacks coming up here in the next 16. I mean, Joe, they could be looking at twice as many losses as wins heading into Memorial Day weekend right now.
They don't have a top 10 pick this year, even if they finish at the worst record in baseball.
That's because they got top 4 this year, right? You can't have top 10 in back-to-back years. God, I hate that.
So they're just again, if you want more young players, like if that's what you want, you're selling off and you're, I don't even know. I don't like.
I think right now,
guys, let's go. Like I want to go around the room. Double down, stay the path, bottom out. What do we want? I know it's early. It's freaking May 4th.
That's the other reason why I'm kind of wanting to stay the course. It is May 4th, and maybe they have the right to try and turn it around. Look, ask me again in a month.
I'm always early on this. You know I am. I know. I'm irrational, and I'm early on a lot of these things.
No, you're fair to be early on this.
This team is not good. What do you think, Carter?
I mean, I'm just stay the course because it's been a month, but my real answer would be you need to add another piece. So you need to add your number one player still. That's just me.
Oh, you're talking about Bryce.
To me, like you just haven't spent enough money. That's just always been my thing. So let's say like this. Ramos
and some combination of Wiz and Hunt, whoever else down in the minors for Mike Trout, hypothetically.
Yeah, see, now you're talking.
Now, okay. So you actually, I actually lean more in that direction than I do sell everything off.
Right now. Just with the division you're in, it's just like, dude, like you're about $140 million short. Like, put that in perspective.
No, it's a great point.
I mean, it does.
You know who you are? You're one Framber Valdez and Mike Trout away.
Oh, don't get me started.
It's like a closer.
And again, this is why I get angry at Buster. You had the opportunity to plug some of these extra holes here on this team, and you decided to do it with, again, he pitched well yesterday, but Tyler Mahle and Adrian Hauser. Like, those are back of the rotation guys that any team from 1 to 30 can add. But when you go and add a Framber Valdez, like, that's a statement kind of signing that's saying that, like, we're building this roster to actually win, not try and nickel and dime wins together.
We're playing Hauser every 5 days. Risotto, double down, sell off, stay the course.
Well, staying the course, but if it gets too bleak come trade deadline, they're not adding.
So I think, yeah, it's stay the course, but I kind of agree with Risotto there.
I think stay the course is probably, now that I think about it, the worst of the three options. It's either we're doubling down or we're bottoming out. I don't think you can stay the course.
I think it's a little early to go into the bottom out phase right now. But again, ask me in a month.
Bottom out means just one of these big for me.
Ask me in a month. I mean, ask me in a month. I don't want to play the bottom out card just yet, just because it is, May the 4th. But we're trending grossly towards that direction right now. We'll get to Verducci in a moment, but first, let's do the injury report. Speaking of good Giants news, the Giants got a positive update on Daniel Susac last week. Susac has begun a hitting program and even progressed to throwing in the last week as well. There's still no set timetable for his return, but he was expected to miss 2 to 3 weeks with right elbow neuritis after being placed on the injury list on April 21st, which was about 2 weeks ago. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM1, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Among Studios, and the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text in. Who are you blaming for the Giants' 13-21 start to the season, taking Tony Vitello off the board? Are you blaming Buster Posey, Zach Managian in the front office? Are you blaming Greg Johnson, Larry Baer, and ownership? Or are you blaming Rafi Devers, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, and the other 23 guys who wear the Giants uniform on a day-to-day basis? Let's start off with Verducci in the EDH. Verducci, what do you got for us today, bud? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning. And, I think it's a combination of everybody. I know Buster Posey was trying to make a splash, come in, provide us some hitters, which we were lacking prior. But again, like you had said, you're putting so much money into players that aren't your number one. They are someone that you attach if you're already a World Series contender that are like your second or third pieces. On top of that, I blame ownership. Ownership was the one that kind of reeled in the reins a little bit and why we had to go ahead and get a Malley and a Hauser for your fourth and fifth starters. For me, I think what you hope for is that they get on a little bit of a hot streak, at least build up their value. So by the trade deadline, you can possibly dump Devers and Adames. You're going to have to eat the money. I think if Chapman can also be a valuable piece to a World Series contender. And I think you go with the young guys. You have guys coming up. I'd love to see Susac replace Bailey. I would love to be able to see maybe even Rodriguez over there at third base. You have Schmidt at short. I think you keep Arias because he's a guy that can get on base. You have Eldridge there at first base. You bring in like Barracoto and play him in right field. Lee goes to center. And then, with the left field, you can bring in, a Gilbert or something like that, and Ramos goes to DH. But I think you got to see what you have in the youth. You got a guy in Cox also in Richmond that's hitting over 400. So I think it's time to bring up the youth, see what you have, and then going into next offseason, even though it's a horrible free agent class, I think you have to see where you can kind of plug and fill in the holes. But right now, I'm going to go see the Giants play tomorrow at the St. Mary's College night. So I'm crossing my fingers that Rodriguez and Eldridge can go ahead and give this lineup a spark. So hopefully we'll see you guys out there and keep on keeping on.
I just feel like there's really no easy way out of this.
No,
where they've kind of painted themselves into a corner, and it's just going to be very, very difficult. And we got to be patient. And as they bring up the two guys from AAA, Bryce Eldridge being one of them, I'm really excited. But I also want to tell all the Giants fans, we got to be really patient with this kid.
Yeah,
we got to let him struggle a little and just let it play out. And I would tell the Giants the same. He needs to play every day. I don't want to see this. He plays one day, he sits one day. They've got to be committed to his development long term. That's number one. And then number two, this thing about eat the money. They're not eating $620 million.
They're eating half of that ish.
They're not eating $350 million, Sam. I'm letting you know right now. No one is. Yeah. No one in sports is eating $350 million. They're not.
Yeah.
So this thing that they're going to eat all these contracts, they're not.
No, it's not possible.
In baseball, the way that you do eat some of the contracts is you attach your prospects to players to get rid of them, or you attach things that are desirable. Maybe you eat some of the money. You're not eating half. $300 million, $350 million, that's out the door. That's unrealistic. We need to set realistic standards.
Well, no, I think that's kind of part of the reason why they're just backed into a corner here. Because even if you do try to attach guys to them, it's just, you're not getting rid of Adames and Devers in a trade where you take half of their contract.
Who wants them?
No, exactly. No one does. That's why I think you kind of have no choice but to stay the course. And I'm going to include, playing Eldridge and Rodriguez as part of staying the course since they're now up with the team.
It is to me.
And maybe that
course means you're not making any major moves.
Yes. But anyway, 831 been texting for 12 months exactly about this. Ownership is the problem. Easy. Verducci kind of brought up, this text literally just came in right now. Perfect timing, because Verducci mentioned ownership there, and I don't know, how do you kind of assess the blame of ownership here? I hate that question. How do you assess the blame?
Well, the reality is that they want to put on the facade like they're spending, but no one's questioning, do you spend a little? We're do you spend wisely and do you spend enough?
Yes.
Like the Dodgers right now. If I looked at the Dodgers SPO track and you looked at all their contracts, you could make an argument there are 6 or 7 horrible deals.
Oh, yeah.
on the Dodgers payroll. But they're so pot committed, they don't care. They don't care. And they're like, it doesn't matter that, like, last year, Michael Conforto made $18 million on our bench.
Well, they gave Snell, 5 years?
Yeah.
And they might get 45 starts out of him total?
Yeah. And so, like, they don't care because they're so pot committed and so down the rabbit hole. Like, okay, I get that. It feels like the Giants have spent just enough to say, we're trying. And to me, it's like, no. Either you're spending all the way or you're not spending at all. It's one or the other, and you can't be stuck in the middle. And I think we learned this during the Golden State Warrior run. Like, you can't have two paths.
You can't have two timelines. You can't
serve two masters. You need to pick a path and go down that path.
I think the problem with ownership that I have here, Shasky, is that this year feels so much like last year, which feels so much like 2023, which feels so much like 2019, which feels so much like 2017. All these years over the last 10 years, outside of 2021, which we don't like to, consider anymore, almost all these seasons have been the exact same, which means it's not just a Farhan issue. It wasn't just a Gabe Kapler issue. It wasn't just a Bob Melvin issue. It's not just a Buster Posey issue, because the issues that we're seeing here, although they're having these issues also predate them. I mean, the drafting issues predate all those guys. That goes back to I think 2011, Joe Panic was last time they got a first-round pick that's actually amounted to something positive. I mean, Logan Webb's probably been the best draft pick they've had since then, and he's done really good, but it can't
one guy in 16 years.
It can't just be him. And it's a guy who plays once every 5 days. I don't know where to specifically place the blame on ownership. Yes, the spending part is part of
there.
It. But it's just they're trying to create this aura of the Giants are this proud standard of excellence organization with a proud tradition of winning. They want to create this vibe or this feel, this image that this is who we are at Third and King.
What is it? What is this? What do you mean by this?
They want to create this image that they're a proud winning tradition, they're an organization with a proud tradition of winning, and they always stick by that proud tradition of winning. The expectation is always go out and win as many games as you can, and that mentality works during the 2008 to 2016 run when you're winning championships. You could keep having that mentality all you want. We're a proud organization. We never back down. We're always trying to win. And it's nice window dressing, but when everything behind it is absolute rot, eventually we all kind of see the facade is just that, a facade. It is fake. It's like if you're driving through a neighborhood and you see a house that looks really nice on the outside, new paint, fresh windows, shiny new door with a brass doorknob, whatever, and wow, that house looks really nice. They must be doing really well. But then you open the door and it's like a nightmare from that show Hoarders. Everything behind the scenes is absolute crap. That's kind of what the Giants feel right now. They want to put up this happy-go-lucky image of a franchise that's so hell-bent on only winning when behind the scenes they're anything but. And I think you're at a time where
you don't think they want to win behind the scenes?
No, I'm not saying that they don't want to win. Okay. I'm saying that they're failing at it.
Oh, well,
they're presenting themselves as an organization that knows how to win consistently, but they're failing to actually do that.
They are what their record is. They have one winning season in 10 years.
Yeah, they're an 81-81 team perpetually. Well, or an 80-82 team
they
perpetually.
Would die to be 81-81 this year. But yes, I mean, they're just not a winning team.
There's a acknowledgement of reality, I think, that ownership is not really accepting, which is, I think you saw it with the Cardinals in the last couple of years. The Cardinals, same thing. Heritage organization, OG National League team, they have this, image of a proud tradition of always winning and always being competitive. And I think for a couple of years, they were in denial that, they thought they were still that organization when they weren't. In the last couple of years, they've you know what? We got to be bad for a couple of years and take what I like to call the tactical retreat and build up your young players a little bit. And it's working out great for them. They're back on track now. They're looking like an organization that's on the upswing. And that's where I've bought into as well the Kool-Aid that the Giants were selling, that they are a standard of excellence, always trying to win, the hum baby mantra, because I went to those junior Giants camps and got indoctrinated into that stuff. I bought into it for a long time. I'm even at a point where it's just you know what? If the best thing for this organization is strip it down to the studs and just build it up from the top again, build it up from the bottom up again, that might be the move you have to make to keep going forward here. That's, I think, the reality that ownership might have to address. They have to take a break from being a team that always is striving to win and just be you know what? we're going to have to tank for a year or two, and it's going to suck, but it might be necessary. I'll never forget, Joe, as we are getting up against it. In 2019, in December 2019, they had just hired Gabe Kapler, and the Giants had this town hall thing for season ticket holders. And so my dad gave me my pass. I went with a friend of mine, and I remember having a conversation with Farhan Zaidi, and he's like, I just want you to know, we're anti-tanking. We're always trying to compete, stuff like that. And I wonder in hindsight, when I think back to that conversation, that felt like a mandate that ownership put on him. I kind of wonder if Farhan wanted to come in here and do things his Farhan way, I think he would have stripped it down to the studs and built it back up.
The only issue I have with everything you're saying is that it doesn't really matter what you're doing at the Major League Baseball level in terms of success or not. Are you turning out players from your farm? And the reality is they're not. And so everything else looks awful in contrast.
Mm-hmm.
They're just, so like your thing about, hey, they spend enough just to send them, whatever. Like, I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, it's very results oriented.
Mm-hmm.
The players that you are picking and identifying are not developing. And it's crippling your franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter what you spend in free agency to supplement it, you're not developing your own. Part of all the great teams, no matter what sport it is, you develop your own. The run they went on in 2010 was not because of Aubrey Huff's singular season
the draft.
or Uribe. It was Pablo on a rookie deal.
Mm-hmm.
It was Kane. It was Lincecum. Wilson under arbitration. It was like go around the diamond, Buster Posey on a rookie deal. Like, yes, they supplemented it with some of those other guys. It was built on the backs of homegrown development.
No, you're absolutely right. But this is also the same thing, Joe. This is why I point out the drafting record from the last 16 years. It's not just Buster. It's not just Farhan.
No, it
it's a little bit of
predates
Saban.
all the regimes.
And the only consistency during that time is ownership.
The only way to get out of this little like rut they're in, is, boy, they better pray to God Bryce Eldridge is the real deal.
Oh, I hate that.
And if he's not, you think we're bad today?
I know.
You think we're bad today? If he's not the real deal and we're 2 months into it and we're feeling like, uh-oh.
That's so bad.
No, you want to talk about it could always get worse.
Oh, Joe, Joe, I am the poster child of saying
it's so much pressure, and I feel so bad for him.
Joe, I'm the poster child of saying there's always a new rock bottom we can hit. Let's pick up this conversation on their side. Jesse, I see you. Please don't go anywhere. I'm going to go to you first, and then BPA, I don't want you to hang up either. I know you're going to have something good to say. As you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 95.7 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for all of our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts, and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of Game Pass Pro. What's Going to the Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here
to... Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ILoveJax.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area, in the whole country, 95.7 The Game.
Oh, what's up, Javon? Welcome back into the Morning Roast. Sam Lowen filling in for Joe Spadoni. He'll be back tomorrow, though, so you're finally going to be rid of me. Joe Shasky, he's still going to be here. We're never going to get rid of Joe Shasky.
You know, there's so much pressure on Bryce Eldridge. I was thinking about, like, how down bad this fan base is. And I'm really excited for him. And I'm also petrified, like legitimately petrified for this kid, because I know what we do to young players who don't immediately hit the ground running. You know, I think a lot about, like, Brock Purdy could not have been more incredible for his first however many games. And what if he had had, like, a stretch of not so great games? Do we ever get a chance to, like, feel the great Brock Purdy moments? Probably not. We probably find a reason to go back in another direction or run him out of town or whatever it is. And it's like, he had to be so good early on for this fan base to accept him. And I look at what happened with Jonathan Kuminga, and he never really got his feet underneath them at any real point. Wiseman, the same thing. Now, they just might not be even close to as good in their sports as Brock. I mean, I know they aren't. But I'm petrified for Bryce Eldridge to come up and not have immediate success. It stinks. Like, it stinks that this fan base has so little patience for everything else that's going on that they might like legitimately take it out on him in a weird way because if they're so angry at everything else going on with this organization. Just I'm petrified for him the next couple of games. I think he's going to do well, but I think more than any other player in recent memory, he just needs to have a multi-hit game from the jump to just calm the waters. Mm-hmm. And it's insane that I'm saying that because it's so unrealistic from a young player.
Well, also, Joe, part of it is also Buster Posey is kind of the exception here, but how many hitters have come up through the Giants farm system and just hit the ground running?
Not
exactly.
Many.
It's this organization for a long, long time has been very, very bad at developing position players. I mean, there's really who's Chili Davis was the last homegrown all-star outfielder until Elliot Ramos. You know, Pablo Sandoval was the first homegrown position player to make the all-star team in 2011, and that broke a curse that Matt Williams had started. Like, you know, they had a run with Pablo and Panic and Belt and all, Crawford and all them, but outside of that, how many hitters have come out of this Giants farm system over the years and just immediately made fans want to buy in?
Well, Panic and Duffy had their moments, but
yeah, and I said them
early on. But again, those are the more recent
outside
ones.
of that championship run, you know, from 08 to 15, they all seemed to do good when they came up. Outside of those years, though,
yeah, it's been few and far between.
How many Todd Lindens and Nate Shearholtzes and Mac Williamsons and Nick Noonans and Lance Necros have we gone through where, oh, this guy, he could be a guy. And then and now this one feels like the stakes feel higher for this one just because it seems
like the weight of the organization is on them.
Exactly.
And it's not necessarily the big league club. It's the weight of, did you really fix your farm? Because if you did fix your farm, this guy better be great.
Well, this is kind of the first indicator of that, right?
Yes. It's just
even though Farhan Zaidi drafted Bryce Elder, like I don't play that like it's the whole that's a Farhan guy, not a Buster guy. Like when a president of baseball operations takes over, he assumes responsibility for all the prospects.
It's like John Lynch taking over the Niners, and they had Jimmy Ward, Eric Armstead, and DeForest Buckner. Their best years were with those guys.
Yeah,
with John Lynch, you know, at the helm, and so he gets credit for the inherited players that he helped develop.
Exactly, and that's why like Logan Webb. That's a Farhan success. He developed Logan Webb. So, you know, Bryce Eldridge is Buster Posey's first kind of big gem to come out of the farm system. So obviously there's a lot of stakes and expectations here because he's going to be the guy that says right off the rip, Buster's farm system's looking good, or Buster's farm system, because the on-field product is not great right now because of some of the free agency moves. So really the one thing Buster has to lean on is, will the farm system be good? And this
it has to be.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing, Joe. Like, how many years do we say that for Farhan Zaidi? Like in 22 and 23, the roster isn't that great, but just wait till these prospects come up. That's what Farhan does. We're still waiting.
I know.
You know, and that's, I believe, ultimately what did in Farhan Zaidi was that he never delivered on the promise of a farm system, which was supposed to be the thing that he could do.
And that's why tonight is just... I think he's going to be great. I do. I think he's going to be great, but I'm just petrified that if he doesn't get off to a good start, I know how these things go. Like, it really worries me.
Can we promise ourselves that if Bryce goes 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts tonight, that we're not going to lose our mind?
I'm not going to freak out. I'm just talking about in general.
I know.
There's so much anger and vitriol over everything else that he's going to... the expectations are out of whack. So let's go to the lines.
Yeah, let's go to the lines here. We'll keep talking about Bryce Eldridge. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Who are you blaming for the Giants' slow start? And what are your expectations for Bryce Eldridge? Let's go to Jesse in Austin. Jesse, what do you got for us today?
Jesse.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Jesse Miller, longtime A's fan, early Giants fan. You know, the A's left Oakland, and then I left Oakland too and went to Austin. But I just want to run some numbers. First of all, who is our third base coach? Because our third base coach is horrible. The Giants can't hit. We're leaving runners, ducks on the pond. Look at our average. We have 3 guys hitting above 300, and that's one of them being Haas, the catcher we just brought up because of injury, and 2 of them being Smith and Arise. Devers, every time he comes up, is striking out. Look, we're not scoring runs, guys. 10th inning, bunt the runner over.
I know.
Sacrifice fly. please get a lead, because in the bottom of the 10th, we didn't hold it. All they got to do is score one run. Look, against Baltimore, I'm going to take you back in the series. Baltimore, we scored 10 runs. Cincinnati, we scored 7 runs. Against Washington, we scored 17 runs. Against Miami, we actually won that series. We scored 16 runs. We got to score runs to win games. Against the Rays, we scored 2 runs in the whole series. Against the Phillies, we scored 7 runs in the whole series. And then against L.A., somehow we managed to do it, but we only scored 6 runs and won the series. And that's because L.A. is struggling. So that's my take. I don't know. Guys, the lineup is terrible. We need to. I don't know what Devers needs. I don't know. We need the Boston Devers to come back, because Devers
that'd be great.
Not good.
So
I don't know if we need to push a rise to start. But yeah, go.
No, great call. Listen to the last 9 outs of the games for the Giants. They sprinkled in 1 ground ball double by Ramos. Haas strikes out on a foul tip. Yuck. Devers strikes out swinging.
Yuck.
Casey Schmidt strikes out swinging. That ends the 8th. 9th inning. Luis Ariz, ground out. Matt Chapman, pop out to the catcher in foul territory. Willie Adames, strikeout. That ends the 9th. Let's go to the 10th. Willie Adames, you go over. You're the ghost runner at second base. Jung-Hoo Lee flies out to Cedric Mullins. Drew Gilbert pops out to the shortstop. Eric Haas, ground out. Game goes to the bottom of the 10th. Those are the last 9 outs of the game. Did you hear hard hit ball on any of them?
Not striking out. Advance the runner. Gee whiz.
Seriously, Jan. And the other thing I noticed in that, Shasky, as I'm looking at all these at-bats as you break them down, is how quick they went.
Oh, yeah, multiple.
The ninth inning, they saw 11 pitches. They saw, I think they saw 8 or 9 pitches in the 10th inning. And like Joe, they're among the bottom of the league in pitches seen this year.
Yeah, in an era where everyone's yanking everyone, because of 100 pitches.
And what were the Rays doing to Tyler Mahle yesterday? They were making him throw a lot of pitches. Like good teams are the ones that are able to wear down pitchers with their pitch count. Joe, they're I think bottom 3 in pitches seen, as I just said, and they're not doing it in because the Blue Jays are also at the bottom.
Yeah, they hit a lot of home runs.
They hit. That's what the Giants don't do. Like what the Giants are doing with this aggressive approach would make sense if they could hit, but they can't hit. And it's just absolutely frustrating. So you know what it kind of reminds me of? The Chip Kelly offense when it doesn't work. Because the whole thing about the Chip Kelly offense is speed, lots of plays, really fast, hurry up offense.
Yeah, but if you go 3 and out
in like 13 seconds, it doesn't really that's
a great call.
Like the Giants feel like the 2016 Niners offense with Chip Kelly.
Yeah. So does that make Casey Schmidt Jeremy Curley?
Is that probably? Well, who's Rafi Devers then? The equivalent of Pierre Garçon? No, Pierre Garçon was 2017.
Carlos Hyde.
Carlos Hyde, yeah. Either way, that's just not a team you really want to be compared to. All right, BPA, what we got?
What's up, buddy?
Blow it up.
We'll be grabbing that. You there?
Hello?
You got to call back. You sound like you're calling from...
He sounds like he's calling from the back of a trunk right now. Hey, Brian, can you hang up and call us again, please?
Trunk. That was... Oof.
All right, yeah, we tried.
Have him call back. I couldn't hear anything he said.
That was worse than
his nose.
That was... I lost everything after what up.
I heard blow it up.
Yeah, how you doing?
I heard blow it up.
Oh, I heard what up. I heard blow it up.
I heard blow it up.
His comment was his screen comment was blow it up. So I mean,
was it?
He did want to. I don't know. Maybe he said what up. Maybe he said blow it up. Either way, call back BPA. Skills and Vallejo.
Blow it up.
Keep it going, Skills. I hope your signal's working.
I'll just tell you this: whoever's got BPA kidnapped right now in his trunk, it isn't me. I'm at home in my living room.
That sounds like someone who would kidnap BPA would say.
Skills, I'm down bad.
What do you got for us, Skills?
Just this weekend. It's just a weekend over the weekend this past week with the Giants going to Philadelphia, and I was feeling up about this team for maybe the first time since the first week or 2 of the season. I was feeling up; they were heading in a good direction. Go to Philadelphia, get our behinds beaten by Philly and the Ghosts. I mean, it felt like it was the Charlie Hayes, Bobby Abreu, Shane Victorino, Jamie Moyer, Jason Michaels. They were all coming back and getting us. We go to Tampa Bay. Hope for a turnaround there, but no. Rolando Arroyo, B.J. Upton, Carlos Pena, David Price, Matt Garza, they beat us down in Tampa Bay. And the reason why the Tampa Bay loss yesterday didn't bother me as badly is because I expected it. I knew We went to the 8th inning with Ryan Walker coming in, and Walker's a good pitcher sometimes, but not on the road. And within, five, 6 pitches, was it? Well, he had a walk, so maybe like 10 pitches, the lead was gone. We were tied, and then we went on to losing extra innings because Chandler Simpson just had to be the guy on second base, of all people, to be on second base to start the 10th inning. So, I mean, bringing up Bryce and bringing up Jesus, you got to do it. Developing players is not our strength. We've proven that. So many guys in recent years have not even made the major leagues. Eldridge came up last year, as we know, struggled, didn't get a real. Well, I mean, he got kind of a shot, but not an extended opportunity. This year, he's probably going to get an extended opportunity. I don't know what you do with the rest of the lineup, but we got to give him a chance. He could be, for all we know, the next Gary Brown. He could be, for all we know, the next Brandon Belt. He could be the next Will Clark. We just don't know. And the only way to find out is to put him out there, because he can't be any worse. Him and Jesus cannot be any worse than what we've been seeing at the plate. It's been a travesty. 9 runs in 6 games. I can't live with that. So I'm going to let you go with that, guys. Thank you.
Well, let's get back to the manager for a second, who's taking a lot of criticism as he's bringing up Bryce Eldridge and whatnot. If Bryce develops this year and shows signs of life, that would be Casey Schmidt, Jung-Hoo Lee, Arise, and Bryce Eldridge. And Bryce, clearly the most important of all those guys. That's why he's here, Tony Vitello, and his staff, was to help develop the younger players. I think this would be the feather in the cap of an otherwise, down year if they could find a way to develop him.
Joe, if the Giants, let's say that's another 70-something win season, but Bryce Eldridge gets Rookie of the Year votes, doesn't have to necessarily win it, but just plays well enough to where he's getting votes for it, you're feeling much better about the direction of this team going into the offseason. And I hate that it's May 4th, happy May the 4th, and Star Wars Day to all those who celebrate, but we're at this point in the season, we're already talking about how we can feel good going into the offseason. That's kind of how down bad it is right now, but neither here nor there. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. What are your expectations for Bryce Eldridge and, to a lesser extent, Jesus Rodriguez now that they're getting called up? This from the 813. This concern right now about Eldridge is the reason he should have started the year off on the MLB roster. No pressure. Just do your thing, kid. Do you think,
there's a lot of pressure.
There's a lot of
so unfair.
I remember we had Dave Fleming on a few weeks ago, and he said this was literally the one situation the Giants did not want to bring Bryce Eldridge up into, which is like they're bringing up to basically be the savior of the season.
Well, no. I think they're bringing him up because the options they have on the roster right now, bench or not, aren't great. I don't think they're bringing him up to be the savior. Is it signifying being the savior? Sure. I can see how one would make that connection. I don't think he's being brought up to be the savior. I literally think he's being brought up because he's better than Will Brennan, Encarnion, and whoever else you want to throw out there.
Oh, absolutely. But, I think to the other part of it, though, is, he's bringing up, it seems like he's expected to be the savior. And I think the Giants wanted the word savior to not at all be used in describing why Bryce Eldridge is being brought up.
This is the bigs, and so, Adames is supposed to be the savior, and Devers, and, look, if the kid comes up and shows promise, we are going to call him the savior.
Yeah. No, but I think that's what you want to have happen.
I know. I agree.
But unfortunately, this is reality. You don't want to bring him up into a situation where you feel like you need him to spark this lineup. Well, tough tomatoes. This is the situation you're in. You got to roll with it.
Again, I bring up Brock because it's probably the best young player to just come in and just ball out from the beginning. It was almost like a heaven sent that we got to see him in high leverage, big time moments from day one. And it was like, oh, he might be one of our best players. Literally from the jump. And I think that the only way that this year could get better right now immediately is Eldridge shows up, has a multi-hit game, and everyone's like, yeah, he gives me a better at-bat than almost everyone on the team.
Yeah.
That's simple.
The difference is, though, when Brock came in, there was really no expectations from Brock Purdy. No one was banging on the table saying, play Brock Purdy.
No, we all kind of thought the season was over.
Yeah. But
I kind of did.
When Brock Purdy came in, no one was looking as oh, finally, the future is here. And Bryce Eldridge has been marked as the future for the last couple of years now for this organization. So it's a little bit different there. And I get that there's always going to be pressure when you're the top prospect, the top hitting prospect on any team. But good Lord, there's just so much more that gets piled on now because of the state of this team right now. And so, as far as my expectations for him, Joe, just play your game. I don't want to look at him as the savior of the lineup right now. If he does do that, that's great. But at the same time,
savior of the lineup. Jesus can't save this organization right now, and we're expecting.
Well, it's actually Jesus Rodriguez.
We're expecting Bryce to. I mean, listen to why I'm not knocking you, but I know it's like
no, that's the situation
so
we're in right now.
This reminds me of like the Kuminga in the playoffs when Steph went down. Now, go win a game, kid.
Go figure it out, JK. We're only going to blame you for the bad things and not the good things. We're going to keep talking about Bryce Eldridge. We're going to talk with Zach Bay Rudy, who's the radio voice for the Sacramento River Cats. He's seen a lot of Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez play this year, so he's going to give us the lowdown on how those two have been looking before they join the Giants lineup tonight. What do you got?
If you had to guess, what do you think the lineup would look like tonight? I think Eldridge should be in the field. I want him in the field, not DHing.
Yeah, I think maybe have Rafi as your DH. Let's see if there's a roster move that's been announced.
I think Chapman or Adames is on the bench tonight.
I think Adames is on the bench. Okay, I want to see if there is a roster move that's been made, and a roster move has not been made yet. So
okay,
I'm going to go around the infield first. So Bailey's probably going to be your catcher.
Not Jesus?
I guess maybe they would send Haas down. I don't think they would send Haas down, though.
So 3 catchers?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense either. So maybe Haas is the guy who gets sent down then. I don't think they're sending down Bailey.
When is Susak going to be ready?
Another week or two.
Okay, keep going. And then what about Bader? Any news on Bader?
I think he's starting a rehab assignment.
I honestly don't even know if I want him back, but keep going.
So go Bailey at catcher, Eldridge at first, Devers at DH, Arias second, Schmidt short, Chapman third, which is the 5 spot. Your outfield is going to be then, probably Ramos, Gilbert, and Jung-Hoo Lee. Though I haven't seen who's pitching for the Padres yet tonight, so maybe they...
Any world where Jesus is in the outfield and Jung-Hoo Lee's in center?
I don't know. I think they've used him at second and third a little bit in spring training. I don't recall if he played any outfield in spring training. I don't know. I'd say that's my answer. I don't know. But
I wouldn't mind both young players playing tonight.
Well, honestly, I'd love to see Rodriguez behind the dish tonight. Where they hit in the lineup, I think Bryce, I don't know, maybe in the 6th spot. If Rodriguez is in the lineup, maybe he's in the 7th spot.
I don't know why we don't do this tonight. Rafi, Bryce. Boom. 1-2.
Rafi and Bryce. Why not?
Can it get any worse?
According to Steven Risotto in my year, Jesus Rodriguez has played 5 games in left field.
2 starts at second base, too.
Okay, so he's got some positional versatility here, but he is a catcher. He's got a good bat. My guess is they'll probably put him behind the plate first, but we'll see.
I'd like to go, and I know no one will ever do this. I go Rafi leading off. I'd go straight to Eldridge, and then I would have Chapman after him, and then I would probably go...
I honestly don't hate Arias in the 4th spot when they've done that.
Okay, let's do Arias in the 4th spot, and then maybe go Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Where's Casey Schmidt at?
Oh, Casey Schmidt, not Ramos. There you go. Casey Schmidt,
maybe
absolutely.
Schmidt in the 5 spot.
Absolutely Casey Schmidt.
Then Ramos.
Do you have concern putting Eldridge in the 2 spot just for a confidence issue? You just said
guys, it can't get much worse than what I've seen. I mean, honestly,
totally
there's probably
agree.
an argument to be made. You could go Rafi, Schmidt, Eldridge, Chapman.
Well, if you went Eldridge, Rafi, Schmidt, I mean...
Any one of those.
I like, you know, it kind of reminds me of, Joe, it reminds me like when you're learning how to swim and your uncle just pushes you in the pool so you can figure it out. That's kind of why it's like when you put Eldridge in the 1 or 2 spot, that's kind of the vibe I get.
You can't hide in the lineup. That's number one.
Yeah.
But you can't hide. But you can surround a guy to where he gets his most optimal looks. And the right guy behind him and in front of him will give him opportunities. So, for example, if Rafi can get on base, which hasn't been a thing, now you're a pull lefty, all right? And so a pull lefty is going to want that first baseman holding on. I've talked about this.
Yeah.
Holding on that runner. You know, that's ideally what you'd look for. And, again, your best hitter in today's game bats 1 or 2. The days of batting 3, 4, 5 is just over.
Really
you want as many at-bats as possible.
Yeah. And then you open up that right side of the infield for your pull hitter. I like that thought. Let's bang out some of these calls here before we get to Zach Bay Rudy. Let's go to Jesus in Oxford. Jesus, what you got for us? Hey, you're on the roast.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, listen, I'm a longtime Giant fan, and I see the games every day. I prescribe to them. I've seen a lot of the stuff that's been going on with that team. They started off pretty good in the spring training. I understand there's a lot of ball players, but they didn't start off fast. Now they saw that they can't hit, so they got to address the problem. Bringing up Rodriguez, that's a solution. Eldridge, yeah, he's good, but in my estimation, he strikes out a little too much in comparison to the at-bats. So they're going to rotate him in. But I honestly feel that they're going to start using Rodriguez either at right field or left field. One of the two right there. They're going to rotate him in. Whoever's doing good, he's going to play. He's going to help them out with contact, getting guys, on base. The problem here is that the core is pressing. Hitting selection is bad. They don't take walks. They don't bunt. So they don't create any runs. That's their problem. The other problem is that they need to address their bullpen. Now, Walker is not a closer. The other guys that they got, Trudesky, I don't know what his name is, they got to move him away. They got to bring some guys up from the minor leagues. There's got to be somebody in the minor leagues that can come in and pitch, knows how to pitch, get that final out, okay? One of the things that I see that these guys, when they come in, they don't throw strikes in the very beginning. They cannot get a strike at the first pitch count. And then they allow these guys to walk. That's creating a problem. You're just giving runs away. Can't do that. The other thing, too, Vitello is not Vince Lombardi. He sits out there and he watches, okay, fine. But if you ever see his interviews, it's blah, 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 blah. Okay? People don't want to see that. People want him to show leadership. Show the people that you know what you're doing, you know what you're talking about. I had nothing against Melvin. I think Melvin's a better coach. Problem is, he's too quiet. He doesn't turn on the people. Hopefully the Giants are going to turn it around. I personally feel that the Western teams is where they're going to have to make the difference. Going to have to gain some ground on them, dominate them. That's the only way that they're going to get back into the race. If they don't do that, then they're going to have to make some wholesale changes. They're not going to eat contracts. Forget about it. You can criticize all the guys. It's hard to hit a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, and I can see what's going on. Their timing is not there. Yeah. Eventually, it'll get there. But poor selection, that's the key. The poor selection, quit pressing, sit down once in a while. Bring somebody else in, get a rest, watch the game.
Yeah, hey, Jesus, this is great stuff. Appreciate the call. We are up against it, a lot to get in there from Jesus. But we're going to continue this conversation on the side with Zach Bay Rudy, the voice of the Sacramento River Cats. He's going to tell us all about these call-ups, Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez, and how they've been looking so far this season. We'll get to that on the other side. Plus your calls. What's Going On with the Game is sponsored by Balanced Financial Wellness.
Falling behind on your mortgage? You're not alone, and you have options. HUD-certified counselors at Balanced Financial Wellness can help you avoid foreclosure. Don't wait. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org today.
Thinking about new windows? What if you could install a floor-to-ceiling masterpiece of the outdoors? Golden State Lumber and Showroom is now offering the Marvin Vivid Collection. Imagine bold, modern designs with expansive direct glazed glass in sizes up to 10 by 10 feet. Or consider sliding panel doors as wide as 22 feet. Golden State respects the fact that Marvin Vivid windows and doors offer high performance, meeting or exceeding the Energy Star V7 standards. Built with Ultrex fiberglass, they are 8 times stronger than vinyl. Styles includes open casement windows, awning, and specialty shapes. For doors, you can select sliding, hinged, French interior sliders, and bifold doors. Talk with the Golden State Lumber showroom representative about how you can incorporate the Marvin Vivid line in your next home or remodel project. Start at goldenstatelumber.com to achieve the wow factor. Find convenient locations across the Bay Area. For over 70 years, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. New York is trading at 5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,875 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Question. Real estate in California. What the Seriously, can someone help? What's an escrow? What's an ARM? What is an REO? What is pre-approval? Can I get pre-approval? Why is inventory so low? Why are interest rates so high? Oh, interest rates not so high? How low is low? How not so high is right?
Before you go down the road of questions, get expert help at championsofhome.com. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hosting this spring? The Great Greek Mediterranean Grill has you covered. Serving award-winning authentic dishes prepared fresh. Dine in or place an order at thegreatgreekgrill.com. For a chance to win a gift card courtesy of the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
Man, this song was like one of my favorites when I was in like first grade. I'm blue, double D, double die, double D, double die, double D, double die.
Were you into Gangnam Style?
Oh, totally. I actually went as, you want to know, and this is from the files of course you did this. Halloween 2012 when I was in college. I went as Psy, the Gangnam Style guy, for Halloween.
I didn't know that was his name.
Oh, yeah. PSI, Psy. He's a Korean artist. K-pop's really big now. He was kind of that first wave before K-pop got big, but what's wrong with K-pop? Carter, Mr. I Hate K-pop. I went as him for Halloween, and we had a whole Halloween party and everything, and literally nobody got it, but I had fun with it, so.
Nobody got that?
Well, it's just a suit with a bow tie, so I mean, you could literally be anybody. You had to do the.
That's when you know your Halloween costume sucks. When you have to explain to everyone what you are.
I know. It's like, you're James Bond, because James Bond was also coming out at that time too. So it was, maybe a swing and a miss of a costume. Hey, I had fun with it. So, but that's just how it is. But yeah, no, I went as Psy for Halloween. I've had a lot of fun Halloween costumes over the years. Was it the year Attack of the Clones came out? I went as Jango Fett for Halloween. So this is not the first time I've dressed up as a Mandalorian.
With or without the head?
The helmet, you mean?
Well, no, he got his head chopped off.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, obviously I kept the head on. I
believe Mace Windu?
Yep. Clean swipe on that one. You ever see the deleted scene on that one as we wait for Zach Bay Rudy?
Yeah, it's way cooler.
Oh, it's just so savage what they did to Jango.
I finished Maul last night. It's an 8-episode
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
And it's like, 25 minutes or so each episode.
Worth it?
So I kind of watched it over like a 2-week period, just bits and pieces. I really liked it.
Yeah.
Darth Maul, I grew to really like the Darth Maul character.
They really underserved him.
Lord.
I mean, he had one line in Phantom Menace, and yet he was still just such a badass character in that movie. As I said earlier in the show, when he did that second ignition of the lightsaber, 6-year-old me in the theater was just like mind blown. Oh. You can have those things on two ends? What? This is awesome. Star Wars is the greatest. I was too young to really realize all the other things going on in Phantom Menace. But do we have Zach Bay Rudy ready? Nope. All right. Well, I guess we're going to keep on this these other conversations here.
Who's pitching tonight?
Who is pitching tonight for the Giants? Let me bring that up here. But the big thing tonight is, again, we got Bryce Eldridge getting called up along with Jesus Rodriguez. That's right. They're doing a bullpen game today. So Trevor McDonald's going to be starting for the Giants.
Who?
And Trevor McDonald.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Padres are sending Randy Vasquez, the right-hander, 3-0 with a 2.94 ERA. So at least we don't have to deal with a lefty tonight. That's a positive. The negative is we're playing one of the hottest teams in baseball in the San Diego Padres, who have been on an absolute tear since the Giants took 2 or 3 from them in San Diego in the second series of the year. So it doesn't get easier, Joe, for this team. You know, you got the Padres this week, tonight, and the next 2 days after. And then an off day, and then you got the Pirates, who they're playing a lot better than we usually expect the Pirates to play. Even though they're in last place in the NL Central, Joe, they're still above 500. So they're still a very, very good baseball team.
What is it, just the White Sox and the Giants, 2 worst teams in baseball?
No, the Mets, actually. The Mets actually have a worse record. The White Sox...
Murakami's got like 14 jacks.
Oh, yeah, they have something fun to watch there on the south side at least. But yeah, the Mets are 12-22, the only team in baseball that is worse than the Giants. The White Sox, that everyone would rather be, they're 16-18. So they're actually on the upswing right now. Before we play the White Sox,
so they have the most amount of losses in baseball, the Giants.
No, the Mets have 22.
So the Mets have more, but we're
and
right
the Angels have 22. They're 13-22. And yeah, other than that, though, we are right. I think we have the third worst run differential at -34.
Ugh.
The only other teams that have a worse run differential are the Phillies, who obviously they closed that gap a little bit against the Giants this past week. And let's see, there was someone else in there. No.
Giants are 6-12 on the road.
Giants have the second worst run differential. My bad.
God, 6-12.
So there's no fun way of looking at it. Their expected win-loss record is exactly what it is, 13-21.
Longest losing streak in baseball currently.
Hell yeah. At least they're number one in something. It's not the thing you want to be number one in. Pirates, they're 19-16. Got to deal with them after the Padres. And then you got to go down to L.A. for 4 games. And, they're going to be just chomping at the bit to take a swing at the Giants at home after things got kind of not really testy when they were up here. And then you got to go to Sacramento to play the A's, who this is kind of surprising, Joe. The A's are at first place in the AL West right now.
I mean, are you surprised by that?
Not really. I mean, the rest of the AL West isn't that great. The A's still don't have great pitching. The Mariners are kind of stumbled around a little bit, but they're the only team above 500 in that division. That's kind of surprising.
I mean, look, the Astros were bound to, finally have the well-run dry on them at some level. And that's a team I'm very interested to see what they end up doing. They've got one big trade piece.
The Astros?
Yeah.
And Altuve, yeah.
No, I was going to say Yordan Alvarez. Like, you can net a haul for him if you were to consider that, like a haul. The Giants couldn't even be a player in that because, again, they've got Devers and Bryce kind of locked into this DH first base thing forever. And you really don't want Alvarez in the outfield. I mean, he could, I guess, play a little left field for you, but...
Listen, if Barry Bonds in 2007 can play a somewhat passable left field, I feel like that's a low bar, but I feel like a lot of people can clear that bar. So I don't know, maybe if you had to sacrifice some defense in left field to get a little bit more offense, I mean, honestly, at this point, are the Giants really in a position to say no to that?
No.
So I don't know, maybe that's really what they got to do. And then after that A's series, they got to go to Arizona to take on the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks, they're playing pretty well right now. I mean, they are 16-17. They're in a 4-game losing streak, but you don't feel comfortable about them either. So, like, Joe, this could really spiral out of control over the next 2.5 weeks before they host the White Sox going into the Memorial Day weekend.
So you weren't here on Friday, but we were going on and on and on and on. And Grandy kept talking about the core, right?
The core.
And I was just like rolling my eyes. And it's not a fault of his. When I hear people say, like, the core, we have a core, like, there's obviously levels to a core. And I view this as such a low-level core in general. Even if I was the most optimistic, again, the analogy would be like, this would be like a Kings fan telling, a Thunder fan, we've got a core of DeMar DeRozan.
It's not a good
Zach
core.
LaVine, and we got Sabonis. You'd be like, that's not a core.
Sure, have fun with your core.
And I'm not trying to be dismissive of some of these other guys. It's just, I look at Rafi. Rafi is just so underperforming what his baseball card is. It's incomprehensible.
Yeah.
Adames has been kind of up and down throughout his career.
He's kind of, in a sense, been what you expect from him. We got our guy, Zach Bay Rudy, ready. So
okay.
I like where you're going with this conversation. Just put a pin in this, get back to it. But Zach Bay Rudy, he joins us right now on the River Islands guest line. He's the play-by-play voice of the Sacramento River Cats. You can find him on Twitter at Zach Bay Rudy. Zach, so glad to have you joining us on the show today. And I think a lot of Giants fans were very excited to hear the news that Bryce Eldridge is joining this team. Were you surprised it took this long for Bryce to get the call up to the big league club?
Oh, thanks for having me, first of all. And no, I'm not surprised. And, I think maybe even if the Giants were in a better place right now, I think you might still see Bryce in AAA. I mean, they wanted him to get as many reps as he could, at first base and playing every day. But I think obviously the timing of everything, he certainly was locked in this past week when we were in Salt Lake. So, I'm not surprised it took this long. I think people nowadays expect guys to go right up and just be up there. But there's development that happens, and I think he was still, experiencing some good developmental moments at AAA.
Well, yeah, and I think even guys in the bigs are developing still at a younger level. So do you think he's ready? We'll get to the skill set and what he's done the last week, but is the timing, from your prerogative, is it the right time for him?
Sure. I mean, it is fascinating timing because you look at what he's done at the plate, in Sacramento, and, he struck out a third of his at-bats, but he's also drawn the most walks of anybody on the team. And, he's making consistent contact. He was really lighting it up this past week. I mean, he was seeing everything well and, didn't look like he was fooled much. And I think he defensively is better than most people think. He only committed one error. It was the other day in Salt Lake. He's only committed one error so far this season at first base. So I think he's ready. Do I think maybe there could have been more development along the way? Sure. But, I think we'll see what happens in the big leagues. And, there's development that happens there, like you said, as well. But he certainly was off to a really good start with the River Cats and is coming off a great series. So he's got some momentum going into San Francisco.
So the raw power jumps off the TV. It jumps off all the highlight packages. You keep referencing kind of some more development. What does he need to work on?
It's the swing and miss, obviously. Like, you strike out a third of the time you come up. And I know that might be kind of par for the course right now, with guys in the major leagues. I come from an era where guys didn't strike out that much, so maybe I'm just kind of a dinosaur. But, I think that there was still some of that happening. You go back to the last homestand when we were in Sacramento before we hit the road, and I think he finished that homestand, I want to say 3 for 17. So there have been some rough stretches in there as well. But, I think there's always development that is happening. And, Bryce is 21 years old. So it's going to be interesting to see when he gets up there, if pitchers can find some holes and if they exploit those holes. But, he's certainly capable and he's beyond his years. He's only 21 years old, but he doesn't play like he's 21 years old. So, I'm all in on Bryce. I don't mean to sound like I'm not. I'm all in on Bryce. It's just that, at 21 years old, there's, I think, development still happening. And, I think he's going to crush it in the big leagues. I do.
Well, this is why we're having you on. You're watching him. We're not. I'm watching Rafi Devers every single day. And I'm like, sure. I saw this stat, he's swinging through, balls right down, fastballs right down the heart of the plate 50% of the time. And I'm like, if you would have told me it was 75% of the time, I would believe you. The at-bats look awful, like absolutely awful. From the at-bats that you're watching from Bryce, how do I attribute so many strikeouts? Is it a lack of discipline in terms of not knowing the zone? Is he being fooled? Is he being pitched around and he's impatient? Like, what does it look like from your vantage point? Because you're watching every day. Because we just see the raw strikeout numbers, and I don't have context for that.
Sure. I mean, that's why I say it's fascinating, because the at-bats have not been bad. He's actually worked very quality at-bats. I don't think he's being fooled that much. I mean, I just think a guy that swings like he does is going to swing and miss his fair share of times. But I think the evidence of the quality at bats is in the number of walks that he's taken. He has shown great plate discipline and much better plate discipline this year than we saw last year. And he's not nearly exposed as much this year as he was last year at AAA. And when you're in AAA, you're going to face pitching that is experienced. I mean, these pitchers at the AAA level are major league veterans and guys who have pitched internationally and all over the world. So they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly how to get you out. And it becomes kind of a chess match. So I don't think he's been exposed, and the at-bats have been pretty quality consistently here this year. So, I just think he swings and misses his fair share, and with a guy that has that type of power, you're going to get that, and you got to take the good with the bad.
Zach Bay Rudy here joining us on the River Islands guest line. He's the play-by-play voice for the Sacramento River Cats. He's seen a lot of Bryce Eldridge play baseball this year. That's why we're talking to him. Zach, you mentioned a minute ago that he's been looking a lot better on defense. I think you said he had only one error at first base. Just in your eyes, where do you think the defensive improvement has shown the most so far this season? And if you were to pick something out of his defensive game that, maybe he still needs to work on, what would you highlight there?
Bryce, it's funny. I'll go back to a moment that I had with Bryce last year. I think we were in Oklahoma City and we were just chatting, and he was, he mentioned to me that he was upset that he thought that, people that were in San Francisco didn't think he could play first base, and that he thought he was a better first baseman than people give him credit for. And I would agree with that. He's had soft hands this year. I think maybe with the one thing he might need a little work on and maybe some more reps is just kind of picking the ball at first. But people don't understand that he didn't play first base in high school. I mean, he was a pitcher. So it's a position that he's learning. He's worked really hard at it. He goes out there for early work every day, and he's much improved. I mean, he has been consistently good, as evidenced by the fact that he made one error, and it was just the other night, like 30 games into the season. So I think he's going to be better over there than most people give him credit for.
And then I guess, to your knowledge, has he taken any fly balls in the outfield at all, 4 games or anything like that? Because he got a cup, like one day taking fly balls in left field. That got people thinking. Has he taken any fly balls in the outfield at all this season, to your knowledge?
I would be very surprised to see Bryce play the outfield in the big leagues. I'll put it that way. He is not that I've seen. I have not seen him have any reps in the outfield. He has been consistently at first base every day, and that's something, certainly the Giants wanted to expose him to at AAA this year.
Now, you said you've been around him a lot. What's he like as a guy? When we got a little glimpse of Brock Purdy at a very young age, it's like, wow, he's very mature. He is very serious. And ball is life. There's nothing else. And that was very, important, I think, to a lot of 49er fans. Where's Bryce at in terms of, what kind of guy he is?
He's a great dude. He is a fantastic human being. He is, as I mentioned, he's kind of mature beyond his years, a 21-year-old who, had that big signing bonus and all the accolades and all the attention on him. He couldn't handle it any better than he's handled it. I asked him a couple weeks ago, we were in Tacoma, and I interviewed him for my pregame show. And my last question to him was, how do you handle it? I mean, it's a lot of pressure for being 21 years old. It's a huge market. He goes, you know what? I deleted my Twitter. I just don't pay attention anymore to the noise. Because that's something that players back in the day didn't even have to deal with. I mean, this is something that's new. I mean, this is a new kind of pressure that players have to experience. And he said, you know what? Baseball is what I do. It's not who I am. And I got the same exact answer a handful of years ago from Corbin Carroll when I interviewed him when I was with Reno and he was coming up with the Diamondbacks. And that to me is the comp. Corbin Carroll was the same age as Bryce, and they were both advanced beyond their years mentally. And so I was fascinated by that answer from Bryce, and that just, I think, gives you an insight as to what kind of a person he is, and I think it helps him be a better player that he thinks that way.
What's he like as a teammate? To go down after being with the big club in spring training. Some guys maybe, think that they don't belong down there. So what's he been like as a teammate for those guys on that team?
Oh, that's not Bryce at all. I don't think he had any illusions. I think everybody that was kind of in the know knew that he was, unless something crazy happened in spring training, that he was going to start back in Sacramento, and there was no entitlement, none. I think he was grateful to have that experience last year. I think it was really kind of unexpected. I remember when he got called up, we were in the TSA line in Oklahoma City. And it was like right as he was about to go through the screener, and he was shocked. I mean, it wasn't like he was like, oh, yeah, I saw it coming. Like, he was truly grateful for the opportunity. And I think he knows that there was still development to be had. I mean, he wanted to be up there, sure, but he's also 21 years old. He understands what the situation is. He understands what the personnel situation is in the big leagues. And I think he was more than willing to develop and just kind of wait for the opportunity. So, there was no entitlement. He's a fantastic teammate and just a pleasure for everyone to be around.
What's the guy like when he's struggling? Because I think that's a big thing in baseball. Like everybody looks good when they're balling out of control. What's his demeanor like? I mean, is he slam the bat on the ground kind of a guy? Break a bat over his knee? Is he stoic? Does he show no emotion? What's he like when he's struggling?
No, I've never ever seen Bryce lose it. Have I seen him kind of maybe give himself a talking to as he walks back to the dugout after a tough AB? Sure, but I've never seen him go off on himself. And obviously that's kind of the makeup you want in baseball, is you want someone who keeps it steady and an even keel, and that's who Bryce is. Unless he's done something in the shadows I haven't seen. I mean, I have not heard any stories. I mean, he's a guy who keeps it even, keeps it easy, and believes in his ability.
Zach Bay Rudy here joining us on the River Islands guest line, play-by-play voice of the Sacramento River Cats. Zach, Bryce isn't the only guy getting called up. We're also going to see catcher Jesus Rodriguez. Of course, he was acquired in the Camilo Doval trade last year from the Yankees. Just give us a little rundown on Jesus. How's he looked at the plate? How's he looking behind the plate so far this year?
Yeah, I know Bryce is the headliner here, but don't sleep on Jesus Rodriguez. He's a guy that, Buster acquired him for a reason. It's because he puts the bat on the ball. He's got tremendous skills in that area. Behind the plate, he's fine. I mean, he's fine. He's not Patrick Bailey, but he's going to hold his own back there and be fine. He's a guy who has plus speed for a catcher, so he's fun to watch run. He can run the bases. He can play pretty much any position, second base, outfield. We've seen him play both of those positions this season. And talk about a guy that's a self-made guy. He signed, I think, for about $10,000 with the Yankees. He was not on the radar of any of the prospect outlets, and he turned himself into a dude. And I'm a big fan of guys like that. So don't sleep on Jesus Rodriguez. I think he's really going to crush it up there.
I like that. Is there anyone else that we should keep our eyes on that you're watching and you're like, this guy's coming, be it on your team, or maybe there's murmurs that you're hearing might be on his way up through the system? Where's Wisenhunt? I'm just, Giants fans, we're just down bad right now. I mean, we're down bad. Sure. We're needing any kind of spark. So is there anybody we should be optimistic about that we may see this year?
Well, I think both the Carsons, I'm going to go jump over to the pitching side. I think Carson Wisenhunt and especially Carson Seymour are two guys who are probably close. I mean, Wiz pitched yesterday and was outstanding. The key for Wisenhunt is he's got to develop that third pitch, which is the slider, which he actually threw really well yesterday. And that's only going to enhance his changeup when he masters that slider a little bit more. But Carson Seymour, for me, has been the guy to watch. I mean, he's got that power two-seamer 97, 98, and you talk to any scout or any guy who's had to step in the box and face Carson Seymour, and they're like, this is really elite stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised to see either of the Carsons jump up there anytime soon, and I think they're both capable and can go up and right now pitch in the big leagues and get plenty of outs.
Oh, that is terrific to hear, Zach. It's terrific to hear your voice on the Morning Roast. We'll have to do this more often as more guys from the River Cats join the Giants. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Anytime, guys. Have a great day.
Awesome. That was the voice of Zach Bay Rudy on the River Islands guest line, play-by-play voice of the Sacramento River Cats. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. As excited as we are for Bryce Eldridge, do not sleep on Jesus Rodriguez, Joe.
What was the thing that got you most excited? Because I know exactly what it is for me.
I mean, for me, I love the fact that he's a lot better on defense, Bryce Eldridge. And also, I think he said he's showing a lot better plate discipline. He's leading the team in walks right now on the River Cats, which, sure, the strikeouts stink. But if he's also drawing walks at the same time and putting the ball in play, kind of like with Rafi Devers, when he's striking out a lot, you'll accept it if he's walking, getting hits. So maybe we'll do something similar for Bryce Eldridge.
When he said Corbin Carroll and him had the same kind of like...
I knew you were going to love that.
Maturation, and like there was just a look and they were about the same time they got called up. And, that first year for Corbin Carroll, I don't know, it was like the end of the year, maybe last 40 games or so. And then they gave him this big contract, and it was like, really? Mm-hmm. And it was like, wow, you could see the speed and the power for a small guy. And, his first full season, he had 30 jacks.
Yeah, I took him to the World Series. He was drafted after Hunter Bishop, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that was...
Another guy.
Yeah, another what could have been there.
But, 30 doubles. He had, I want to say he had double-digit triples his first year. Like, he was unbelievable. And he struck out, a fair amount. He does strike out 130, 140 times a year. But, he's got unbelievable tools. He just hasn't been healthy the last couple of years.
I think the other thing, I knew you would point out the Corbin Carroll thing because you've always been so big on him. But you also talk about the mental makeup of Bryce Eldridge. Sounds really good, too.
Really important.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like... Because I think that's part of the reason why I think the Giants want to keep him in AAA is they want to see him... This is just my theory. I'm not speaking for the Giants on this one. But they want to see him go through a rough patch. And they want to see how he handles it. Joe, baseball's a very mental game. As Yogi Berra famously said, 90% of the game is mental. The other half is physical. And I don't think that's just a goofy Yogi Berra quote. I do think that is a very good representation of the mental physical balance of this game. And to know that your young prospect can have this game just kick the everlasting poop out of you and humble you to the nth degree, and you're still showing up to work with a smile on your face as a 21-year-old, that's not nothing. So I love that we have a mentally strong kid coming in here who's, smarter at the plate, drawing more walks, the power's still there. And the other thing, Jesus Rodriguez, he's been playing all over the place. Better offensive profile, I think, than Bailey, but the plus speed for a catcher, I'm curious to see what that looks like, too. Rodriguez was a guy I saw a lot when I was down there in spring training, Joe, and I loved his at-bats. Like, I really did. I don't know how much it'll translate into the regular season defensively. Like, I out of my friend who was down there with me, like, he thought that he could already push Bailey defensively as a catcher, and I was like, I don't know about that. I don't know. I might be open to that now at this point.
And the strikeout thing is an interesting one for Eldridge. Let's talk about it on the other side, because there's a player that hit the ground running last year who struck out a lot, who's a young player, and is right about the same, 1/3 strikeout per at-bat rate that he's at.
Ooh, can't wait to hear that. We'll get into that on the other side. As you know, we are live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 95.7 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community to our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of Game Pass Pro. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fairmont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger, to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Inherited a home? Done being a landlord? Helping parents downsize? We've bought over 1,500 Bay Area homes since 2016. As is, on your timeline. No pressure. Call 510-462-2000 or search John Buys Bay Area Houses. 510-462-2000.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
Just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is San Jose Jazz Fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
What's up, Jazz Fan? This is the Morning Roast, Sam Lum and Joe Shasky. I wonder who San Jose Jazz Fan's favorite Star Wars character is. Why am I bringing up Star Wars? Because Joe, 49 years ago today.
Old Ben.
Yeah. Oh, he's definitely the old Ben Kenobi.
100%.
That is a good one there. But yeah, 49 years ago today, A New Hope debuted in theaters, and the world was changed forever because we had Star Wars in our lives. Do you ever still meet people who have never seen any Star Wars?
Yeah, his name's Bonte Hill.
No, Bonte's definitely seen every Star Wars. I think he's a closeted Star Wars fan. Secret Star Wars fan. I don't want to say
May
closeted.
the 4th be with you. If our boss was a Star Wars character, who would he be?
Well, Steven Rizzo just said that he's never seen Star Wars, and I kind of don't want him to be our producer anymore.
Would he be R2-D2?
Look. I think he'd be 3PO. He'd be freaking out about everything. Trying to tell us what to do.
3PO.
Joe, the odds of this segment hitting are 1,403 to 1.
That's Sam the engineer.
That's actually a good point. Actually, I think Sam the engineer would be R2-D2 because he's always fixing stuff.
That's true.
Doesn't really say a whole lot unless you get him mad. But that's a different story. Who would Carter be?
Loveman, you're like Jar Jar Binks.
No, don't do that to me.
Somehow.
I'm like I'm more fun than that.
Okay.
What's Carter? Is Carter Chewbacca?
Oh, he's 100% Chewbacca.
Because he's big
Everyone
and friendly.
loves him.
Yeah. I can see that.
The Rockets lost.
I like that. What about Guru? Who would Guru be? Well, I guess Guru thinks he's Lando. Should we just give that to him?
He thinks he's Lando Calrissian because it's the cape.
Yeah, that's a good one, too.
Yeah.
What about Willard? Willard and Dibs. Which Star Wars character would they be?
Willard actually might be C-3PO.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see him kind of being like an Obi-Wan-ness, too.
Yeah.
Because he's always trying to... Because, Obi-Wan's whole thing was, I'm gonna educate Anakin. And then he failed, whereas Willard always tries to educate us on everything. Because he's so wise. There's that one. And then
I think Dibs has got to be Anakin's uncle. Or Luke's uncle.
Owen Lars?
Yeah, Owen. Yeah, 100%.
That's true. I mean, Owen Lars, he was in need of a closer.
Well, it's the fact that he can't walk very well.
That's true.
And I'm not being mean to Dibs. I'm just saying.
Cleat Lars. Yeah, that's the guy who married Shmi Skywalker.
Wasn't he like driving around in like a hovercraft?
Yeah, because he
laughing.
I think he lost his leg. He lost his leg chasing after the Tusken Raiders.
Exactly.
That's a great pull, actually. Yeah. I like that one.
I was in need of a hovercraft.
Go get your hovercraft from R&S Hovercrafts.
What does that make me? Does that make me Anakin? I go to the dark side every couple of days?
That's a good comp, yeah. Yeah, I like the Anakin comp there for you. Because, you do kind of get mad sometimes at the younglings, too. So, that'll happen. By younglings, I mean like the younger producers here who just get things wrong sometimes.
Who's the Emperor, then?
I guess in theory, shouldn't that be Nahegian?
Yeah, but it's not.
No. Look. My plans are complete. Pop in here when you get a set chance. I need to tell you about this Death Star.
I'm creating the greatest social media campaign ever.
Soon it will be complete.
There we go. That's pretty funny. Loveman, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I do some
Who's
good.
Darth Vader, then? Do we have one?
It's got to be DeBonte. I feel like Bonte is the Darth Vader of 95.7.
Deep down inside, he's actually really soft.
Exactly, deep down.
Yeah,
Why
that's
I still
actually a
make.
really good call.
I still think deep down
That's
inside.
actually a really good call.
Like I said, I think he's a secret Star Wars fan. I think he's seen all the movies. He's got his little note cards from NBC with all of his Star Wars thoughts on them. So there we go. God, I can't believe you call me Jar Jar, but that kind of makes sense. I like to be like a Boba Fett, the strong silent type. I think I talk too much for that. But anyway,
strong silent type.
Yeah, that was Boba Fett. But I'm too talkative to be that. Boba Fett's my favorite Star Wars character, so that's where that comes from. Who's your Star Wars character? We'll jump back into sports as soon as you answer this question.
Who's my favorite?
Yeah.
Well, Darth Vader's one of the greatest characters of all time.
Okay, but is he your favorite?
He's pretty close.
Okay, well, if it's not him, who is it?
It would probably be Luke. I mean, Luke's amazing, dude.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he is kind of the...
You're either a Luke or a Han guy, and I loved Han, but I'm a Luke.
No, Luke's a good choice, too. He was the guy who... It was kind of him who brought balance to the Force, much as the same way that Bryce Eldridge is the new hope for the Giants.
I like that.
Who will bring balance
to
the lineup.
You're landed it.
Well, yeah, that was the plan the whole time.
I like that.
And Bryce Eldridge, all you got to do is fix everything, kind of like how Luke did. No pressure on you, kid. There we go. Show's over. Yay, we did it. No, 888-957-9570 is the number here. The 9 o'clock hour. It is the goofy hour. What are your expectations for Bryce Eldridge? And I guess to a lesser extent, Jesus Rodriguez, if you really want to nerd out about it. Tonight, now that he has been called up for the Giants here. Joe, what are your expectations? First off, 707.
I'm trying not to have any. God, I'd love to see him just rip one off the wall tonight. I'm trying not to put that out there and put expectations. There's a guy last year who hit the ground running. He played in 120 games, struck out a third of the time, hit 36 jacks. Now, I'm not expecting this guy to hit 36 jacks, but Nick Kurtz, who is one of the best young power hitters in the game, even though this year hasn't been as productive as he'd like. It's early. He's got the same amount of home runs as Devers and Adames combined, 5. But last year, 36, 86, and 290. He also struck out 151 times. So if we're looking at somebody who could be kind of like a template type player for what you're hoping and praying to God that Bryce Eldridge maybe all of next year looks like, it would be Nick Kurtz.
That would be a dream, I think, if Bryce Eldridge. Bryce Eldridge.
That's what I'm saying. This is like the highest end.
Yeah. Honestly, again, if Bryce Eldridge comes out, and I don't know what will be a good line for him the rest of the year. I don't even want to get into that. I don't even want to put that kind of thought in my head. Honestly, my expectations for him is come up and just play your game. Don't try and save this lineup. Don't try and hit a home run every single time. Just come up, swing the bat like you have been, just try and get singles and doubles. Because, Joe, it's kind of like, I think we said this earlier in the show, baseball, kind of like golf, the harder you try, the harder it becomes. And I think he just needs to come up, stay the course of what he's been doing, and all the results after that will come.
What he can't do is he can't do what Luciano did, which is come into the game, boot the ball around, look overmatched at the plate, and just deflate all optimism regarding his long-term future. Like, that's what cannot happen.
That's probably the worst case scenario, and then you're looking at a season that, I mean, if it's going off the rails right now, that's a season that's spiraling out of control.
Oh, the only way this gets worse is if he gets exposed and it's just not good at all.
Yeah, and that's kind of where the strikeout rate worries me. The fact that he's striking out 30% of his at-bats at the AAA level. Now he's going to be facing better pitchers here. Like, I don't want to get too wrapped up in the strikeout rate, Joe, but it's hard for me not to think about it.
But there's a difference between when you watch an Thomas at bat and he doesn't even come close to fouling off anything. You're like, all right, that's a legit strikeout. It's another to like have a 9-pitch at bat and then strike out.
Yeah.
Where you foul off a couple and then eventually you get fooled. But you like,
I agree.
I think that there's context in it. Like, you always like to bring up Brandon Belt and how many actual like raw pitches that he would take. And there's some truth to that. Like, he would have a 12, 13 pitch at bat. And yeah, it might end up in a strikeout, but he wore that guy down. And that to me is a good at bat.
I agree.
Poor result when it was all said and done, but a good at bat. So I'm not necessarily hyper fixated on the overall raw strikeout numbers. Like, what do the at bats look like?
That's a good point. I think, yeah, I mean, can he lay off the low and away stuff, which I remember the games I saw from him in spring training. The one game I remember specifically, it was the Tuesday day game I went to, the Giants at the Guardians, and it seemed like those low and away pitches, they love peppering him those low and away pitches because it almost, from my angle that I had, it was almost like he was too tall to go down and get those pitches. Like, because this guy's 6 feet 7 inches. So, like, I think that was part of it. Again, I don't think he's actually that too tall to go get some of those pitches, but that was just something that kind of stuck out to me that day. I'm curious to see how much that has changed from a one day in spring training to what we're going to see now in terms of how he is able to avoid chasing some of those outside pitches, which is, again, you bring up the Adames thing. I mean, Adames loves chasing those low and away pitches.
Well, and the ones up above his letters. He loves that one too. This goes back to his swing path and how long his swing is, and I think it's a double whammy, and I'm looking at stances. Did you know that Rafi Devers has the most open stance in Major League Baseball?
I haven't seen a stance that open since Luis Gonzalez. It's the Diamondbacks, Luis Gonzalez.
By far and away. They do like these percentages on how open it is. It's by far and away the most open.
Do you have who the second and third are? Or
just his.
He just had that?
62% open, they say, right?
I mean, you don't see, that's why I bring up Luis Gonzalez, again, the Diamondbacks one, not the Giants one, because he's the only other guy who I remember having a stance just that wide open.
Jung-Hoo Lee starts open, but by the time that he starts to move his feet and everything, he ends up closing it. Adames is much more closed. So I think both guys need to look at, where are their hands pre-pitch? Where are they when they load? Well, what are you open? Are you closed? Like, I would switch some stuff up. I think both guys need to look at their batting stance and where they position their hands and everything. And I think they need to legitimately look at a swing change.
Yeah. And I don't know how, those are guys, they've been around for a long time. Willie and Rafi, they've had success doing things.
Yeah, but Rafi's adjusted a lot over the years. And I've seen a lot of different breakdowns on how close, how open he was in Boston over the years and how he's really he's gone dramatically open.
Mm-hmm. Again, I wonder how open they're going to be to tinkering stuff.
And the hands are so curled up in, right, that he's having a hard time leading with the knob, which is a thing that you say about, hitting the inside pitch.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, and that's why he gets jammed up a lot. If they do tinker with the swing, I'd love to see it because what they're doing right now just isn't working. Back to Eldridge, though. The other thing, again, that Zach Bay Rudy said, again, if you missed that interview, go back and check it out on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. He said the defense at first base is getting a lot better, just the one error that he's had so far, which is tremendous to hear. I love the fact that Eldridge has kind of taken exception to the fact that people doubt his defense. But he said, the one thing he kind of needs to work on is can he get those pick plays on some of those throws? And I'm not going to lie, Joe, that line from Zach Bay Rudy kind of made me go, ooh.
Yeah, but who's making pick plays right now at first?
Exactly. No one really. I mean, Rafi struggled with it. Casey struggled with it. That's my problem. It's is this going to be another problem that continues? Do I need to worry about Matt Chapman cursing out Bryce Eldridge on the mound because he can't catch the ball on some of these pick plays. Again, if I'm picking out things that, concern me. Yeah, it was just.
You're getting hyperly worried.
Probably.
I wouldn't be that worried.
Oh.
If he hits, everything will fall in line.
Oh, absolutely. Again, I'll admit, that's probably a nitpick there in terms of, again, that's just something that stuck out to me in our conversation with Zach Bay Rudy. It was just, of all the things, of course, we're going to have to keep continuing with the pick issues at first base, I guess. And maybe, I don't know, hopefully he does.
Did you see what the Yankees did?
What did the Yankees do?
They're going to send down Anthony Volpe to the minors.
Oh, really?
He's a New Jersey product, grew up rooting for the entire, Yankee organization his whole life, and it feels like they're on the outs with him. They've needed a third baseman. They're kind of supplementing things at both spots, third and short. And Volpe has just not lived up to expectations. I wonder if the Giants could buy low on someone like him and find a way to, again, I wonder if the Yankees would be in on taking one of our guys.
For Volpe, like you're
Volpe and something for one of those guys. I'm dead serious on that.
I mean, you brought him.
Volpe's a buy low candidate. He's not great right now at all. He's a fringe major leaguer.
I mean, he had that big weekend against the Brewers last year. Has he even gotten a hit since that weekend? I mean, he has, but that's kind of what it feels like. I mean, everyone made a big deal about the Volpedo, when he had the torpedo bat, and those went out of style almost immediately.
Well, no. See, no. Torpedo bats are still around. Every company's still making them. Just, is every single player using them in the league? No. But you have a handful of guys on every team that are using them, and now they've really proliferated into the youth scene where now there's so many different models that you can buy. The torpedo, every team makes, or every bat company makes various versions of torpedo bats now. All it is the sweet spot mean moved down a little.
All right, maybe out of styles, but
it's not as hot to try.
I thought we were going to hear about him a lot last year, and I remember you did the video about torpedo bats after that weekend, and I think we heard him pop up a little bit when certain guys in the Giants clubhouse finally got some. There was a massive backlog that they had to fill because everyone ordered them, and I feel like no one's talked about him at all, really, since, even though they've been around, no one's really talked about him. I'd be interested, if you could do a buy low on Volpe, and if it takes someone like a Matt Chapman off of your hands to free up some of that money and free up your lineup a little bit, at this point, Joe, I don't think the Giants are in a position to say no to any idea like that.
Yeah, the Yankees aren't taking on $150 million of either of these guys.
No, you're going to have
just not.
You're going to have to eat a very fat chunk of change. There's no way out of this that's cheap. Like, there's no way out of this. It's not going to require you to pay a baseball player a lot of money to go play baseball somewhere else, which is, you never want to be in those situations. No. Unfortunately, the Giants, that's kind of where they're at. And when they're a team that I don't know how strong their financials are right now, like, I'm curious how much money they even can eat on some of these contracts, or how much money they feel comfortable eating on some of these contracts.
And how's that going to affect business moving forward if you do?
I mean, Joe, what if the option is just like we're going to have to hold on to some of these bad contracts for a couple of years and wait till there's less money on them before we move them, before anyone will take? I mean, that's kind of, goes back to the other conversation when we're pointing blame. This is the kind of situation that Buster Posey's kind of backed this team into, so to speak, with some of the contracts that he's given out. And we liked them at the time. We thought that we were getting a win-now core, and I know you don't like that term core for this team, but the reality is they bet wrong on the wrong core. And Bryce Eldridge is here today, and maybe this is kind of a spark plug that kind of helps settle that core in. Maybe he's the young guy that's supposed to be the homegrown core, and these are the pillars around the homegrown core.
Now you're writing the Disney story.
I'm grasping at straws here.
Eldridge came up, and everything fell into place.
And Jesus Rodriguez.
I would love that, but they need a lot to go right. No, one thing I will say is that hitting is contagious. When it's going well, everyone's hitting well. When it's going bad, everyone's hitting bad. It is a very contagious sport in that sense. And so would it surprise me that him or Jesus is the spark to get things going? No, I wouldn't be that surprised. But I'd be more surprised to see them continue to be this awful.
Yeah.
Like, if Devers is this awful and it's July 1st, you're talking about one of the worst contracts in the sport.
And then it's not going to get any easier, Joe, because you're stuck with him for the next 9 years. And that's just, you're going to have to work around that for so long.
9 years.
And that's kind of why I think part of it, they just got to figure it out.
9 years.
Like, I always remember this SNL sketch from years ago. This is 2008. Kenan Thompson did this thing where he was a correspondent talking about the collapse of the economy. He's talking about, what they got to do to fix it.
9 more years.
Step one was fix it. Then step 2 is repeat step 1 until the problem is fixed. That's where I feel like the Giants are at right now. They just have to fix it and then keep trying to fix it until it's fixed.
Internally, do you think Buster regrets one deal over the other? Harrison is balling right now with Milwaukee. They've figured out his arm slot. They've figured out get rid of the cutter. We're just going to go with the fastball. We're going to change your change-up grip. And he's been excelling. I mean, he's been excelling. This is the Schmidt. This is the Harrison that we all wanted. And they've really figured it out with him. Do you think he regrets the Devers trade? Do you think he regrets the Adames one or the Chapman one? Or, I mean, obviously there's regret on some level on all three. I'm talking about which one he regrets most.
I feel like, I mean, the Devers one, I think you could still salvage.
I still think I'd do that deal, as bad as that sounds.
He could figure out how to hit again.
Yeah.
The Adames one, I think, might be more concerning, but I also think Buster brought Adames in to kind of set a precedent that, like, we're going to get big names in here. And I think Buster was trying to send a message with the Adames deal, which is the days of the Giants playing soft in the free agent market are over, and I don't think Buster would regret making that statement. Maybe he made it on the wrong guy, but I don't think he regrets the statement, so I'm kind of giving you a non-answer answer here. Maybe if Harrison works out, you start to feel regret there because maybe there's a level of Buster thinking, why couldn't we figure that thing out? I think this is a level of the Brewers are just that smart when it comes to developing in the terms of Harrison. Like, I do think they reworked his changeup. You talked about the new arm slot there.
Yeah,
that really
put his arm slot back to where it was when he was in high school.
Yeah, I was watching.
I thought that was really interesting.
On Friday, I was watching the Brewers. Who are they playing? It doesn't matter who they were playing, but I was watching the broadcast. The Brewers, I think it was the Reds, and Harrison was on the mound, and the broadcaster was talking about how, like, the reason Harrison's, again, the reworked changeup and the slurve has looked a lot better in part because of the reworked arm angle there, the reworked arm slot.
They ditched the cutter, too. They went straight to the 4 and 2-seam fastball.
And they reawakened the fastball there. And I wonder if the regret there is just like, why couldn't we have, fixed Kyle Harrison?
There's a definitely big part of that. But, like, also Tibbs is balling for the Dodgers.
And that's the worst part of it is that's the one that, for me personally, Joe, is going to make me regret the Rafi deal is when James Tibbs grows up and becomes, like, the next all-star outfielder for those people. Or even worse, he's going to be the centerpiece of the trade that nets them Paul Skeens in a couple months. That's the nightmares that play through my head. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. What are your expectations for Bryce Eldridge tonight now that he's been called up? Drew in San Jose. How you feeling today, Drew? You're on the roast. What do you got?
Hey, guys. Yeah, first time I'm calling in. Thanks for taking my call. I really, really appreciate it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like this is a disaster, and it all goes back to, like, not building up the farm system because, like, if you look at baseball, right, the successful baseball teams of the past decade, they always had a farm system that they could go back to, and it's impossible to build your baseball team just off of free agency. And it felt like that's what the Giants were trying to do. They were trying to do that with Chapman, with Adames, and then finally with the Devers trade. And I keep going back to this because, like, it keeps nagging at me. But that 108-win season the Giants had was kind of the worst thing to happen to this team because it put this team on a pedestal where they didn't know what to do next, and they never really hit the ground running from there. They were a 500 team who happened to catch lightning in a bottle, right? And it sort of set up like a wrong set of expectations for the team going forward. And I think we're still paying the consequences of that today. I think Buster still looks at that and says, oh, like we're actually pretty close. We just need to make a move here and move there. Eventually it comes back to bite you. But I mean, however, where do we go from here? I definitely think you do have to trade some people, and you do have to work around a couple of people. I think the Devers contract, I think you're just stuck with it. I don't know if anybody's taking on that money. So you just have to try and fix them. And again, it just comes down to, like, player development in the minors and in the major leagues. And when Vitello came in, I actually thought he was going to help a lot in that respect. I thought he was I thought he was a teacher. I thought that he was going to, like, get the most, like, squeeze the lemon, like the juice out of this team. But that kind of hasn't happened yet. I'm hoping with more youth and more energy, we start to see some of that player development and teaching take place rather than going in and trying to win every game. I'm very much open to a rebuild right now. I think that's the only way to like fix this team going forward. Yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah,
open
great.
to a rebuild already.
Great first call there, Drew. I think the bringing in the youthful energy, I'm curious how that's going to impact this team, because we saw with Drew Gilbert last year. Not that Drew Gilbert he's a fine baseball player, but he's not a world-changing prospect. But having him in the dugout and how much fun he was having in the dugout and the energy he brought, getting choked by Matt Chapman in celebration and stuff like that. Like, I do think that kind of put a pep in this team's step last year. It just made coming into work a little bit more fun for these guys. I mean, they're playing baseball. It should be fun to begin with. But I do think that had a effect on the team. I'm not going to sit here and try and figure out and quantify the effect, but I do think that the energy Gilbert brought was a positive for this team last year. If Bryce can come up, look good out the gate, like, can you just do like one good thing a game? Like, let's start with that.
Gilbert's not a microcosm of the farm development for the last decade and then into the next decade.
Oh, no,
there's a microcosm of like Gilbert's kind of found money, right? Yeah. And if he does anything good, okay. Like, we're not living and dying on Drew Gilbert.
Oh, no, that's not what the point I was making.
I know, but what I'm saying is this guy, like, yeah, he could bring a spark. Like, he has to produce. There's such a level of, like, and fair or not, whether he develops or if he's good or if he's not, like, we're gonna just all make sweeping proclamations on the remainder of all these other guys that are coming through the system. Look, if he sucks, all the Johnny Level videos that I see all across my timeline, I'm going to be like, eye roll.
Yeah, because we know how this ends.
Oh, well, I did it with Luciano. Yep. I did it with Matos. Yep. I did it with however many guys. And so, I mean, I did it with Kyle Harrison at one point. I did it with Bryce Eldridge. And I'm not gonna do it again. If Eldridge doesn't, that doesn't mean these guys can't be good down the line. I'm just saying, like, everything is met with more skepticism.
I mean, you're probably going to do it again. That's just how this works. But I hear what you're getting at here. But my thing is just like, if he comes up, hits, again, one good thing a day, provide a better spark than Gilbert provided last year, maybe that sends this team in a positive direction and they can start riding the ship here. Because, Joe, they're 8 games below 500, but it is May 4th. So, legally, you're allowed to say there's a lot of season left. Maybe it's, 1 week you're 8 games below 500, then the next week you're 6 games below 500. You keep kind of week by week trying to whittle that deficit below 500 down. Maybe you're, at 500 or around 500, moving in a positive direction come July. And if you're in that situation, you have a chance to maybe do something positive in the second half of the year. But they're in a massive hole here, Joe.
Are they going to claw back into this thing and make me think that they can do something?
Joe,
is that what's going to happen?
They're going to play meaningful games in September. It's going to be the last 3 weeks, and you're going to be playing schedule math to figure out how the Giants can sneak into that 6th spot. You know it's going to happen. You know what else is going to happen today on this Monday, May the 4th? Happy Star Wars Day. Steve Kerr is going to take a meeting with Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy. He's going to take another meeting, I guess, because he took another meeting last week. And this comes in from Mark Stein, the Stein line. League sources say that ESPN's top executives have been lobbying Steve Kerr aggressively to try and convince him to return to the world of NBA broadcasting. But the Warriors are expected to meet with Kerr as early as Monday, today, to resume discussions about his status. I'm told Golden State has been operating internally in recent days as though it is more likely than not that a common ground can be found with the 60-year-old on a new deal that will keep him in place coaching Steph Curry. Steve Kerr taking a meeting. Is he coaching? Is he broadcasting? What do you make of all this news coming in today, Joe?
I don't know what to make of it. I mean, obviously ESPN will want him. TNT doesn't broadcast games, but Peacock and NBC, everyone would want him. He's very eloquent in front of a camera, just in general. I don't know. I have no idea. It feels like today, their second meeting is with the Warriors.
Correct. If no agreement's reached today,
it feels like he's coming back.
Like, my thought last week when these sides met, it was, okay, they met for 2 hours, and it's like, okay, we'll break and come back. Kerr's got to go on a golf trip this weekend. And My first thought was like, really, you need more than one meeting to hash this out? And you only did it for 2 hours? I just thought that was weird. Like, the fact that the meeting was only 2 hours, should it go longer? I don't know, but it felt to me weird that they couldn't resolve this in one meeting.
It feels like a Kerr decision will come down this week.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the consensus I feel
right?
like.
If I had to bet, it would be in the next couple of days.
Yeah, like this week feels like a very good week to kind of bank on that happening. I mean, would you be surprised if they did have a resolution today? Will we get white smoke out of Chase Center instead of more black smoke?
He's not the Pope.
I mean, yeah, but we're picking a coach, I guess. I don't know. You don't have white smoke when you're keeping the same Pope.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. I really don't. This is one of those few times I'm just perplexed. If it took another meeting after this one, I don't think I'd be that surprised. I think they are hammering out a lot of things. Like there's contract length, power, influence over the roster. I think the direction of the roster, direction of the franchise, where he sees himself in a couple of years after this contract. There's probably a variety of things that I'm not even bringing up that are things that they're talking about.
Do you think so the draft lottery is this coming Sunday. So we're 6 days away from finding out where the
really is this Sunday?
Yeah.
Wow.
You mentioned power there in roster construction, and I really do wonder how much this impending lottery pick influences things. Like,
you think they're going to wait till after the lottery pick to announce whether he's coming back or not?
Would you be mad if next Monday at 9:57 after we break the show, breaking news, Kerr's coming back? Like, would you be mad if it took that long for them to come to the decision and they still waited till after our show?
It's an important decision. It's the first of a variety of dominoes.
But, like, I guess my thought is, like, if it's, let's say the Warriors do luck out and go into the top four, does Kerr look at a top four pick as, can't wait to play this guy in my rotation?
I don't think the pick matters to him. I think the pick number does not matter. Whether he has say on the pick itself matters more than where it's at.
I guess, I don't know, does where the pick is at, though, play a part in what those negotiations look like? Like, do you think Lacob is going to be more like, I want control of this pick if it's a top four pick, but if it comes in at 11, Lacob might be like, you know what? We're not getting a game-changing player at number 11. We're getting more of maybe a rotational player at 11. I'll let Steve have a say at pick number 11, but if it's pick number 4 and we have a chance to get a franchise cornerstone there, does Joe Lacob kind of look at that and be like, you know what? I want to pick the franchise cornerstone.
I think it's just holistically all the drafts as opposed to hyper-focused on one pick in this draft. I mean, they got Klay Thompson at 11.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I hear you on that, but that's a lot.
Kobe was drafted at 11.
Yeah, but I mean, those are lottery picks. Like those are
you can bust from 1, 2, 3 all the way down to 31, 32.
Yeah.
Like you can find stars and busts anywhere and everywhere. I think it's more about holistically this draft, next draft, the draft after that, how much influence he has on those picks. That's what I think it is. Like, don't take someone that I don't want to play.
Yeah. Well, that's how I am curious because I think Joe Lacob's going to want someone that he can build around on this roster, post Steve Kerr, post Steph Curry. And what if it comes down to, Steve Kerr thinks this is the guy for right now to play with, but Joe Lacob says, no, I want a guy who you could use now, but also that I can use later. I feel like that's kind of where maybe a divide comes in, but that feels like a very nuanced conversation.
After everything that went down with Wiseman, Kuminga, it's just like either I'm going to have say on this all the way or not. I want to have veto power. I think that's what it comes down to.
Yeah. Well, I
Final
guess
say.
If you're in the room and they turned to you and said, hey, Joe, who do you agree with? Should it be Steve having the final say here or Joe Lacob having the final say here? I'm creating an impossible hypothetical, obviously, but like, how would you?
If he's the coach for the next 3 years, Steve Kerr should have slightly more say than Joe Lacob. Yes.
Yeah,
he's the one dictating. Like when you're more invested in the person that you're selecting, or when your butt is on the line, you're going to go to town for that guy, and you're going to go to bat for that guy, and you're going to be more invested in it. So if they choose to stick with him for 2 to 4 years, to me, he needs to be involved in that.
I kind of agree with you. And if it is going to be for multiple years, because as we learned a few weeks ago, they don't want him back for just a 1 to 2 year nostalgia tour. No. And so, I mean, we could be looking at a couple more years of this win one for Steph thing that we've been going at here. It's just, That's the
At least Shanahan had the guts to come out and say, yeah, I'm the one that's looking at the highlights. I'm the one that's vetting it. And I got to give him credit. Like, we could argue about the process itself, but at least he told you what it is. And if you think he's the worst coach ever, well, then that's not going to jive with you. I think he's a great coach. Do I think his drafting leaves a little to be, desired recently? Yeah. But at least he had the guts to tell me what's happening. He's like, we make the decisions.
Yep. And with that being said, we make it to final thoughts. Would you like to go first, Joe?
My final thought is I went up to San Rafael on Saturday night and watched Little League Baseball under the lights at McInnes, the little baseball field over there. And I'm usually in the dugout coaching during these things. My God, everyone swing the bat. Jesus criminy. Swing the bat, everyone. I say it to every one of our kids at every level. Swing the bat. It's worse when you're in the stands and you're watching and you're just like, everyone is going up there looking to walk. Everyone swing the bat. That is my final thought for today. No matter what it is in life, if you want to work your way off whatever island you are emotionally, mentally, physically, you ain't going to walk your way off. You're going to swing your way out. Swing your way off the island, kids.
Unless you're Willie Adames or Rafi Devers, in which case be a little bit smarter at what you're swinging at. My final thought is, Joe, the Valkyries are becoming a bigger and bigger franchise, not because of their valuation, which is tops in the WNBA at $850 million, but fans are starting to get really pissed off at some of their roster moves, which that's how you know you're hitting the big time.
You really, honestly, God, do we really think the Valkyries would net them almost $1 billion?
I have no way of knowing whether that's true or not. I'm just going off of.
Be a very bizarre number because they're probably putting Chase Center somewhere in that. To me, that's like the Warrior portfolio. I know it goes all together.
Yeah.
If the Padres sold for $3.5, I'm just questioning the business model.
No, again, I don't know how they get to that number. My point is, Joe, is that the Valkyries waived some players over the weekend, including Marta Suarez and Ashlyn Jackson. Suarez, as we all remember, was the second-round pick that they acquired in the trade that sent the rights to Flau'jae Johnson, who a lot of Valkyries fans were excited about, to the Seattle Storm. You also got a 2028 second-rounder, but basically, when it's all said and done now, you traded this number 8 pick for basically a 2028 second-rounder because you're not keeping your second-rounder that you got in the trade this year. Now, apparently...
Wait a minute. They had the number 8 pick, traded it away, and then waived the person they traded away from.
And I guess it would be a similarity. Like, imagine if the Niners traded back to 33, drafted Stribling, and then cut him.
Well,
But then afterwards, John Lynch said, I can't talk about it, I'm too tired. Which that's, again, Ohemanianen said that the night of the draft when asked about the trade. Which
Can I now... Kerr definitely needs to have influence on these picks.
It's just... And I guess that the Valkyries are a little capped out right now. I'm looking at their spot track. They got $800,000 in cap available. I don't know if they could have fit all these players under the cap and whatnot. And you could say it's cap reasons, blah, blah, blah. And the Valkyries still have a very good-looking team. But these are all moves that look very questionable to a fan base on the outside. And hopefully the Valkyries have a successful season. Otherwise, they're going to get hit. They're going to get heat for this move. Yeah. Carter.
If it's your final thought, I was just letting you just...
Yeah, no, that was it. I was done.
Yeah.
Stick the
As they make their way to the top of the stretch, Further Ado is getting going on the far outside with Commandment. They're both putting in their runs as they arrive into the final furlong. O'Sally is also gaining ground on the far outside as they come to the last 16th of a mile. Denon Bourbon in front. O'Sally, a huge long shot. Renegade and Golden Tempo are closing too. Here's Golden Tempo. Golden Tempo and Cherie DeVaux make history in the Kentucky Derby over Renegade in a final time of 2:02.27 seconds.
What an incredible Kentucky Derby this weekend. Honestly, one of the best I've watched in my life. It was just, as a gambler, it was absolutely electric. Congrats to Cherie DeVaux and her team for becoming the first woman to ever be a trainer that's won the Kentucky Derby. Unbelievable.
Gonna be Golden Tempo. Love it. Risotto, what do you got?
Yeah, I just want to pay homage to the great
John Sterling, who passed away, the longtime announcer for the New York Yankees, spent 36 years in the broadcast booth for them.
One of the best.
And guys, did 5,060 consecutive games without missing. Like, that's straight games. I mean, he did Derek Jeter's entire career, every single game. So just one of the iconic voices in all of baseball.
Good call there, Rizzo. We should have mentioned that earlier in the show. I remember when I booked him on this show last year to talk some Yankees-Giants with us. I got him on the phone, and even though I never talked to him on the phone before, I felt like I'd been talking to this guy my entire life. I remember I get on the phone, it's like, hey, John, can you join us on the show? He's like, well, hold on a second, my boy. And then he started going into just random Yankee stories and Steinbrenner stories, and just the guy loved talking. And we lost a good one today. We did. It's weird without the music playing. Rest in peace to the great legend that is John Sterling. Joe Spadoni's back tomorrow. I'll finally be back behind the glass producing. Shasky, Carter, Risotto, good stuff. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Fairmont Bank here for you. Evan and Guru coming up next. Bye, everybody. Go Star Wars.
I always like talking about local organizations that actually do things the right way, and San Francisco Fire Credit Union is one of them.
They're celebrating 75 years this year, and it all started back in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And despite the name, anyone can join.
So you can get no monthly checking fees and a top-rated mobile banking app from a local, not-for-profit credit union.
Bank like a hero at sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASI.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home.
But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
It is not hard to destroy a college.
Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and...
You didn't have a career.
All right, what is going on, everyone? Good morning. Evan Giddings sitting in for Matt Steinmetz. A little under the weather today, Goo, but I got you.
And he deserves it. He is our Cal Ripken here. He's been getting sick a little more frequently this year than last year, but Steiny get better. And, man, Evan, it's you and I, baby.
Well, I was just thinking about it. An early RIP, because you did have me thinking about streaks. I think John Sterling did like 5,000 consecutive baseball games. And he just passed away earlier this morning. So I don't mean to start the show on a bad note.
I missed that. No way.
Yeah, 87, 86 years old. John Sterling.
Norm's age. Rest in peace, John.
Yeah, one of the greats. That. One of the great voices. I don't know how he would describe. Thank you, Pasta.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah,
rest in peace. Yeah.
A little too soon there, buddy.
Right. Oh, man, life.
Yeah, I don't know how he would describe the Giants, though, Goo. Because, look, we'll get into some stuff later with the Warriors and Steve Kerr, but I don't think there's anywhere else to start but today.
Well, can I start
with what didn't happen over the weekend?
Before we get to that mess, I just want to run something by you. So, we got cameras in here. I'm working at the gym, hit it yesterday, and I'm asking you your honesty. You know, Pasta and Carter holding it down back there. They control the levels in the camera.
Had a little fun at the Beacon this weekend.
I heard, do I come across vain if I keep going in there like, back that thing off me?
Well, you've done it to me too. So
I think I got mad at you, but I'm not coming across vain, am I?
Well, Pasta's the only one that really zooms in on people's faces. He just blows you up.
Dude,
like
I'm like, come on, man, help me out, y'all. Yeah.
Exactly. No, Goo, you look great. I like the shirt.
It's not about how I look. It's
well, it is
the geometry behind it. Back it off me. When I see these clips, I'm like, come on, I thought we was boys. Anyway, I'm looking fresh. I feel fresh. What you got?
Well, what I have is I'm trying to figure out how bad this thing is right now or how bad this thing is going to get because I was watching games this weekend, Goo. A lot of great NBA playoffs, not so great local baseball. And I'm trying to figure out just how panicked or just how, I don't know, frustrated people are watching this baseball team. I got a roommate who's 20 years old, and he works some of the Giants games. He works on the medical side, so he's one of those people that if you need help, people
What's his name?
His name's Jack.
Okay, never met your brother's name.
There's a lot of Jacks going around.
Right, all right.
Jack the roommate, Jack the brother, Jack the friend. So anyways, I talked to him on Saturday. I say, hey, Giants are on. They're playing the Tampa Bay Rays. And I say, Jack, why aren't you watching the game? And he goes, dude, I can't. I just can't. And this was before what happened yesterday. They obviously lose in extras, get walked off for the third time in 6 games. And he's got to work the games this week. They got the San Diego Padres in town.
And the Pirates.
And then the Pirates, your Pirates, coming up later this week. And I'm just trying to figure out what the level of frustration is with this team because right now they're 8 games below 500. And they just had one of the worst road trips I can remember as far as performance, offense, close games, managerial decision-making. And I'm trying to figure out, Goo, just where to stand with this baseball team right now because at the end of the day, it is May 4th, but it feels like it's later than that.
No, Evan, the word I use is fear. And I'm fearful that this thing might not turn around. And I feel like a buffoon, saying that with only 34 games played, but I've been left at the altar from the Sanford. And I know you didn't ask, but I'm going to share it. Every damn season for the last umpteen years, I feel like the second half, the Giants are going to get hot. That orange and black. Here we go. I feel like I ran Melvin out of town. Chris Townsend texting me every night. I'm like, give me Bob's number. I owe him a bouquet of flowers, some chocolate. I blamed you for what the Giants didn't do offensively last year and as a collective. But what's happening now, Evan, just let me give you some last in homers, last in walks, last in runs. They've been shut out 7 times this year through the 34, and they scored 1 run 5 times.
Everybody's terrible.
Dude, I don't know what to make of it, but I will say this. Because I'm going Woody Harrelson, True Detective. I got to retire that line. I'm looking for things.
Season 1.
The best one with Matthew. And I'm going to mess up his last name. That's why I said Matthew.
McConaughey.
My man, Evan, they paid for the high-priced guys, but Devers and Adames, they don't look like themselves at all. And it starts there. So I got to say, where everybody's lined up to come at the FO, they spent the bread. Buster spent the bread. You're not getting the ROI, return on investment. So if this thing or those two don't snap out of it, and I'm starting to get real concerned that they're not, Evan, I said this to you at the end of our beautiful meeting in the green room this morning. This thing could be headed to, do you look and moving web?
I think everything.
If it didn't get any better,
everything's on the table. And I think if we're going to talk about the blame game early, you could look at Vitello if you want. He looks like he's in a little over his head early.
Where did
He's feeling it, is what he's feeling. But I think he's feeling it because of those 2 guys that you just mentioned. The majority of the blame to me should fall on the players. You're not performing, and the 2 guys that you have paid to be great, so that you didn't have to just call up Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez, who might be in the lineup tonight.
I'm excited, but this is bigger than that. Go ahead. I'm cutting you off.
The majority of the blame falls on them. They have stunk to high heavens for the majority of this season.
Do you know why? Do you have the thoughts of is this just why?
They're Rafael Devers is one of the worst players in baseball right now through 34 games. I didn't have that on the bingo card. Willie Adames is one of the least productive shortstops, especially offensively, in the game of baseball, right? I didn't have that on the bingo card. And I know he's a slow starter. I know Devers got off to a slow start last year, but we're 20% of the way through the season. For those doing the math, that'd be about 4 games in football. That'd be about 15 to 20 games in basketball.
All right.
If we were looking at a team that was at this stage in the NBA and the NFL, people would be fuming. People would be panicking. And that's where I'm at with this team, Goo. It's still early, but it's getting late early.
No doubt.
They're below the Colorado Rockies right now.
Just think about that. The Rockies, who had that on your bingo card? Almost 3 in a row, Evan. Like, it doesn't look swell at all. And then tell me if I'm doing too much with this one. Devers gets a double and does the little Dodger thing, or the Dodgers do. Evan, put your hands down. You ain't been hitting. You get a double with the third. He should have had it. But am I mad for looking at those? Like, nah, bruh, you tuck that. Tuck that till you get hot. Put 2 weeks together, and then you do the whatever he does with his hands. I'm sitting there watching the game like, you got to be kidding me. Evan, they need the baseball version of Blue Chew bad.
It doesn't even look like they want to do the celebration, the little dance. The only guy that feels like he's doing I don't know if it's a Super Mario thing or whatever the hell they do when they get on base.
Give me a G.
The only guy who looks like he's having fun doing it is Arias, because he's the only one who can hit.
Do you take that L? That shit, it ain't an L because you got a victory.
I'm not taking the L yet. I'm not taking the L yet.
Grandy, thank God for him. He's old school, man.
Yeah, but he looks so good because everyone else can't hit the baseball.
I'll give you that. Wow.
By the way, the few times that they needed him this weekend and come through with a big hit, he didn't do it. But and that's the thing, Goo. It's like, okay, Arias has been fine. There's been players who have played fine. But the guys who are supposed to get you hits when you need them, the guys who are supposed to produce runs, what did you say? Last in on base, last in walks.
Homers, walks, runs.
Stolen bases.
Man.
Second to last in OPS. This team can't hit. And if this team can't hit, this team's not going to score.
So where's Buster Posey in this thus far? Because I'm trying to be the grown-up in the room. I'm trying to tap into Evan, it's only 34 games. But to be honest, this went on last year, and I kind of was Helen Keller to it. But now I'm just like, I keep saying, and I'm hearing, how about this? Giant fans, I got to give them credit, E. It's 34 games in. From what I'm reading and listening to, even the guys calling the games and the gals post-game, Kalen Mills knocking it out the park on the pre and post, people are not happy. That's what I like. Usually it could be, people are not happy. Evan, it looks ugly. That 6-game road trip, and you left with 13 wins and you came back with 13.
Well, it's because also you had opportunities to win those games. They blew 3 of them.
Boy,
I guess the last one against the Rays, look, you didn't score much, but you had
you said it.
You had chances in about 3 or 4 of those baseball games, and you couldn't win any of them. And it's in one breath, Goo, I look at it and I say, all right, you're right there, you're close, but against the Philadelphia Phillies, a team that just fired their manager the game before the series, the day before the series.
I didn't like that.
Tampa Bay is now looking like one of the best teams in the American League just after playing the Giants. I think San Francisco should be in panic mode. The Giants should be.
That's real. And I'll say this, if you're into a $232 million payroll, that's why you should be in panic mode. The Rays came into that series with the $85 million payroll. I'm a mathematician, E. That's a difference of 147 M's. So when you hold the Giants to that standard, is it fair to call out Buster Posey? I can't call. He put this together, but he thought he was getting the expensive sausage. He thought he was getting the top of the line cabbage. I don't like, where are you at with Buster and who put this together?
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. Who's to blame right now? Giants 0-6 in the last 6 games, one of the worst road trips. And I got a stat for you on the other side that's kind of going to put into perspective right now where they're at historically. All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Blow it up!
Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA. No purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 21% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $451 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa. Aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
At Target, finding something for every kind of mom and every side of mom just got easier. Does she love fashion? Take 20% off select women's clothing and accessories and find a dress she'll love to wear. Is she into the outdoors? Freshen up her favorite spot with up to 40% off planters, pillows, and poofs. Or keep it classic. Fresh tulips for just $12 and a Dossier fragrance trio for $32. Whatever mom is into, we've got it. Celebrate mom her way, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
We need Thundercats. I'm trying to do more TikToks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a problem in baseball. It's not a Giants thing.
No.
Okay, so today is May 4th. By the way, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Feeling a little under the weather. Had a cough this morning. Hopefully going to be back tomorrow. Goose holding it down. No, he's not crying early. He's not crying early. Yeah. He should be crying about this, though. So May 4th. May the 4th be with you. It's like a day that a lot of people know to be a Star Wars
and I'm
day.
a Star Wars head, but I don't partake.
I love Star Wars, too. Sam Lubman obviously loves Star Wars. He wore a onesie in here this morning. Little much. However.
That was weird.
Why does everyone remember what Star Wars Day is in baseball, but people can't remember when Jackie Robinson Day is?
Oh, they got a Shannon Sharp meme where he just slams the desk and leans back in the chair. That's what I'm doing right now.
April 15th, every single year. And people, I forgot it was Jackie Robinson Day.
You too real for radio right now, E, with that take. I love I used to honestly think I was Lando Calrissian. Like Billy D. Williams. That Empire Strikes Back, I don't know if you have a favorite, but that was my favorite of all the trips. That was it for me. I thought I was Lando. He almost had Princess Leia. They had something.
Yeah, episode 5 is tough to top. I do like A New Hope,
episode 2, E.
Oh, it's episode 5. That's what it's playing at the Marina Theater tonight. It says episode 5, Goo.
Oh, boy.
One of the only series they can get away with naming stuff backwards.
No doubt.
I got you. All right, 888-957-9570. So you brought this up right before the break. Who's to blame?
It's early, but I'm asking.
And it's getting early. It's getting late early because let me run this by you. So the Giants are 13-21. They're 8 games below 500. They've lost, obviously, 6 in a row, all of which on the road. First winless road trip since 2022. You know the last time they were 13-21? I actually had to dig for this. I was kind of pissed.
Oh, that you gave me a hint. That means it ain't recent.
No, it's not.
I'm going to say 1977.
Honestly, pretty close. 1984.
Yeah.
The last time, in the ballpark.
Wow, okay.
In the ballpark, better than the Giants right now. So 1984 is the last time they started 13-21. They finished with 66 wins that year.
Oh, wow.
And I don't believe that this team is that bad.
No.
But they're playing like it. And the thing was, Goo, is they put together a couple good series, right? You took down the Dodgers. You took 2 of 3 at home.
I thought they were ready.
And then you basically, you not only undid all the good that you had put together, but it feels like at the end of the day, you took 1 step forward to take 2 steps back.
And not just 2 steps back. I feel like it's 8 steps back with the bat. It's one thing to lose 8-7, 6-4. Your guys are scuffling. But the top of the rotation's been okay, E. But the bats, who saw this coming? I didn't. And that's why I'm just asking, Giant fan, I'm asking you, like, do we bring up Buster Posey's name? And I'm not going to do that until we get, 15, 20 more games of ineptitude at the plate from Devers and Adames. And I know we got some Steve Kerr news or rumors we'll get to later on in the show. But you said this to me the other day when we were talking about the Warriors. You said they were stuck. And I feel like if Devers and Adames don't do better at the plate, Chapman too, then they're going to be stuck with these contracts that are, oh my gosh, Ev, right now, they look horrendous.
Well,
and they're brand new.
That's why I was thinking about this. The Farhan Zaidi era was not known for being a good time in San Francisco Giants baseball.
You won 107.
You did. You had one great season, one great regular season, I should say. But the way that he went about constructing the team and the roster was to prevent something like this from happening. Now, again, they were pretty much a middling club. They had one magical ride, and for the most part, it didn't really work the way people wanted it to. They were mediocre. They were average. They weren't entertaining. But one of the reasons why, if you want to call it muddy ball, you can, but the analytic approach that Farhan Zaidi chose to take is to avoid a situation like this, where you have Devers on the books for 7 more years. You have Adames on the books for 5 more years. You have Chapman, who's 33 years old and is looking like he might be aging quickly for another few seasons. It's to avoid acquiring massive contracts, them flaming out early, and then being stuck with them to the point where Shasky, and I get it, is asking, how can we get out from under these guys?
I don't think you can.
You can't.
It's
Because
like
who else is going to want them?
Trying to sell a car, Evan, and it's smoking when you go on the test drive. Like, that's a bad sign. So you got to be patient on that front, because it would be ridiculous to think they should do something after 34 games. But, Evan.
Well, they did. They brought up 2 rookies, or 2 young guys, I should say.
And let's talk about that. I'm excited. I am excited to see Eldridge. But I guess the terms and the reason why he's up won't take away from me watching the youngster. But, Evan, he's not God, and I'm just wondering, do they expect him to be with this in the bats being impotent?
Well, they're going to need him to be. I mean, I don't know if they need him to be God, but to me, there's a lot of pressure now on Bryce Eldridge, and to some extent, Jesus Rodriguez, who, for those that aren't familiar, was the guy they acquired in the trade for Camilo Doval last year.
Okay.
So he's a catcher. He could play a little bit of left field. I think he's even played 2 games at second base this season for Sacramento. But they are going to need these guys to produce immediately. And to me, that's a lot to ask. Bryce Eldridge, he got a cup of coffee last year in the show. Yeah. Struck out 50% of the time.
Yeah, because the show is hard.
He swings and he misses. When he hits the ball, it goes a long ways, and he's tearing the cover off the ball in the PCL. But now you need both of these guys to step in and uplift the lineup that, in my opinion, should be dependent on Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, and those guys ain't getting it done.
So let me ask you this, and I hear you. Great point. And now I'm going to be hypocritical, and I do it every day, and I try not to. So I didn't like the Devers doing the little whatever he does when he got the double. And I'm like, man, you front running, man. Did you put that in your back pocket, score some runs, and then break it back out? That's just me. But on this coaching staff, not only do you have Vitello, you got the likes of Ron Washington. You've seen a lot of baseball. He's seen a lot of baseball. I'm asking you, do you think, am I living in Disney World to think that Ron is talking? I know he's not a hitting coach. The communication, that's the word amongst this giant team. Do you think it's where it needs to be? Has he sat with Devers or Adames and tried to just maybe give his 2 cents on what he's seeing them do at the dish? I would love to get the answers, and we'll never get it, but I wonder how much communication and conversation they have, dialogue, in regard to maybe, but I do know this. I've never watched, and I'm no hitting coach. Remember the company softball game, but Evan, I've never seen Devers' stance this wide open. Could that have something to do with it, or dum-dum, talking to myself? That's too easy. That's too simplistic. But it is a wide hit. He's wide open, like an NFL receiver on a good day.
Well, his stance is about as wide as the pitches he's missing right now. But this is from the 510. The Giants need a new batting coach that knows exactly what he's doing. Any player who's too arrogant to listen to informative instruction needs to be put on the bench until in a better mental state of acceptance. To me, that's unrealistic. You're paying these guys hundreds of millions of dollars to do one thing. In the case of Devers and Adames, you need him to play the field, obviously, too. But you're paying them to hit. You're paying them to hit the baseball.
Right.
And they're not doing it. Devers is missing pitches in the zone. The thing that I can't figure out, Goom, maybe someone can help me at 888-957-9570, is why he can't even draw walks right now. I mean, last year, I think he had over 100 walks. He strikes out a lot. But that's not uncommon in the modern game. People swing and miss. Pitchers are good. They throw hard. They got nasty stuff. But he's not even drawing walks. Pitchers are not afraid of Rafael Devers. And I bet that that's something that he has never had to even think about at one moment in his life. Seriously, this guy has been one of the most productive hitters in baseball for a decade. And I'm assuming as a child, in his young adulthood. He's the exact same way. He's always been productive. He's always hit the crap out of the ball. And while last year he started out slow.
Oh, you preaching, man.
This is 30-plus games of it. I mean, he has over 110 at-bats. You're about a fifth way through the season, and he's got an OPS below 600.
When I saw you and Steiny and Grandy and Butch on the Morning Crossover Friday, I believe for any major leaguer hitter that had 120 plate appearances, he had, and I don't think it's gotten any better, the lowest OPS of them all. So I don't think pitchers are afraid of him like they used to be. In my mind, when you said Rafael Devers, I was like, that's the big cat. You serve up the wrong pitch, night-night, or you're so afraid of me, you're going to walk me. And for you to sit here and say that part of his game is not even there, Evan, where's Allen Iverson? Who has the answers?
That's a 3. I'm not sure, but maybe Patrick in South City can help us at 888-957-9570. Gettings it for Steinmetz with Guru. Let's go down to South City, talk to Patrick. Patrick, good morning, man. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Better than the Giants, Pat.
That's a fact.
Hey, man, I feel, I like you guys, I'm, a lifetime Giants fan since I was a kid, and I got to tell you, I have never, ever seen so much chaos on a team in my life, and it all starts with the ownership. And let me ask you a question. Why is this guy buying the current theater for $25 million and telling us he has no money when he could have signed a really, really frontline starter or Pete Alonso? Pete Alonso was willing to come here the last couple of years, and they weren't even interested in signing him. I mean, we all saw this coming, didn't we, guys? We've seen it. The philosophy of this ownership is, hey, we're selling out, if we're a 500 team, but we're in the hunt in the last couple of weeks for that last playoff spot, they're content with that. And that's the problem, is they're content.
But Pat,
they don't need to, if people are buying seats and they're selling 2-3 million seats a year, they don't need to win anything.
But Pat, the payroll is $242 million though, Pat. That's a lot.
But the reality is, to compete in this division, your payroll is going to have to be over, it's going to compete with the Dodgers and the Padres. You're looking at a 280, 290 million payroll, which they have. This team has been valuated at $3.5 billion. Okay. And he bought the team for what? $300 million way back when. They have the money. That's the problem. If he didn't have the money, or he keeps complaining like Fisher, I don't have the money. But this team has the money. This ownership has the money. He's buying real estate and developing real estate all over the city. So how can fans like us accept the fact that he's buying the current theater? I mean, what the hell do you need the current theater for when you need a pitcher? Or you could have signed Pete Alonso for that, or Nick Castellanos. There's been a lot of right-handed power hitters that were willing to come to the Giants. They just don't want to do it. That's what we as fans have to accept. Until we send this ownership a message that we will not support this team, as long as he's being a cheapskate and content being a 500 team, they're not going to change. And that's it. If they really wanted to change, if you really care about us as fans and a city, sell the team to Joe Lacob. He'd be more than willing to buy the team, and I guarantee you that the team would probably end up being a winner every year. So he's being selfish. He's making all this money. He's taking the money he makes from the team and the big valuation from the team. He's buying real estate all over San Francisco. What the hell do you need the current theater for when your team is suffering? And we all knew ahead of time, guys, I'm sure you knew this, that we needed a solid fourth starter, a fourth or fifth starter, and that these two guys weren't going to cut it. You can't compete in this division with this lineup. And I think Devers' problem probably, to me, is more of a mental issue. It's like, I'm on a team here that's not going to win the division. We're probably not going to even get close. It starts affecting the team mentally. You know what I mean? When you have an ownership that's not 100% backing the team and investing enough in it, the players are going to start getting depressed. I mean, this is human nature. They're not robots. So I want to see what you think about all that.
I got you, Patrick. No, great call, man.
Evan, Carter got in my ear. He said the payroll is $199, but I'm looking at the total tax where it says $242. But I don't know if the active tax is, Carter, the right number to $199.
Well, either way, they're a borderline top 10 team in terms of payroll. Like right now, they're slightly below the Detroit Tigers and slightly above the Boston Red Sox.
So what do you think? How do you decipher what Pat was saying? You need to do more in this division?
Well, if you are going to compete with the Padres, who have spent only $30 million more this year than the San Francisco Giants. And this is where this is where you can get in trouble. You do, in order to play, you do need to pay. But
I like that.
You also have to make smart investments. And I don't care so much about the theater. They have the Mission Rock project, all these different projects that are ideally supposed to help them make money that they can reallocate to the club. Hasn't necessarily been done, but I'll say in the last 5 years, they've added payroll. I think it was 2024, the last time they were over the luxury tax.
Now, speaking of comma and zeros, again, I don't want to judge the cake before it's out the oven. But, Evan, I'm looking at you on this lovely Monday, and right now it looks like Devers and Adames, those contracts, and I'll leave Chapman alone for a second, but those two right now are just, they're weighing you down to where your offense is nothing. So, again, my question to you is, how much confidence do you have these two guys, mainly these two guys, are going to snap out of it?
Well, they're going to hit better, especially you can't be any worse.
Damn.
If you look at wins above replacement, Rafael Devers is one of the bottom 3 players in baseball. There's no way he can be worse.
So there you go. Okay.
Yeah, the sky's the limit for him, but that's also the problem. He's your highest paid player, and he's your worst player right now.
He don't look like the guy in Boston.
He doesn't look like the guy last year. I mean, he wasn't great for the Giants, but he was not this bad.
Do you think there's anything physical going on? He's playing the field.
It's got to be between the years. It's 100% between the years.
That's worse.
I mean, all right, the bad speed might dip a little bit, but he's missing pitches right down the middle, and he can't figure out why. You brought it up before the show. Every single time he swings and fouls a pitch off or he swings and misses, he looks at his bat with just a look of confusion.
No, like it's a cartoon.
Because he's never not hit that pitch in his life.
Well, I guess, Evan, I'm asking and you don't have the answers. Why now?
I wish I did. I wish I could help Devers because he looks confused. He looks frustrated. He looks sometimes sad out there on the field. Even when he gets a hit, gets his double, does his little dance, his little celebration. I know his heart's not in it because it's like you get one hit every 3 games.
Now, I will say this is still a page from our guy Willard's book, who we'll see this afternoon on the crossover. You know, his Friday show, and he told us during the crossover, I'm paraphrasing, he wasn't too happy after he thought about the comments Devers made through his interpreter. Do those hit different now that, he wasn't passing the buck, but I would tell, the interpreter, just take accountability and say it's keeping you up at night. Don't say why the media's tripping. Because now you're going to bring, more jackals to your doorstep. Do those comments hit any different? Have nothing to do with anything to you when you talk about Devers? Because right now, if I were him and he asked me for some advice, I'd just play the game, take accountability, and kind of put it on thick like you can't eat because you're playing. You know what I mean? Don't say what's wrong with, I'm fine, That stuff is when people are really turn on you, the fans.
Well, the part about him saying I'm fine and I still have my confidence, to me, that's him trying to trick himself into believing it. Because he may say that he's confident, but he's not playing like he's confident. He's not hitting like he's confident. And not even because he's not hitting the baseball, but again, it's those looks of confusion. It's the looks of frustration. It's him. It's the eye rolls as he's headed back to the dugout for the 3rd time because he swung and missed on a fastball that was a hittable pitch. It's those sort of moments that make me believe that it's all between his ears. Now, the part about the media is interesting because he's dealt with far worse. He played in Boston.
It got ugly in Boston.
It's right now it's ugly in Boston. The Red Sox have the same record of the San Francisco Giants. So it's not as if they've gotten any better since getting off of Devers. Although last season they were pretty good. But the thing about Rafi is, to me, he's never been the guy to take accountability. If you followed him throughout his career, he's always been the little brother on the Boston Red Sox. There's always been captains or leaders or players that have been more, I don't want to say professional, but have been players that have been the ones to fall on the sword. He's the guy that now has to do that for this team, and he's never been in that position, I believe, in his career.
I love that, but also I'll say this to that. He's always had his play to back him up. Now his play is kind of, Drano going down the drain. So it could happen tonight. They got San Diego, they got the Pirates, but I feel like if they played, I know high school baseball, I think the Boston Suns team was playing at Oracle. I feel like they're so in their head. Whoever they play right now, it doesn't even matter. It's just, I mean, this thing's got to change around quick, fast, and in a hurry. And again, I'll just ask you this. What do you expect from Eldridge? I've been clamoring for him, and I know Grandy put up a video and even asked me point blank range Friday, well, if you bring him up, him and Steiny, who you going to sit? I don't care who has a leg to stand on in this offense. And obviously you're not going to, hey, Ruff, I didn't like him getting moved down to ornery, but you're nobody sitting for a week. Baseball, you got to go back out there, but as far as is Evan going to be mad if he's not in the lineup on Tuesday? Miss me.
Well, that's where we're going to find out if someone like Rafael Devers is sensitive. Because I hate to break it to you, if there's one person he should replace, if you didn't have a name, if you didn't have money attached to you, it would be Devers.
Wow.
If Devers was named Daryl the Guru Johnson or Evan Giddings, and we were just on the team.
When's payday?
We'd be in Sacramento right now.
Man.
Because it's been 30 games of you not producing. And Bryce Eldridge is supposed to step in and help elevate this offense. I can't take Schmidt out of the lineup. He's their best hitter.
Right.
He's got to play right now. Yeah. And so Eldridge is going to play either first base or DH. I think he probably starts out DHing. But if there's a guy that I do not care about his feelings right now, it's Rafael Devers, because he's been a guy that has hurt you more than he's helped you this season.
Yeah, no, you said it. You said it, and you said it well. So, it'll reveal itself. Now, I just want to go back to yesterday's game, top of the 10th, fly ball to center field. Am I being sometimey overreacting when I wanted Adames to tag from when you got the runner at second, which was Adames? Why won't you push the envelope, E? Why didn't he get sent? Why didn't you tag? All right, make up. And it was Mullins, and you heard who was doing the game?
No, I think it was Hunter Pence.
It's like, run. Almost Shafsky blow it up. Run. Like Evan Mullins, he has a noodle arm. Sometimes you got to push the envelope. And I guess they're so shell-shocked. And it wasn't the best throw. You and I would have made it. Like, we're both of us fast.
Well, this is where, real quick, this is where you look at someone like Hector Borg and you wonder.
Oh, my goodness.
You wonder where Matt Williams is. I mean.
That is wild. I don't eat, but for you to say that, wow.
But it's kind of like the Bob Melvin thing where last season, did I think the Giants were a great team? No. Do I think that Melvin helped them? Not really. But.
What's Bo Mel saying now?
I mean, I can't kill him this year. They're 8 games under 500. Last year it was Matt Windmill Williams was sending everybody. And they're getting thrown out of home plate by a mile. And now Borg can't seem to press the right button at third base.
We know his name is not a good thing for it.
I don't know who he was. I don't know who he is. But at first he was too aggressive. Guys are getting thrown him. Yeah. Now he's afraid to send anybody. It was Drew Gilbert in Philly, and it was Willie Adames against Tampa.
Man.
And who knows if they would have won the game. They haven't been able to get. I think they were 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position yesterday. They could not get a run to save their life. They scored 9 runs in 6 games.
And 5 of them were in one game. Again, the second game of the doubleheader against Philly.
What are they, 8 shutouts right now? And they got the Padres in town who are playing some good baseball.
And who's pitching for the Giants tonight? A newbie.
McDonald. By the way, who's only pitching because you brought him up for the doubleheader last Thursday. You didn't use him, and so you basically forfeited the extra spot on your roster. And now you have to pitch him today because Hauser's not available.
Wow, man.
It's these little things. They're not doing themselves any favors. Guys aren't producing at the plate. The manager sometimes seems like he's a little in over his head, which is understandable because he's a rookie and he has no experience. And I'm just wondering who Giants fans are looking at. Are you looking at the players? Are you looking at the manager? Are you looking at the front office? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz or Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. As you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Search 957 The Game, and you'll find us. But now we're expanding the community for our super fans. You can become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs, that's Ask Me Anything, with our hosts, insiders, exclusive content as well from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts at the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of Game Pass Pro. We're back after this. Evan in for Signing Guru.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress, so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
At Ashby Lumber in Berkeley and Concord, you'll find Fiberon composite decking, made to capture the look of real wood without the constant upkeep. No sanding, no staining, just durable, low-maintenance performance. Discover Fiberon's Concordia line, including the Aster collection, with rich, multi-tonal colors and long-lasting protection, backed by a limited lifetime performance warranty and a 50-year stain and fade warranty. Get expert guidance for your next project at Ashby Lumber. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord today. Fiberon, built for life outdoors.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
95.7 The Game is proud to support Drawbridge and the Aragon Foundation on the Bridging Creative Possibilities Gala, May 9th in San Francisco. Join us for live music, dancing, and an art auction with proceeds that help fund music and art education. For tickets, head to 957thegame.com.
Wow. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What a song right here, E.
You got to be careful, Goo.
Yeah. Tiana Taylor and, what's my boy from Wu-Tang? My man.
Well, there's
He said
like
it's
8 of
Sunday,
them.
we're sitting back in our robe watching Power. That's a bar on this one. What's my man's name?
Which one?
Yeah.
Not a lot of members of the Wu-Tang. All right,
Juwan Jennings.
Steiny.
Now there it is. Good.
Let's go down the list. The RZA, the Jizza, Raekwon, Ghost.
Nope. Oh, Ghostface.
The
You got
Ghostface?
it. Yeah, that's him. Oh, this is a banger.
I do like this song. You all right?
Well, it's our show. Yeah. It is truly our show. When they walk us out, we got to keep our head up, E. So I got to get to this. You are my baby brother. I love you. And you do a lot for me, and I hope I do a lot for you. And we talk, we bond. Either one of us is not perfect, but
That's
we
a
share
fact.
a lot. You met my family. I met yours.
Yep.
Lovely mother, your dad, Jeremy, your brother, Jack. Boy, I'm on a roll. And Friday, I got to meet someone that you'd been dating, but now it's official. And we went to the cafeteria, and I was thinking to myself like I do with my sons, E. Let me meet them. Let me see if they passed the test.
You guys hung around. I appreciate that.
And not only did the young lady pass the test, she did what the Giants aren't doing. She hit it out the park. And Evan, I'm happy for you, man.
Thanks, Goo.
So if you go on to get married, I'm going to dance at your wedding. And if it don't work out, just know it was great. And you got good style. Good taste.
Shut up, Pasta.
Yeah, look at it.
Shut up.
That was awesome. I'm proud of you, man.
I appreciate it, Goo.
good, man.
I appreciate it, Goo.
Young love. That was back to the Giant.
No. You guys were nice. You hung around for a while. I could tell Steiny was getting itchy. Wanted to get out of there.
You kept him there, though. I was watching that. You got a playbook to keep.
I don't want people to get the wrong impression. When we go to the cafeteria, we're not there for hours.
No doubt.
We're not going home
It's
like skunks.
fellowship, not just sipping.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we have a good time, and she came by and she really likes you guys.
I do like the Willard bit where he cracks the can.
Yeah, I get PTSD. Oh, actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about before we get back to the Giants game.
I don't have no bread. Okay.
Well, this kind of does involve money a little bit, but not from you. 888-957-9570 is the number. So we go out to dinner on Friday. And by the way, shout out to our guy, Todd.
He's the man.
From the old ship, if he's listening.
What'd he do?
He threw me an alley-oop. He is the man. So he stopped by because I told him we were going to this restaurant.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's a place nearby. It's on the way back, I think, to Bart, which is where he was taking to get back to Oakland. So I get up to go to the restroom, and I see Todd in the bathroom.
Wow.
And I'm like, he's sitting there having a cocktail, and I'm wondering, what are you doing here, Todd? You know, you just finished up work. He's got his headphones in. He's listening. He goes, oh, well, I heard it was date night, so I stopped by to send you guys a little something. By the way, you didn't see me. So he sent us an hors d'oeuvre.
Oh, man.
And I just want to say thank you for that.
Our friends.
He's the man.
That's what he is.
He's the
man.
man. Now, second part of this.
Uh-oh.
So we have dinner. It was lovely. And we didn't finish everything. So we asked, hey, can we get a to-go box? They say, don't worry. We'll pack it up for you.
Okay.
They never brought it back. They never brought back the leftovers. Do I have the right to make a phone call?
Mia would have did it in real time, like, where's the bag?
But that's the problem. And this is where I got to take accountability. I was a little nervous, and I didn't want to look like that guy so I didn't say something in real time.
Now, I got to ask, how about my niece? Did you lose points in being John Wayne to her?
Well, that's
because I would have stopped the party. Hey, DJ, slow it down. I got to get my bag. Or we have to get our bag. Evan, you didn't ask for it? And I got to ask, what'd you have real quick?
Fried chicken.
Ooh.
Mary's fried chicken. She had some, I forget what the kind of pasta is. Not steamed risotto. Pasta. She had some pasta.
That's a 4.
It was really good.
So, E, were you afraid to, just ask
I
them
didn't want
what
to look
happened?
like that guy who didn't have it and wanted to be kind of cheap.
Where's my stuff? And I love pasta.
I didn't want to make a scene. Plus, Todd was nice enough to send us something. Thank you, Butch. But I just wanted to get your 2 cents on it.
Well, I feel like as a man on a date, Han Solo, shout out for the fourth be with you. Evan, you should have went and said, give us our bag.
Someone says, and this is from our guy Jim Mole, sorry, E, there's a statute of limitations on leftovers.
Oh, no, okay. Because I'm one of those, I don't want a bag.
Well, I
would ask for it, though.
I don't mind getting the bag, but if you say you're going to pack up something for us and you don't bring it back, Did
the missus say, hey, are you going to go say something?
She was wondering.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it. That's a freaking joke.
But you had a good time.
I had a great time, and you guys were awesome, so thank you very much.
I thought you were going to say Todd paid the bill.
No. Okay. No, I wouldn't have let him do that. I wouldn't have let him do that.
Well, because you would have known.
No, he got us some oysters. They were really good.
Yeah.
You don't like oysters?
I don't like raw stuff except shrimp.
Well, I don't know if you eat shrimp raw, but...
Yeah, the cold one you stick in the salt, the cold ones. The raw ones.
Okay. All right. Well, to each their own.
But
oysters are fine. You get some raw
clams and oysters, I will faint.
Some sashimi.
Oh,
take a line from you. Yeah. All right. Let's get out to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos.
Oh man,
what's up, Bobby? Haven't heard from you. What's up, man?
Hey, King of the Pocket, Giddy Goods. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I've just you just put me in a big tizzy, and I'm confused. Goo, I got to help you with something.
Okay, I need
they cooked it, brother. They cooked the shrimp, and then they refrigerate it. That's why it's cold. If you had a raw shrimp, you would know it, and you would be sick. Raw shrimp is gray.
Okay.
It's cooked shrimp, and they put it in the refrigerator to chill it.
All right, I'm going to give you the point. But you know what I mean? Clams and all that oyster stuff, yuck, Bob. It's like eating a snail.
Number 2, you cannot eat raw clams, all right? Oysters are the only thing you can eat raw. So,
Bobby, I feel how I feel, Bobby, but thank you.
Okay. And then... hey, Giddy Good, you must be, you brought your boo to the workplace cafeteria. It must be pretty serious. So how about this? Contest line, 5 callers, 5 winners get invites to the wedding. And then maybe your boy Bobby, can he be an usher to the wedding or something?
Oh, look at Bob.
Something like that
you guys got to stop.
Don't jinx it, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man. But yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You can be a part of it.
But you got what? Oh, go ahead.
I appreciate you. Hey, so let me talk about now something that is not fun, the Giants. Look, Goo and I called in like the day after the first game of the season, that Netflix games, and I said that the Giants flippantly would be sellers at the deadline. And so I just want to apologize because they're not going to be sellers on July 31st. They're starting the process now because they are sellers now. Eldridge and that third-string catcher, they were promoted to enhance their trade value. This team has the worst run differential. Obviously, the record is the worst. And those 2 boys are being treated like chum to get trade talks going. This big bat strategy, it's always been a joke. I don't understand it. I call so many times saying this is about pitching and small ball. We need to reset this. Now, unfortunately, what kind of trade value do we even got? So that's why Eldridge and that third-string catcher were promoted. We're going to start the selling process now and get what we can on the fire sale and continue to try to, in my opinion, build on the strengths of our stadium, which is pitching and small ball. So we keep a rise. We keep how come no one calls him JHL? But Jung-Hoo Lee, I still believe in Willie Adames because I think he can be a great doubles machine. But the rest of it, we got to go. Chappie, whatever. He's expensive, but he's obviously a good player. And then we got to invest money on pitching. And yes, of course, pitching can be a bust. Day one, you could have UCL or whatever, blow out your Tommy John or whatever. But I think that's the way you build this team. And it is still exciting to have a team with pitching dominance. I don't really understand why everyone seems to think it can only be home run ball. If you have a team that dominates in pitching, that is super exciting. It's like that Royals team back in the World Series when it was like you knew who was coming up in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. That was fun, right? And they were pitching dominant.
Yeah.
But that's what we need to do. I don't understand, Buster Posey. You were a catcher. I don't know why you don't get this, brother, but it is what it is. So anyway, thank you for taking my call. It's a pleasure talking to both of you.
Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate it, man. Well, first of all, Guru, those shrimp that you dip in the sauce, as you say, are not raw. They have been boiled or steamed.
You get my. I think you know me, so you.
I didn't want to make a big deal about it.
Come on now. Damn, so technical.
Either that, or you got the strongest intestines, on planet Earth. So this is something I do agree with Bobby about, and one of the reasons why. I didn't think they'd be this bad. To me, if you thought the Giants would be 13-21 after games, you're lying. After 34 games, I don't think anybody saw them being this bad.
Thank you.
However, a manager's best friend is a great bullpen. To Bobby's points, against in Kansas City's 2015 when they won the World Series, they went Kelvin Herrera in the 7th. Wade Davis in the 8th.
Look at you.
Greg Holland in the 9th. They were unstoppable. And it was one of the first times when I can remember a bullpen being more of a star than the starting rotation, who, by the way, I think featured Johnny Cueto before he got to San Francisco. And this season's Giants team, while their bullpen has been statistically good.
Second best in the majors, ERA.
Ryan Walker's already got 3 blown saves.
Man.
You don't know who your closer is, which, by the way, means that you also don't know who your setup man is. You don't know who your 7th inning guy is. You don't know what roles are going to be given to certain players on certain days. I mean, would I love to see Eric Miller get the closing role? Yeah, because I think he's their best guy. But Tony Vitello and his staff have decided that they want to play this a little more by the numbers, which is if you got your best guys coming up in the lineup, we're going to throw our best pitcher. And then Walker's going to get the 9th. And to me, they had to identify in the offseason that this was going to be a weakness, the 9th inning. Yeah. And so far, it's bitten them multiple times this year, and it bit them 3 times.
I was just going there.
During this road trip.
Yeah, 6 games and you had 3 blown saves. So do with that what you will, but at least the bullpen can say on a different day of the week, we got the second best ERA in baseball. Okay, but there's nothing offensively that you could just put together to even make Giant fans right now, stop the panic. There is no Advil. There is no aspirin. You just got to go out there and hit the ball. And hopefully, Evan, Eldridge can help with that. But if he doesn't, and it is what it was last year, which I expected to kind of be, I'm rooting for the kid. I mean, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? And I guess the point is, after 34 games, I never in a million years, after predicting the Giants would win 90, that's kind of off. I should just give Stoney a 20, right?
Well, yeah, but he also owes you for the Hawks.
Yeah. Kind of went to the cafeteria and somehow didn't get the beverage, but it's okay. He took care of me at Sam's. But the bottom line, Evan, is, I mean, man, what else do you have in the deck of cards? And I'll say this to Bobby, Hauser and Molly, and that I got to put respect on Molly's name. 5 in the 3rd yesterday, scoreless. Didn't give up a run. I know he's feast or famine. Every other, start, it's 5 runs. Or they're like, you wasted that outing. So I don't know where this team is going, what we see tonight, but it's got to start quick, fast, and in a hurry, man. Well, it just does.
It reminds me a little bit of last year. Remember when I think it was 16 games in a row where they went without scoring 4 more runs? And they ended up, I want to say they went like 500 or close to 500 in those games.
And that's a lot of games, 16.
That is a lot of games. And it was because they had great starting pitching. Yeah. And this year, I don't think their pitching has been that bad. They're top half of the league in quality starts. I know that Hauser's left much to be desired. He gave up 2 home runs in the first 6 pitches his last time out against Philly, but he hasn't been horrific. Malley's been been occasionally good, like he was yesterday against Tampa Bay.
ERA of 5 on the season, 5 even. If you know nothing to write home about.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be your 4th or 5th guy. Right. I mean, those pitchers typically are dominating. I think if I'm honestly looking at anybody in the starting rotation who's been leaving me wanting more, it's probably Logan Webb. Logan Webb has not been himself so far this season.
No doubt.
And with this offense, there's even more pressure on those guys.
And I thought the ABS might be. Webb is he's a maestro. He's a painter. He lives on the black. And I thought the ABS might mess with guys like him or whatnot. But, Evan, I just honestly think, just in regard to Webb, that the baseball classic get him off to a slow start. But it's like right now he can throw 8 scoreless innings and he may get a run. That's how inept this offense has been. So, to Shasky's point, and I don't want to speak for him, but he was kind of like all these – Evan, there's nobody right now lining up for Devers or Adames and these contracts, so you got to just wait this thing out.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Giddings in for Steinmetz, hopefully going to be back in tomorrow, feeling a little bit under the weather. Guru holding it down. Let's stay in the city. Let's stay in San Francisco and talk to our guy, Nick. Nick, good morning. How you doing? What's going on?
I'm great. Thanks for having me, guys, as always.
Hey. Of course.
I do. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about, when things go bad on any team, you look for a scapegoat sometimes. We talked about Kuminga and the pass on the Dubs, and we were like, oh, my God, it's Ayuk. And we all knew it was other problems, right? And with the Giants, I'm not really blaming Tony V. I think it's still early, obviously, in his career. I think it's kind of the roster construction at the moment. It feels like we have everyone on the roster is either a leadoff hitter on another team or they're a number 2 hitter on the other team. And I know we don't have a lot of home run hitters right now, obviously. Adames has the abilities, but we haven't quite seen it. 30 bombs last year is fine, but he hit about 220, and that's our biggest contract. So the way I see it is they're allergic to small ball, yet they have 6 or 7 small ball hitters. And I just don't understand the way Tony's doing it. I think he has the power to change it. Like, they don't put down any bunts, and they're not walking. So it's like I don't see how Tony's trying to get himself out of this. I don't really see it. Just seems like a doom loop with this roster. But they're decent on paper, the way I see it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with you, Nick. Or they should be better than they are.
Yeah, I had 90 wins on paper, Evan. Yeah, to the caller's point, on paper.
Well, I didn't have 90 wins, by the way. So are you done with that? You got to recalibrate?
No, I just know they got to turn it around and be the best version of themselves to get to that plateau. But they could still qualify, and all that matters is they qualify for the postseason, maybe the 3rd wild card at this point. But, Evan, it would have to be a major metamorphosis right now after 34 games with, let me ask you this. Has your view of Rafael Devers as a baseball player changed because from what you've seen last year and 34 in this year? I'm not breaking up with him yet. I just would love to find out what's behind how bad he's looking. But some say he's done. His bat speed's gone. Vamoose, where are you at on Evan getting to computer when it comes to Devers?
I don't think he's done. I mean, he's 29 years old. I don't think that you can fall off a cliff that fast. To the point where you go from, and Devers was never a top 5 hitter, but he was pretty consistently a top 10 or top 12 guy in the AL for about a decade. And
that's 10 years, people.
That's a large enough sample size that leads me to believe that he can still summon that. He just hasn't done it at all. And so the thing about Devers right now is, and I think he's kind of symbolic of where the Giants are at, and that is they're pressing. They are already feeling, and it came into this year because you got a new manager. You were 500 last year. You wanted to take a step. This team is in win-now mode, and I think that's what's frustrating about them. To me, there are 3 teams that are the most disappointing teams in baseball, and unfortunately the Giants are one of them. The New York Mets are one.
Oh, go ahead.
The Boston Red Sox will be one of them, and the San Francisco Giants will be the 3rd team.
I don't think you've missed. I don't think that you are right.
And out here on the West Coast, there's not another team that you can look at and say is underachieving more than the San Francisco Giants. Do they have a ton of great bats? Not necessarily, but I think that Buster Posey in this front office walked into this season looking for a reason, and maybe ownership did too, because we had a caller call in and say they're not investing enough money. or the allocation of their resources isn't with the team solely,
Payroll
that might be fair.
$199.
That might be fair. I think that Posey and the front office wants to invest in this team. And the biggest issue about their performance through 34 games is they are not giving the front office a reason to invest. They aren't. Why would you spend more money on this product when the players that you brought in so far have not just looked bad, but look like some of the worst or least productive players in baseball? So I can't say right now that this team looks like, number one, they're going to add at the deadline, but why should I go get another bat in the offseason? Why should I go get you another premier arm? Because you haven't been able to do anything with it so far.
And to put the right on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, Evan, you shouldn't have, it's what you invested. And that's where I talk about Adames and Devers. You shouldn't have to add another dollar to the investment part of it. You already invested. My thing is, you bring up Buster Posey. I'm just asking, we're having giant therapy. Would you like, personally, Evan, to hear something from Buster about this 34-game stretch too soon? Or all I can remember last year was it's go time, and then he went and pulled off the trade. I'm just asking you, I guess in a crazy world, E, when things go bad like this, Michael Jackson bad, I don't know why I always like to hear from the higher-ups. Do you care right now? Because Buster's not going up to swing a bat. But would you like to hear from him? I do.
Well, I think it was 335 days ago. My math's been a little off today. But it was June 4th, 2025 when Buster Posey said, it's time to go. It's go time. And
I was like, watch out.
Well, that was when they were playing good baseball. You know, does he come out and say it's no time right now? I don't know what Buster's going to do.
Yeah,
it wasn't my best. But what he did do is he brought up a couple of players from AAA because there's no reason at this point. I think that's where Buster may be different than someone like Farhan is there's no reason to not see what you got with these guys. You acquired them or you developed them in the case of Eldridge. They're supposed to be able to hit. Rodriguez's biggest tool is his bat.
Okay.
He's hitting 300 in AAA. And right now, your catcher has literally the worst OPS among starting players in Major League Baseball.
He can throw some dudes out.
I think he threw out 3 yesterday.
Yeah, he threw one was beautiful tag by Adames. Is there any part of, and I'm not, if I'm reaching bad defense foul on me, because I don't see it this way by bringing these young men up, there's no part after 34 games of a white flag, right? They just need an infusion of hope. Shout out Star Wars.
You got to give it another month.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to get it another month until you raise the white flag. But like I told you, I got a roommate, and look, he's young. I know that he's, a lot of his young life has been watching championships and was watching Posey as a player, but he's not interested in this team right now. And I think there's a lot of fans that aren't interested in this team right now because every time they feel like the Giants are beginning to turn a corner, like they were a week, literally at the beginning of this road trip. It was, all right, now we can finally see some wins.
Yeah, Philly struggling.
Philadelphia fired their manager, and by the end of that series, the Giants looked more dysfunctional.
Yikes. I mean, last in homers, last in walks, last in runs, shut out 7 times, 1 run 5 times. I mean, that is inept. And I will say this, outside of Rise, I don't know what you make of Chapman. I see him get up with ducks on the pond, so I don't want to just let him skate. But the bottom line is it just feels like the sequence of this lineup doesn't match. And I guess it's easy to say that when nobody's hitting the ball.
That's a fact. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Hopefully Steiny going to be back in tomorrow. What are you feeling about, for example, they got a homestand this week. They got the Padres. They got the Pirates. They're in town. What are you feeling? What are you expecting? Are you excited because Eldridge and Rodriguez are coming up? Are you feeling like those players are just supposed to be saviors? Is there anything to expect right now with the Giants? Because to me, this is as bad as it's been in quite some time. And it's frustrating, Guru, because Buster Posey was supposed to be someone to turn this around. And instead, it's gone in the other direction.
And you are so right. I can't remember it being this bad, offensively. But at the end of the day, I'm excited about Eldridge, but I'm just tired, if you don't mind, D, of making these big campaigns or slogans about what the Giants are going to do moving forward. Because every time I open my mouth, I'm wrong. And right now, it is so bad that I don't know what to expect. And I will say this, it will be interesting to see Vitello and company, and I added company to see how they're going to find time for these new bats. I know a catcher is not a big deal, so.
Well, it can be.
Rodriguez, here, you got a week. You know what I mean? But, Evan, I don't know what to expect, and I don't know who's going to be out the lineup. I just know this. We can keep saying, and I'm doing it, it's early, but as you said, it can get late early.
I also got some good news for you about shrimp on the other side, Gil. We can absolutely get into that.
I love shrimps.
I know you love shrimp.
I put the S on it. You know,
cooked, boiled, or maybe even raw. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Back after this on Steiny and Guru.
I love tomatoes.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Big matches, big moments, big rewards. This May, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and score 2 free soccer tickets to a San Jose Earthquakes match. Guaranteed. Plus, you could win the ultimate VIP soccer match. 4 sideline seats to a world global game. Plus premium food and drinks and exclusive access to live entertainment. Don't miss your shot. Give blood. Get rewarded. Make an impact. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org today.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
On May 6th, come celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month at the APA Heritage Awards and Gala. Everyone is invited to this amazing community celebration. This year, we're honoring milestone organizations and AAPI youth for their distinct community impact. Stay for the after party, where you can enjoy delightful Asian Pacific cuisine, unique cultural performances, raffle drawings, and more. Find out more information and register to attend at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Giddings in for Steinmetz. Been a little bit under the weather.
Yeah.
Well, you're not under the weather.
I'm irritated. Because you are part of this.
I was going to give you some good news, but...
Well, I need it after this.
Okay.
Give me some good news. So apparently you guys think I'm eating raw shrimp when I eat cold shrimp. Squirt, my guy, shrimp cocktail are not raw. I know they're not raw. So what gave you guys all in the chat? It's just not squid or the clam stuff that you eat. It's different than that. Like, I like calamari.
Yeah, and I was trying to tell you that a fried oyster might be more down your road.
It's too gooey.
Well,
shout out goo.
If it's deep fried, it doesn't always taste gooey. Yeah. It's actually really good, especially with some sauce next to it.
I know the shrimp cocktail is not. I'd be dead.
Well, I do have some good news.
All right, give it to me.
One of our close friends was listening. Texted him. I just Googled it, and apparently it is possible to eat raw shrimp. It's just very risky.
Yeah.
Which is why nobody does it.
Yeah.
I got you.
But I just meant the cold. Yeah. I'm a big shrimp cocktail guy.
I know you are.
The jumbo ones watch out.
I believe they call them prawns. You ever had a tiger prawn? Those are the fat ones.
Yeah, but then
the size of your fist.
Yeah, they are big.
Oh, heck yes.
And that sauce. I'm going to just say sauce because Steiner would be like, what's the name of it?
No, pasta might have been ordering him at, what was it, Carl's Beacon yesterday?
I love pasta.
He loves everything.
Man, look at him.
Big pasta.
I love pepper jack.
Yeah, he's working through it today. Don't worry. I got you, buddy. I brought back your book.
So, Steve Kerr rumors. I know we won't get to it now.
We will get to those Steve Kerr rumors.
You
ain't buying it?
I would be shocked. You don't want to leave Steph.
Well, sources are saying, and this is from Mark Stein, the latest, that Steve Kerr is going to be meeting with the Warriors today. Oh. So we should have some news. I don't know if it's during the show, but I'm assuming after. Maybe tomorrow.
Our brother Bonte hit me. I talked to him over the weekend, and it's my guy. We used to do a show with him, us three.
Mm-hmm.
And
did one the other Friday.
Dude, he said he does care about who the Warriors are sending to the lottery, and he appreciates me saying it. Evan, no news yet on who the Warriors are sending.
Well, so you told me that Sacramento is sending.
I heard rumors of it. A guy that does their pre and post.
So,
yeah.
Can we send Bonte?
He got a new baby, though. But you could send him.
It's only a 24-hour trip.
And he's got good, he don't got good luck when he goes to the Niner games.
It's only the road games. Him and Shasky on the road. Don't bring that up. Last time I brought that up, Butch got really pissed.
Why does he get mad? That's real.
It's not our fault you haven't seen him win a playoff game on the road.
And they lost a bowl in Vegas, and they were together.
Yeah, there was that one. There was the 2021 NFC Championship game.
He went to Dallas when they beat Dallas in COVID year, 2022, I believe.
Oh, Bonte did?
2021.
Oh, then they have seen a win.
Yeah,
what are they complaining about?
Yeah. But he was there when the Rams beat him, and Mosley third. No, Tart dropped the interception. Monte was there. Both of them were there.
Well, he got to see some cool stadiums. You know, the venues. Obviously, went to Philly the year that Brock Purdy hurt his elbow. That kind of stuff.
Ooh.
When he's walking through. Yeah, tough time there. All
Nobody's mad. Give it to me one more time. Nobody's mad.
I kind of miss Radio Bonte.
Oh, you gotta love it, man.
He's the same guy. Like he'll call us on the side, and you really get him. I miss Radio Bonte.
Yeah.
Same old Clay to me.
Well, actually, technically he is. Someone was asking me about that this weekend. So
go ahead.
On Saturday, we went out to a couple different places in the Sunset, and so I was meeting some new people, some new friends, and. Like, I'm sure you get this all the time. You meet someone new and they say, what do you do? Right. I work in sports. Like, oh, my God, I got to run all these sports takes by you and talk about
every neighbor.
Not the ones that gamble.
No, right.
So someone says, what do you think of Clay? And I go, oh, Jesus. Well, you know how in sports we've been talking a lot about sample size.
Yeah, right.
We've been talking a lot about what a player is over the course of their career. Devers is, he's traditionally been a top 15 hitter in baseball. This isn't Clay's first time.
Hello.
That's all I'm going to say.
No doubt about it.
So
He's
that's what I
Derek
told
Jeter.
them. It's not that it's excusable.
Yeah.
It's not that it's not wrong. But you know what you're getting into with Klay Thompson. That's all I'm going to say.
And I'll say this about our world. I'm going to be Steiny because the stuff we care about, it's out of control. It has been out of control, but I'll say this. Evan, I declared him the winner because he got freedom and he got out of a situation that, he wanted to get out of. But Beyonce has her beehive. I don't know what you call Meg stands, but boy, she has some, like Klay is public enemy number one. Let that man live.
Well, I mean, you got to live semi-righteously.
Yeah.
I don't want to open up Pandora's box.
I get fired.
This from the 510. Giants looking for answers. Call-ups are desperation a month in. I think that's fair. I think this is somewhat of a desperate move, especially after they talked about before the season not wanting to rush a player like Bryce.
But you thought
Eldridge.
your offense was better than it was. So now...
Well, it's literally one of the... If you're talking about scoring runs are the worst in baseball.
There's 29 other teams, E. Like, good God. So, with that said... Are you looking at Vitello different? Because there was a glimpse of him. Evan, he might have been looking down at his shoelace on his cleats, but he had his head down on the top of the deck. And I was like, through the TV, Tony. But not that he was down, but just what do you make of him? Like, he didn't sign up for this, and they're showing the damn Tennessee clips where everything's all good. And it's like, to me, just he's having his welcome to the majors moment.
Well, how I'm feeling about Tony Vitello is
just to give it to me. I'm not blaming him at all.
I don't know if he was set up to fail, but with this team, he clearly was not set up to succeed.
Payroll at 200. Where's Carter? 199.
11th in baseball, but they're the worst offense. So you gave number one, a manager with zero professional experience that is on the first media appearance of his spring training start. He's talking about Tennessee, and he's wondering where these rumors have come from. So Tony Vitello he is currently a college coach that was hired to be a big league manager, and you gave him the worst offense in baseball. You gave him no closer by virtue of that, an inconsistent setup man. You gave him a coaching staff with a third base coach that doesn't know right from left, it feels like some days. And you gave him an overpriced aging team and expected him to make wine out of water.
So you're saying
I don't know if he was set up to fail, but he wasn't set up to succeed.
Is you Buster? Because when you say you gave him, I'm asking. Because
that's the front office. He would Buster Posey also hired him.
Bochy, where you can go talk, and George Jefferson, my guy Ron Washington.
I mean, are they a 500 team right now with Bruce Bochy? They're 8 games below. I mean, they are one of the worst teams in baseball right now.
I like, Ev, I hear you. I truly do. So can you look me in the face when I say this and say, Goo, I can feel that they'll figure this out, right? They'll turn it around.
Well, what does turning it around mean? Getting back to 500?
Getting to the postseason.
No. You cannot talk October when you're 8 games below 500.
Man.
That is not the goal. We have to recalibrate our expectations of the San Francisco Giants.
All right, I hear you. Get the win today.
Well, it's all the small things. And like Tony's not above blame, right? I think he did not do a very good job against Philadelphia. There were some situations where I'm wondering against Tampa Bay what exactly they're trying to execute here. And his coaching staff, if you want to call it the third base coach, you can, but that's an extension of him. He hired that guy. He put him at third base. So Borg is blowing plays left and right. That's also on Vitello. But I don't know why you're pitching to Kyle Schwarber. I don't know why Ryan Walker's throwing 9 straight sinkers to Bryson Stott. I don't know why you brought up this guy McDonald who's starting tonight on Monday night when he should have been starting game 2 of the doubleheader last Thursday. You should have saved Hauser, and instead you are down a starter against a team that's coming in with their full cast of characters. I don't know. I don't have the answers to why Tony Vitello has done what he's done. So he's not above blame.
Yeah.
But I'm not expecting a first-time manager with no pro experience to be Bruce Bochy or Dusty Baker, even though those are both people in this building.
I mean, man, and you hit it all out the park. And then also, too, in that Philadelphia series, the doubleheader, you had guys in the pen that were warm, were ready. You didn't go to them. You got pitchers throwing Schwarber the same pitch over and over and over. And then, you lost those battles. The pitchers did. But, just like yesterday, you got the lead, and I'm just thinking old Giant baseball. And you might, if you want to be a smart ass, you could say, what year are you talking about, 14? But, they had a lead, and the bullpen was going to come in, and Doval was going to blow them away. And you get on the plane and come back to the Bay and host the Padres, and everybody's feeling good. But Buster and company chose this manager, and you had to know there was going to be turbulence. And when there was turbulence, I'm not hiring or giving anybody a contract if I don't believe in dire times or difficult times, they lose their manager of virginity on the major league level in regard to figuring it out. And you're right. Borg, that's amazing. I know his name this soon into the season.
Not Bjorn Borg.
But I wanted to run, Matt, what did you call him? Windmill Williams out. That's a bar. And I blamed Bob Melvin to where Chris Townsend's texting me daily. Like, those guys, I can't even mimic their name because they're not a part of this team. So the same things or problems persist. Do you think Steiny got it right where maybe they're just not that good?
Well, I don't think they're 90-win good. But even Steiny, I think, would tell you he expected them to be a 500 team. They're not close to being a 500 team.
What do you think I saw?
They've been a disappointment.
Yes.
Let's just call it like it is. They've been a disappointed baseball team.
It's bigger than disappointment. Like, this is disappointment city.
Well, it's also because it feels like they're shooting themselves in the foot. Sometimes it feels like preventing themselves from winning baseball games. Extra innings, sometimes they look clueless.
You didn't tag up yesterday when you should have said, push the envelope.
And of course, it turns out the moment you don't score that run, they get Chandler Simpson, who's the fastest player in baseball at second base. He scores, and you lose the game. And it was like that the entire road trip. Every single time that it felt like they had a shot to win, they were an out away twice, from winning games against Philadelphia. Both ends of the doubleheader.
Blue Jays in the World Series, but they were a strike away. I'm sorry, but yeah, and what about you're going to laugh? You may or you may not, but. They had to know as a staff, everybody involved that Mullins didn't have. He's got a noodle arm.
He's got one of the worst arms in baseball.
So why wouldn't, that's got to come into the equation of, we're going to push the envelope, but it ain't Eric the Red in his prime in center field. Why did you not take advantage of that weakness and that throw? He would have been safe. And to hear a former big leaguer, a former Giant, and Hunter Pence, that was as demonstrative as he was basically going Shafty. Why didn't you send him?
Well, he called it out in real time.
Dude.
It's like, you got to test him.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a situation where he's for sure going to be safe, but it's in that spot, you got to try and make a play. I don't know if that's on Adames. I don't know if that is on the third base coach. We're talking about the extra inning situation yesterday.
How about everybody, Evan?
I mean, yeah, you could put it you could put it on everybody if you want, but I mean, to me, I'm preferring right now at this stage to look at the players and the person who's responsible for bringing those players in. And that is Devers, Adames. I know Chapman's been disappointing to some. He's got one home run, but he's made a lot of great plays on defense. And he's got some big hits for you. He's not an issue right now. But Adames and Devers are looking like a sunk cost. And Buster Posey was the one who was responsible for bringing him in. All right, this is from the 707. Just be patient. They need to find a closer, and once the team starts hitting, they'll be right there in wild card contention. Number one, You can't go to Jack in the Box and get a closer.
I was actually going to say the baseball Walmart.
Well,
but go ahead, I get you.
You can't go to In-N-Out and go get.
Just say, we need a closer. Okay, no biggie.
You can't go get Randy Rodriguez from the IL. He needs a new UCL or is recovering from reconstruction of one. You can't go get a new closer. And once they start hitting, will they be better? Yes. But are they going to be good enough to make up the amount of ground that they've lost? Because they have not just not hit Goo. They've been the worst hitting team in baseball for the first 34 games of the season.
Yeah, and it's 3 letters to me, WHY. And until they figure that out or take it upon themselves to fix it, I really mean what I'm going to say. You talked about the top end of the rotation and a fan favorite Webb. And I feel like if we want to really be real, outside of that 107, the Giants have wasted his prime. I mean, just think about it. When Logan Webb, how many big games in the postseason has he pitched? And it's like, oh my gosh, Matt Cain, Lincecum, all the big dogs, you know, we saw them grow and excel in the postseason, and Logan Webb's having a problem being the guy that he is on this rotation year in, year out. Let's just say, Evan, he has a subpar year. It's almost like you earned that. But my point is, what if the big dogs, the pinstripes, come calling and the bottom falls out of this thing? I'm projecting, but if it doesn't get fixed fast, quick, and in a hurry, and I know you mentioned Robbie Ray could be, you know, if we were to get there and some teams that were in contention and the Giants just the worst happened and you know you're not going to win. But I do wonder, what names do you stop at if it's Robbie Ray and somebody was to give you a haul, the Yankees were to give you a haul for a Logan Webb?
Well, that's where I'm not there yet. I know Shasky is.
34 games, right?
I know some fans are. To me, it's a little too early to be talking about the deadline. About 2.5 months before. All right, let's go to Will, who's been hanging on patiently in Marin. Will, thank you so much, man. What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, good, man. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, real quick, Evan, I've been in that situation where I've been at a restaurant and something bad happened. Just remember, I know that no one wants to be that guy, but just remember, kindness kills. So if you just kind of bring it up kindly, to, hey, you know, I was waiting for my leftovers, realized they never come back, was wondering what was going to happen. A lot of the times, the restaurant will give you something nice in return. It'll hook it up. Like I had that situation at the Cheesecake Factory. My girl was eating a piece of cheesecake. It was a little rich. She wanted it to go. They forgot. I brought it up kindly. They brought her out a brand new slice. End of story.
Nice.
Just remember, kindness kills. You're a great young man. I don't see you struggling with that issue anymore moving forward. As for the Giants, I think what they lack is consistency. Like baseball is one of those funny sports, right? When a few months from now, we'll probably look back at it and Devers, Chapman, other players, they'll probably have the numbers that we kind of expect them to have. It's not going to come at a consistent time, or it's going to kind of come at the wrong time. Kind of, when a team is good in baseball, a lot of the times they're going to be consistent. They're going to have a few people that are hot, and more than just like Schmidt. We kind of need a lineup that could kind of carry one another when other people are down, because it is a game based on failure. And even though Ohtani himself right now is struggling, and Kyle Tucker's struggling, but guess what? Max Muncy kind of figured it out. He's dropping bombs and stuff like that. They have a lot of good veteran players that can kind of pick others up. And I think that's kind of where the Giants lack in their success or them scoring runs. They're kind of betting. They kind of are all in. It feels like their lineup is an all-in lineup. They're either going to put up decent runs in a series, or they're just not going to show up. And unfortunately, they've just not been showing up more often. They're probably going to show up some point in time in this season. However, it's probably going to be too late to be at any playoff race or anything like that. I did kind of have higher hopes, and I feel that Buster Posey did a good job at kind of getting us excited. And I don't blame him for this at all. I think that he was kind of given a roster, and he's kind of like seeing moving pieces where he feels is good. And, I know that we kind of wanted him to make more splashes and stuff like that, but you kind of feel like, when you make a splash in free agency, sometimes it doesn't pan out. You think you're making a good trade. On paper, it looked great. We got Devers for absolutely nothing kind of. I mean, Tibbs is dropping bombs and, he's doing his thing, but, Devers obviously kind of in a trade, you always want the best player. And at that time, we got the best player, and I can't really fault him for that. I'm not going to fault Tony Vitello for this. He was given this team, like you said, he wasn't given a great lineup to succeed with. He wasn't really given the most dominant, pitching staff. And I will say, shout out to the bullpen, because they're pretty much keeping this team afloat. I mean, I could only imagine how bad they would actually be if the bullpen wasn't playing above their standard and playing better than what we all thought they were going to be. I just think that consistency is what's killing them. And, obviously, too, I think a lot of the times, too, we watch football, we watch basketball, and especially in the generation, kind of the times that we're in, we're always expecting, like, we want results now. And I just feel like with baseball, you have to be a little bit more patient. And I get it. It's grueling. It stinks. It's not fun. But the Giants will be fun, and I think they will be a little bit better than is advertised. But I really don't expect anything more than possibly 500 or maybe 6 to 7 games over that. Thanks, guys.
I got you, Will. Thanks for the advice too.
Yeah, no, you got to give him some credit. He was what word am I looking for, Evan? Calm. But also, too, I wanted to jump in, and I do that. I just butcher it all the time. But I wanted to jump in and ask him at what juncture or what pit stop, because, again, it is early. We all know that. But, man, when you just look at their run differential and then you're not surprised when you hear their last in runs, I want to ask Jack, when do you bring up the warning sign, or when do you say this is unacceptable? Because I'm not mad at Giant fan, and you just kind of check me in a good way, because I was looking at Shasky like, who are you? I don't even know you Friday, because he was talking about contracts and blow it up. No, you're in the embryo stages, bro, of this. And who are you going to unload these contracts on? And maybe if these guys get back on their horse, you don't want to unload them. But, Evan, what juncture? Can you give me 81 games when you really, truly get concerned? Like, maybe Devers ain't turning it around. Maybe Willie's not turning it around. Like, what part of the film are you going to get up out your chair and be like, oh, boy, I think I know how this ends?
Well, I think the fact that someone like Bryce Eldridge, who they talked about being reluctant to move fast, and they wanted to take their time to make sure they don't mess it up.
All right.
He just got called up. He's going to be in the lineup. If not tonight, at some point this week, soon. You need him in the lineup. Jesus Rodriguez, they traded for him last year. He can hit. He's going to be in the lineup tonight or sometime this week.
Right.
Because you have no other choice. I think that's a signal that they are worried. Full-blown panic? I don't know if professional athletes and front office members really abide by that, but they're worried for sure. This is not how they expected to start the season.
Man.
I don't think that they wanted Eldridge in the major leagues this early. Because otherwise, and I talked about this after the first series of the season, it looked bad when you scored 3 runs in 3 games against the Yankees and you had your number 1 hitting prospect down in AAA.
Yeah.
But I could understand it. Now they're telling us, well, our offense is not good enough. And so we would rather rely on players who have little to none major league experience than rely on some of these guys that are currently in the lineup. Like, I think Rodriguez, he's going to push someone like Patrick Bailey.
It's not that hard offensively.
Yeah, and Susak, if he wasn't hurt, would probably be pushing Patrick Bailey. Bryce Eldridge, is it Schmidt? Right now, no, because he's hitting. Eldridge is there to, hey, Rafi, like, this ain't good enough. And Devers is going to be hopefully here for a long time,
no
but
doubt.
I'm sorry, you got to light a fire under his ass. And maybe Bryce Eldridge is that guy.
I love that. I love fire, but I will say this, and you tell me if I'm off the mark, and it's okay if I am. I'm not looking at Eldridge. I'm looking at him differently now than, let's say, last year when he came up, because it was kind of a lost cause, and I wanted to see the young gun. But I know people are going to come for me with this take. To me, he can't fail, or he's not on my board of, why am I scratching my damn head after 9 innings of Giant baseball 6 to 7 days a week until we figure, or they figure out what's going on with, again, for the millionth time, Devers and Adames. Go ahead, Eldridge, ease your way back in. But if he comes out 2 for 15, I'm not going to – there is no way I'm coming out, oh, he's not what we thought he was. He's to blame. Obviously, he's up to kind of enhance the offense and give it a spark. But the bottom line right now, 34, 40 games in, 50, 60, is I'm watching what becomes of Devers and Adames, the two-headed monster, because this team will not turn it around and will stay, Evan, in the cellar if these two dudes continue to be this porous at the plate. So I don't want to give passes. I'm rooting for Bryce, But, man, the rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control when it comes to this Giant offense is Rafael Devers and Willie Adames.
I'm right there with you. 888-957-9570. I see, Eric, we're going to hit a break there right now and then come back on the other side. We also got we do have to get into some Steve Kerr.
It's incredible.
And I don't know how you kind of read the news. We'll relay it for you at around 12:30, kind of second half of the show, get into some of the stuff with Steve Kerr. But we are taking your calls. We're taking your texts. What do you want to see tonight for the San Francisco Giants? What do you expect to see? Is it all about Eldridge and Rodriguez right now? And what does that signal from the front office that they're calling up two offensively gifted players to try and aid right now the lowest scoring offense in baseball? 888-957-9570. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steiny and Guru back after this, all sponsored by Balance Financial Wellness.
It's a difficult situation.
Falling behind on your mortgage? You're not alone, and you have options. HUD-certified counselors at Balanced Financial Wellness can help you avoid foreclosure. Don't wait. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org today.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows brings expert craftsmanship and big savings to your home. Get 25% off all windows and doors only this month. A real upgrade to your comfort, curb appeal, and utility savings. We've installed over 1 million windows and get most jobs done in one day. Hurry, this offer ends May 31st. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only, some restrictions apply. Call us at website for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. look for the red truck.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
San Francisco weather, mostly cloudy, high of 61.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, so we don't exactly know who's coming off the roster for the San Francisco Giants or getting sent down to AAA because Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez, they will be with the big league club, officially promoted yesterday after the Giants' 6th straight defeat on the road to the Tampa Bay Rays. But you should get, I don't know about option, but there's got to be some sort of punishment for the worst challenge I have ever seen.
And Dave Fleming, the great Dave Fleming, he was not happy. And I asked you, Evan, I don't know if you know how it works. Do the big boys get to do it whenever they want, or everybody has free reign? But in Encarnion, it was the worst one I've ever seen.
And this is where I don't know if it's on managing.
Their season.
For those who don't know, we're talking about challenging a strike call or a ball call. You know, it's a new part of the game this season.
Oh.
You see some teams that do it in big moments. I feel like I've seen the Giants do a lot in the first inning. Patrick Bailey obviously has free reign to kind of challenge pitch behind the plate. I'm with you.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
But yesterday, Gerard Encarnacion took a fastball
down the middle.
It might have been an inch or two off the heart of the plate. And he taps his helmet. And I'm watching in real time. I wasn't listening to Flem and Pence on NBC Sports.
Oh, they were great.
But he tapped his helmet, and I couldn't believe it. I mean, that was the most clear cut. Like, everyone makes fun of umpires when they get a call wrong, and, like, how do you miss that? There has to be some sort of consequence for Encarnion. That's a max fine in kangaroo court.
So I let you hear Dave Fleming's retort to him. He goes, we got Dave here. Dave, your thoughts on that challenge, because to me, Evan, that's what can get a manager in trouble.
Why is he challenging the call? I don't understand.
That's what Evan, it was down the like,
that's a 5 pasta. What did you just do?
That is like, that's a matter. Evan, I don't know if I would have all my guys with the ability, and you could say, Goo, you're front running now because things are bad. But no, the big boys, I don't know who the big boys are, but everybody can't just have that at your disposal, and he abused that yesterday.
Well, it's one of those things
was down the middle. Oh, it's strike 2, buddy. Swing the bat.
I understand he's a big bat, and they liked him last year, but I was kind of curious why he was on the roster, and I feel like that's the final straw. You cannot go up there and do that.
You can't, man.
And from the 707, Gerard is a repetitive boom or bust right-handed bat that is positionally challenged. Yeah, I'm with you.
But,
he ain't helping none.
Yeah, you talking shrimp, we're talking all seafood. There's bigger fish to fry when it comes to offense here.
Because you can't eat it raw.
There we go.
Yeah.
Not named Devers and Adames. And I appreciate you agreeing. Not that we do that. You agree with me. But Eldridge, I hope he's in the lineup tonight. Both of them, right? You think why wouldn't they be?
Well, they weren't in the lineup yesterday, so that was kind of a tip-off in the Sacramento Rivercats game. Both those guys not being in the lineup was a sign that the shakeup's coming. And I think that Buster Posey, while I don't believe he's put together a fantastic roster, you can, already early in his tenure as president of baseball operations, I think he's not afraid to push buttons. And he doesn't have a lot to push because you have Devers, you have Adames, you have Chap, you have big money guys that you gotta play.
Yeah.
But you also have to do something to this roster. You have to do something to that locker room to let them know that I understand you guys are in your heads. I understand you're not performing the way you believe you should be.
Right.
And that there's better days ahead. But that still doesn't make it okay. There is no way, shape, or form that the way the Giants are playing right now, 8 games below 500, first time they've been swept on a 6-game roadie since 2022, blowing 3 of those games. There's no way you can come back from that road trip and let them know that how they're performing is all right. You have to hold someone accountable. And to me, you know, I don't know if it's Encarnion coming off I don't know who's going to come off to make room for these two young guys. But that's a message from Buster Posey that this ain't good enough, and it ain't near good enough. And at least I can give him that because I've been skeptical of, again, just hiring people that have no experience in the profession they're about to take over for. Buster Posey, president of baseball operations, Vitello as manager. But you also have to give them credit when credit is due. And to me, this is Posey saying, I'm sorry, guys. I don't care if you're making $27 million or you're making $700,000. We're going to bring some guys in who have been hitting because you guys ain't.
No, you are on fire, and I just want to say this to you, Evan. I'm in your doctor's office. You got the white coat on, and I'm just going to read this to you because I don't know why I'm acting brand new. That's what we say in the streets, flabbergasted, because I just put this Giant team, and maybe it's 10, 12, 14, and I need to move on because that was 14 was 12 years ago. But 2017, this team won 64 games. Different cast of characters. 2018, 73. 19, 177. 2020, short season. But 2021, that was the big one, 107, right? And since 81, 79, 80, 81, and I guess I just, the ghost of Steiny is over there. What do you think it is about this team that I'm giving the benefit of the doubt that, they're going to break out? And maybe that's why I thought when Devers was announced the trade and Jim Bowden came on and he was talking about they could get to the World Series. Am I just starving, living in the past, expecting this team to finally do something that the Warriors and Niners at least have done? Get to a championship. Forget winning it, but getting there. Like, this is what they've been. What is making me feel like they've left meat on the bone?
Well, I think they've left meat on the bone, but I can't tell you why you believe that this team should win a postseason series. They haven't done that in 10 years. You know, it's been a decade since they've won a postseason series. But I think what you're expecting is Rafael Devers to hit like it's 2022. I think you're expecting Willie Adames to hit like it's 2022.
Those two dudes can
You're
be
expecting
all-stars.
Matt Chapman to hit like it's 2022. But the problem is it's 2026. And I brought this up when the Niners acquired Mike Evans, and I think it's probably more appropriate for the Giants. You know, did you sign good players or did you sign good resumes? Did you trade for a great player in Devers currently at the time? I thought he was pretty good, and he had a good end of last season. But to expect him to maintain that level for the entirety of the contract, that's why a lot of front offices are afraid of giving out big money deals to outside guys. They sign their own, but you look at a team like the Padres, who's going to be in town tonight. They regret giving Xander Bogaerts 12 years. Now, they like the Manny Machado deal.
I was just going there.
They obviously paid Tatis to be there for a long time, who, by the way, I think is still yet to hit a home run.
Great. We'll go get to that. That's crazy to me.
He might hit one in this series. But people are afraid of giving out these long-term overpriced contracts because they're very hard to return the investment.
But can we get to year 3 or 4 before you start seeing this type of like, oh my God, what's going on with Evan? That's like, we're seeing that right out the shoe. His first full season, the dude looks like he can't catch up and hit fastballs down the pipe. Adames swinging for the 5-run home run. And, you know, I love Willie because I got to give him this, and you tell me where I'm going because I'm different and I know it. I look at stuff, the mannerisms, but, you know, he's on second base having a good time yesterday, and I just thought I saw too much teeth. You know, your team lost 5 in a row. What's so funny? And But then when he was slumping, he was, and other guys on his team for Adames, he was the first one there cheering him on. And I was like, oh, this kind of phony. He's trying to treat. No, it's truly who he is. But does that say something about my character that now when the team is not doing well, that I'm watching him on the field? And I know it's not the Willie McCovey Giants or Jack Clark era, but have I just thought a dude that was, not doing it at the dish should just be mad and he's having fun, and who am I to say he should be doing it this way or feeling this way? And the same with Devers. Say what you want, but, the bottom line is your bat is supposed to do the talking. And when Devers got to second finally and doing all that, give me that, I'm like, you should please.
Well, I do have some good news because coming up in the next hour, the 12 o'clock hour, we're actually going to be giving away some Giants tickets to go see your Pittsburgh Pirates. This is on Saturday, May 9th. The first 7,000 kids to this game, by the way, receive a patch hat presented by Bank of America. You can go get your tickets for the game at sfgiants.com. But in the next hour, again, the 12 o'clock hour, we're going to be giving away a pair of tickets to go see the Giants along with the Pittsburgh Pirates. When you hear it, you'll be the fifth caller to the contest line, and you'll win, courtesy of Bank America. For more information, visit 957thegame.com. So keep it locked right here during the 12 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
Saturday night.
I'll be at that game.
Oh, you're going to that game?
Who wants to go to a soccer game?
It's not a soccer game, Steiny. It's a baseball game.
My man.
Although, not sure he beat either right now. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting at the Laughing Monk Studios. Giddings in for Steinmetz with Guru. Let's get out to Walnut Creek and talk to Eric. Eric, what's up? How you doing?
I'm okay. Obviously it's tough to watch. I'm a drive-by Bay Area fan. I just kind of pop a game on for, sometimes 20 minutes. And it's hard watching these Giants. It's hard figuring out exactly what's wrong. I wonder if Devers really wants to be here, and I don't think it's going to take someone like Eldridge to light a fire under him. He shouldn't need that. But when I'm watching games for a half hour and I'm watching this team lose and not being able to score, I kind of want to watch something else. And there's that team we're not allowed to talk about on this channel, and I'm starting to hit that channel up one. And that's a fun team to watch.
Oh, yes.
That's a team that has a very good farm management. I'd rather have Mark Fisher as my owner. Sorry, guys. We're not fun. We don't come from behind. Mark Kotze is better at managing a bench. I'm a Giants fan. I'm a Northern California fan, and this just is not fun. And how come they've figured it out and we can't?
No.
And trade your way to success?
And you can mention their name on this show, Evan. He talked about the Athletics. Like, I didn't like the gold uniforms that said Sacramento on them. I was like, oh, don't do that to it. But, right now they're a better ball. There's a lot of better ball clubs, especially when you just boil it down to offense.
Yeah, well, also, I would rather have Mark Fisher as the owner because John Fisher is the worst owner in baseball.
Oh,
yeah, why you
that was good.
Yeah, give myself
Can you give me the Cosell one more
give myself
time?
a one.
That's what I live for, man.
I was thinking about this, Goose. So, like the Giants traded Rafael Devers, or for Rafael Devers.
What happened? Yeah, it already happened.
I know that gave a lot of people
what do we get?
Yeah, they threw him. So, you traded away a few pieces. Hicks. All right, this one. You see what Kyle Harrison's doing in Milwaukee right now?
He struck out 20 Pirates last week. That I do remember. But Evan, are you going there? You're going there?
I mean, I can't kill him because Boston also got rid of him. They also traded, I think, James Tibbs.
Well, they messed up then. Look at what's up with Boston. So, but go ahead.
But Tibbs is Tibbs a nice little piece.
No doubt.
He's killing it in Oklahoma City. I realize it's a hitter-inflated league, just like the one that Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez are playing in. But Kyle Harrison has a 2.12 ERA for the Milwaukee Brewers. He's 3-1. That team is slightly above 500.
Yeah.
But they have gotten this guy to this place. Tibbs has an 1,100 OPS and was a former first-round pick.
Wow.
It's at some point we got to look at what this front office is doing. And the move itself, I think everyone would make the Devers move 10 times out of 10.
Right.
But what are you trying to do? Are you trying to win right now?
Yes, Evan.
Because the Devers move was a win now move.
And Adames was a win now move.
But you're not winning now. You're actually losing now.
Okay, why? They're a big part of that. Why? So go ahead. I cut you off. I'm just...
No, I'm right there with you. I'm trying to figure out... I'm trying to figure out what this team saw in a few of these guys that led them to believe that they were going to maintain their career years.
The back of their baseball card.
Yeah, but it's the back of the baseball card, not the future of their baseball card. You know, you can expect a guy to help you for a few seasons, and I know Devers has been awful this year, and Adames has not been pretty, but it's like these were supposed to be pieces that you can then add to. I don't know if Rafael Devers was expected to. He's not. I don't know. People bring up the name Bonds. It's like he is a big boy,
but he felt like Bonds to this team because they hadn't had a bopper forever. Just think about it if you can. You got an imagination with the best of them. No, that was weird. But Evan, you appreciate imagination. That's what big movie buffs.
Phrasing.
When it was announced he was coming to town, this was a whale.
It was a big move.
So he's still here. It's what Steiny and I just real quick talked about to the Boys and Girls Club of Oakland last week when one of the youngsters said, "Who's your favorite coach in the NBA?" And I said Phil Jackson. And Evan, I said it because it was bigger than X's and O's. It was a guy that I thought could get home to guys upstairs. The mind game. You play college baseball. Do you think it's unfair, or I'm making an excuse for Devers and Adames for what's going on upstairs above the shoulders on the major league level, that they're off limits for me to think maybe if they had a Jedi that could call him in the room? And I'm not saying Vitello doesn't have the wherewithal to do it, but this is his first rodeo. What if it's that more than mechanics? What if it's, I just need the right guy talking to me to get me up out of this, because I'm not ready to give up on Adames and Devers, but I will tell you, if this doesn't improve their play, this season's finished.
Well, the reality is, and I guess the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control is, you can't give up on Adames and Devers. They're not going anywhere. You have to keep playing them, and you have to hope that they just play better. That's why the Giants are so bad offensively, because the players they pay the most haven't performed. But the thing about, the hitter whisperer.
Yes.
Why did anybody think that Tony Vitello could be that guy? Right out of college. He's never worked with a professional hitter.
I got an answer for you. Go ahead.
As a manager, minor league or in his life.
Buster probably thought or believed in the two that he didn't even need him to do that or have that skill set. Like Adames and Devers were going to hit on bop. We didn't even need anybody to ever have to be Dr. Phil to him.
He's a culture guy. I believe that, but it takes time to build a culture. You can't do it in 30 games. So expecting Tony Vitello to be this, I don't know what people expected him to be. I didn't expect him to earn the Giants any more or less wins. I'm hoping that over the course of these 3 years, which I believe is the length of his contract, that then by the end you're seeing that this team is kind of built around the emotions or the character of their manager. But Tony Vitello can't help Rafael Devers hit a fastball.
Oh, man.
I don't think that's his job. That's why Rafael Devers makes a whole hell of a lot more money than Tony Vitello does.
You just hit me like a Joe Frazier uppercut with that one. Speaking of Tony Vitello's job, let's just keep it real. This is what we do. How would you assess his job through 34 games? I'm just asking.
I think it's impossible to evaluate him because we have nothing to base it off of. We don't know if he's a good manager.
But his team is in last place, and guys are scuffling to no return. I'm with you, but are we being too blasé? Like, what do you mean? We're on the necks and bumpers of the players. The manager's responsible for the players. How can we omit Vitello through 34 games?
I don't think he's done a great job, but also I didn't expect him to all of a sudden be Bruce Bochy.
But you're responsible for this team's wins and losses and how they function.
You are, but you're not the one taking at-bats. And this is why I had a little bit of a problem with the Melvin slander. I understand he's sleepy Bob and he doesn't show emotion. But now you brought in another guy who's emotional. And it's to me, it's kind of a reflection of where the Giants have been. Whereas under Farhan, they were pretty mid. With Buster Posey, they've been mediocre. With Tony Vitello, they've been pretty mediocre. With Bob Melvin, they've been mediocre. To me, it's bigger than the manager, and I get why Posey hired him to try and shake things up. But every time Vitello makes a mistake, like he mismanages the bullpen, or he leaves a guy in too long, or you wonder why he doesn't go to a pinch hitter or a pinch runner off the bench, or Willie Adames doesn't tag up, or Jung-Hoo Lee gets thrown out of home plate, am I supposed to say, yeah, well, Tony Vitello, I mean, this guy is Joe Girardi. This guy is Joe Torre. What the hell is happening? I don't know what kind of manager he is because he's never managed before. And that to me was a little bit of the, I don't know what you want to call it.
I hear you, man, because I was on Melvin's neck.
The hubris of this front office to believe that Tony Vitello was going to be some wonder kid as a manager his first year. There's a reason why no one's ever done it before. And right now, those people, by the way, the Jim Bowdens, the front office people around the league that scoffed, that raised their eyebrows at Buster Posey and the San Francisco Giants about hiring this guy, so far, through 34 games, I hate to break it to you, they've been right. They have been absolutely correct about why you should not do this. Because this team is mid, this team cannot hit, and Tony Vitello does not look like currently he's the guy that can bring them out of it.
Oh, man. Oh, man. And to piggyback off of that, is he the author of, after the opening week, Vitello was an embarrassment? Didn't he? Willard and Dibbs had him on, right?
Yeah.
Bowden.
No, he's a nice guy. I like him.
Yeah, we had him, but yeah, he's the guy that authored those words. So I'm wondering what he's saying now, just in general. When you open up your paper, if you still do that and see where the Giants are, but like you said, he's not in the dish. He's not in the box swinging, missing, or throwing, or fielding.
Well, and also,
but he is responsible. Every manager is responsible. Every parent is responsible for what their kids do.
I mean, I also think that he's not someone that's been pushing a ton of buttons because he's got to look. It's his first time in the pros. He doesn't have as much cachet as even, I would say, his predecessor, Bob Melvin. He can't go up to a guy and try to light a fire under his ass unless maybe it's Drew Gilbert because he's been his head coach before. But I think that Tony, it's interesting that he was sold to us as a fiery manager, right?
Right.
He's been ejected one time. Pasta, do you know how many? He's been ejected one time, right, Tony Vitello?
He's been ejected once.
And that one time, he didn't get his money's worth.
Right.
I mean, he went out pretty quiet, but there's nothing wrong with doing that.
But that's not, you're not insinuating that, I'm just going here, that's not why they can't hit.
No, it's not. But that to me is also a sign that he's still trying to get his sea legs. He's trying to get comfortable, which is completely understandable. But in the process of this feeling out stage, in the process of Tony Vitello's development as a manager, which you hired him for multiple years to give him that runway, you're not going to pull an Alex Cora and fire him like Boston did, who has, by the way, the same record as the Giants right now. Like Rob Thompson, you're not going to fire him despite 4 90-win seasons and a World Series appearance.
That happened.
You're not going to fire Tony Vitello after 34 games. That would be idiotic, in my opinion, considering the decision you made in the first place. But you can't expect him to drag a team that is the worst scoring offense in baseball and just turn them from a pumpkin into a carriage. It
starts tonight. And again, I asked you who was on the bump for the Giants. I know why. Is it McDonald? Who'd you say the starter for the Giants tonight?
The starter for the San Francisco Giants. Old McDonald.
Okay. Like, that doesn't give me any. Yeah, that's the more I think about it, a 3.
His name's Trevor McDonald.
Okay.
His name's Trevor McDonald.
That doesn't give me any confidence because what you don't want to have happen already, people got their heads are down. Giant fans.
Yeah.
The team looks lifeless. But you don't want this 6 to grow to 8. You don't want it to grow into 10. Like, that would be a nightmare for Vitello. And obviously, he's not trying to lose any games. But you don't want this thing to snowball into something like that to where the Pirates get here Friday, you've lost 9 in a row. Like, that's where you're telling on yourself, this thing can really get out of hand.
The Giants will win at least one game in this series.
Okay, I believe. By the way, Rockies gave the Padres something over the weekend. It wasn't easy.
Well, Padres have lost 4 or 5. I think they won their series finale yesterday. But yeah, I mean the Padres they're a better team right now. Their record's better. They're 20-13. They're a half game out of first with the Dodgers, but they haven't been playing great baseball. The Giants are going to win some games during this homestand. Right. But the problem is even if let's say they go 4-2, they win both of these series against teams that I think they could. Padres are better than the Pirates, but you never know. Yeah. They're at home. You've done that before. Going into that 6-game losing streak, you had won 3 consecutive series, one of which against your rivals.
Man.
And all of that was not just undone, but you are further behind than where you were when you won 6 of 9. So I think it was Will and Marin in his point earlier, they haven't been consistent enough, and I'm just not sure, Goo, how they're going to be. Maybe it's Eldridge, maybe it's Rodriguez, maybe that's the spark, but it's looking bleak right now. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Remember, during this hour, we are giving away tickets to go see the Giants on Saturday. Goo's going to be in the house against his Pittsburgh Pirates. 7,000, I believe it's patch hats given away to kids. And again, we'll be giving away tickets during this hour, so keep it locked right here on 95.7 The Game, all courtesy of Bank America. When you hear the sounder, which we won't play for you right now, you'll get to the contest line, caller number 5. Again, tickets to this Saturday, May 9th, courtesy of Bank of America. All right, 888-957-9570. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
Yeah, please, get away from me.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
Hey, I'm Hadley, a senior at Archie Williams and a water polo athlete. Right now, it's college decisions, grades, jobs, family stuff, and it adds up fast. Something that really changed my life is finding group workouts. Hot yoga, hot Pilates, the music, the laughter, the community. It calms me down and helps me see life more clearly. In honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, get up, get out, join in. You don't have to do it alone. Brought to you by Hot Yoga Republic. Visit hotyogarepublic.com.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
When back to the office means back in traffic, turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Second crash in the back.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Sophisticated, award-winning, and incredibly fuel efficient. Get the Accord Hybrid today. It's the right car right now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, again, during this hour, giving away tickets to go see the Giants at Oracle Park this Saturday, May 9th. For more information, visit 957thegame.com. But again, it's all sponsored by Bank of America. You can go buy your tickets at sfgiants.com. Going to get into the Giants a little bit more here before transitioning to some of, I would say pretty substantial news on the Steve Kerr front, Goo.
Yeah, and also, you kind of said it during the break, Evan, I am excited. This is when you say, why, Goo?
Why, Goo? 2
NBA playoff games, 76ers at Knicks, and Timberwolves at Spurs, and Ant-Man's supposed to be back. I'm all in. Might order a little round table.
What's your favorite weekend for NFL playoffs? Is it the first weekend?
The first weekend, no doubt. What do they call Super
Wild Card weekend?
That one.
Okay, for me.
Now they got a game Monday, but whatever.
Me, it's the second weekend. I love the divisional round because I think you get the best competition, but you also get the most games. There's usually 2 games per day, but the teams are pretty even for the most part. Obviously not the Niners and the Seahawks, but that's neither here nor there.
Look at my man.
I think it's kind of the same for the NBA.
All right, I'm not mad at you.
I think the second round and the conference finals to me would be my favorite because there's the most high-level basketball being played.
That I'm not mad at you. Before we get to the nitty-gritty, I'm rooting for the 76ers, and there's a victory lap because I know you get one because you talked about Eldridge. Steiny was acting brand new over the weekend. Like, we need a timestamp.
I'm going to take that one tomorrow.
Okay, gotcha. What if I told you if the 76ers somehow get to the finals, the thing I hate most about the league wins, load management. But it's not by design. You know, Paul George was out. Embiid was out. Hey, just come back. Get healthy. We'll stick it together, and here we go. And now they're in the conference semis.
Well, I think, number one, you should get a victory lap because you did like Philly before they were going to the playoffs. But isn't that what basketball is kind of about, is load management?
See, I don't like hearing that, though.
Well, it's confirmation that also, you don't necessarily have to be. And I don't know if this helps Warriors fans or makes them feel
Day 16
worse.
And no playoffs. All right, well, go ahead.
I feel like you in your room or the lab. You know how in prisons they would strike a line on the concrete wall, and that's how many days they've been in the clink.
Okay, I watched Oz.
I feel like that's what you're doing for the 16th day.
Yeah, I wanted to get over, but we got
the playoffs.
Yeah, we have the lottery.
We do have the lottery.
That's our championship.
6 days away. I think it's on Mother's Day.
We don't know who's going. You're right.
Mother's Day on Sunday.
Yes.
Fonte Hill.
He got a brand new baby.
That's my submission. Well, yeah, that's true. He's got to be a father first. Why am I getting
jealous like when Steiny's dubbed Shasky the best fan?
Well,
I got to get a lot. I got 3 kids, and the stuff I care about.
And I don't know if Steiny was meaning to do this. Sometimes he gives backhanded compliments.
Hello, the king of it.
The number one fan at the station. This is just my read.
Go ahead, because I know it.
It wasn't a compliment.
No doubt about it.
And he does love Shasky and his passion.
Yeah.
And I know this because he sits there and he listens to the Morning Roast quite a bit. He's a P1. He listens there during our green room meetings. He doesn't listen to me. But
we're all family here. And Positive, you can help me out and give me the blow it up. Just to assess this, the blow. Do you really believe Shasky believes that's... They can. What if I told you, Butch, y'all don't have no dynamite to blow it up? Blow it up! You can't. They can't.
They can't blow it up.
You got a first new manager. You just hired Buster Adames. You can't. There's no dynamite.
We're down bad, dude.
You are down bad, but you can't blow it up.
My man.
You got to sit in this. You got to lay in the bed you made.
You are right.
And also,
wow.
And this might be nearsighted of me, but I'm not looking as much at the owner as I am at the front office and the players.
They gave you the bread.
Did they give you as much money as the Dodgers? No. Did they give you as much money as the Mets? No. But they've opened up their pocketbooks for some of these players that the front office has said we need, and here's why we need them. And they've been the incorrect choices so far.
I will say this to that. Who signed off on Hauser and Malley to be, I hear Molly Malley, even from the people in the know.
Pasta says it's like Malley.
Okay, Malley, okay. Yeah. Why couldn't they have done better there on the back end of the... I'm not saying that's why, you are what you are right now, but I am thinking to myself, damn, Malley and Hauser don't match Adames or Devers. And then you could say, well, there wasn't one of those pitchers like that on the... That is like, oh, okay, huh?
Well, that's why I think like those kinds of moves would be like that's a Farhan move, and I think that's why a lot of people didn't like him in the first place. But like how many guys were they supposed to go out and spend on this offseason? They went with Bader.
All right. Oh my gosh!
Look, I may have been skeptical of it at first. Arise has looked like a good signing.
He's saving the day, man.
He's been a great defensive second baseman.
Professional hitter.
So far. And, yeah, he's helping to set the table for you. So he's been a plus.
He would be my second place hitter all day.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You could put him anywhere. You could hit him first. You could hit him third. On this team, you could hit him cleanup, honestly.
He just needs some help.
He is the help. But those pitchers...
I hate when it happened to me.
I almost went full Butch. That was...
Blow it up!
All right, that is the sounder. It's your time. Get to the contest line. Be the fifth caller at the contest line, 415-523-4652, and you'll score a pair of tickets to this Saturday's Giants game against the Pirates at Oracle Park, courtesy of Bank of America. Again, first 7,000 kids receive a patch hat from Bank of America. 957thegame.com for more information, and you can get tickets now at sfgiants.com. We're also going to be doing a giveaway tomorrow, I believe. So today and tomorrow for those who did not win. Again, tickets to the Giants on Saturday, and you got to be calling number 5.
Man, I mean, they need to win bad, baby.
And this is the thing. It's like things are not good, but if the Giants won tonight, I would not be shocked.
It's called sports and baseball. I'm with you.
But also, like, Randy Vasquez isn't
I hear
an
they
incredible
can hit him.
starter.
He's hittable.
But to me, the biggest difference between, because I don't think there's a ton more talent in, say, the Padres lineup than the Giants.
Totally with you.
They're playing a lot better. But like I said, someone as great as Fernando Tatis Jr. is, he hasn't hit a home run this year.
That is wow. But they're still having team success.
Yes.
Because it's not just all about that. He's getting on base.
In fact, I believe they have a -1 run differential. So they're winning a lot of close games. That's how they've won. But they also have a new manager, Craig Stammen, who has 0 experience. What does he have, though, that Tony Vitello does not? A bullpen with the best closer in baseball. So when he says, all right, we're going to go to the righty, Mason Miller, game over. The game is over. He doesn't have to worry about if Ryan Walker's going to do this, if Eric Miller can get it done, if it's Baraki or if it is Wynn. He doesn't have to worry about anybody coming out of that bullpen for the most part because his front office said, we have a first-year manager. We're going to make sure that he has everything he needs.
Man,
and he's
and
pressing
just
the right
to think
buttons.
about last year when Rodriguez got hurt, I forget, was it against Colorado? I don't know who he got hurt
Sounds
against.
right, yeah.
But that was a dagger. Then I'm watching the Yankees. Willard listed. I watch it all. He's, play the ponies. Yankees yesterday, Doval comes in, gives up a run and a walk, and they get him out of there. But his ERA's in the 6s. But I'm just bringing up him because I thought he was there Eckersley. Like, this dude is going to be here for the next 5 to 6 years. He's not. I will say this, and you could say I'm grasping at straws, but the fact that they got the second best ERA in baseball, their bullpen, but we're just coming off a week where you blew 3 saves. I get it. It could be worse. But, man, oh, man, that Rodriguez injury, I mean, that was super bad. How about that, E?
Oh, you're right. This is from the 707. Vitello, he looks handcuffed. Like he's trying to fit the mold of what is expected versus what made him successful. I think that's fair. And I think that's all he can do right now because he's a first-year manager in a brand-new league with a bunch of million-dollar players who are not performing for him right now.
But before you grab the call, I got to get this off because I played it to you, and sometimes Castani does it to me, like, and I'll do it to him if I'm irritated with him. I'll play something loud during the break that I know he doesn't want to hear. But what about Vitello telling Susan Slusser after the game yesterday, I don't know how, I'm going to tell you the lead is I don't like it, but I'm trying to understand it. Maybe you can help me. Confidence is a choice. And he was talking about some of his team not having it.
I think I might have that cut.
Okay, if you do play, because I'm like, well, then you're supposed to give it to him.
I think I might have that cut. Here's Tony Vitello. Well, there's 2 of them. First of which was about the offense.
The biggest thing there was 2 guys back-to-back string something together, and I'd have to have better memory in the moment, but I don't think anything positive outcome-wise occurred twice in a row with any hitter, despite some line drives and balls getting barreled in certain directions. But I don't think there was 2 at-bats that got stacked together that were quality at-bats. There were a couple of at-bats if you're going based off hard contact, I think back-to-back that were good, but we didn't string any of that stuff together.
All right, and then this was about the adversity of the road trip. This might be where we get your quote.
Yeah, painful. It was a little bit of a grind with the doubleheader kind of throwing the schedule off. You got extra travel going all the way to the East Coast, play on turf, all those things. So you throw some adversity in there on guys' bodies, and we just talked about that. Got a long trip back home, and then you turn around, you play a divisional opponent that's obviously a really good team, as pretty much everybody is in this league. So guys got to recover on the physical side. And then on the mental side is a confidence challenge. Confidence is a choice, but it's not an easy choice. And a lot of times it's dictated by results and outcomes, and we literally had nothing to show for the road trip. You end the day searching for any positives. I mean, very end of the game, it's good for Caleb to be out there with the game on the line, but we come up short for a variety of reasons, and that was the theme of the trip. Yeah, the first game of the whole deal got out of hand a little bit, but after that, there was some try hard and there was some die hard.
A lot in there, Goo.
A little E40. That's the tie-hard. Wow.
Well, we know he likes Kanye.
No doubt about it. Lil Wayne.
Yep.
What do you make of that? I've never heard that. Confidence is a choice. Because if it's a choice, we all would have it like our nice cologne or perfume, but you have to have things going your way to get that confidence. So is it really a choice? If things aren't going your way, you don't have it.
Well, I mean, these players are always confident. That's the only reason they're in this position is because they have more confidence in themselves than anybody else. But I think it's a little coach speak. I also think that maybe it manifests itself in ways that, you don't like. For example, Willie Adames, you said he didn't like seeing teeth, him smiling.
Yeah,
but that might be his version of confidence. And someone's got to believe in him. If it ain't Willie Adames, nobody's believing in him right now.
Evan, you think I'm just saying this because we're doing it? That's real. I needed to hear. He has to believe.
But
why am I? Yeah. Why did that? Yeah.
Well, no, but someone also brings this up from the text line, which I think is a good point. Confidence comes from being prepared, which this team is not. And I think that's a fair criticism because there have been mistakes made, both managerial but also by the players, that would lead me to believe that you're not mentally prepared in every single situation. Where do you go with the baseball? Are you supposed to be in a certain place at a certain time as a cutoff man? Situational baseball and hitting when you're up. Can you get a guy over by putting a ball on the ground?
Yeah, no doubt.
These are the small things that the San Francisco Giants didn't do a ton of last year, but they're even more glaring now because obviously you've lost 6 games in a row.
And my first one of the day from the chat, Adrian Gonzalez. I don't know why all the hate for Tony. I think Tony, and I like Tony. I think he's on the bottom of my list of what ails the Giants. But at some point, there's a cost to playing bad. Your team playing bad. You are the manager. I don't care how long you've been on the watch. So I don't know if he's listening to this show, but there's no hate. I almost feel like Tony's getting a pass because he's a first-year manager. I'm just keeping it real as possible, telling you I just think it's a bet. If this keeps up, and we're talking about his background, and so much was made about him being the first college coach to ever try to take on this bear of being a big league manager, losing 8, 9 in a row, and your team being last in this. I mean, you're kind of telling on yourself there. So I feel like Tony's kind of skating a little bit, and I understand it.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, is he skating? No, I mean, people are pissed. But to your point, I think there's bigger issues than him.
Okay.
And it's because of the way he was hired and his background. And I think it's because there are expectations of players on this team that are not being met. My expectation of Tony Vitello wasn't incredibly high because I've never seen him manage before.
That's interesting.
So if he makes a mistake, that's not good. But what should we expect from him?
Right.
Speaking of Tony Vitello, John in Sausalito has been hanging on patiently and wants to talk about him. John, welcome to the program, man. What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, doing well. How are you?
Hey.
Fantastic.
Thank God for Guru. I always listen to you guys every day, but he brings the personality I love.
No doubt.
Wow.
So here's my take on it. Like, I'm a longtime Yankee fan, right? Since being in Jersey, 10-year-old, I sat at the stadium, and been out here 30 years, converted Giants fan. My son played left field at Giant Stadium, ranked Catholic.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, so here's my take on it. So being a CEO of many companies, and Buster, I put Buster up there with Jeter. I hold Buster in high esteem.
Yeah.
And I think you guys do too. But some of the propensity when you're a new CEO is to hire people less experienced that you can manage. And I wonder why he didn't hire Girardi, Mattingly, and I don't blame Vitello at all. It's like a non-equation. It's not his fault. But I just wonder, and I called in a month ago and there was no feedback from you guys. But my same thing is like, it's not about Tony Vitello. It's like there's other managers. I mean, Girardi won the 2009 World Series. He's Northwestern grad, really smart. Probably one of the most intelligent baseball. Mattingly's a great baseball player. It's not about Vitello. It's like, why didn't Buster? I put the onus back on Buster. Why didn't he hire someone that wouldn't be in the position Tony is? Why does Tony take this pressure? Do you know what I mean or not?
Oh, yeah. No, I got you, John. I mean, my guess would be is they had a traditional manager the last couple of seasons in Bob Melvin, who was obviously a reaction to kind of a new guy in Kapler, and Vitello's the other side of the pendulum, where Bob was your, three or four time manager of the year.
I wanted something different. So to that caller's point, he's calling me out because I was like, do something outside the box, and they did.
Yeah.
And to that call, Tony has not failed yet. The Giants in 2026 have not failed yet, people. They're off to a just incredible bad start, but there's more than enough time to get it rectified, so there's no victory laps yet. Because now it sounds like he's saying, tell me if I'm wrong, Buster wanted to push over.
Yeah, he's saying he wanted someone who he could control.
Yeah.
Which also, by the way, is not uncommon. You take a look at a lot of managers, they are puppets. I mean, for example, that's why he was talking about Joe Girardi.
Yeah.
That's why Aaron Boone was hired in New York, because Cashman wanted a guy that he could control.
Yeah.
But the difference is Aaron Boone gets to manage the Yankees,
right?
Who have a massive amount of resources and a great team, and
still have
Tony Vitello has Buster Posey, who didn't have any experience. And look, if Eldridge is a guy that pops and really shows, actually, I think that's Bucket Farhan, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying if Bryce Eldridge ends up being a dude for you,
right?
That's.
Now, what about what Grandy and you guys, you were telling me, like the baseball police, and I love the take, where are we going to put like who's sitting there? I think as bad as it is offensively, I could give a rat's behind on who sits.
Would you have a problem if I told you that I wouldn't care if Rafael Devers sat for Bryce Eldridge right now?
But how long? Because you don't want to lose Devers, but then Devers would tell on himself, because I'd want Devers to be like, if it's more than 2 games, what the hell's going on here? And that would be done by the Giants to do that, because you're pulling the plug on your own project. And it's it still is early, but that's a manager or owner or baseball president. You guys figure that out, but what I don't want to see is less of Adames and Devers, if you get my drift.
Well, in a perfect world, they all play together and they all amplify each other. I mean, the vision is that Devers would be a middle-of-the-order bat, Adames could be a top to middle-of-the-order bat, and Eldridge could slot in and just basically play scot-free or stress-free around those guys. But now it's almost as if Posey is telling us that Eldridge, he's got to help this offense. And to be fair, they can't get any worse. But if Eldridge is playing tonight and Rafael Devers is on the bench, I would hope that Devers isn't fragile enough to let that ruin the rest of his season, which is already, by the way, not going very well. Wow. Because if you can't recognize that you need a day off after going 28 for 131 with 2 home runs and an OPS south of 600 in 34 games, which is roughly 20% of the season. If you can't recognize that your manager is trying to help you by giving you a day off and letting this number 1 prospect who's supposed to help us win games an opportunity, then we got bigger problems.
Wow.
And again, I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm to that point where Devers has been such a negative for this team so far. He's not the only one, but if Eldridge is starting tonight and he needs a night off, sorry.
Yeah. I just, Devers' parents couldn't defend him right now. And about that take about, hey, just sit this one out. We'll get you back in there tomorrow. But I do wonder where this thing is going. Where is the Major League Baseball gas station for Devers to load up the tank and get back on the horse? But I will say this. You just ran it through what I call the Evan computer of, he's the one that should sit, but Adames, and I know Eldridge doesn't play shortstop, but you could do that with a few more of these dudes, man.
That's true.
Yeah.
And the 408 is saying, no way Devers will take sitting down well. That's fair, but again, it's a what have you done for me lately kind of league.
Maybe a lot of fire under.
Maybe it will. I would say it wouldn't based on what we know about him, because I think he's not a guy that, he says he's confident right now. I'm not sure I buy it.
Man.
Every time you swing the bat.
I don't think this team's confident,
and you look at the barrel, Every time you swing and miss, that tells me you're second-guessing yourself.
Now, I know I watch sports different than you, but they've had some buzzard luck.
Well, you're in the lab.
And the reason. Did you think in the 8th inning when they were up 1-0 that they were going to give it up? I thought, okay, it ends today. They're not about to lose 6 in a row. And to sit there like watching a car crash, I don't like doing that. I couldn't believe it, E. And then it went to extra. I'm like, score first, you put the onus on them, you get out of Tampa. And then it just, seeing Willie, like Mullins is Willie Mays in his prime. He has a noodle arm, send little stuff.
Well, the reality is they were lucky to get to extras because a run scores and a guy lines into a double play in the 8th inning.
You're right, E.
Ryan Walker was lucky to get out of that inning without the loss.
That needed to be said.
Yes, he is very lucky he got out of there without a loss.
That needed to be said.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz is, again, under the weather today. Hopefully going to be back tomorrow. Goose holding it down. We're taking your calls on the Giants. We also do have to get into the Steve Kerr news. A little bit of an update from Mark Stein of the Stein line that Kerr might be fielding some offers, and not from the Golden State Warriors, not from coaching, but from television. And what does that mean? I know Goo was hot on it today, and we'll get into that on the other side as well. So that's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. All right, and we'll be back after this on Stein and Guru.
Big matches, big moments, big rewards. This May, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and score 2 free soccer tickets to a San Jose Earthquakes match. Guaranteed. Plus, you could win the ultimate VIP soccer match. 4 sideline seats to a world global game. Plus, premium food and drinks and exclusive access to live entertainment. Don't miss your shot. Give blood. Get rewarded. Make an impact. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org today.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
I keep seeing celebrities post me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. New York is trading at 5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,875 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hosting this spring, the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill has you covered. Serving award-winning authentic dishes prepared fresh. Dine in or place an order at thegreatgreekgrill.com. For a chance to win a gift card courtesy of the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill, visit 957thegame.com.
Everybody's terrible.
Just keep it going, baby. Oh, God. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, please, get away from me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, getting it for Steinmetz alongside Guru.
I got a confession.
Usher.
Him and Chris Brown. He's coming.
Going to see him at Levi's.
So news broke early this morning, late last night on the East Coast. And I'm just going to admit what I like. I'm sorry.
What was
Skip
the news?
Bayless will be returning to First Take Friday to do a show with Stephen A. The first time they've been together since 16. And Evan, I'm excited. I'm sorry. I just had to share that.
First time they've been on ESPN together.
Yeah, since 16.
They've done podcasts,
Yeah,
right?
they have.
Yeah.
But they're back home.
Look, I understand it, but
Yeah. Pasta.
that's a bad sign for ESPN.
Never looked at it that way.
If that's what you're turning to, it's like
he ain't poison if that's what you're turning to.
We've been talking a lot about the Giants and why they're in the position they are. 8 games below 500. Posey, I think, has been trying to plug the holes of a sinking ship for, really since he joined as president of baseball operations. Isn't that ESPN kind of doing the same thing?
Well, he's not back for good. It's just.
I know, but
you're saying
you're trying to draw some more attention to the show.
Wow, okay.
Maybe there's some negative connotation.
But they were peanut butter and jelly. They were like Kobe and Shaq. They just went together
years ago.
Yeah.
I like Skip and Stephen A. Maybe more than most when they were on TV together.
Right.
I understand the toxicity and some of the negative comments about them, but when they were good, they made love on TV. When it comes to sports,
that's my language right there. That's a 12. I get it.
When it comes to sports, they were that.
That's Wham, right?
That's Careless Whisper. Is that Wham? I don't know who the artist is.
Evan.
All I know is that Josh Reddick has that in his walk-up song back.
Spider-Man.
George Michael. 1984.
A's are better currently than the Giants. I watch the A's.
I know.
They're better than the Giants right now.
I know, and it's crazy because they have significantly less arms, but they got a whole hell of a lot more bats.
Wow.
All right, Goop. You want to get into the curse stuff now?
Let's do it. Go ahead.
All right. So This was yesterday, and this was from Mark Stein's Substack. He, along with Jake Fisher, run a Substack. They do a lot of great work, scoops, rumors, all NBA related. This is yesterday. Quote, league sources tell the Stein line that ESPN's top executives have been lobbying Steve Kerr aggressively to try and convince him to return to the world of NBA broadcasting. But the Warriors, who met with him last week for 2 hours, expected, by the way, to meet with him today, might be happening as we speak. They're expected to meet with Kerr as early as today to resume discussions about his status. The Stein line has been told that Golden State has been operating internally in recent days as though it is more likely than not that a common ground can be found with their 60-year-old head coach, former head coach, maybe new head coach, on a new deal that would keep him in place coaching Steph Curry. So you sent this to me, kind of populated the chat yesterday, this morning. What did you make of it?
I don't think this is about finances. That's just me. So it can't be a ploy by Steve Kerr and his camp to kind of, shake the Lakeups. I think Steve Kerr's earned that. So, whatever it is, and if I'm Joe Lacob, all that you've accomplished, here you go. But Steve said, how hard and difficult it would be, and he still wants to coach. He told Willard and Dibbs that, to leave Steph Curry. I would be so shocked if he were to leave Steph Curry to go on TV. Like, that would be, his next thing. So I want to make it not a big deal, but by all accounts and all reports, the heavyweights are reporting it like it could be a possibility. So I'll throw it back to you. Do you think Steve would leave his head coaching job with whatever's going on, because I do believe something's going on between him and Kerr, to go, get on TV and be part of ESPN Countdown or what have you?
Yeah, I think he could absolutely do that. I think he'd be good at it.
No, he's already done it. Remember with the TNT back in the day?
Yeah, and I don't know if he would be a color commentator like he was with Turner, or if he would be more of a studio guy like Myers was. But I think absolutely he could take a sabbatical and go do television for a year. But it's interesting to me the way that Stein is reporting this, because it's almost making it feel like, and we heard this last week from Monty Poole. Mark Spears is on with Willard and Dibbs last week talking about how the news almost sounds like marriage counseling, like, well, we want you back, but we want you to be a little bit different.
I don't like that.
We want you to adjust the way you go about things. Steph Curry talked about adjustments needing to be made. The way that I feel, and I'm curious as to what Warriors fans are feeling when they hear that from Stein at 888-957-9570, it feels to me like Steve Kerr wants to be back. I think he wants to coach Steph. I think he wants to coach Draymond. I'm not sure the Warriors are as in on Steve Kerr as he is in on them. And I think that these reports that are making it feel like, all right, it's 60-40, maybe it's 50-50. If Steve Kerr does not end up being the head coach next year, I think the Warriors, they want it to seem mutual. And from all the details we're gathering about how Steve Kerr feels, I'm reading it as it's not mutual. I think Steve Kerr wants to coach next year. I think he wants to maybe coach the next couple of years. I don't think he's done coaching.
I totally agree. And let me ask you, what would Steve Kerr, if this is what he's truly trying to get, come back on his terms, what would that mean to you? What would his terms? I can talk about whatever's going on in the country and nothing may pop off, to where I got to, before a game or after a game, be asked about something. Hopefully, in our society now, that's probably a long shot. But what would Steve Kerr coming back on his own terms mean to you if I just pose that to you?
Well, it's not just I don't know if it's the politics. The politics, but I think it's also speaking candidly about where the franchise is. We talked about this. I think that's a little bit of a red flag.
But you're telling me not to be honest.
No, I'm telling you don't have to be wholly truthful. I think there's a difference. You can withhold information while still maintaining your integrity. You don't have to be as forthcoming as Steve Kerr is. Now, in that respect, you're also asking him to change, which is
man.
I wouldn't want to do that. I love Steve Kerr. I think the way he is and how honest he is with Willard and Dibbs or at Chase Center with you guys, that's one of the reasons why I do like him, because I feel like I'm getting the real.
No, I love it.
But if you're the Warriors and you're entering a place of uncertainty and you don't really know what the next few years are going to look like in regards to contention, are you willing to have an extremely forthcoming individual there to speak for you? Because we heard this year him call him a fading dynasty. Kerr admitted that irked a lot of people inside the organization.
He shared it with us.
And I get it, right? If you have an employee that's not all in on you being the best possible at all times, and I wouldn't say maybe not all in, but is publicly saying something different than what you want,
that's a problem.
I think it is a little bit of a problem, right? We all have to be aligned. And I'm not sure the Warriors are aligned, which it sounds like is a big thing for them right now in the discussions.
No, that's phenomenal. But just what about the math component to all this? So we've been together for 12 years, and all of a sudden now you want me to change? Like, just think of that. I'm just putting myself in Kerr's shoes. So 12 years, it was okay. Now you could look at me, and you may be doing it already or listening to us and say, hey, Goo, you don't know what was popping off, what they were trying to, if they were trying to implement this 4 or 5 years ago. But I just find it hard to believe that they were able to get to this point if it is truly about, now I need you to dial it back, Evan. If I were Lacob, I wouldn't look at you and expect you to keep moving forward with my entity if I was really trying to get you to change to that degree, because it could sound minute, but that's heavy. 12 years together, and all of a sudden you want me to change?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Giddings in for Steiny with Guru. So are you reading it the other way around, where Steve Kerr isn't all in on the Warriors, but they're in on him kind of thing?
No, it's 50-50. I feel like the Warriors have given him a mandate, some things that you need to dial back, and he's uncomfortable on the things that he needs to dial back. And that's why we get the Brett Siegels and what you just said, reports that they met today, and there needs to be 2 meetings. Because if it's about love, you could have did this over the phone or via text. But something is truly going on, and again, I'm not privy to it, but I'm starting to hear the Monty Pools on Willard and Dibbs, our guy Spears. So, Evan, there might be something to it, and I don't know if I could give in. Like if Nahegan came in, this is a terrible analogy, but I'll try it. Hey, Goo, we need you to dial your personality down, and I mean, what's that mean? Well, you're just a little too comfortable. I would just probably resign because that's all I know.
I'm going to throat punch him in the ear.
I couldn't do that, but you know.
Yeah, but the boss also recognizes, I think, that there are things about you that he's not going to change. Steiny grabs the mic a lot.
It's incredible. We could do a case study on that.
He kind of fidgets. It's like, I remember when I was first starting to work with you guys, and the boss came in and asked me, how come he can't stop touching the mic? And I go,
nobody knows.
Well, that's your point guard.
Right, that's my quarterback.
Some guys can't go left. I don't know. Some guys are better than others.
You told Steiny, if you touch it one more time, you're out of here? You'll be looking for, I don't think he would touch it.
He would touch it. He can't help himself. We all have tics.
Oh, I got him.
Yeah. I mean, and this is the issue. It's like, I'm not self-aware enough to tell you what it is right now. But I bet that if we did a show together for a week or 2 weeks, Pasta would be sitting there and say, dude,
okay,
you do this all the time.
Because
you got
good at
to stop.
Pointing it out.
Or the boss would.
So today, do you feel any different about him coming back, less confident? Or I thought when I left you guys Friday, he was coming back. Now I hear this thing with ESPN, and I'm like, why did that just drop today?
I think it's hard to be certain, but I think one of the reasons
I love that.
Because it sounds like they're meeting this week. And so maybe
meeting again.
Well, they're meeting again, yeah. But maybe Steve Kerr's trying to push the envelope a little bit by getting this news out there. Or maybe the Warriors want it out there. I don't know. But again, the news from today from Mark Stein is that ESPN's top executives have been lobbying Kerr aggressively to try to convince him to return to the world of NBA broadcasting. And this is from the 510. Maybe Steve Kerr coming back on his own terms means he gets to coach while he goes for the Emmy, the Grammy, the Tony, and the owners are mad that he isn't all in on basketball. I don't think that's the case. I think Steve Kerr, if he's back, he will be all in. But maybe it's the assurances about the direction. Maybe it's something about the draft pick that's coming up.
It could be.
Like I don't know. I kind of got the feeling that that Dunleavy and Kerr are aligned. Like the players that he's drafted, the players that he's acquired, they feel like Steve Kerr players.
And speaking of, I'm bringing in Kirk Lakeup, and Mike told us, Mike D to our face, you remember, Steve can coach his team as long as he wants. And that was a while ago, but I took that as like, that's how I see it. Nothing here to see. This guy's been here forever. But now I'm starting to think about the big dog, and that's Joe Lakeup. And I can see Steiny's face on your shoulders again. I know you hate that, but it's like we are irrelevant almost. Day 16 of no playoffs, and if I keep going in the past, it's been a minute. Yeah, we won a first-round series last year in 7 games, but as far as being the big dog with Steph, it's been a minute, and there's extenuating circumstances as to why, injuries. But if I'm Joe Lakeup, do you think he could possibly say a different coach, maybe name Evan Giddings, could get my team to greener pastures? Because I think that would be foolish from a basketball standpoint. Like, I don't feel like Steve's leaving anything on the bone except the Kuminga experience.
But I think the front office is smart enough to know that team last year, you could. Who's your favorite coach ever? Phil Jackson.
Yeah, he wasn't doing nothing with it.
Phil Jackson's not getting that team to where you want it to be, and I think that's maybe where internally they're starting to think about. Okay, what do we want to do? Steve Kerr he's probably the most suitable coach for this situation because he's helped build this thing and he wants to see it towards the end. But I don't know. Like when I heard that report today that ESPN's going after him and
let's go give it to me.
Steve Kerr still wants to be with the Warriors, but they got to find some common ground. It almost feels like goalposts are being moved.
Man.
And I don't know what they are. I don't know if it's the Warriors. I don't know if it's Steve. But Kerr, at the end of this season, he was always talking about how it's got to be right. The situation has to still be suitable for both sides. And it's like they're disagreeing on that. Otherwise, I think that we probably would have already had a decision.
Yeah. And by all reports, and again, I know I keep saying you mentioned it, but maybe by the time I see you tomorrow or by the time I get home, you get home tonight or leave the gym, maybe they have figured something out and we'll know, Kerr's coming back. But I guess just from a fan standpoint, I'm being selfish. I hate that it's still out there. Like, I just want some closure to this. He's staying or going.
Well, do you buy this? Because this is from Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area. Whether Kerr returns will not be decided by the size of the contract that might come his way. This is not, per sources, a play for money. This is rather about professional and personal principles. And the longer the situation lingers, the more likely Kerr will entertain re-signing.
But again, you read it and you read it well. I would just say to Monty or anybody else that put that report out, a lot of that sounds like divorce is imminent, like divorce is possible. What does that mean? I mean, that applies to new relationships to me, but not ones that have gone on over a decade with all this success. Like, I read that as scary stuff, like it could pop off to where he's not back.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely a possibility. I mean, it feels like more of a coin flip now than anything else. Man. But I wonder what's the deciding factor? Is it the social justice comments?
Yes.
Is it the potentially ready-made player if they have a top 4 pick, or if it's number 11? What kind of guy does this front office want? Is it a player with a higher ceiling? Is it someone who can step in and help right now? Do you want to package the pick? Do you want to make a trade this summer? Do you strip your roster down? Do you try and get younger? I think there's a ton of choices the Warriors have to make, and it's almost like they're hoping Kerr makes the decision for them so then they can go down that path. To me, I wouldn't have a problem if they moved on from Steve. I think that they're a little scared of what that looks like.
The blowback from the fans or none of that?
Well, it's the whole idea of, you don't know what you have until it's gone.
And you treated them well. You didn't treat them fair on the way out type of stuff.
Yeah, like I don't think the Warriors are satisfied with last season. They won 37 games and you missed the playoffs.
You should not be.
But, are you treating Steve Kerr right now like a 37-win head coach or a 12-year head coach with 4 rings?
No, that's beautiful.
I think it'd be wiser to look at him and evaluate him based on the last season or 2 or 3.
And going off goo intel, which is no intel, but what I feel, I feel like they're treating him like a 37-win team, Coach. Because if it was about what you said prior, the 4 wins and how long he's been here, that would win out, and this thing wouldn't be a second meeting with a possible third if we don't hear anything today.
No, I also don't. I don't think that
what's the conversation?
I don't know if you want to call it muzzling. I don't think any of that stuff matters if you win basketball games. I mean, Steve Kerr's been outspoken about a lot of subjects. He talked about him in the New Yorker. He's a long history. But when you're winning games, no one cares.
And nobody cared, at least here, his bosses, when they were winning. Now that some playing losses or don't make it, now it's a thing.
And maybe Steve Kerr doesn't want to be a part of a rebuild. Maybe he wants to look at this team next year and say, okay, for example, we've seen it when you see it time and time again. Wings are what gets it done in the postseason. Minnesota just proved that against Denver.
Oh, yeah.
McDaniels leveled up.
Incredible.
Jaden was unbelievable. Who are the wings on this team that are healthy? Guy Santos? Maybe Kerr wants reassurances that they're going to fortify the roster, that they're going to give it an upgrade somewhere.
Would you blame them?
No, but Steve, how are we going to do that? We got $55 million to $60 million sitting in a boot. You have your 23-year-old who tore up his patella.
Yikes.
And we got to sit with that for at least half of the season, if not longer.
So this is stuck.
Steve, we kind of need you to be patient. We need you to, if we get this pick, we need him to play. And we got to get him up to speed. I know that you're still about Steph and you're still about Draymond, and we are to some extent too. But Steph missed 27 games in a row. Draymond Green had one of the, if not the most least efficient offensive years of his career. Certainly the worst since his first 2 seasons. So, Steve, I know you're loyal to these guys and you want to see them out to the end of their careers. But I'm not sure if that's what's best for the Golden State Warriors.
No, that's nice, man. And
there's a lot. I think there's a lot at play.
So do you have does anything change from your vantage point if this meeting happened today or was supposed to happen and could be happening now, and we come here tomorrow and there's really no news? There's a part 3 to the, to me, that's like you might be onto something and I've been in the position where, you want to come over, but I really don't want you to, that type of you say you want to do something, but you really don't. You're hoping the other person bows out and you can go the easy, nothing to see here. That is stressful.
But that's why I kind of think that it's interesting that Monty phrased this last week as the longer the situation lingers, the more likely Kerr will entertain re-signing.
That's odd to me.
I feel like the longer it goes, the other direction it turns.
No doubt. And now we have another quote-unquote bidder putting their hat in the ring, and I'm wondering if they're smelling blood. And why did this come out all of a sudden?
You talking about Jamal Mosley?
Oh, yeah. No, ESPN. We'll talk. What happened there? Black coaches can't win, But nah, something was going on with him.
Oh, well, here, this will help. J.B. Bickerstaff just got an extension.
Now, hello, they're still playing.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. I think it is funny that, Jamal Mosley gets fired. You win Game 7, you're not going anywhere.
He got fired on your day off, but they lost.
Maybe he would. I don't know.
They say leader in the clubhouse, Goose got sources, Thibodeau to be the next Magic coach. I'm a journalist with words.
Isn't that basically official? I don't know if that's sourced.
Oh, you've heard that?
Yeah, I think that's.
Well, I told you this morning.
Oh, I thought that maybe it was from Mark Stein. So, Stein, he kind of does this. Well, he'll leave breadcrumbs throughout the year.
There's only one Stein to me. He's not here today, but Mark Stein.
Dylan?
Right. No, Steiny from Redmond, PA.
Yeah, he's got a cough. He's
we don't call him Stein, but yeah.
No, the Giants got him sick. So
that's too good.
He'll hopefully be back tomorrow. But it was as early as today. So they might be meeting with Kerr tomorrow. They could be meeting with him today. But I don't know, why are they just
I'm with you.
kicking the can down the road? I thought we would have a decision within a couple weeks. Slater told us that after the end of the season.
Okay.
And right now it's on week 3.
Yeah. And to your point about
16 days.
I hear you, Steve. To your point about last time this happened, why did it feel like it was much easier? Remember when he was up, he didn't sign his deal? We were like, he didn't sign, and he was like, Steve Kerr's coming back 2 years. Why did it feel way different than this?
I think it's because of Steve now. That happened, if I'm not mistaken, that was during 2024. And that was the year one of the years now, they've missed the playoffs. They lost in the play-in game to Sacramento and got blown out. So he got an extension amidst a season that was, kind of a lost year.
There goes my theory.
So I think it is a little more on him and his choice. But I think it was Slater reported too, like the Warriors haven't started a coaching search, but it'll be extensive and they'll consider everything. They're going to consider everyone.
Iguodala.
Yeah, I don't know about Iguodala. Although maybe, I mean, dude, I don't think that there's a guy who, if I'm just looking at next season, especially if, like Curry's contract is up, you got to figure out what to do with that. Draymond's contract is up, Jimmy, all the same. It does feel like there'd be a guy for just next season. The best dude is Kerr, but long term, I guess I don't see it. I don't see it the way that I used to.
Man, it's interesting. And again, if you still got Dre and Steph to me, the older guys, just like a good movie, Evan, just ride out with Kerr until they're done, right? Wouldn't that make the most sense?
It would. I wonder what fans are feeling at 888-957-9570. Again, the news from Mark Stein came in last night. ESPN's top executives have been lobbying Kerr aggressively to try to convince him to join the world of NBA broadcasting. Warriors and Kerr are meeting as early as Monday, that's today, to resume discussions about his status. And the Warriors have been operating internally as though it's more likely than a common ground can be found with Steve Kerr to keep him with Steph Curry. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Steinmetz with Guru. We're back after this on Steiny and Guru.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Ink Business Premier Card. Go from here to possible with the Chase Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on HRSX billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jordan in Oakland. Lawrence came out, took care of servicing the motors, and offered great recommendations tailored to our needs. Thank you, R&S. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, I'm Matilda, and I'm grateful to be a student at Marin Country Day School and at San Francisco Ballet School. My life can get pretty packed with school, ballet, friends, and family. Sometimes I can get overwhelmed. Something that's really helped me stay focused is hot yoga and Pilates. The music, laughter, and community lift me up and help me find clarity. You don't have to do it alone. In honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, come join us at Hot Yoga Republic. Visit hotyogarepublic.com and book your first class free.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
On May 6th, come celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month at the APA Heritage Awards and Gala. Everyone is invited to this amazing community celebration. This year, we are honoring milestone organizations and AAPI youth for their distinct community impact. Stay for the after party where you can enjoy delightful Asian Pacific cuisine, unique cultural performances, raffle drawings, and more. Find out more information and register to attend at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Sometimes, we got to give credit where credit is due. And I
knew to pick out the sweater. Thanks, man.
Wait, what?
Oh, I thought you were commenting on me on my sweater. You said,
"Oh, yeah, it's nice."
That was a one. Hey,
yeah. I've seen it before. No, actually, I did give you a compliment earlier. I like the red. No, but
it's burgundy.
It's a shade of red.
Cranberry.
No, actually, we had Willamette, where I went to school and get the drop ready, play baseball. We had a head coach who. That was one of our colors, burgundy.
Okay.
But in his mind, he called it cardinal, which is not. Oh, no. It's not the same shade of red.
I can't even believe you said that.
But he would get pissed if you called it burgundy.
Oh, man.
And I'm sitting there like, Coach, that's the navy blue of reds. Yeah. Cardinal's like St. Louis.
Man,
Jack Buck,
man.
Stan Musial. That's not the right red.
Yeah, that is, man, cardinal red, baby. Shout out Stanford.
Exactly. Yeah, a little more of a dark red.
I saw Michael.
Bronco red, Santa Clara.
I saw Michael over the weekend.
How was it?
Pasta gave it a B-.
I think like a C.
Okay. Oh, you dropped it.
Oh, maybe I did say B-.
Yeah, you did. I got it recorded. Okay.
Peer pressure got to him.
Steiny,
saw this going left.
Pasta. What if I told you Joe Jackson, and I'm going to remember the guy's name because he has a series all over Netflix and everywhere else. He was incredible, the guy that played Joe Jackson, and I felt unfulfilled because they only scratched the surface of his shortcomings as a dad. But it's
Coleman
a biopic.
Domingo.
He's incredible. But you're never going to get that in a biopic, right? There's never enough time. So there is part 2. They start filming this year, and Janet Jackson will be cast. But I say all that to say, because of the music part of it, Pasta, Evan, I got to give it a B. But the movie part of it left too much to be desired. So the musical, A+, obviously, but the story and acting, B-.
Yeah, I mean,
People got up and clapped. I'm like, sit down.
It's got to be a really good movie for me to stand up and clap.
All right.
I think the last movie I stood up and clapped for, and partially, everyone's in the theater and is having a good time. It might have been Parasite.
Wow.
Might have been Parasite.
Okay.
Last movie I got up and clapped for because that was a fantastic film. Speaking of, was at the San Francisco Film Festival yesterday.
This is incredible. Go ahead. I don't want to steal your thunder, but this is what I want to do.
Goes on for a couple weeks. And
what is it to the people that don't know?
So, it's just an opportunity for a lot of
underground?
More independent films and filmmakers to feature their art.
This is dope.
So some are documentaries, some are shorts, some are feature-length films. But yesterday, a friend of the family was in this movie called Betty St. Clair. It's a short.
All right.
And it's about drag queens in San Francisco. But anyways, throughout this filming, the entire production, they sent 6 different filmmakers to talk about their film. So they played 6 of them. They're like 10 minutes, 15 minutes long.
Oh, this thing, I love.
They're all shorts. But then the actual directors of the films were there to talk and do a little Q&A after at the Marina Theater down on a Chestnut. It was awesome. It was really cool, and I suggest everyone in the future, and if you have time, to go support local art, local filmmakers.
That is awesome. So obviously the goal for all 6 of these filmmakers is not just to get the funding, but get in a situation where they could do a full 2-hour, hour-and-a-half movie, right?
I mean, I would assume so.
Okay.
Like one of the directors, he was a storyboard artist, so he did a lot of animation and drawing on K-pop Demon Hunters.
Okay.
Which was another, he just dropped it in there. And they also allowed them to talk about films that they were producing and working on. But I think for many of these directors, these are, passion projects that have been in the making for some as many as 5 years. And they're not the films that pay the bills. You know what I mean?
No doubt. But it's for the love of the craft.
Yeah, absolutely. Like there was one that was pretty touching by this guy, Stephen Neary, and it's called Living with a Visionary. And it was about the end of a couple's life together that was based on a piece, rooted in reality, from a piece written in the New Yorker during COVID. This guy named John, he cares for his wife who's afflicted by Parkinson's and enters her world of imagination. So it was an animated film drawn, and it was beautiful. Like everyone in the theater was crying by the end of it.
I was about to say that sounds like a tearjerker.
It was a tearjerker. Yeah, wow. Especially when because of her Parkinson's, she has these visions of these imaginary creatures all over, house, outside. And then once COVID hits, she catches COVID and she unfortunately passes away.
Oh, man.
But as he's speaking to her over the phone for what is kind of portrayed as the final time that they talk together because they can't be together because of COVID, he begins to see her visions. She asks him about a flower boy that she kind of made up. And at the end of the movie, he can see that flower boy, that flower child. It's
Are
pretty
these
powerful.
all local artists or they're from all over?
Yeah, so this guy, Stephen Neary, I think he said he's from Oakland.
Oh, wow.
But they're from all over the Bay Area. It was really cool.
That is beautiful.
It was really cool.
Now, I will say this before we get back to it, and Willard and Dibbs come in here.
Yeah.
You know me, I'm like, you show me one thing, then I just get fixated on it. Evan, I saw Michael, and then what I did over the weekend was watch the James Brown biopic.
With Chadwick Boseman?
That is a double A+. So no compare, no contrast, but I got to tell you, that was phenomenal. They covered it all, And Michael, I felt like just left a little chicken on the bone. They got part 2, but the actors were good. The nephew was incredible, looked just like him. But the James Brown, Chadwick Boseman was incredible.
I think it's Get On Up.
Yeah.
He's done a couple great biopics.
He's incredible. Rest in peace.
Thurgood Marshall.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's really, really good. All right, 888-957-9570. Yeah, we got about 20 minutes till Willard and Dibbs get in here. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Guru. Hopefully Stein is going to be back tomorrow feeling a bit under the weather. Talking about the report last night from Mark Stein about Kerr being pursued heavily by ESPN. And it doesn't shock me, Goo. I mean, Kerr can do, I think, whatever he wants. But I think he really does want to be back.
I'm with you.
I guess the question that I would have if I'm a Warriors fan or a member of the front office or ownership is, why do you want to be back? Is it because you still think this team can win? Or because you feel this blind loyalty to the guys that you rode in on with, being Steph and Draymond, and that's who you want to ride out with?
What if I said, because both of those were elegant, but what if I said all the above? And there's no wrong answer. Now, the winning part, maybe he's looking at it like, if Jimmy doesn't go down, but he did. But the bottom line is, what about what he said to Steph and Dre, and then what he said just about he didn't even mention Dre on this one that stands out to me, the Steph Curry part. And maybe he just wants to go out and he feels some type of letting Steph down if he were to dip out before Steph left. And there's some type of, something there emotionally that Steve doesn't want to feel. But then what kills me about that is it seems like, Evan, upstairs, other people are like, hey, Steve, if you dip, it's kind of okay. And I feel like they're playing ping pong. I feel like Joe don't want him back. It's coming off that way.
No, I'm kind of with you. I think if he's back is because, and Willard, this is one of the reasons why, correct me if I'm wrong, he will, but why I think Willard believes that Kerr's coming back is because there's no better alternative for both sides. Kerr can go do TV, but if he coaches again, it may not be in a location, may not be in his own terms.
Yeah.
And the Warriors don't have anybody else. We're looking around the league or assistant coaches, or, Sam Cassell or whoever else you like, and no one's screaming, that's the job and this is the guy. There's no perfect fit. And I think it's because of where the Warriors are at as a franchise, but I don't know, Goo. I mean, for example, if Steve Kerr is back next season, would you expect things to be better?
No, I would. Barring health, everything would be copacetic. I feel like I know what I'm getting. I know what offense we're running. All that stuff would be kind of the same. And there's no Kuminga fiasco, which I didn't like how Kerr handled that, and I said it, but still, his longevity wins out. I'm not ready to see Steph, Dre, because I believe they're going to be here under the tutelage of a new coach. And that's why I feel like if, Pasta or anybody breaks the breaking news sounder, I feel like the guy is going to be Stotts or Stackhouse. Somebody like they're not going to get their new person for the next decade. And that kind of doesn't want me to have them do a change now that it would gather and garner all that attention, but you're really just going to have a stopgap.
Yeah, but I
don't
guess,
want that, E.
Well, I don't want a stopgap either, and I don't think the Warriors would hire one. Well, I guess you could elevate Stackhouse or Stotts. I don't think they want a stopgap. But I also, when Curry said after the Phoenix Suns lost that they have to rebuild the foundation, in a way, I wonder if that means that he's okay with being a part of the beginning of the next, but not being able to see it through because of his age and, father time. He's going to retire in, I don't know, the next 5 years.
Normal.
Exactly. So is he okay with helping this new coach if Steve Kerr is not the guy beyond this summer? Is Steph okay with being a part of that foundation the way I heard him talking after the Suns lost?
I don't
think Draymond is. Well, but I think that Steph might be.
No, and that's why I think Kerr, on the flip side, singles Steph out about, I'd have nightmares about leaving him. I feel like I let Evan down. I can get that. I feel it. But then Steve's like, okay, I'm ready to get married. Where's the ring? And the people that are responsible for the ring, I know it's not how it typically goes, are just kind of reluctant.
I This is also it, too. So do you think that the decision is going to come down this week? Because in a way, all right, they're moving this along, and Monty Poole's saying the further it moves without a decision, the more likely he is to come back.
And I love Monty. I'm going the other way. I feel like
I'm right there with you.
If there's a part 3 tonight or tomorrow, Evan, I'm feeling, and all of a sudden we don't know where it came from. This new ESPN's looking at Steve. I'm like, this thing they're not getting back together.
Yeah, I don't know if it's pressure. I'm not sure, but do you wait until the lottery? Do you wait and see?
Which is May 10th, Mother's Day.
Which pick you get? Yeah, it's on Mother's Day, May 10th. Do you wait to make a decision based on what the pick is? Or how much do you think that plays into this?
What if I told you, to me, if I'm Steve Kerr, that's a slap in my face? If you got to wait that long to see how much, it's like a guy going out on a job interview, if he gets it, he's making big time money, and the girl's like, if you get it, we're good. But if you don't, I'm out. That's how I feel about if he had to wait for them to see where the pick was. I feel like Steve Kerr, he don't deserve that.
Maybe that's
what you got to wait for.
Yeah, maybe that's why the marriage counseling comments from Spears last Friday with Willer and Dibbs are kind of hitting me.
Man, he did say it.
It feels like marriage counseling is what Spears was talking about, and how I read that is, okay, so you're telling me we're going to take a break in our relationship, and we're not going to wait a week or two and then reconvene.
How long we waiting, E?
We're going to wait a few months, and then we're going to come back. And, you're going to live in this place or maybe sleep on the couch. We're going to be around each other. We might see each other, maybe stay in contact if you need groceries or something. But we're going to try and live separately as much as possible and then reconvene and figure out what's best for us down the future. I don't think those go well.
I'm with you.
The moment you start to get those...
Man, yeah.
You start to get a little itchy about the person you're with. It's the beginning of the end.
And I don't feel like Kerr's getting the itches. I feel like it's Joe. I'm in agreement. I think that's why I wonder how much, during these conversations, it's, hey, Steve, we really want to see this the next couple of years out of you. We want this to change. We want this sort of adjustment. And Kerr's probably going to the negotiating table saying, I am what I am. And that's what I love, and that's how
you either want me or you don't.
You preaching. I'm in the church standing up. That's what I've been trying to say. That's why I find it lightweight offensive if they did give him, quote unquote, a mandate to change some things.
Well, I mean, maybe they did.
Now we're not winning, and now it's a problem. I could go down that for a little minute and turn around, but it's like, you know me. You know what I am and what I stand for. What's the pause?
I mean, obviously, it's a results-based business, and what have you done for me lately, which was win 37 games and not make the playoffs. But if I'm Kerr, I'm sitting there saying, okay, go hire someone else then. Incredible. You know what? They don't have Jimmy Butler next year. They don't have Moses Moody next year. Bring in a brand-new head coach who's going to walk into a beginning-of-the-year firestorm about expectations, because I don't think that, and I hope this isn't the case, but that ownership believes that next year is going to suddenly just become a year of contention.
Well,
maybe you could get into the playoffs. To me, if I'm looking at next season, best case scenario, and you brought them up earlier, which is what the Warriors kind of did last year, would be to basically be like the Philadelphia 76ers, where you have reinforcements coming at the end of the season.
But you don't have an Embiid.
You don't have a Maxey.
And who I'm in love with
you don't have a player.
I can't wait to tonight's game. You are right.
That can play close to 82 and play the most minutes in basketball. You don't have that guy.
Can you help me?
I can try.
One of my favorites here at the station is Austin in San Jose. Mm-hmm. And in the chat, he just put, Guru is acting.
Well, you just saw Michael.
Well, there you. But what about this Kerr thing? I believe what I'm saying.
Austin in San Jose.
I believe.
I can tell you that
I'm not
Guru's not acting.
That and what's Sadi's thing? Fake outrage. That gets to act. When I found out Cal hurt, I still haven't changed my view of him as scripted. Those dudes are still brilliant.
We talked on Friday about Jim Rome.
Yeah, we did. Well, so you're saying all that's premeditated?
I mean, maybe not all of it, but enough to the point where it's like having a ghostwriter. You might you might take the lyrics and adjust them a little bit, but
well, Jim's always just real phenomenal. He's always taking calls, so a caller, you don't know where they're going, and your job as a host is to respond to them. So that ain't written.
Yeah, but you're not taking calls off the rip. Your A block's got to be all you. That opening monologue has got to be tight.
The monologue. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, those first 4 to 6 minutes when Jim Rome is burning.
You're right.
He might have a couple extra pens in that room.
So you're saying when I watch First Take for all of my life, some of that is they didn't write it down.
I think they get help. I mean, you have a full staff of writers or researchers. Steiny does it to me all the time where he says,
"What does that mean?
Hey, can I get an answer on the most convoluted statistic you've ever heard of?"
Now that's different.
Yeah, but it would be like if he had 4 or 5 people back in that producer's studio where Pasta and Granger are sitting in right now that are just waiting to type it up and get him that answer so that he can build his argument.
But he's still got to perfect how he presents it.
Well, he's a great orator, or certainly a better broadcaster than most.
That's just, I don't know why I'm acting naivete on that, but man, that is something I
don't want to believe it. But
I worked here at a show on this station. I got to be careful here.
Uh-oh.
And I was observing doing nights and weekends, and they pretty much scripted what I knew what you were going to say, and you knew what I was going to say. And I just thought to myself,
did you have a problem with it?
No, but as I grew in the game, and I started trying to develop what just my personality. Yeah, I thought that was the easy way. Like there was no authenticity about that. Like it's like I knew what you. Like I was not cheating the people, but nothing was authentic. Like when you, Stoney, and I get together, or the other guys.
Well, but there are artists that kind of need things written out, right? Okay, so
But that's different.
Take Too Short.
Yeah, those are different though, unless it's a freestyle.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Too Short's never purported, or he's never said that he's a freestyle artist.
Right, no doubt.
He doesn't do freestyle.
E42.
He doesn't rap for free.
Exactly. E40 said that.
Yeah, but is he any less great of an artist because he can't or chooses not to rap off the top of the head?
No, that's a great point.
He's still an amazing artist.
That's a great point.
So I think that's
that's a great point.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Jay is in San Jose. Jay, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm struggling right now. I'm struggling because you guys, I got so many different layers of why Steve Kerr got to go. But
all right, go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, man.
No good players want to come out here and play up under Steve Kerr. Like LeBron didn't want to come. Paul George didn't want to come. I could be wrong, but Jimmy, only reason why he came is because we offered him the extra money on extension. He said, I'm not going there. So real dogs don't want to play under Steve Kerr in that system, and there's an extension to the system with Steph Curry. Now, with that being said, why wouldn't you want a new coach? Like, 2 of the 4 years since the championship, we ain't even made the playoffs. And when we did, like I seen Minnesota they got boots. Like we've seen and go down, Divincenzo go down.
Shannon.
And a guy off the bench come in and scored 35-40. Now Shannon came the next game and scored 25-30. But the guy who scored 35-40 the previous game, he sat out the next game. So now you got 3 of your top guys out, and they still won a game. So that means they got dogs lined up on the bench. Most of these these teams got dogs on their bench. Our system don't call for dogs. It calls for people with intellect who can play, and they can last if you like. But the people uncaught up, teams uncaught up with this system, this offense, and we just don't have the youth, the talent. Now, the one player that we had that was a dog, we see what happened to him.
Yeah.
Right? Shannon is not Right. Richard Wright, whatever his name is, he's not a dog that's going to go out on any night, give you 35 or 40. Moody is not that guy. I'm saying that to say last year we just needed one game against Houston, against Minnesota, one game. Kerr couldn't coach us up one victory, and the players couldn't give us one victory. One victory just to get Steph back in the rotation to say, let's get there. Like, you could tell a good coach when you can look a man in the eye, play in the eye, say, I just need the best out of you this game. And he lost the locker room a few years ago at the end of Jordan Poole. But Jimmy coming in a year ago, or so tilted a little bit because he was able to hold Steph and Draymond accountable where Steve Kerr wouldn't do it no more. All the turnovers and all that stuff like that. So Jimmy settled things down a little bit. But basically you had a two-tier locker room where the superstars was able to do what they wanted to, all the turnover style of play. And then when the youngest get in there and do it, it's a revolving door. So they feel in some type of way like, is it bad that I make a turnover? Well, what about Steph and Dre? They make more turnovers than anybody. And Steph, his turnovers are so unforced. It's like he don't even care. So if Steve Kerr is gone, Draymond and Steph Curry should be responsible because you didn't get him another year. 2 or 4 years, you ain't done nothing. You've been playing a certain type of basketball, and so you ain't got any right to say we want to keep our coach because you ain't done none other than that, coach. We needed y'all to do something better, and you didn't. So now we need some new life, some new breath, a new voice in that locker room, and great players will adjust to any coach, just like LeBron do. LeBron, everywhere he go, let's just make it happen. He'll figure it out. And look where he at right now. Not saying we're not going to get into the LeBron conversation, but without Luka, without Austin, so, yeah, Steve, he got to go. This time.
I got you, Jay. Well,
now, Jay, I got to give it to him. That wasn't scripted. That was from the heart.
No, that was off the top.
Oh, I know we got to go, but we don't have the young players either. And Jimmy came. You got to give Steve Kerr credit for that. We can't say, he only came from the bread. And I hear you. He probably did, but he came.
Look, if Steve Kerr's not back next year, I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing. I think the Warriors could begin to turn the page to whatever else they're going to move on to.
But you need dudes, E.
Well, you need dudes, but I don't know how you're going to get them, whether you got Steve Kerr as the head coach or not.
That's what I wanted to jump in and tell you.
And the reality is the next guy you hire is probably more likely to be Tim Floyd than your next Steve Kerr. And for those who aren't familiar, that's who followed Phil Jackson for the Chicago Bulls. And they were not very good. So it's more likely to be that guy than anybody else. And I think there's no easy way out of this, really. But we can run it by Willard and Dibbs because I know we got to hit a break here. Getting Zip for Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. The crossover, it's coming up next on 95.7 The Game. That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refresh spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Thinking about getting in shape for summer? Then stop trying to do it on your own and call the experts. DIY weight loss is not the answer. At Jumpstart MD, you'll work with real clinicians right here in the Bay Area and get access to GLP-1 medications at our most affordable rates. And for a limited time, mention Alice and save up to 70% this May. Don't wait until summer. Start now and lock in your results early. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
That's not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Mother's Day, celebrate her with something truly special. At P.F. Chang's, enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at just $89.99. Featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice, plus the bold signature flavors she loves. It's more than a meal. It's a celebration made just for her. Reserve your table now and make Mother's Day unforgettable. Only at P.F. Chang's. Available when you dine in for a limited time only at participating locations. Offer may vary.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover, brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we've got you covered. BayAlarm.com, getting it for Steinmetz, Guru, Willard, Dibs. Happy Monday, boys. What's up?
What up, baby?
Hello.
Yeah. I shouted you out earlier.
Good morning.
Good.
Yeah.
Good afternoon and good night.
A lot of Waterloos this weekend, you know what I mean? A lot of Waterloos.
We're on them back.
Man. Yeah. Dibs, I just say Stotty got the scratchy throat. You're like, I think I gave it to
I think I might have, I woke up Saturday and it's like, oh, God, this is bad. And then Sunday, my wife's like, oh, you shouldn't play golf. I'm like, I'm playing golf. I'm not dead.
Yeah,
and so we played, and I wasn't that close to Steiny, but then this morning he's like out. I see you on the YouTube. And, I texted him. I'm like, you okay? He's like, yeah, I got a little thing. I said, sore throat?
Our bodies,
chest?
man.
He's like, exactly. My bad.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a game
you got
time.
4 hours with him.
Oh,
we're fine.
I'm not scared.
You don't know.
I'm on the backside of it too. So
okay.
No, I go to mental warfare with illness.
Please explain.
I just say no.
I don't think that's how that works.
No, and I'm not saying I don't ever get sick.
Yeah.
But I don't like.
You don't give in.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Evan, what's the Evan computer say to that?
Well, if I can,
it's been years since I took a sick day.
Wow.
And I've got kids too, and they bring crap around the house, and I'll look at it. It's funny. My little guy missed 2 days last week. And his big brother does the opposite of me. The second he hears somebody grab a Kleenex, he's like, oh, no, everything's ruined now for the next 2 weeks.
Right.
And what did he do? He had a big trip planned last weekend, and I just got a text from him, and he's like, you ruined the whole weekend. I'm so sick.
No.
I'm like, right, because the second, I'm not saying
it's in his dome, you're saying.
I'm not saying I can mentally go woo-woo over sickness. I'm not saying that. But I do think some people, like he thinks about it negatively.
Right.
He's like, I'm going to get it. And
before it happens.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm taking an airborne. I'm taking the dog for a walk. And we're not doing that, sickness. I'm not getting it, period.
I can see
I
that
don't know,
on the
that makes
TV
me feel a
show.
little nervous when it was around the office.
Yeah, no doubt.
We're not doing sickness.
You might not be doing sickness, but you don't get to control what other people when they're doing sickness. I respect.
What did you make of the Giants? I don't even know what questions asked. All of my disclaimer,
they got
it's
younger.
Too soon, right? It's too soon.
It's too soon.
What?
It's too soon to panic.
It's too soon to panic. I don't think it's not about panic and it's not about blow it up, but it's not too soon to look them square in the eye and go, I am watching you this summer.
Blasting runs and walks.
You're a total snorer. You're a complete, whatever you want. It's not our job to fix it. You fix it. It's a total and complete non-starter.
Where do you start when you say to fix it?
Buster Posey. Like, Buster Posey is the guy you brought in who'd never done it before, and you didn't really change much of your scouting, which sucks. And you brought in a college manager he's fine, but
he's wearing it a little bit, just with the optics.
And he should wear it, but you brought in Devers, who is clearly not the player that he used to be, and you signed Adames, and he's not very good. So, for me, the buck stops with Buster.
Yeah, the decisions he made
they've not worked.
No, and they've been not only they're not worked, like Devers is one of the least productive players in baseball. That's just a fact. Willie Adames is the same when it comes to the plate. So it's like you're asking these guys they will be better. Devers will probably hit at some point in this lifetime.
Tonight.
But it's been 20% of the season, and you've scored the least amount of runs in baseball.
Wow.
That's just but that's why you have to make a move like Eldridge and Rodriguez. You have to do something.
See, I look at it like you're right, but at any moment those guys could start performing again. That could switch, and that's on them. My big thing right now is the San Francisco Giants have completely done Tony Vitello dirty. They have
elaborate
sold
on that.
him down the rib. Think about this. You pull this guy up from the University of Tennessee. That's not your fault. He took the job. He's an adult. But what's the number one thing that fans think about or use to judge a manager? It's how they move and decide their bullpen. And then you bring him up here and you gave him no closer. The bullpen hasn't been horrible, but they blew 3
second in MLB and ERA.
Right, but they also blew 3 eighth inning, ninth inning leads just this week. Ryan Walker's the only one who's ever been a closer, and he's not good. So now you leave a manager out there, and then 33 games into his tenure, for marketing purposes more than anything else, let's not be naive. You pull your star kid up to the bigs and now leave the manager on a nightly basis to figure out which accomplished, high-priced veteran he needs to look in the eye and tell, you're not in the lineup tonight.
But isn't that the job?
No.
To a degree?
No, it's not. I don't think so.
But who has a leg to stand on if I say, when you're not performing, hey, Dibbs, you're going to sit out tonight. Let me deliver that message the way they're
And it becomes the job when you don't play well enough. So, Adames and Devers, now that's the job, Tony. I'm sorry.
And
but
maybe they'll light a fire under them.
Maybe. And, I don't think that it's a lack of a fire. I just think that Devers, he can't hit fastballs, and Adames is just struggling. To me.
But I would say Tony hasn't done himself many favors.
He has not been great. I'm not saying that. He's not been
but also,
I hadn't heard that.
But that's why, it's like during spring training when he's talking about Tennessee and where did the media get information, and, you were right saying, hey, it's time to grow up. You're a big league manager now. It's time to be that. He's never been it before. So when he isn't playing left-on-left matchups, when he's making incorrect decisions with his bullpen, when he calls a starter up for a doubleheader and doesn't use him, which now means tonight you don't have a rested starting pitcher and you have to go to McDonald, then I do have to look at you and say, what are you thinking there, Tony?
Well, first of all, I think you make a lot of good points there. Who the team calls up and whether they use him, that's not the manager's decision.
But you have an extra roster spot on a doubleheader to use for that specific purpose, and he chose not to.
You're not going to hear me defend all of the moves he made. I just find those to be part of the process we would have anticipated. This is a brand new big league manager. I looped into this like the first half of season 1, probably going to make some errors. He's going to make some mistakes. But one thing that I would not have done if I was the San Francisco Giants organization is 30 games into his tenure, I'm now having him look a Devers or an Adames in the face. And by the way, we all act like this is tonight. This is every night for the foreseeable future until someone makes up an injury. Who the hell? You're not bringing Bryce up to sit. Like I heard you guys talk earlier about if he's in the lineup, he better be.
Right.
That's malpractice if you sit him in sack last night and then put him up, gas up the fan base, and don't play him tonight. That'd be stupid.
So who sits?
I don't know. We can't wait. The breaking news sound is coming.
And how many times is suffice for this week in regard to how many times we see him? Let's just say it's 6 games.
He's got to play 5 out of 6 as long as he's here.
Exactly. I think that you have to sit Devers, and that's where it becomes really tough because you can't sit Schmidt right now because he's
your best
on fire.
Hitter. Well, Arise is right behind him. Yeah.
Arise? Yeah. Man, who could have seen that coming? Arise being their best hitter?
Yeah. Best fielder, too.
Exactly. So, and I think that you don't have another third baseman, and Chappie's been good enough, and you could put Casey Schmidt at short, but he hasn't played short in, a year?
He could do it. I mean, I actually would sit Adames tonight. I would sit Adames tonight. At least Devers is, accidentally leaned into a couple doubles the last couple games. Adames is just...
I got to believe it is easy for me to say to interrupt... He can understand it. All right, I'll sit to no problem.
Well, you got to get to, I guess
I may need it.
I
know I need it.
I think we're all at the point where it's I don't even care if they don't understand it. But it does put Tony's pants around his ankles. Yeah. And that's how I feel about it. You don't do that to a brand new manager. This wasn't your plan. You know what I mean? And Schmidt messed the whole thing up by being good, I guess.
Right.
It's just that's and even the timing of Bryce coming up. I support the move because it's such a mess and I'm excited to see him, but this is not when you wanted to bring him up where he has to put a cape on and save the whole organization.
Oh, man.
At age 21. It is rough.
I told Evan earlier, I don't care if he goes Eldridge 1 for 20. I'm still fixated on what ails this team is Devers and Adames. That's got to get fixed. I'm rooting for the kid, don't get me wrong, but I won't dare say into these microphones if the kid gets off to a slow start. What's going on with Eldridge? Nah, this is about Adames,
right?
That bread, and Devers, who looks like we can say, his Q's 30. What? He doesn't look nothing like himself.
He looks washed, and he can't be washed because he's got 7 more years. Is it 7 more years?
2033.
What a word.
Right. So, he looks slow, and he looks like he's confused, and he does not look like the player that he was before. And so I don't know if that means that you're washed at 29, but right now he is struggling so bad, and he's missing fastballs. And that, to me, is the biggest tell.
Yeah, especially because every time he misses one or fouls one off, he looks at his bat how did I miss that pitch? I'm sure some of it is mental as well as physical, too, but I don't know. I was thinking about over the weekend, they got basically 3 big contracts, right? Chapman, Adames, and Devers. And I didn't really agree with everything that, Farhan did when he was running the operation. But one thing that he was always reluctant to do was give out a big contract. And we're kind of seeing why. Because you're right. You have 7 more years of Rafael Devers. And is he going to perform better? I would certainly hope so. He's a bottom 20 player in OPS right now. But is he going to get better over these next 7 years after 30? I don't know. Matt Chapman's 33 years old. I'm looking at someone like Nolan Arenado, who's 2 years ahead of him. 32, 33 is when Arenado stopped being Arenado. And Willie Adames is past 30. It's I don't think that Farhan was the perfect person to run this organization, but now looking back, it's they've found two different paths to get to the same place where you're, to your point, Willard, this is a team that doesn't demand my attention right now because they may have bigger names and certainly bigger paychecks, but they're still playing the same losing, boring baseball that they've been for the most, I would say, for the majority of the last 5 or 6 years.
That's why everybody always kind of trumpets it. Like, even when you do the big spending, it in a perfect world, it needs to be accentuating what's coming up through your farm system. Yeah. And nothing's coming up through your farm system except for maybe tonight we'll see something start to come up through the farm system. But again, for me, that's a lot of pressure on a 21-year-old who's still got a 30% strikeout rate in the minors to be like, okay, everything's going sideways, but we'll all feel better about it if you're great right away.
I said
21 years old.
That's not fair. And I said this earlier, and I was having some fun, but it's not fun even talking about this. But if this were not to get improved, if they were not to improve and you got to the deadline, and I told Evan this, could Logan Webb be on the block? Like, could it get that ugly to where teams are knocking down your door, competing teams to try to get you a haul for Webb? Like, I know we're at the embryo stages of that, but if it doesn't get better, and I'm shocked, 34 feels like 44, 54 games, because I'm like, they got to hit. And pitchers don't look afraid of the giant hitters. They just don't.
It's Robbie Ray first. Yep. I think he'd be the first guy. I mean, because he's on a 1-year deal, and Logan would be a full-on wave the white flag over this year and next year because
it would get you something.
It would, but he's kind of like your anchor of he's a giant. Okay,
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. To me, the only way it would get to be that with Webb is if you think that he's no longer the same pitcher. Like, I was thinking about Alek Manoah, who's a guy that when they went from you could take as long as you want to a pitch clock, his career fell off the face of the earth because he just wasn't in shape. He couldn't pitch every 20 seconds and has no longer been seen after being a Cy Young candidate, I think 5 years ago. If Logan Webb is struggling with ABS, which I'm not there yet, but there's been some evidence of, some pitches that haven't gone his way, and he's a guy that does work the corners. If you don't think that that's going to improve, that would be the only way that I would feel comfortable maybe moving off of Webb, but I don't think we're close to being there
He was
yet.
just great against the Phillies.
Yeah, and I mean,
should have won the game.
I'm not saying he's had a great year, but if you remove the 7-run thing on opening night on Netflix, I wonder what his numbers look like. He's got 2 more full years under contract with the Giants. So, I think
it's a good number, right?
It's a really good number. He's under $25 million a year. So, I'm kind of with you guys. Like, I'm nowhere near there yet, and I'd be surprised if the Giants kind of ever got there this year. Robbie Ray is a candidate. Luis Ariz would absolutely be a candidate on a 1-year deal, especially if Schmidt keeps doing what he's doing, and then Eldridge shows that he gets to stay. Then you give Casey second base, and it almost would help. Like, to my earlier point, it would help Vitello out right now.
Right. No doubt about it.
As much as he's been good. I don't want him to go, but he's on a 1-year deal, and if this season looks like this, who cares?
What's the normal protocol to hear from, I was saying this with the Warriors, Steiny, Evan, I want to hear from Lakeup. What's the protocol to hear from Buster? I know it's, like I'm saying, it's brand new, but when should we hear from Buster just about
not
what he's
yet.
doing?
I mean, it's only, 34 games, and what's he going to say right now other than, Adames and Devers, they're professional hitters, and, we think that they're going to work themselves out and blah, blah, blah. There's nothing to say right now. If you get to, June, you get through May, and you're still this team, and they're still struggling, and the deadline's still 2 months away, well, now I want to hear what's the plan? And you had a caller earlier talking about the great A's owner, Mark Fisher, which I thought was also awful. But,
my God.
The A's draft and develop, and now they're a decent team.
They're playing better than the Giants.
Right.
Well, everybody is.
But they're drafting guys, and, for now, they have them.
But that's where you hope Eldridge could be your Nicholas Kurtz. Like, you hope that he could be a guy that steps in and immediately looks like one of the best hitters in baseball.
Right now, though?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If he gives you anything that is better than what you have in the middle of the order, that's a plus. I would also say Rodriguez should be one of those guys, hopefully. I mean, his numbers were not as good as Eldridge, but he still gets on base, hits the ball hard.
He's a good player.
And he's quite clearly, I don't care. He's a better hitter than Patrick Bailey.
There's no doubt that's not hard.
The answer, for me, Goo, the answer to when Buster should speak is whenever the hell he wants.
All right.
I don't
because right now they'd say, why are you doing this to Tony?
I mean,
didn't he kind of just speak by bringing these guys up?
I wouldn't be terribly surprised. There could be an impromptu dugout Buster tonight. He did it last year when he DFA'd Lamont Wade and did that 6-player shakeup, but that was in June. I don't know if he'll do it tonight. We still don't know who the hell's getting shipped out. I don't know.
Lineup's not out.
Lineup's not out. The roster moves are not out. We don't have any of that yet.
People want it.
Right. So, he might do that. He might pull the beat writers aside tonight and do that. But
that was a bar, though. He's talking by this move.
Yeah, he doesn't need to, he doesn't need to say anything. I could already, couldn't we all tell you what he's already going to say?
Yeah.
Like last year, it was go time. Okay. What does that mean? But
it didn't end up being go time.
I don't hate the idea of doing it tonight because somebody should. It's not for the fans. He needs to run interference for Tony, but he might do that behind the scenes. Like for instance, if Adames is sitting tonight, if I'm Buster, I'll tell him.
Oh, damn.
I'll tell Willie.
Hey, what do you think of that? You rolled your eyes a little bit.
So it's an unfair question, but can someone ask about Gerard Encarnacion's challenge yesterday?
Awful.
Maybe the worst challenge I've seen.
He's probably not going to be on the team by the time
that's what I was thinking. That's the last straw. I'm sorry.
I agree.
I couldn't. It was right down the middle.
We got 3 letters for everybody. DFA.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
My issue is more with Tony. What's the rule? Because that's an 0-1 pitch in the fifth. So, you have to have rules where you don't just get the challenge
and rank who you are.
Rank and situation.
Situation.
It's the fifth. You're up 1-0. It's an 0-1 pitch that is right down Broadway. My pitch is on Broadway. So it makes a lot. And you're going to tap on that? No, you're not. Now, if it's the 9th and you're down 2-1, okay, go ahead and tap. You're blatantly wrong. It was terrible. In the fifth,
it's
up 1-0?
Yeah, now it's and the ball, all of the ball and then some in the middle of the square.
Room on all sides of the ball.
Absurd. Just an absurd challenge. I don't know, I would love to ask Tony that question because it does feel like the Wild West. I don't mind if it happens in the 3rd inning, but the bases better be loaded.
Okay. And it's an 0-2 pitch.
And it's an 0-2 pitch.
Thank you.
Bailey will challenge pitches in the 1st inning.
I don't remember the last time the Giants got to the 9th inning and had challenges left. Yeah. Wow. So there's 2 pieces to this. A, what are the rules? And 2, why don't you get more right? You get as many challenges as you want if you get them right.
Right.
Yeah.
Get more right.
I'm with you.
They're terrible at it.
I mean, it was awful, and the whole weekend was highlighted by the home run that wasn't a home run.
Oh my God!
I actually saw your tweet.
Starving for runs so bad that thing was
it was the only home run of the trip. But it wasn't a home run.
That's a travesty.
You're playing at the Slopicana, and that thing is such a joke.
It is nasty.
And you hit that thing probably 440. That's an absolute tank.
All of a sudden, the dude has to come
Statcast had it at 4 1/4.
Right.
I mean,
am I piling on?
The center fielder sprinted to the wall and then sprinted back in. I wonder what happened there.
Good on him. He just caught it can of corn.
Happens all the
dugout.
When you're scuffling, I was told you push the envelope. Adames not tagging. And thank God we had
I thought he'd have gotten hosed.
Dude, that ball was up in that wasn't on the line.
Medium deep right field. I think I was with you in the moment as it's in the air, but I'm like,
you think he would have been out?
I think he would have gotten. He's not that fast.
But at least no one is on this team.
Yeah, they didn't score anyway. I would have pushed the envelope. Maybe it's a pass ball.
I think that's more on us right now because we're all so desperate for bunt and take the extra 90. Well, we need 1 run.
And don't forget who's the most snake bit person on the entire team.
Borg.
Exactly.
So he was like, hell no.
I'm like, he got a sock in his mouth over there.
That is terrible.
Yeah, he's not going to be that guy.
What did your nickname for Matt Williams?
Oh, Windmill.
Yeah,
Windmill Williams.
Well, he just would send everybody, which is it felt like what Borg was doing originally.
Totally.
And then someone told him, no. Red light. You do not send anybody else. You've had 4 guys thrown out.
And I admit it, Chris Townsend, our guy here, man, he texts me all the time. Just last night, I was hard on Melvin last year because I thought
flip the spread.
Yeah, the flip. But that wasn't it. Now I'm looking like I really misjudged this talent because it's starting to play like it's not talented. So, man, do I owe Melvin an apology?
I think the Giants did too, though. Otherwise, they would have given him a bullpen.
They fired him. So, I don't think.
No, I got you there, but now the onus is still on the players, and they're not.
Always has been. I don't think Bob Melvin got fired because the Giants didn't hit well. I think his energy was not what they felt like.
We don't have answers
needed going forward. But
now you got a young buck, and
I'm almost never going to look at baseball stats and think about the manager. Like, come on, you're all 30 years old. Hit the ball. Yes, the manager works with you, but. So it's
not hitting it now.
Yeah, it's all a blend. But I mean, wow, Tony Vitello, 33 games under his belt, plenty of mistakes.
You don't like this call, that just puts him in.
Again, I support it because why not? And the
fans love it.
We're excited to see him, but these are not the circumstances you wanted to bring up Bryce Eldridge, and it puts Tony Vitello in the cold tub. Big time.
I mean, someone must sit. And so now he has to go up and either tap Willie or Rafi or Casey. Sorry, Casey, I know you're playing great, but go ahead and sit down.
Who do y'all got tonight? Who sits? 6 players.
I'm going to go Adames.
Chapman, Adames, Arise, Devers, Schmidt, and Eldridge. We got one of them has to sit.
It should be Devers, but I think he's more fragile than Adames is, and Willie's more of a pro. I think he'd take that better.
Devers against Vasquez, career 1 for 3 with Obamski.
And what about Adames?
1 for 2 with no thump.
That's
no
pretty
thunder.
Good. That's hitting 500.
Yep. Arise 0 for 2. Maybe Luis has to
sit him.
It's early, but the Rockies are ahead of the Giants.
Everybody's ahead of the Giants. The Giants suck. They suck very, very, very bad.
Right now.
I got the Giants going 64-92.
Last time they were 13-21, 1984. They finished with 66 wins that season.
So, I got the Giants going. That was my guy.
82-75. He was hitting better than Devers is right now, I'm sure.
The Atlanta Braves have scored 100 more runs than the Giants. The Giants have only scored 100 runs.
Think about that.
Atlanta has scored 100 more.
No, they probably hit a few more homers.
And you got boppers.
No, you don't.
Oh, can you do, Guru, off the top of your head, can you do the list of teams in the bigs who have scored fewer runs than the Giants?
Okay, I think I got some. Okay. I feel good about this.
Go for it. Who do you got?
The Twins.
No.
It's a trick question.
I'll give you a clue.
The Rockies.
It's a short list.
Well, they're last.
What?
No,
buddy. I was going to say.
Grandy,
Who scores
Jim Harbaugh is back in town.
I don't like the trick questions.
Who scores?
Man.
Fewer than us.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing who's out of the lineup coming probably like an hour or two.
So we got all kinds of breaking news. First of all, yes.
You got Ramona.
We got to do the roster moves first.
All right.
I think. Then we're going to get the lineup.
Okay.
Yes, Ramona is coming on around 5.
You did a great piece about the Rockets today.
And we're mindful that the breaking news sounder could also go off about something Warriors head coach related at any moment.
Before I leave, am I the only one that didn't watch the Derby?
No, I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it.
Okay, you did.
I watched the whole day. I've watched the replay probably 11 times, and I don't know. You don't have to like horse racing to like what actually happened.
I watched that little graphic thing where they where they turned it into bars and it showed where the horse came from.
Right,
that was fun.
And it almost never happens. And the fact that it was the first female trainer to ever win the Derby. Wow. And if you watch the side by side of her watching the horse, and she's just kind of sitting there like, you know, whatever. And all of a sudden there's a couple, she does a little bit of Steve Kerr. And then it's like, come on, Jose. And all of a sudden she's into it.
The Steve Kerr.
It was pretty awesome. Anyway, I mean, I was way too into it, but highest rated Derby of all time, 22 million people.
All these photos where people are having their own party, not there. I was getting kind of jelly. Like, I wish I rolled with people that were into it like that.
Like to wear a hat?
Yeah, all that.
Big hat.
Julep, all that.
Yeah.
I watched it with a 3-year-old with a cough. There you go.
Look at you.
All right, boys.
She's a horse.
Totally.
Keep it locked right here on 95.7 The Game. Will and Dibs coming up next.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's start this damn week. Let's get going, okay? It's gonna be a big one. It's not Bryce Eldridge's debut, but it kind of feels like it. Because I do think the plan is for him to stick and stay. Bryce was on with us during spring training. What was his date that he predicted with regard to the first splash hit?
Before the All-Star game.
Before the All-Star game. Yeah. Okay, well, he's got some time. My prediction was that he would be up by May. Missed it by that much.
But wrong.
Yep. And here he comes under what I would say are not the ideal circumstances. This is not what you want to do to Bryce. I'm sorry to be like a wet blanket today. I can't wait to watch him hit either, but this is not the right way to do it. It's just not. This is not, and that's my big thing today. We can all, scratch our head about Rafi Devers and Willie Adames. We can scream at Buster Posey. The bottom line is, from a tactical, strategic standpoint, the San Francisco Giants have completely screwed the start of this season up absolutely sideways. You pulled a manager from Tennessee, gave him no closer, and now you pull up your prized number one top prospect who was 14 for his last 28 down on the farm. You pull him up and then tell this rookie manager out of Rocky Top that he's got to either go tell Devers or Adames or Chappie or Arise. Yeah, so we're going to just do a little rotation now. We're going to spin the wheel every night. Find out which one of you has to watch the game. Again, is it doable? I'm not sitting here all up into anybody's feelings, but that is not ideal. That is not the way that you treat your prized people. So they have done some of their prized people wrong here so far.
Well, the prized people have done Vitello wrong, because this wouldn't be an issue if Adames and Devers were Adames and Devers. You wouldn't even have to worry about it, because Willie Adames is a guy who plays in 160 or 161, whatever it is, but you're not playing well enough to earn that. And Devers the same thing. So I'm sorry, but hard choices have to be made.
Oh, no doubt.
When you've got, your stars are struggling and you have to go to AAA to bring up some bats because you guys can't hit.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm not saying that because of the circumstances that have arrived, I'm not saying I wouldn't have done this. They had to do something. But let's not be naive. This is not, and this is the other piece of it that I really don't like. I didn't want it to be about this. When Bryce Eldridge came up, I wanted it to be about baseball. If you think that this is 100% about baseball, I got some crap to sell you across the world, okay? The San Francisco Giants, they just decided on this day, when they're on a flight home, getting ready to sell tickets for a week where many, at least collegiately, are starting to get out of school. And the weather is about to be amazing this week. No, wait till you see this weekend. It's going to be hot. It's going to be beautiful out there. We got giveaways coming up with the Buccos in town. We got all this coming up.
And also $5 tickets. I'm sure you got the email. So, the Giants are thinking, boy, we are struggling. We don't score. Our stars don't hit. Our ace is not really an ace right now. What do? $5 tickets. Bring up Bryce.
Exactly.
Bring up Jesus.
So in addition to this being about a message to the team, in addition to this being about injecting life, in addition to the fact that Rodriguez and Eldridge have both played really well and probably on some level deserve it, make no mistake about it, this is a distraction. This is a distraction. This is also, not only, but it is also an effort to distract the fans from what has gone on, which is the most boring team in baseball found a way this year to be even more boring. It's unbelievable. We sat here before the year started, and the one thing I thought that this team could hang its hat on was that the infield was going to hit.
Yep.
Wow, were they going to hit. And I was right at second base, mildly sort of okay over at third, but good Lord, like, this is a distraction from your two biggest contracts in the history of the organization. Have an OPS that barely combines to get to the number 1,000.
That's crazy.
That is what this is, in part, is a distraction from that.
And both of those guys are signed into the 2030s, which I don't even know if that's a thing. Like, we're in 2026, I get it, but I think it's Devers is signed until 2033, and Adames is 2031.
That's correct.
2033, Mark, you're going to have no kids at home. Even the little man's going to be in college.
Wow, that put a different spin on it for me.
I mean, it's a different spin.
That sounds nice.
Unless you want to do the diver re-up, which you're allowed to. Run that thing right back.
You better shut your mouth.
You better watch your mouth over there. But 2033, and I knew that the Devers deal on the back end would be a little wonky.
Sure.
But I didn't think it'd be within the first year.
Well, and let's not, I'm actually not ready to say that that's just decided, that Rafi Devers is now done.
But
do you know what I mean?
If you want to look at the golf analogy through, 1/7 of his time here with the Giants, through 3 holes of golf, he's like 5 over.
Yeah, there's a double bogey in there. There's definitely at least one double bogey in there. You know, last year was fine. It wasn't amazing, but it was good enough, especially when you're changing teams mid-year, you're changing leagues, you're going to a tough ballpark to hit in. I was able to get my head around last year. This year, no. And a lot of people have pointed to the fact he's always a slow starter and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so fingers crossed, hope there. But does the slow starter thing explain an annual drop in swing velocity? Does that explain that? Because that's a fact. This is not, it's not just like, oh, I'm out of sync. His swing is getting slower every year, and he has not turned 30 yet, at least according to what we're told.
Right.
Which I know that's the fun. I don't want to get into that either. The internet decided this week that he's 35 and not 29.
Right.
And so what? I have no idea. This followed Pujols to the Angels and all of those things. I don't know. But the bottom line is his metrics right now, and not in terms of, bat to ball rate, just like his physical
swing
movements are going down every year. Fact.
Is he hurt? Is he?
I don't know.
Is he just guessing? Is he in a funk? I don't know either. But you start to look at a sample size, and 140 plate appearances is not a ton, but it's not nothing. And you look at that's like about a fourth of the year, or coming up on a fourth of the season where you get 600 plate appearances. And if the swing is slow and the hard hit rate is down and the home runs are almost non-existent, he has 2. And you as an offense have almost none, so it becomes even more glaring. But when you're the star of the team, and he and Adames you're the highest paid guys, you got to carry the water.
888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. Let's go right to some. Chris in Santa Clara, hi. Thank you for calling Willie and Dibby. What you doing today?
Hey, I think you guys are slightly incorrect. I think this is completely about baseball. This is a last-place team. It's an Angels quality team. It's a Rockies quality team. And so, of course, they've got to do some things that, make it interesting for fans. And, with Eldred coming up, hey, if he's able to stay with the team and he hits 240 for the rest of this year, which is, maybe I think people would say, hey, that's a super big success. It's better to have him up at the big league level, get some practice, be out there, have the fans have something to cheer for, and to just kind of shift gears that this is not a team that's a top 4 team. Because I think we have to stop calling it the top 6, because you really don't get top 6. It's 1 for each division plus 3. And the Giants know that they've got 0 chance of finishing first. So are they really going to be one of the remaining top 3? Yeah, not likely. There's 9 teams that don't make it. They're going to be one of the 9. why not make these changes? And, the question I have for you guys is for somebody like Devers, and I'm not hating on him, but just on a practical basis, given the length of the contract, are there any teams in the MLB that would take the entire contract? The Giants wouldn't have to pay a single penny of it for the rest of the contract, and they can get 2 draft picks in 2029.
No. Period. Absolutely unequivocally no. There were a lot of people who already thought it was crazy that the Giants did it last year, and that's when he was raking. And Chris, with all due respect, I think your point is spot on, except for you made my point. Like when you say this is about baseball, and then you launched into all the reasons why it would be fun for the fans to see Bryce. That's not baseball. That's entertainment, and that's my point. My point is this: Bryce is not coming up because the Giants are like, you know what? We've got a great player in AAA and a wide open position for him to play. No, they don't. They're actually sitting here probably yanking hair out the sides of their heads trying to figure out how to get all these guys in the lineup every night. So it is very much for the fans. And that's not baseball. That's the entertainment side.
I mean, it's baseball.
It's
if
marketing.
It comes up and plays well, but also what you were talking about, which is, the old game of musical chairs where you've got 6 people in 5 chairs and you go round and round. That's kind of what Tony Vitello's doing right now.
You think it's Devers who's sitting tonight?
Yes, tonight. It's a righty on righty. You sit Devers.
Righty on righty. You sit Adames.
No, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So wait, you think Adames or Devers?
Yes, I think it's Adames.
I do too.
Devers, he owns this guy. He's got a home run.
Career 333. All right, as you know, we're live on YouTube every single day. Just search 95.7 The Game. You'll find us. We're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member. Get some early access, new videos, private AMAs with hosts and insiders, exclusive content across the board. Go check it out. Search 95.7 The Game on YouTube. Sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. All right, your calls, 888-957-9570. We'll let you hear some of the things that Vitello said after the 0-6 roadie coming up next. And we are one eye on Warriors as well. Did that meeting already happen? Is the breaking news coming? Ramona will join us later on the show, and we're waiting for lineups and roster moves any minute. This is Willard and Dibbs.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive. That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app. Upside? Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive. Does that actually add up to anything? Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app. Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm a Giants fan.
Trade him! Damn it, Farhan.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Don't be afraid to let us know if you need a call to the bullpen. I called Ryan Walker. He says he's good to go.
Right.
And so if you need a little help with that cold later today, we got Walker warming up, and we also got Keaton Wynn warming up. So if we get to a leveraged moment and you're not feeling it, you let us know.
No doubt.
Okay.
And you also let me know, which I remember it was about 9 months ago or so. I was going through a similar thing, and I got to like 4:45 or 5, and you looked at Grandy, and Grandy looked at you, and Lucas did his whack-a-mole thing where he popped his head out, and you're like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. You're done. That's right.
Yeah, we're going the right hand.
Don't go to Ryan Walker, please.
No.
I mean, who else? Gage?
Keaton Wynn.
Miller?
Caleb Killian.
I threw you out and screamed in your face, who do you think you are?
That's right.
Dude, could Tampa Bay have been a more, can we for a minute and a half? That had to be, like, I thought Philly was embarrassing because you got walked off twice in one day, go with the lead going into the 9th inning both times. But, baseball happens. Tampa Bay had to be one of the most demoralizing, embarrassing series that I can remember because it was on the heels of Philly. You show up there all angry. What did I tell you? I even said to Grandy, load up on the Rays on Friday night because the Giants were doing a doubleheader with rain delays, emotional roller coaster. I go, they're dead. They're dead on arrival.
Dead.
How many runs did they score Friday?
0.
Zippo Dippo.
Yep.
Zippo Dippo. Then they show up Saturday, hit a homer. It's not a homer. Then the Giants we got pitchers who aren't pitching getting thrown out. We got coaches we've never heard of getting thrown out. And then we got umpires screaming in the faces into who do you think you are?
Oh, man.
They're basically sunning the Giants' brand new coaching staff. Then I'm listening on the radio. Wendelstedt. Is it Hunter?
Yep.
Yeah, his dad sucked too, by the way.
Son of an umpire.
This guy's out there going, like, I don't know if you heard this. We got confusion over whether or not the player is in the box and ready to go. The player has already used his timeout. And I can't remember. I think it was Malley. One of the pitchers is getting ready to deliver. And Hunter's like, well, no, just stop. Hold on. Like, we're not ready. Dude, there's a pitch clock, and he's got no timeout.
Right.
You can't, and there were 2 strikes on him. I'm sorry, that hitter's out. He was so out of sorts. He was so out of sorts all weekend. And this is Giants baseball right now. Forget we're snake bit. I mean, to a laughable degree, not one damn thing can go right. When it was 1-0 in the 8th inning, were you with me? There's no chance they're going to win this game.
It was more how will they lose
exactly.
it?
Exactly.
How does this go to where they lose it? What's going to be the sequence of events? And, give Tampa credit because the Giants don't do this. Let's bunt it up. There's a bunt. There's another bunt. Let's all bunt. And they're bunting, and it's working, and they bunt, and then they score. And I don't know. The Giants, you don't hit homers, you don't bunt, you don't steal bases, you don't draw walks. So you're basically hoping for a Luis Ariz base hit, and then a series of other, fluky things to happen so you can get a run. And even when you scored 5 runs in Philly, you lost. Your road trip was 0-2-5, 0-1-1. Loss.
9 runs in 6 games. No homers.
But 5 in the one game.
Yeah.
And
that means 4 runs in the other 5 games.
Right.
Yeah.
It just.
Yeah.
And so Bryce to the rescue. Get your cape, son.
Great.
And you hate that.
I hate it.
You're right to not like it. And it's weird because, yes, pressure on Bryce, but also no pressure on Bryce. You're 13-21. Not that it's over, but
that's the way fans look at it. That's that's just I'm telling you, that's not the way the Giants view this. That they don't, and you can call them out for that. That's fine, but we're 33 games into the season. The Giants are not waving a white flag. Matt Chapman's not at his locker going, "Well, that was a good try. That's the end of that year. Let's just wait till next year." That's fan stuff.
Yeah,
and I'm not against it. Fans be fans, but. This thought of bring Bryce up. Who gives a rip? Like the Giants do. That's not how they're thinking about it, which is why there is a piece of me that is super annoyed with tonight. I am just like all of you. I am excited to see him. I'm excited to see Jesus Rodriguez as well. I was excited when they got him for Doval. He came over in the Doval trade. He is an interesting young player. Just turned 24 last week, can play all kinds of positions, including catcher.
Yep.
Has hit at every level that he's played. Career minor league 311 hitter, OPS about 850. Not a huge power guy, but a really useful bat. And someone who will absolutely push Patrick Bailey and others on this roster because you can put him anywhere.
Yep.
Infield, outfield, you can do all kinds of stuff. I can't wait to see these two. But for them and for Tony Vitello, they've been done wrong because this is a comedy of circumstances to where you're going to spend your first full year as president of baseball operations basically undoing Farhan Zaidi. And you're like, we're doing everyday players. We're spending money. We're bringing in names. We're going to go Chapman extension,
yep.
Adames free agency, Devers trade.
Spunky new manager.
Right? So we're going to do all of that stuff and set it up for this year. And 33 games in, you create a logjam. You create a logjam that, and I know all of us, again, as fans, we are right to say, hey, I don't care about feelings. Well, may I offer to you, they do. And I get it. We're not wrong for not caring about their feelings, but they're not wrong for having them. This is also a problem. It just is. There's no two ways about this. Eldridge, Schmidt, Arise, Devers, Adames, Chapman. One guy has to sit every single game. That's a problem. That is a problem.
Well, it's a big problem when you look at the individuals, and, Devers is a guy who's going to be here for 7 years, and you don't want to alienate him. Not that it's going to be a permanent thing. Adames loves to play every single day. He played, I think, 161 last year. He's missed one this year, so he's a guy who never wants to go out. Chapman's your best defender. You can't take him out. Arise gets a hit every single game, it seems. He's hitting 3 bills.
He's been really good.
And you don't want to bring up Bryce Eldridge and not play him, like you said, 5 of the 6. And so how do you go about juggling it? Do you, all right, Devers, you're going to sit today, and Willie tomorrow. I don't know if you only had the one sibling, right, growing up?
Correct.
So, like with us, it was 4 kids, and you had the chore chart. And it's like, all right, you're on vacuuming, and then tomorrow you dust, and then Wednesday you're on the dishes, and then it goes on a rotation. That's kind of what we're looking at here.
I mean, the good news about Rafi Devers is he would never hold a grudge.
No.
Rafi, if he doesn't like what the organization does, he's just going to let that roll right off his shoulder.
No doubt. I mean, you could play him at third, right? I mean, he used to play third.
Yes, you can play him at third.
So, Chappie, it's your off day. Rafi, you play third.
Literally their 4th best third baseman.
Mine, Casey and Chappie.
And probably Jesus Rodriguez, quite frankly. Oh. You play over there.
Yeah. And I was looking at Jesus Rodriguez today, and we should do guess the lineup here pretty soon. But Rodriguez has only caught McDonald once. Because I thought, Rodriguez up. Maybe he's the catcher for McDonald.
I mean, you might be right. That's the stuff that as a fan, I'm like, I can't even get to where that is on my list. You know what I mean? If somebody wants this catcher, or if somebody wants, I'm good against that. I'm sorry. Too bad. Tough cookies. I don't know if Rodriguez catches tonight. I don't know if the backup catcher is one. I would think he's one of the guys on his way out. Haas.
I mean, he's hit.
But he's probably one of the guys on his way out today. I would think, just because also Rodriguez could do it in a pinch, and then the sack is almost back.
Yep.
And we'll do that probably on Friday, Grandy. The sack is back. The sack is down right now, but the sack is about to be back. And so do you carry all 3 of those guys? Probably.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you want to do the really, really bold thing, and he has, I believe, one option left, you send Patrick Bailey down to AAA.
You're not doing that.
But that is what...
That's more than bold.
Honestly, that's probably what needs to happen.
Is it?
Great on defense, but he's an absolute automatic out.
Yeah, I know.
Go down for a couple weeks and learn to hit again, my friend.
That's not going to happen. You're not going to go down for a couple weeks and learn how to hit. See, this is...
Will he learn how to hit?
No.
Then what are we doing?
He's never going to be a great hitter. He is going to be what he is. He's going to be a very good defensive catcher who once a year gets an inside-the-park home run and we scream, and other than that, he'll ground out to second.
What, did he throw 3 guys out yesterday?
Yeah, he's a great defensive catcher. And that's it. Like, he's a 2-time, is that right? Does he have 2 Gold Gloves, Patrick Bailey? I think he's got 2.
Maybe.
I don't know.
He doesn't have 2 batting gloves. I know that.
This is where, like,
even playing hurt, I still got jokes.
I struggle with this, and you guys tell me, okay? And by the way, weigh in on this with all your Giants anger or whatever. But 888-957-9570. Somewhere along the road, this is what you're balancing right now if you're the Giants. You're balancing urgency and disrespect. And I know where the fans will fall on this. Nobody gives a rip about disrespect. We want entertainment. We want good baseball. However, I will continue to stress, if I'm running the organization, I do have to care about disrespect. If Rafi Devers is going to be here until 2033, I'm not going out of my way to piss him off. Can he sit for a night? Sure. So then we wake up tomorrow. Now it's Tuesday. Now what do you want to do? It's the same problem tomorrow, the same problem on Wednesday, and the same problem on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll change the color of the uniform. We'll get some City Connects on.
Yeah, a little purple tomorrow.
Same freaking problem. So you can't just decide as an organization, let's send Bailey down. Let's send a 2-time Gold Glover to the minors. Let's bench Devers and Adames because we're mad. Like, you need these people. You need these people, and you need to not go out of your way to piss them off. But also, they have to not get too far into their feelings because they've been awful. That's a lot to balance, which is my point. That's why this is not fair to Tony Vitello at all.
This is where Buster Posey, and I liked what you said during the crossover, this is where Buster could and should and maybe might come down to the clubhouse today and say, look, this, individually, this is what we're doing. Rafi, you've played in all 34, and we're going to give you tonight. And, you'll be back in there tomorrow. And Adames, you're going to play tonight, but tomorrow you're going to sit and you try to figure out a way to get these guys into a better spot because Devers is at 562 OPS, and he's played in every game. At some point, you have to take a day.
Yeah.
You take a day, and Adames is batting 195, and...
No, but you hear the issue though. Like I disagree with none of what you're saying. So you give Devers a day. All right, now it's Tuesday. Now what do we do? Not going to give him 2 days.
Super Bowl or try again?
Now it's Adames. Okay, now it's Wednesday. What are you going to do? And is that what we're going to do? Are we just going to put all 6 guys on some sort of a rotation where everybody gets 1 day off a week? Is that what we're going to do? Maybe it is.
Maybe nothing that formal, but I do think that you look at it and say, Chapman, Adames, and Devers, you've no longer earned 162. You just haven't. And Chapman's been fine, 655 OPS, but you love his defense, and he has 12 runs batted in, which is not a lot, and you want to play Bryce a lot, and you want to mix and match, and Casey can play all over, and so can Rodriguez. And so, I don't know, you have to sit down with these guys and say, look, it's only a fifth of the year, but you haven't earned anything this year.
And that's a big word to those kind of guys. Like, I hear you, and I don't disagree with you. At the same time, if I'm Rafi Devers, Matt Chapman, and Willie Adames, I have my resume and I have my contract. I haven't earned because you didn't like the last 5 weeks? I'm just telling you, you know this, that's not going to go over well with people.
No, of course not.
Yeah, Grandy, what's up?
Well, the other part of this also is if that's the way that they go, and it's, Casey, you're in for Rafi today. Casey, you're in for Chapman. You're in for Adames the next day. You're asking a guy who's finally coming into his own as a big leaguer to play 4 or 5 different positions in a single week.
I love your point.
That's not fair to Casey either.
No, it's not. That is absolutely true. It is not fair to Casey Schmidt. He's worked his ass off to try to be a first baseman when that's not who he is. He is a third baseman, and he can play second. I think short, he felt a little out of place, but he can definitely do it. And now he's worked his butt off to be a first baseman, and now as he hits over 300, the Giants are going to come to him and be like, so here's the deal. You're just going to run around like a crazy person. We're just going to, your job is to stand in the dugout when we take the field, and then when everyone takes the field, I want you to look at wherever there's a hole and just run out there and go play. I mean,
it's a little bit like Little League at the lower levels where, all right, before you go out there, check the defensive lineup. And, every inning's a different thing where, little Timmy plays left and then he gets to play first. And then now you're going to sit this inning and now you play right. Now you play Rover. So Casey has to check every day and figure out where he's playing. He'll be fine. He's played third this year.
Yeah, he will be fine.
He's played 9 games at first, and he's DH'd.
And Casey, he will have a good attitude, and he'll go play wherever the team wants me.
Yep.
But I'm sorry. I can't wait to see Bryce play baseball tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if Rodriguez is not in the lineup. He might be. That one's a little bit different. But I'm excited to see the guy play baseball. I've been excited to see him play baseball. I check in on what's going on in Sacramento every night.
Yeah, it's a little awkward, a little stalkerish.
Thank you. At the same time, there is in my opinion, there is no escaping all of the very less than ideal circumstances that this has created. It is, Bryce, put your cape on and save us from our season. It is, Tony Vitello, you have no problem telling $200 million athletes that they need time off. It is, Casey Schmidt will have you play all over the damn place, even though you've been probably our best all-around player, which is wild. And then stick all of that into a 13-21 record, and I'm sure everybody will just take it in stride and have a wonderful attitude. And oh, by the way, where do we go when Bryce predictably has a few 0 for 4s with 3 strikeouts? Because I can promise you that some of that is coming. Like, that's still who he is, and these are now major league pitchers. And hitting was it Kirkjian who told it? Hitting has never been harder.
Right.
In the history of this sport, it's never been harder than it is right now. So he's going to strike out. He's going to strike out probably like Devers and then some for a little while.
I mean, you look at it, Adames has got 43 of them. Devers has 43 punchies, and Ramos has 38. And those are your 3 biggest, victims. Luis Arraez, 6 strikeouts, 140 plate appearances. He struck out 6 times in total. So even if you go tonight against a righty, what do? If you want to sit Adames at short, who plays short?
Schmidt.
I mean, he hasn't played there all year.
Yeah.
And you talk about like it being difficult or unfair.
It's not ideal, but neither is 13 and 21. None of this is ideal, which is why it's just incredibly unfortunate that this is the way that it played. And Tony shares in it only from the standpoint of, I do think that he's made some clear mistakes. I found them to be predictable, though, and I don't find them to be backbreaking. But, yeah, he's made some mistakes. He's a rookie manager. We've been talking each week about, does he look a little bit more comfortable in his skin? You know, it was a week ago today that we walked in here, and we were like, all right.
Yep.
4-2 homestand. 2 of 3 from the Dodgers. All righty. Tony's looking a little more comfortable in his skin. 7 days later, we cannot stand this team. And I made the statement to you, and I am not overstating this. I have never in my adult life been less excited about Giants baseball than I am right now. That is where this is. There's nothing they do well. There's no player I'm excited to see hit. That's actually why it's great that Bryce will be here tonight. There's one guy that'll make me stop cooking and I'll come out of the kitchen and watch him play. That's it. There's one guy where I'm like, I can't go to the bathroom right now. Bryce is up. But not for the right reasons. Not because there's 2 on and 1 out. I'm getting ready for a liner into the gap. It's more just like a curiosity thing. The fact that we're here 33 games in is brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, and I put this more at the feet of Buster Posey than I do Tony Vitello, because this roster, the way it's been constructed and the way that the farm has been developed is not okay. And it's been this way since before Buster and even before Farhan. The Giants farm system has ranked in the bottom third routinely year after year after year. And so, yes, Bryce Eldridge to the rescue. He's your top prospect. Maybe he's going to be a guy who can step in and do big things. But, you know, the Athletics, they do it. Now, they always sell those guys off when they become too expensive. But they're able to draft and develop, and they've got young farm players that come up and succeed.
No doubt. No doubt. Well, and see, to that part, I mean, Buster's drafts have you haven't had a chance to do anything with him yet. And it appears he nailed his first round draft pick. Unfortunately, that guy plays for the Dodgers now. But you can't ask somebody to turn a farm system around in a year and a half. That's not doable. I think that there is some more longer term optimism for the farm system, but it's not here yet, other than in the form of these 2 players. And so, yeah, it's exciting to see him. But to some people, it's like, yeah, this is a lost season, so let's see Bryce. But that's not how the Giants feel. It's May 4th.
Right.
It's like, come on, man. And that's what I do hate about it. There's no, y'all can call all you want and would love to talk this out. If you don't think that there is some marketing going on here, I think that's a little naive.
I mean, they have to at this point because they're trying to sell tickets for $5 for this homestand, which I was stunned when I got the first email and I got 7 other emails last chance, tickets for $5. And I was thinking, $5 for a Giants ticket? They must be a little bit hurting.
You think?
Right.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Let's talk about Tony Vitello. Whether or not you think this is fair to him, and how would you assess his performance so far? How much of a hand does he have in 13 for 21? Also, by the way, Bryce Eldridge was on with us during spring training, and we thought today an interesting day to go back to hear some of what he said. So we'll have that around the corner on Willard and Tibbs.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Big matches, big moments, big rewards. This May, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and score 2 free soccer tickets to a San Jose Earthquakes match. Guaranteed. Plus, you could win the ultimate VIP soccer match. 4 sideline seats to a world global game. Plus premium food and drinks and exclusive access to live entertainment. Don't miss your shot. Give blood. Get rewarded. Make an impact. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org today.
This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows brings expert craftsmanship and big savings to your home. Get 25% off all windows and doors only this month. A real upgrade to your comfort, curb appeal, and utility savings. We've installed over 1 million windows and get most jobs done in one day. Hurry, this offer ends May 31st. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only, some restrictions apply. Call us at website for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one.
As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
You want to be down with 3rd and King?
Yep.
Not right now.
No.
We would be remiss if we didn't take 2 minutes to honor the great life and career of John Sterling, longtime voice of the New York Yankees. We've had him on the show a number of times through the years. Before this show, during this show, John Sterling. The Yankees win. The Yankees win. One last time. Passed away at age... 87, right?
87, yeah.
Age 87 this morning. So rest in peace, John. You were one of one.
One of a kind, no doubt. And Yankee fans swear by it. And the calls were legendary. And we played so many of them. And we've made light of them. And we teased them and joked around about them. Today's probably not that day.
No, not. But I mean, that was all in,
in good fun.
Oh, I mean.
He doesn't hide from it.
No, he had some great moments.
No doubt.
Some great moments.
And a Hall of Famer, Ford C. Frick Award winner, and 87, hell of a run.
Hell of a run.
Yep.
Yeah, hell of a career. So rest in peace to John Sterling. Thoughts with not just his loved ones, but all Yankee fans. All Yankee fans. I'm sure they're, let's see, it's 3:02. It's 6:02 in New York. I bet Happy Hour did pretty well today.
Yep.
People gathering after a long day of work to tip one in John's honor. I hope that happened all over New York.
I'm sure it did. Yeah. I mean, knowing New York like we know New York, and they're taking on Baltimore, so more baseball to come, and Yankees are sitting pretty right now, unlike the Giants. Yankees are 23-11. I wonder what that's like.
Yeah, me too. It was almost 2 months ago to the day. Today's May 4th. On March 6th, you want to know what happened on March 6th? Do you remember?
I don't.
You don't remember what happened on March 6th?
Of course not.
It's a huge day on this station.
I know we had a huge guy on the show. I don't know if it was that day.
Big day for this station. Big day for this show. When Bryce Eldridge made his first appearance with Willard and Dibbs, and he was asked at that time, yo, dude, you ready? You ready for the big leagues?
Oh, 100%. I have full confidence in myself. I think that's what's gotten me to this point at a young age, is just being sure of myself. And I've just, really enjoyed being around these guys. I feel like I've gotten so much better this spring, especially on defense. And from what I saw last year, I really felt like I belonged.
Okay. What about stirring up some controversy Bryce, when you get here, who's the first baseman? You or Rafi Devers?
It's been amazing. He's such a good dude, and he's such a good teammate, and he's been great to me. We've been taking infield, every day together. And he's just such a nice guy, and he's been very supportive of me, which I really appreciate. And maybe I think maybe while we're over there, we kind of hold each other accountable and are competing against each other. But I think he definitely brings out the best of me, and I hope he could say the same about me.
All right, there it is. Do you want to hit it, or do you want to just weigh in? What do you want to say?
Not 100% news yet. We'll wait. But this comes from Alex Pavlovich, who covers the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. He writes the Giants haven't officially announced the corresponding moves just yet, but Gerard Encarnacion and Will Brennan do not appear to be at the park. Eldridge and Rodriguez have arrived, along with McDonald, who's back to pitch tonight.
There you go.
But no official move announced by the Giants.
Well, that's going to be the move. Right. That's going to be the move. Will Brennan came up, had 9 at-bats, and did not get any hits. Here is one thing to note about those two players. Gerard Encarnacion does not have any options left. So he is not being sent out. He is going to be designated for assignment. He could clear waivers and still end up on the Giants, but probably not is my thought. And so Will Brennan will probably be sent down. Gerard Encarnacion's time as a Giant might be over, and I don't think that's going to bother too many fans, quite frankly.
No more blown challenges in the 5th inning, and no more stints on the IL, and just a guy who, was there and wasn't really that much of an impactful bat. And so, the Gerard Encarnacion era comes to a close. I'm trying to remember where we were last year. We had a station event. It might have been a summit, and we were all driving back, and that was the game where Encarnacion made multiple errors at first base.
Yeah, it was horrible. God, I do remember that day. Siri was having a rough time with Gerard Encarnacion because we were all kind of communicating with each other. I think Lucas, you might have been the most mad. I think Lucas wanted him off the team. But he said something earlier today that's true. As a fan, I'm done with the organization telling me that this dude's about to pop. I'm done with, hey, man, he's going to really provide some power against left-handers. He's not good in the field. He's not very good at the plate. His discipline at the plate is even worse. And, you saw what you saw yesterday. I know that's one pitch. I don't want to make it all about that.
Right.
But that's absurd. And I love your point that you made on the crossover. Man, the next time I get a chance to talk to Tony, I really want to see if I can get him to open up on what is their plan. What do they tell the players with regard to their ABS challenges during the game?
Because you get 2, right?
You get 2. You get as many as you want if you get them right.
Right.
But you can miss 1. The second time you miss, that's it. You're out of challenges. And so do certain players get more leeway? Is it also, what about the leverage of the situation? I can't tell you how many times I've seen a Giant this year challenge a 1-0 pitch in the 4th inning with no one on and 1 out. And I'm like, what in the hell are you doing? And I get it. It's hard. You think it's a ball. You want it to be a ball. And you have to do it right away. You do not get time to think about this. But you have got to have more restraint as a player to understand that, you might just need to eat a strike, dude. Just eat a strike. It's not going to change the game.
Especially when it's 0-1 count in the 5th inning and you're leading 1-0. This is not a high leverage moment. And I'm just looking at the ABS numbers, and the Giants are, as a batting team, they're 14 for 32, which is 44%, which is not great. It's, toward the bottom of the middle in terms of success. And, you have one like that where the pitch is literally right down the middle and you go ahead and you tap.
Do you have Bailey's stats?
I can look here. I see the most.
I looked at it about a week ago, and he was stunning with it in spring training, and then he was second worst in baseball since the season has started. But that's been about a week to 10 days ago. So I wondered if it's changed.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the most successful overturns by fielding teams, and I would imagine that's almost all of them are by the catcher, and he's at 49%. They are at 49%, which is ahead of only 3 other teams.
Yep, there you go.
And I don't remember a Giant pitcher actually tapping the cap. So that would all be, the fielding teams would be all the catcher.
Yes, the pitcher's allowed to, but very, very rarely does. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, no, that's the batting. Yeah, pitcher. Okay, catcher, ABS leaders. Let's see, where are we at? Oh, God, yeah, he's not in the top 20. It doesn't even do the whole league. It just gives you the top 20, and he's not in it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the most losses by fielders, and he's got the fourth most losses among fielders, quote unquote. He's 15 for 28.
So they suck at that too.
Right.
Yeah, is what I think we just got to.
And I don't think that they must not have any sort of construct of, okay, look, if it's, runners on the bases, late innings, like it doesn't feel like there's anything other than if you feel like they got it wrong, go ahead and tap it up.
I agree that's how it feels. I don't know if it is that. By the way, there's also got to be some sort of conversation after you lose your first challenge. Then to me, if you're doing your job as a manager, you're huddling your team together and you're going, look, this is the deal, okay? You cannot use that second challenge unless it is a major moment or you have got to be right. You have to be. And there has to be some sort of, I don't know. Like, I'm not, like, this is the big leagues. I'm not for, like, punishing and fining people. You can't send them to their room. You can't yank them out of the game in the middle of the game. It's not like basketball. You can't send them back in after you punish them for a second. So, I don't know. But they got to come up with something because these guys are way too loose with it. They're way too willing.
Yeah, and it feels like too many games you get deep into a game and you're out of challenges. Yep. And now you're just stuck. And umpires are going to miss calls. The good umps sit at about 95% of accurate ball strike calls. So if you catch a bad ump, you're going to need more of those challenges late in games.
Zach Bay Rudy came on with the guys on the roast this morning. Our buddy who is the voice of the Sacramento River Cats. You want to hear some of what he had to say about Bryce Eldridge?
Yeah.
All right. Here's some of what he said. Here we go.
It's funny. I'll go back to a moment that I had with Bryce last year. I think we were in Oklahoma City and we were just chatting, and he was, he mentioned to me that he was upset that he thought that, people that were in San Francisco didn't think he could play first base, and that he thought he was a better first baseman than people give him credit for. And I would agree with that. He's had soft hands this year. I think maybe with the one thing he might need a little work on and maybe some more reps is just kind of picking the ball at first. But people don't understand that he didn't play first base in high school. I mean, he was a pitcher. So it's a position that he's learning. He's worked really hard at it. He goes out there for early work every day, and he's much improved. I mean, he has been consistently good, as evidenced by the fact that he made one error, and it was just the other night, like 30 games into the season. So I think he's going to be better over there than most people give him credit for.
And there is video of him already over at Oracle Park with Hector Borg, everybody's favorite third base coach, is hitting him short hoppers right now, practicing scooping throws.
I love it.
That come in low. I'd be surprised if he wasn't the first baseman tonight.
We'll keep an eye on that, and he will wear number 8 this time. He was number 78 last time he was up. Number 8, most prominently worn by Hunter Pence.
Correct. But you remember why he wears number 8. He told us. You remember why?
Because he's 8 feet tall.
No.
Did I get that wrong?
There's two players that he loves that both wear number 8. And he's from the D.C. area.
Yeah.
Ovechkin.
Ovechkin and?
Jaden Daniels?
Lamar Jackson.
There you go.
Lamar Jackson. All right. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, make sure to check out The Roast as they reacted to the call-up and hung out with Zach Bay Rudy, the voice of the AAA River Cats. Ramona Shelburne in about an hour 45, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Don't fear the rain. I don't think it's going to make it. I think it's going to stay in the North Bay. And your ride on the Bay Bridge into San Francisco looking great. No big backups at all. I'm Tiffany Whitstrom, game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, everybody, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned field. They are deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering their community. And I am one of those clients. I have been for more than 5 years. And I made the change for one big, simple reason, and it's because Fremont Bank knows me. They know my banking goals. They know my family. They know what I'm all about. I'm not just another number at a big box bank, but I'm an actual person. And I love the fact that their customer service is second to none. They always go the extra mile to make sure that I'm comfortable and well-informed. I also love the fact that my money, when deposited, stays right here in the Bay Area, and it gets reinvested into home ownership and philanthropy and businesses and all the other good things that make our Bay Area so strong. And Fremont Bank makes meaningful grants for the betterment of the Bay Area communities, and this contributes to a more vibrant and enjoyable Bay Area as we all know it. Go in and see for yourself. They've got 21 branches, 20 in the Bay Area, 1 in Carmel, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about when I mention what full-service banking is all about. Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey! All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Struggling with social isolation? Try Walk and Talk, the non-prescription treatment for people who want to move their bodies and mouths at the same time. Side effects may include new inside jokes and slight perspiration. Do not attempt if you're allergic to processing emotions in public. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together-ing heals.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers, only at Starbucks.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, you ready for the first of at least three? I don't know what's going to unfold in a week, but I have a prediction that at least 3 times and at least twice today, we get to hear our favorite sound. No, that one is fun. That was fun. No, not that. No, this one.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
All right, the official roster designations are out from the Giants. Bryce Eldridge, Jesus Rodriguez, and tonight's starting pitcher Trevor McDonald have all been called up from AAA Sacramento. The 3 players on the way out. Number 1, Will Brennan, option to AAA Sacramento. Gerard Encarnacion has been designated for assignment. And left-handed pitcher Eric Miller has been placed on the 15-day injured list with a low back strain that is retroactive to May 1st.
Okay. I mean, friend of the program.
And this, I believe, happened when he was covering first base in Philadelphia. I remember Vitello and the trainer ran out to check on him. Nothing really happened. I think he stayed in the game, so it was considered like not a big deal. But then I don't think we saw him at all in Tampa.
No, I mean, you can't if you retro it.
Yeah, so we didn't see him in Tampa. And
that's always my favorite thing where, it turns out he was hurt 3 days ago. So we're going to go ahead and retroactively put him on the IL 3 days ago, even though he wasn't. He didn't pitch, but he was hurt. But you don't have to do it in real time. You can go ahead and back channel that thing. It's kind of a baseball wrinkle that I love.
And then, so the second time that we're going to get breaking news is when this lineup comes out, which we should have some fun with here in a second. And then I believe that at some point this week that thing's gonna sound and we're gonna get a new contract for Steve Kerr.
With ESPN?
No, with the Golden State Warriors.
As an ESPN media expert.
With the Golden State Warriors as head coach.
Yep.
Yeah. That's my prediction.
Yeah,
it's been my prediction all along. But seems to be trending in that direction based on various reports. Mark Stein had the latest report yesterday that ESPN wants him badly, but things on both sides seem to be trending in the direction of Steve Kerr remaining the coach.
It just doesn't feel like at this late date, if there was something that was really not going to get worked out, then it would be already done and they probably would have moved on. And so the fact that they're not, they're still going through it, having meetings. Maybe they met today. Maybe it's tomorrow. We don't really know. And maybe they'll get to that point where they agree that it's just going to go ahead and happen and they're going to move forward. And that's just going to be the way that goes.
Guess the lineup for the Giants tonight feels a little bit like those websites that are like, we'll give you $1 million if you nail the entire March Madness pool. It's like,
it's a long shot.
I feel like offering our listeners something if they could nail the entire lineup. Who's in? What's the order? What are the positions? If you can nail the whole thing, I won't offer anything because I'm not allowed to, but I feel like we should. Somebody should get something. I got a half-used LaCroix here.
Yep.
You could have that.
I got some tea.
We got stuff that Shasky left in the room.
Yep.
We've always got that. We got some pens here.
We got these funky orange pumpkin.
Put those on. Let YouTube see them. Yeah, you look good. They look really good on you. They blend into your face nicely.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Offsets the red a little bit.
We got those. We got a baseball in here. We have...
I'm a fat red pumpkin.
Yeah, we got somebody's notebook.
Losing weight.
So anyway...
I got my...
we still got the Kaminga jar. The Kaminga jar is still in here. Did you know that?
$14 in there.
With somebody... Yep. I'm gonna set a date, and then I'm gonna take this. To me, this is now becoming no different than pizza that is still in the kitchen at $5.59. If it's still here, nobody wants it. So I believe I should take it home. Should we count it up? How much do you think is in here?
My guess was $14. So
lower.
Yeah,
much lower.
I mean,
actually, it's not even worth taking.
Exactly.
Hang on, 1, 2. There's $4 in here. Anyway. All right.
So, yeah, the breaking news sounder, and I'm just looking at the Kalshi markets for Steve Kerr, and I thought this was interesting. And it's really the out before markets. So, will Steve Kerr be out before July 1st of this year?
Out as coach of the Warriors?
Right.
Okay.
And that is sitting at 39% say, yes, he'll be out before July 1st. Out before October 25th of this year, which would be the opener of the season. 59% say, yes, he'll be out before the opener.
Why the hell would he? Okay.
Maybe it drags on, and, ultimately between July 1st and October 25th, nothing gets resolved.
Where can I get in on the 41% that says that he's still in on October 25th?
47 cents on the dollar. You can get in on that. Absolutely.
I thought you said 59% said that he'll be gone by October 25th.
A yes is 60 cents on the dollar. A no is 47. You know it's never going to add totally up because you've got a little bit of the au jus in there.
I haven't Kalshi'd yet. I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
I get the concept, but I haven't gone in there to see kind of how the whole thing plays out.
Here's the interesting one. Out before July 1st of next year.
That's different.
88% would say yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And then out before next October, same kind of thing. But so the markets are running favorable toward what you're saying. He's more likely to come back this year for one more year.
Yeah, that's probably what the deal will be. I would think. But anyway, Ramona will have some insight on that. She's going to join us in an hour and a half at 5 o'clock. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN.
To your point about the lineup, though, to even get
you want to fire a guess?
Well, even to get the 9 people who are going to play would be impressive.
It would,
and then to get the actual order in which they hit and the positions they play, that would be even tougher. But I mean, I think you're going to have
you only have 3 outfielders on the team right now,
pretty much.
But Rodriguez can play out there,
right? I don't think he plays tonight. I think you go with Lee and Ramos and Gilbert.
I think the Giants want to get both of those kids in.
I think that they
I've got the wild card for me is Schmidt. And where does he play tonight? I think Devers is going to be the DH. I think Bryce is going to play first base.
Okay.
I think Arise is going to play second base. I think Chapman is going to play third. Do you give Schmidt a day or do you give Adames a day? I don't think Rodriguez is going to catch. I bet Patrick Bailey still catches.
Agreed.
I think maybe Ramos gets a day off and you see Rodriguez in left. Those are the only 3 outfielders. Drew Gilbert and Jung Hoo, the only 2 other outfielders on the roster with Will Brennan gone and Harrison Bader still down. So I'll go Gilbert in center, Jung Hoo in right. Ramos gets a day off. Rodriguez in left. I guess I'll just lean into it. Let's put Schmidt at short and give Adames the day off as well. And I think Bryce is in the field at first base and Devers is the DH. That's what I got.
Wow,
and then now I still got to sit down now. Now I got to place them.
Right.
But I'll do. I might need a commercial break to do that.
Yeah, and I think that's exciting. I don't think that it goes that way.
What do you think?
Well, I think that you would end up putting, I think Schmidt's the DH, and you have Bryce play first, and you go ahead and sit Rafi Devers.
Devers is going to sit.
Devers is going to sit. And I think your outfield is going to be Jung Hoo, and it's going to be Ramos, and it's going to be the Psycho Gilbert.
Drew Gilbert.
I'm looking at Casey Schmidt. Last year he played 1 game at short.
Yep.
And in 2024 he played 10 games at short. And 2023 he played a lot at short. He hasn't really played short in a long, long time.
No, but he used to. I mean, if you want to go through his life and career, he's played a lot more short than first. And he plays first. You know what I mean? If you're going to be the super utility, then be the super utility.
In order of major league appearances, he goes second, third, short, first, and then DH.
Right.
So, I don't know. That seems to be a little risky to me. I don't know if he's been putting in work over there, but...
Yeah, but that's kind of to me, isn't that the theme of the night? Like, a little bit risky. What are we risking?
Right.
Like,
you're 13
you're
and
sticking
21.
2 rookies out there. And I don't even know that they're sticking 2 rookies, but under the premise of we're pulling these guys up, you know, you just sent 2 people out. You're bringing these guys up. Not playing Eldridge and Rodriguez to me would be like going to Vegas and taking a kid to the M&M's factory, but not letting them eat anything. Like, what are we doing here? You know, like, we're going to the M&M factory. We're going to have some M&Ms. You don't tell everybody. And by the way, they were very, like, this is all orchestrated. They didn't wait till today to tell you. Like,
we found out yesterday.
You could tell that Susan Slusser knew the second she left Tony's office yesterday. She had an article out the second the whole thing was over, and she's like, so that was a terrible trip, and there could be some stuff coming.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. Like, they knew. And then an hour later, everybody knew Bryce Eldridge was coming up. That's a very, very early sort of a news break on something like that. I don't think you tell your fan base these 2 guys are coming up and then you sit them. I just don't think you do that.
I mean, you could sit one of them, and I think that it's different with Bryce Eldridge as opposed to Jesus Rodriguez.
I'll agree with that. But
I think that Jesus will get a start either today or tomorrow, and Bryce will get, multiple starts, but it has to be, like you were talking about, the juggling act, and who are you going to sit when, and who are you going to play where?
Yeah, Grandy, what you got?
I also think the fact that there are 2 other catchers on the roster still, that Haas wasn't a corresponding move, suggests that they feel comfortable playing Rodriguez somewhere other than catcher, which leads to him probably playing today or at least more often than we were expecting otherwise.
Yeah, I agree completely. The fact, like, I kind of forgot about Brennan. And like, they brought him and Gilbert up together. They don't use him much. Gilbert's clearly ahead of him. Even when they do use him, he hasn't gotten any hits. And so they're going with 3 outfielders, which they wouldn't do unless they felt like Rodriguez could play outfield. You're right. It doesn't mean he'll do it tonight. I'm just telling you how I sort of feel in looking at this, because a lot of people are, I mean, sure, less so, but a lot of people are excited about Rodriguez as well. By the way, Zach Bay Rudy, voice of the River Cats, this is what he said this morning. All of the headlines go to Eldridge, but don't forget about Rodriguez.
Don't sleep on Jesus Rodriguez. He's a guy that, Buster acquired him for a reason. It's because he puts the bat on the ball. He's got tremendous skills in that area. Behind the plate, he's fine. I mean, he's fine. He's not Patrick Bailey, but he's going to hold his own back there and be fine. He's a guy who has plus speed for a catcher, so he's fun to watch run. He can run the bases. He can play pretty much any position, second base, outfield. We've seen him play both of those positions this season. And talk about a guy that's a self-made guy. He signed, I think, for about $10,000 with the Yankees. He was not on the radar of any of the prospect outlet, and he turned himself into a dude, and I'm a big fan of guys like that.
Just turned 24. I'm putting him in left field tonight. The only, I get it.
He's played 5 games out there this year.
Okay.
In the minors.
Great. What are we doing?
His fielding log is kind of hilarious when you look at all levels. He's played first, 5 games at second, a bunch at third, a lot at catcher. He played center once. He's DH'd. He's played left. And he's played right field. He has not played shortstop, and he has not pitched. So go ahead and throw him out there.
Yeah, right? Like, this is what we're doing. That's the way I feel. This is what we're doing. If you're going to go get those guys, then play them. Like, you gave them the day off yesterday because you knew you were calling them up. I'm just a big believer in that. You're going to usher somebody in to watch the game tonight? Especially when everybody on your roster, quite frankly, they've all earned time on the bench. I guess, look, is it Ramos? I don't know. He actually hit the ball a little bit. on the road trip.
Well, he homered in Tampa.
Well, he homered, and that ended up being a 0. But even if I give him a hit for that one, he still had. He had 3 hits in 12 at bats in Tampa.
Yeah.
If you give him that hit, which big leagues didn't.
Right.
But we will.
Facing a righty tonight, which is why I thought that maybe, Rodriguez would sit this one out and come off the bench, but doesn't mean he has to. Not that you are so hot and you want to load up all your left-handed bats, but I just wonder about the Adames Devers part of it, because if you play your usual and you have Devers at first and Adames at short, well, now you need a DH, and that's been Casey Schmidt. And so you're not going to bring up Bryce Eldridge and not play him. So then he DHs, and what do you do with Casey Schmidt?
Right.
You want to put him at second and give Arise a night off? The only guy who hits every single day?
I wouldn't do that.
No.
That's why I'm sitting Adames. I'm sitting Adames tonight.
And put Casey at short.
Yeah. But I am like completely aware of, and then we come back here tomorrow and do this again. And no, you're not just sitting Adames for a week. Like, you're not doing that. So that's the piece of this that to me is very, very not just interesting. Like, sometimes when you ever had this conversation with a friend or whatever, and like, let's say they meet somebody new. It could be at work or whatever. New coworker comes in, or I don't know, you go to dinner with a new couple, you hadn't met anybody. And so, like, your wife meets the wife and their friends, and we get together for dinner, and okay, we'll bring the husbands, and you meet the husband, and then you get in the car on the way home, and she goes, so what'd you think of him? And you went, well, he's interesting. That's not a good word. Sometimes interesting and fascinating are sort of sarcastic. Yeah. They don't mean what they actually mean. Those words are positive words. Oh, that's fascinating. What you're saying to me is very interesting. But when we're talking about some things, those words are meant to mean it's very awkward. And yes, that's how I see bringing up Bryce Eldridge right now and the infield lineup. You will hear people, our friend Alex Pavlovich just did a whole YouTube video on the interesting lineup decisions that we're going to see every night. Here's another way to say interesting. They're screwed. Well, they're up a creek. They have created something totally awkward and very challenging for a rookie manager.
And another thing that you could say to describe it is this Giants lineup, they have a good personality. What do you think about this Giants lineup? I mean, is it hot? I mean, this Giants lineup, they got a great personality. They're really nice to spend time with. Are you attracted to this lineup? They've got a great personality.
You're gonna love them. You're gonna love them. They're a hoot.
Yeah. Funny about interesting because
great sense of humor.
You meet that couple and your wife is immediately bonding with the other, wife, and so you can tell that she really wants to be friends and she really wants you to be friends with the hubby. But you're sitting there for an hour and a half thinking, I got nothing in common with this guy. And it happens to me now more than ever before because I am a grandpa daddy. And we go out with these couples, and we actually went out with a couple Saturday night, and we totally hit it off. And
really?
Yeah, I'm chatting with the guy. And
is he interesting?
No, he's
fascinating?
Actually, he's a good dude.
You use the word dude.
He's 38.
Oh.
So, I mean, what?
Couple of young guys.
He's talking about like this and that. I'm like, man, I got bunions older than you, guy. But great guy. I won't name check him.
He's talking about AI, and you thought he meant Allen Iverson?
Dude, no doubt.
There you go.
Seriously. Seriously.
Yes, Lucas. What's going on? Whack-a-mole?
Hey, guys.
Hi.
Lucas here.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Good afternoon. So you guys were talking about Bryce Eldridge and the fact that he's going to wear number 8 and the cool reasons why. Shout out his favorite athletes, Ovi and Lamar Jackson.
Sure.
I don't believe we mentioned Jesus Rodriguez in the number that he'll be wearing.
No, we did not. What's he wearing?
The number 79.
Oh.
Yeah, that told me he may not be here too long.
Well,
you normally don't give guys who plan to last a very high number. By the way, I did my research.
Yeah, does he? Maybe he's got a thing about that or something. I don't know, because it's not like this is the major league roster. It's not spring training. It's not like we're out of numbers. Like he probably could have asked for whatever the hell he wanted. It's not like they just handed him 79. He's a big leaguer now. They can ask him, what number do you want? They're not going to be like, we're out of all the numbers below 68. That's not true.
No.
He can wear whatever he wants.
I want to wear 22. Guys, how do you feel about me wearing 22?
No. Sorry, we're not going to be able to.
44? Is 44 available?
Yeah.
Hey, Buster, how about you gives me 28? You know?
Can you name any? He will be the second Giant to ever wear the number 79.
You know,
he's terrible at this, and I already looked it up, and there's no way I would have gotten this.
There's no human being on the planet that's worse at this than me. Well, maybe Steiny. But, you, among great Giant fans, and I consider myself a big one,
this guy was a pitcher on the 2012 World Series team.
And he wore 79?
79.
On 2012?
Yeah. Wasn't Lincecum. Wasn't Kaner.
Tim Hudson.
Nah.
Tim Hudson wasn't on that team.
No, that was 2014. I'm sorry. You're thinking 2012. 2012.
Double buzzer.
2012. 79? Good Lord.
Reliever and not one of the core four.
Reliever, but not a good one.
I didn't say that.
Whatever. Like what?
Tell him, Grandy.
Just who is it?
Gene Machi.
Gene Machi.
He's a horse.
Starbucks they just celebrated Machi Day over the weekend. It was on Sunday. I think yesterday. I'm not a big Machi guy, but it was Machi Day at Starbucks yesterday. Maybe they were celebrating Gene.
He was also on the 2014 World Series team.
Okay, so stand down. Whatever. My mind went to the wrong World Series. They used to come in bunches. Now we don't even get a hit. But anyway.
79, right. Not a very popular number.
Wouldn't think
in
so.
Sports. Well, all sports, not just baseball.
Yeah, offensive line used to like it.
Sure, and shout out Bob St. Clair.
Okay.
You remember him from the 1950s?
Do I remember him? No. Have I heard of him? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he's one of the best. He used to just eat raw steak.
Yeah.
That was his bit.
What?
Yeah.
He would eat raw steak. It was his bit.
Yeah, like we had him on
tartare. We had him on the show a couple times.
Lucas, do you know how Hacksaw Reynolds got his nickname?
Go on.
No, I asked a question. Do you know?
Something about Hacksaw?
Do you know that one, by the way, Dips?
No.
You don't know?
I don't.
It's kind of a fairy tale that I think even 49er fans, I bet there are plenty who think it's sort of we don't even know if it's true kind of a thing. But there was like a frustration after poor play, maybe against the Rams one year, and he went out and took a hacksaw to his car. His name was I think his name was Jack, but they called him Hacksaw. Hacksaw Reynolds.
That's right.
It's a good old name.
And just to wrap up this number 79 conversation, baseball, probably the most notable player to ever wear 79 in baseball is Jose Abreu. Did it forever with the White Sox and a couple years with the Astros.
Harris Barton, 79, right? Harris Barton.
That would be impressive if you got one like that.
I think Harris Barton used to wear 79, and he's the one who did a great job of telling the story when Joe Montana was about to take the team on a Super Bowl winning drive and was like, hey, look, there's John Candy. And Harris Barton he had a great personality. The offensive linemen often do.
Yeah. Yes. 79.
79. 79. All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I'm going to take a crack at this lineup. I'm going to see if I can get this thing and win $1 million.
Okay.
888-957-9570. We're taking your calls. Ramona Shelburne in just over an hour. It's Willard and Dibbs. Also, it's Willard for Habas Law. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards and asked, do you smile or not? And then it got real. Omar Habas said, quote, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Inherited a home? Done being a landlord? Helping parents downsize? We've bought over 1,500 Bay Area homes since 2016. As is, on your timeline. No pressure. Call 510-462-2000 or search John Buys Bay Area Houses. 510-462-2000.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
You bastard! I love you!
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
I got a lineup.
You got a lineup?
Not the actual lineup.
Oh.
But I got a lineup.
What do you think?
It's an allowed lineup. Like, they could do this. They're allowed to do this. I wrote it out, and then I had to make a change.
Already?
Yeah, because there was one spot where I had 3 lefties in a row.
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm like,
awkward.
that doesn't feel like Tony's jam. You know what I mean? So I made some changes.
All right.
Made some changes to it. Want to hear it?
Yeah, I mean, I could try to guess it. And because you have...
Why don't you do your lineup, and then we'll match them up.
All right, well, you've got Adames out, if I'm not mistaken. But
correct.
You go ahead and do your thing.
All right. Well, but no. Like, we'll talk about something. Like, write it out.
No, I'm doing it right now.
I know, write it. I want to wait, like, so that we can actually listen to each other for once.
Like that happens. I'm just happy my voice is holding out.
Yeah. You're talking a ton.
More than usual. It's a little awkward. But,
well, you know, it's kind of like Bryce Eldridge. Like, sink or swim, dude. Like, let's see what you got.
Right.
And so far, so good.
I'm liking it early.
Yeah, it feels like it's getting stronger as you go.
A lot of tea.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of trips to the bathroom.
I was going to say, a lot of tea, and then there's a lot of
another consonant.
Another letter, too.
Don't go there, because Grandy will get all mad.
Get all upset.
Yep, he will.
Don't bring food in there.
You're such a goody two-shoes. Yeah, no, you'll feel good about this. Like, the random sampling of that story that happened once upon a time here on Willard and Dibs, definitely, way, way, way more than half the population is not comfortable with food in the bathroom.
Right.
Yeah. I just think it's funny how many people are like, particles. And I'm like, what the hell do you think is going on in all the other parts of your life? You think there's just cleanliness in the whole world outside of the restroom? You put your snacks down on tables at work, and you just think that, that's sanitary. So anyway, I think it's probably gross everywhere. And you can either wear a mask for your whole life and gloves, or you can deal with it.
Yeah. And you got to deal with it.
Yeah. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm close. The more I'm going through this, the more I realize this is not easy, because they don't have anybody who can hit second, third, fourth, or fifth. I mean, so you're making a lineup.
Well, you can't
hit third.
No. You got to put some people in there that you're mad at. You have to.
I mean,
because we're mad at almost everybody.
Right.
That's just the way it goes. You don't have a choice.
Yeah. This lineup stinks. This is not right, but I'm going to go with it.
All right. Are you ready? Put your little piece of paper in the slot and make the light come on.
Just a second.
All right.
I mean, he has to hit ninth. I'd hit him 10th if I could. Let's do this.
All right. Great. Here we go. In I hope this lineup doesn't break while we're doing this. We better do this now, because the lineup's probably going to be out of here pretty soon.
And we'll see who gets more of the 9 correct, and also correct in the right spot.
Yes.
That'll be bonus
points. The people and then the spot. How about a point for each? A point for the people and then a point for the spot.
Great.
And we'll see who has a bigger number at the end of this whole thing. All right. For me, leading off and in right field, Jung Hoo Lee.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I got the second baseman, Arise.
Okay. All right. You'll go Luis Arise.
I love him.
All right. Thank you, Grandy. Appreciate that. Batting second, the second baseman, Luis. And what a perfect day to do it with the passing of John Sterling. Arise.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Batting second for the Dibber, the Dapper Dibbers in left field, Elliot Ramos is going to go ahead and play left for me. And you're spinning. It's a spit take.
I don't know why that
tickled you so much. I mean,
it did. That just really made me laugh, because you already know that I'm sitting that sucker down tonight. So
yeah.
Anyway, all right. Batting third and playing shortstop, Casey at the bat. Casey Schmidt batting third, playing short.
We have the same 3-hitter, but I've got him as the designated hitter,
Okay.
Casey Schmidt, hitting third.
Okay. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, Rafael Devers. Boo!
Yeah, he's going to have to go ahead and chill in the clubhouse for me, because batting fourth, he's number 1 in your heart. He's number 8 in your program, the first baseman, Bryce Eldridge.
You're just putting him in the cleanup spot in this first day here?
Why not?
No pressure, kids. Save the Oregon bat cleanup.
Oh, boo-boo, come bat eighth. We're going to squeeze you in between Gilby and Bailey. Just hit cleanup, big stick. Get it done.
I love this. Batting fifth, the third baseman, Matt Chapman.
You said it, and I wrote it down too, so we'll just move on. I got Chappie in the 5-hole.
All right. Batting 6th and playing first base. Let's give a big Oracle Park welcome to number 8, Bryce Eldridge. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Save the team, kid.
Yeah, just go ahead and strike out twice, and we'll see how fast the fans turn on you.
Just hit a homer in the 3rd at bat. It's fine.
Batting 6th and playing right field, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Okay. Batting 7th and playing left field. Oh, let's give another big Oracle Park, San Francisco welcome to Jesus Rodriguez.
It's exciting. Batting 7th, your shortstop, and he's just a couple of knocks away from being back above the Mendoza line, Willie Adames.
All right. Batting 8th and playing center field. The biggest nut job on the face of the planet, Drew Gilbert.
I'm with you, Gilbert.
All right.
In center, and I think you and I both have the same guy
Batting
catching.
9th and in the squat. None other than Patrick Bailey. Patrick Bailey behind the dish.
And if he goes 1 for 5 tonight, that batting average skyrockets.
Up. All right. So once again for me, and then you can recap, I'm going to go JHL, Arise, Schmidt, Devers, Chappie, Eldridge, Rodriguez, Gilbert, and Bailey.
And I've got Arise, Ramos, Schmidt, Bryce, you hot prospect. Clean it up. Clean it up, Bryce. Chappie and Lee, and then Adames, Gilbert, and Bailey. So really the big differences are I've got Ramos in left, you have Rodriguez, and
you've got Devers on the bench, and I've got him DHing.
Yes, and I've got Schmidt DHing and Eldridge at first.
Okay.
You have Eldridge at first, too. So.
Yeah. Any comments? You have your own lineup in there? Anything?
I don't have my own lineup.
Okay. You weren't even listening, were you?
I think I agree with your 9, Willard, but I'm not convinced on the order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, neither am I.
Yeah.
They don't bat two lefties to ever back-to-back. Top of the order, I think maybe Ramos.
I actually had, I don't have Ramos in the game. So,
I'm giving mine.
I originally was doing JHL Devers Arise to start the lineup. And then I'm like, I got to change that.
Do you guys want to hear the lineup?
Oh, wait a minute. Is it out? Not before you hit the thingamabobber?
I see the Padres lineup is out.
Hold on.
Hit the thingamabobber, dude.
Hold on, one sec.
What are you doing? This is what we've been waiting for.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
All right.
You want me to give it to you?
Well, I kind of want to. Yes. Oh, hang on. Is it on the me? Oh, no, I got it. I got it. Okay. Both of us are all kinds of wrong. This is great. Leading off and playing right field, Jung-Hoo Lee. All right.
You got a point for that. You had Jung-Hoo Lee leading off.
Yes, well, so 2 points for that.
Right, but I also get a point for having him in there, so really just a net 1 point.
Correct. Okay. Batting second and playing third base, Casey Schmidt.
Okay.
Oh. Batting third and playing second base, Arise, Luis Arise. Batting fourth, the left fielder, Elliot Ramos.
Point for the Dibber.
Plot thickens. Batting fifth and at first base, Rafael Devers.
Okay, point for you. I had him sitting.
Batting sixth and playing shortstop, Willie Adames.
Point for the Dibber.
Okay. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, Bryce Eldridge.
Okay, no blood there.
Batting eighth and doing the catching, Jesus Rodriguez.
Whoa, okay.
And batting ninth and playing center field, the crazy man, Drew Gilbert. Not batting and doing the pitching, Trevor McDonald. On the bump for the Giants tonight.
All right.
So once again, it's Lee, Schmidt, Arise, Ramos, Devers, Adames, Eldridge, Rodriguez, Gilbert. That's the lineup. Matt Chapman takes a day.
Yeah. You and I both had him playing third.
We sure did.
And batting fifth. You get 8 points. I get 7 points. You win the day based on your nailing.
Did that fast. How'd you do those numbers already?
Because I mark it. And I mark a one circle, which is 2 points.
You wrote mine down. I didn't write yours down.
Of course you didn't, Mark. Of course you didn't. Why would you do that?
Well, because it's all happening very fast.
I've got a mechanical pencil, which I hate, by the way.
I understand that, but if people watch on YouTube, they realize you're writing during the entire show. I never write. We get to the higher lower thing, and you see me start looking around for a pen.
Yeah.
I don't do the show with a pen in my hand.
I do it with a pencil.
You are chicken scratching the entire day.
Because it's what focuses me. It keeps me centered on what we're doing. And there are stretches of time where you're talking, and instead of just sitting here listening with my chin, my 2 fists, I take the time to chicken scratch some other things. So you got 7 of the 9 correct. I got 7 of the 9 correct, but you had Lee leading off, which gives you the bonus point and the win. No Bailey and no Chappie. All right, Vitello, shake that thing up. Show me what you're working with.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. And again, fine for Chappie to take a day, but now we got to do this again tomorrow. And who's taking a day then? You know what I mean?
Depends on who does what tonight, right?
Does it? I don't know. I do know this, by the way. Baseball teams in the age of analytics, they will sit down and plan this entire series out. So actually, I bet they already do know who's in the lineup tomorrow. It's all subject to change, but I guarantee you they've already got at least a penciled-in roadmap of what the lineups will be for this 3-game series before they have an off day on Thursday. Yep. So anyway, all right, real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, Grandy, what's cooking?
This comes from Alex Pavlovich of NBC Sports Bay Area. He writes that Buster Posey told him the Giants will, quote, mix and match with their infield for now, including extra days off for the veterans. Posey added, quote, Casey Schmidt has been playing well. I don't think he should be punished because others have not played well. As a result, Schmidt is at third base tonight.
Okay. That word punished is interesting. So if Casey Schmidt should not be punished, and I know what he means by that, he should not lose time. But because, quote, others aren't playing well, and Chapman's not playing great, but he's playing better than Devers and Adames. So, look, these games come every day. So this idea that this will all just run copacetic and be easy to navigate, and you don't need to play Bryce Eldridge every day, but almost, you got to play him almost every day. I think it's fascinating. And by the way, did this question get asked? Why did Devers get first and not Bryce?
I don't know. That's the only thing I've seen from Buster.
Yeah.
You got to think that it takes something off his plate for his return, right? Doesn't have to worry about playing first in his first game here.
I don't know. I wonder in this moment who they think a better first baseman is. I wonder. Devers has got a lot of big league infield innings under his belt, and Bryce does not. At the same time, it's not like Devers is great over there.
Right, but there probably has got to be a sense of, you're not just going to bring this guy up and move me off of first. I mean, I've done the work to be a first baseman, and I'm your first baseman. And if I'm going to play, don't DH me for some rook.
I would think that he would want that. Maybe not. That's probably weighs in on this too. An individual's preference. If I'm Rafi Devers, I know that he's stunk this year, but I've achieved enough in this league for us to say to you, hey, what feels better in between your at-bats? Do you want to rest or do you want to play first? And let him choose. You know what I mean? Because Bryce is 21 years old. You do whatever the hell you want.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, Lucas, what's up?
While we're reading things off the internet, this is a fun one. This comes from Shayna Rubin with the Chronicle. She tweets, Bryce Eldridge thinks he and Jesus Rodriguez can provide the spark the Giants need, he said. He's confident in how he's progressed in Sacramento, too. Quote, I told Jared Oliva earlier, I'm feeling sexy at the plate right now.
Ooh.
There you go.
Jared Oliva, huh?
Well, Bryce said that, but he said it too.
I told Jared Oliva, I'm feeling sexy right now. Well, then your walk-up song better be Right Said Fred.
Could be.
That'd be incredible.
Or Justin Timberlake bringing Sexy back.
Do it.
Something like that.
Do it, Bryce. You
Prince,
won't.
You Sexy Mother Jumper. That also would play. Interesting about the mix and match portion because they do play 16 games in the next 17 days. So it's 3 an off day, and then it's 13 straight, 3 at home and 10 on the road. So it's a good time to get into mix and match mode with that many games.
I'm sorry. I just don't. I know this is fun for the moment. I do not envy Tony Vitello. But I think it's very good that Buster did, I suggested this in the crossover, like pull a beat reporter aside and stand in front of this with your bulletproof vest on and take a little heat off of Tony, who's got to go tell the $200 and $300 million guys that you're not playing tonight. Like, you go say it. And I know this was just a one-on-one conversation with Alex Pavlovich, but he did, and that's good. That's good. That way, it goes public, it hits Twitter, and they know. And I'm sure they already do, and hopefully Buster is the one who had the conversation with him. Get ready for some off days. They're coming.
Right.
Good.
I mean, this will be the first one for Chappie. He's played in all 34, so he gets his first one, and Devers has played in all 34. He might be next up, and Adames, I think he'll get one, and maybe you just rotate through those three and give them each a crack at taking a break.
Let's go to SF Bay Drummer in Houston. What's up, Drummer? What you doing?
Oh, man, I'm about to go to the store and get some gravy for these mashed potatoes tonight.
Yeah.
But, the Giants, man, they disappointed me, man. Like, I'm kind of hurting right now. Like, I had expectations that we would have a hotter start than this. I mean, I know Tony Vitello is new and everything, but I would figure the vets and the high-dollar guys would, just come through and, try to help Tony out and just, get some wins because ultimately it's their performance on the field and Tony just guides a little bit. But I'm happy that Eldridge came up and we have Rodriguez coming up, so hopefully they can, jumpstart the dead battery with acid that we have that we call a Giants lineup. Hopefully we can start making some trades soon and get a couple bats in here. But, that's still not going to be enough. Dibs, tell me where you heard this because we're in need of a closer.
That's right.
And so, and without a closer, we still going to be losing some tough games. So, hopefully, it's still time. It's May 2nd to be available, May 4th to be exact. We got time. We just got to start stacking wins and just make it a habit. And then maybe we'll have a good summer and hopefully at least a good fall. So let's go Giants. I still got faith in you.
All right, Drummer. Thank you very much. A couple things in there. He mentioned Vitello off the top. I don't know about everybody else. I'm having the hardest time putting any of this on Tony Vitello. It's 33 games into his managerial career, and he's been dealt a hand of a very poor, I shouldn't say a very poor bullpen, but a very muddy situation at the back of the bullpen, which is when managers get blamed the most. Like most of us don't even know what the hell the manager's doing all day. We look at the lineup, and then we go to the bullpen usage. And if you've got a 5-4 lead in the ninth and it doesn't go well, we're like, what are you doing, manager? Well, he doesn't have a good closer. He doesn't have one.
Right.
He doesn't have the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning lockdown. And that's what that's what Buster Posey gave him. And he's also given him 2 starting pitchers that are question marks at best. I don't mind Malley. We'll see about Hauser. He battled after giving up homers in his first 2 batters in Philadelphia. But add in then that now you arrive at this where it's like we're going to give you these hot prospects, and in some cases they play the same positions as your high-priced, underperforming veterans. You put Tony Vitello in a really, really tough spot as he starts out as a big league manager.
And it could be Casey to the rescue. John Shea just tweeted out that Vitello hinted Casey Schmidt could eventually get reps in a corner outfield spot at third today, and he can play the other infield spot, so it might be as easy as, all right, now, Ramos, you're going to get a day, and Casey, you go play left.
Okay.
Or Jung-Woo, you get a day. Go play right.
That's fine, but it's still like, so now are you moving Are you starting to take days away from Jung-Hoo Lee and Elliot Ramos?
You're taking days away from anybody and everybody because nobody has earned you get to play every day outside of the aforementioned Casey Schmidt. Like Jung-Hoo Lee, I would agree.
Jung-Hoo Lee has
he has, but that's why right now you're going to start your Casey Schmidt's going up to guys in the clubhouse and tapping them on the shoulder. It's a game of duck, duck, goose where you go around the circle, duck, 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 and you hit the goose. And the goose is the guy who sits today. And today that's Matt Chapman.
Are they willing to give Jung-Hoo Lee some reps back out in center field again, where he was not great last year, but he's done it. He's done it because that'd be another way to create an opening for Casey's bat without taking Jung-Hoo Lee out, who's hitting over 280 and has been, over the last month, clearly one of their best hitters.
Right. And then just from what I was reading from that quote, it's, they're going to start working him in, not immediately. And right now it feels like the plan is play third for Chappie and maybe tomorrow play short for Adames. And then we'll have you play first or DH and we'll give Rafi a day off and
draw a line from home plate to the center field fence and tell Casey you won't play any of those three positions, but you might play anywhere else.
Right.
That's a lot, dude. That's a lot.
I mean, if you've done it and he has, it's not as much.
He's not really played outfield. He's never really played outfield. I'm sure he can. He's a very good athlete. He's got great hands, right? He's a good infielder. But he never played outfield before, and Oracle Park's a tricky outfield.
It can be, but
right field is. I don't know about left.
You watch Elliot Ramos out there in the outfield.
Oh, yeah,
he's been better this year, but last year was an absolute adventure. So it's not like you're pulling a Gold Glover off the field for Casey.
No, but I mean, he's hit the ball relatively well last few weeks as well.
Yep.
Man, that's with a home run taken away from him in Tampa. He has shown some signs of heating up. I think he's hitting 270.
Yep.
So, I don't know. On this team, I'm not taking those dudes out. I'm not taking Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee out. I get it. A month ago, we wanted to strangle both of them, but they have been two of your three best hitters.
Right. I mean, Drew Gilbert, too. I mean, you have four guys right now over 700 in OPS. Five, actually, because Casey's hit 873. But you've got Arise at 710. And, I mean, you could take Arise out, but he's your only guy who is consistently getting on base.
Yeah.
Not via the walk, because you don't walk as a team.
No.
At all.
Do you know that right now he would be a finalist also for Gold Glove at second base?
Arise.
It's only been 33 games, but
34.
34.
Yeah.
Has it been 34? Yeah, 34. 13 and 21.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, he's been really, really good.
He has.
Okay. I mean, hey, if everybody's good with it, just here we go.
Well, you got to try something.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
And that's why you bring up.
Very challenging for a rookie manager because there are dynamics, as always. I know we as fans love to look at this like it's just so cut and dry, but it's not. There's dynamics at play. There's big money. There's big promises and contracts and feelings and all of the stuff. And now you got to navigate that too, in addition to trying to play better baseball.
And you also have to navigate the touchy part of, Buster making the message while not emasculating your rookie manager who's never done this before.
Right. That's
tricky as well, because if this comes from Buster, then you're not going to respect Tony V as much, knowing that whatever Buster says goes. Because Buster's making these calls because you're this newbie. That's as tough as anything.
No doubt. The lineup is out. We'll mention it to you again. There was an interesting quote from Tony Vitello over the weekend that I think we want to dive into. So we'll do that. What's your reaction to the lineup? And what's your reaction to the plan now? Buster Posey says veterans are going to start mixing in days off as they try to figure out their positional logjam with Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez are both up, and they're both in the lineup tonight with the Padres in town. So we'll do that next. Ramona Shelburne joins us at 5. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Giant start at 6:45 already, seeing slowdowns on 280 northbound starting near Mariposa. Bay Bridge westbound, not bad. Metering lights still off. I'm Tiffany Whitstrom, Game Day Traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. The NBA playoffs are finally here. Underdog is your place. Get in on this action. You can make picks and win money right now in California. As I always tell you, playing on Underdog, super easy, very user-friendly app. You go in there, pick all your favorite players, and whether they're going higher or lower on any stats. It can be points or rebounds, assists. You can blend them all together. How many three-pointers are they going to hit? Get all those picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Tonight on Underdog, I don't know about you. I feel like this is kind of a quick return for Ant. I might go lower on Anthony Edwards' point total out there tonight. As the Wolves get going against the Spurs. Download the Underdog app today and use my promo code Willard. That'll score you $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. The promo code is Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Got to be 18 or over, present in California, and terms do apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress, so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Feel that wet weather coming in with mid-60s in Milpitas and Concord.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Oh, 100%. I have full confidence in myself. I think that's what's gotten me to this point at a young age is just being sure of myself. And I've just, really enjoyed being around these guys. I feel like I've gotten so much better this spring, especially on defense. And from what I saw last year, I really felt like I belonged.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I tell you what, this was one of the most perfect ways to end this sunny, glorious day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty cool.
On 95.7 The Game.
Alex Pavlovich states, Buster Posey told me the Giants will mix and match with their infield for now, including extra days off for the veterans. Posey said, quote, Casey's been playing well. I don't think he should be punished because others have not played well. Schmidt, if you're just joining us, third base tonight, Matt Chapman. Grab some pine meat.
Ooh. Man, that's harsh.
No, it's fact.
Yeah.
Bryce Eldridge is DHing and batting 7th. Jesus Rodriguez is catching and batting 8th for the Giants tonight. So no Bailey either. Grab some pine meat.
Yeah, that's less harsh.
Bailey's in an interesting spot, man.
Yep.
Rodriguez, if they're going to put him in at catcher and Daniel Susac is looming, he should be back by the end of the week, I hear.
The sack's coming back?
The sack is back. And so, I don't know where the Bailey thing is. I'm mindful when Buster said this to Alex Pavlovich, Giants will mix and match with their infield for now. Okay. So
maybe also for then, if the mixing and the matching works, why wouldn't you keep doing it?
Well, what if somebody had said to Buster Posey or had said to Bruce Bochy, when Buster came up, hey, we're going to mix and match with Buster and Benji Molina for now. And then when they got to the trade deadline, what did they do? We're not doing this to a veteran who has a lot of time in this league. We're not doing this, so we're going to get him out of here. And they sent him to the Texas Rangers so that they could meet him in the World Series, famously.
Yeah.
I absolutely think that this could head down the road of Luis Arraez not being on the Giants anymore in a couple of months.
It's possible.
I really believe that.
And you look at the other contracts or the other players who are vets that you would think about making that move with, and you got 7 years of Devers, 6 of Adames, and Chapman's got 4 more years at $25 million per. So is another team going to want that for a guy who he's not having a monster year. He's having an okay year. He's not worth $25 million right now, and you'd sign up for his year 34, 35, 36, and 37 at $25 million a year? I don't think so.
No, definitely not.
So it's really, if you're looking to sell, it would be Arraez and Robbie Ray, to me, are the only pieces that other teams might want.
Yep. Well, the pieces that are expiring. Right. I think there are other pieces they would want. I don't know if the Giants would want to part with them. But anyway, I wonder how long, quote, for now means. Because to me, I'm trying to express two things at once. I'm a Giants fan like so many of you are. So am I excited to see Bryce Eldridge come up and stay? Yes. I've been excited about Jesus Rodriguez. Am I excited to see him get out there and maybe change this lineup? Yes, absolutely. At the same time, I can see another side to this. And it is that this is absolutely, in my mind, unequivocally, a terrible thing, a terrible position for the organization to put Tony Vitello. He has managed 34 Major League Baseball games. They've given him no closer, and now they've given him the job of, as Buster puts it, mixing and matching high-priced veterans, which it's not going to sit well. It just won't. There's no way to do this and have guys feel like they have the ability to go out there and they're all looking for the rhythm. And so the first thing they're going to say is, like, I know one place where I won't find it, and it's on the bench.
Right.
And now Tony needs to navigate those conversations. Every single time someone strikes out, we're going to be like, you should have gone with that guy that's over there on the bench. It's just not the way that you want to usher Tony in as the manager. And quite frankly, it's not a terribly great way to usher in Bryce, because it feels like he's got to come save this baseball team from itself.
Well, and he's not going to play every day. I was reading another quote from Tony Vitello, courtesy of John Shea on Twitter, and he was saying, basically to paraphrase, you'll see him in the lineup again in this series. Probably not all 3 games, but 2 of the 3, and then probably 2 of the 3 against Pittsburgh. And you're going to continue to mix and match, and part of that will be not having Bryce play every single day. You and I talked about it. 5 out of 6 feels like what you would want to do with Bryce. I don't know if they're facing lefties coming up later in this series or the next series, but that might be a natural time to give him a break and let somebody else go out there.
650 wants to know, okay, Willard, who do you sit for Bryce if you were manager? Want to hear your opinion on that. I already said it. For today, I would have sat Willie Adames. But what I'm largely saying is there is no good answer, because you're not going to sit any of them long term, and you have to play Bryce. And what I fear we're going to get into is sort of like that Gabe Kapler thing, where like Jock Peterson would hit a home run and then they'd yank him in the 5th inning because a lefty was on the mound. We got to put a righty in there, and people would get so mad. And then think, wait a minute, this guy just hit. All right, so what if Bryce hits a homer? What if he homers tomorrow night? You're sitting him on Wednesday? You're sitting him?
No.
And we already know Tony does not. You want to talk about mix and match? He doesn't do it during a game. He does not pinch hit. He just doesn't.
And he likes to go with the hot hand. So if you have a good game, you're usually right back out there. And just looking at the probables for San Diego this series, it's 3 righties. So there's no real natural reason to take Bryce out with a left-handed bat against a right-hand pitcher. Maybe a pinch hit for him late in the game, but you mentioned it. Tony doesn't do that a lot.
No. And so what is that? And what does this look like for Casey? Is he just bouncing around the infield all week long? And if it is all righties, do you put Casey at shortstop one day and sit Adames? I would. I feel like of all the guys we're talking about, he's the one who's offering the least right now. Even when even
less than Devers?
Yes. I mean, Devers got extra base hits each of the last 2 games at least. And I would also argue there's at least some sort of a presence there that doesn't exist with Adames. I know that their numbers are wildly similar. They're wildly similar numbers. And Adames plays an incredibly important defensive position. I'm not suggesting you sit him for even 2 games, but if you're going to be mixing and matching this series, one of those days to me has to be Willie Adames. Has to be. If you're going to refer to it as, I don't want to punish Casey, well, who are we punishing here? There's really, through all of this difficulty, what's really crazy is there's only 2 players that are just, their numbers are openly offensive. And it's Devers and Adames.
Well, Bailey too.
Well, sure, but we already knew that. We knew Patrick Bailey couldn't hit. We knew that.
Doesn't make it okay.
No, but they also now are starting to build some other options there. They can bench Patrick Bailey.
And they are today.
He can be a defensive replacement catcher if you want.
Oh, boy.
Great.
Yeah.
I don't even care about. But Devers and Adames have to play. And they're not going to get out of their funk on the bench. So they've created a bit of a monster is all I'm saying.
Well, the monster was created by those 2.
Yes.
Those 2 are the monster. And you look at their numbers, and you were talking about how similar they are. Devers hitting 214 to Adames' 195. 12 runs batted in to 12 runs batted in, I believe. Adames has 6. He's driven in 6 runs.
What?
Am I looking at this right?
Is that real?
Yeah.
He has 3 home runs.
And 6 ribbies.
Oh, my God. That's gross.
Devers has 12 runs batted in and 2 homers. I mean, their runs batted in numbers are
sure they
appalling.
don't score runs. So yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense.
So I mean, the
3 home runs and 6
Adames
RBIs.
numbers are a little bit more offensive, although his OPS, his on-base plus slugging, is higher than Rafael Devers. But you're right about them not being able to get out of their funk when they're on the bench. But if you do not hit, then you must sit. You can't keep rolling these guys out there when you've got Devers, who's late on every fastball, and Adames is producing next to nothing.
I'm totally with you. However, I also think what they're doing right now, this plan that Buster just unveiled, you can't do that for very long either. You can't. We've
been through that.
Right. The whole idea was everyday players. And now we're going to have Casey Schmidt play a game of, okay, we're going to play every position this week. Like,
at least he's an everyday player.
Yeah.
And, Jung-Hoo Lee is a guy you can't get out of the lineup either right now.
Not right now.
And Luis Ariz is a guy you have to play because he gets hits all the time.
Sorry, Dibs, I was going to say, what determines an everyday player? How much money you make or how you perform?
Well, the tiebreaker is how much money you make. And also, I think, the length of your deal, because I'm with you, Grandy. Like, you play the guys who are producing and contributing, but you can't completely go away from Devers knowing that you have him for 7 more years after this.
Yeah, and your bet is that eventually the bat will come around. Maybe it won't be as good as 40 home runs or 35 home runs ever again. You hope so, but it's going to be better than this at some point.
Sure.
Then you just play him until it happens. You don't have much of another choice.
Listen. I completely get what they're doing. I get the decisions. Me too. Like, I'm gonna be there at the edge of my seat when the guy comes up, definitely to lead off the 3rd inning, because we know the first 6 hitters will all get out. So yeah, bottom of the 3rd, Bryce Eldridge will lead off. Jesus Rodriguez will bat second, and so sure that like I'm in. I'm just saying this is not sustainable, and I really do feel for Tony Vitello. This is not an ideal circumstance to put a brand new manager in. And he looks kind of, I don't know if you see this, when he talks right now, part of it is just the way he talks, but he kind of does look like his butt's on fire. Kind of does look like he's playing catch up a little bit. He looks like a guy who's struggling to get above water to get some air, because it every day, and we're just firing questions at him. And it's like, today you got 0 runs. Well, tomorrow we got 1. Ooh, okay. And, he's sitting here trying to make moves, and we're mad at the closer and all this. And the bottom line for me is the same thing all the time. I'm not even that mad at Ryan Walker. I can admit to you all that he shouldn't be the closer. I'll agree with you there.
But who should?
Well, right. That's one fair question. Right. The other one is stop scoring 0 runs. And then you don't have to worry so much. Like, the pressure on the pitchers right now is bananas.
Yeah, it's unfair.
You can't ask them to be perfect every day.
And I think the same thing can be said about Vitello, where there's going to be a learning curve no matter what. And when your team is 13-21 and they don't score runs, and your third base coach doesn't seem to know stop and go and make the right calls, and you've got a bullpen who doesn't really have a closer, and if you don't have a closer, then who's the setup guy and who's the 7th inning guy? You don't have any of it, and your ace has been a little bit shaky. And so, as a new manager, what do you have to lean on if you're Tony Vitello?
Well, this is kind of what I'd be nervous about for him, right? So we're already talking about how in the bullpen, what you just described is what? Undefined roles. That's when a bullpen is at its best. You remember the days with Boch when the Giants were winning. We didn't even need to know who was warming up. We already knew.
Yeah.
I know who's coming in the 7th. I know who's coming in the 8th. Oh, there's a lefty up. Lopez is coming up. Oh, there's a righty up. Sergio's coming in. We know exactly what they're going to do because everybody's roles were super defined. That was my concern about this bullpen from the beginning. I think they actually have some pieces down there, and they've largely performed pretty well as a group. But we're coming out of a week where they blew 3 leads late, all of them 1-run leads, because those are the only leads the Giants ever get, number one. But number two, it's like this day-to-day thing. Even yesterday, that wasn't even a 9th inning save for Walker. It was the 8th inning. Well, today we're going to do the 8th inning. And today we're going to do Keaton Winn. Over here, we're going to do Eric Miller. And so it's all undefined. And now I believe that that's what you're newly creating for your offense too, which is undefined roles. Hey, Casey Schmidt, what's your position? I have no idea. I have no idea. I will get to the ballpark every day and find out. I'm not saying anyone should feel sorry for him, but now, and here's Jesus Rodriguez, who can play everywhere, and if he hits, so look, they'll mix and match and they'll juggle, and I'm sure that they're big boys and they'll handle it. But I think baseball teams are much better when everybody knows exactly what they're coming to the ballpark to do every day.
Of course, and that's like all of us. Imagine if, we came to work here and it's like, you're going to run the board today and, Dibs, you're screening calls and, every day was going to be a little bit different. It's unsettling. You want to have your routine. We have a great routine on our show, which is partly why we've been so successful. But right now, the Giants don't have that luxury. If you are Adames or Devers or Chapman and you're a vet, and you've made a boatload of money and you got this nice long contract and the back of your baseball card is full of these big old beautiful numbers, well, right now you don't have that luxury. You don't get to be that guy. So unfortunately, you got to check the lineup card like Gilbert does and like Bailey does and all the rest of them, because right now nobody outside of Casey Schmidt and Jung-Hoo Lee and Luis Ariz, nobody else has any comfort zone.
Yeah, no, you're 1,000% right.
And you're right that you want that, but
this is the position they're in. I get it. When they got on the plane yesterday, there was no choice. There was no choice but to do something. But I'll go back to that original point, and this is why I feel a little bit for Tony. I think all of us need to admit this is not just about baseball. It's not. They want you to come to the yard tonight. I'd go to the yard tonight. I'd be excited to go to the yard tonight. Why would I be excited to go to see a 13-21 baseball team that doesn't score any runs? Why would I be? But I would be because Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez are playing. Don't act like that's a good thing. That's a problem because the novelty is going to wear off really soon unless he really takes off, which is not fair to expect by any stretch. But that novelty is going to wear off, and what you're going to be left with is potentially disgruntled players or players who are just feeling like they're not really kind of sure exactly what's going on a daily basis, or highly priced players who, quite frankly, you need them to play well. And they're going to feel like there's only one way for me to play. I got to work this out. You know what I mean?
At some point, you don't get to just work it out.
You don't. I'm not feeling sorry for anybody who's struggling.
Yeah, and I'm not feeling sorry for Tony Vitello either, because this is, this is a big league job, and these are the breaks. And when you're at Tennessee, and you're Tennessee, and you win natties, and you can recruit, and you're going to have the best teams going, and you get that Tuesday game against Johns Hopkins or Florida A&M. Every Tuesday, you play a patsy, you play your bench, but other than that, you got your guys and you play your guys. Well, this is the big leagues now. You don't get to just, be awesome like you were at Tennessee.
No, I'm not saying that. And maybe the phrase feel sorry for or feel for is the wrong phrase. I'm just telling you that right now, so far in his early tenure as a brand new manager that has not been perfect, and he has made plenty of mistakes that we've all seen, but the organization has not best positioned him. And that is their job. At every level, your job is to best position the people right underneath you. It's no different than how we talk about Kyle Shanahan and his play sheet.
Yep.
It is not his job to go win the game. It is his job to position his players to go win the game. Kyle can't throw or catch. It's the same thing here. Buster's job is to position Tony. Tony's job is to position the players. The players have failed, and now it circles back to the top where the organization has failed. They have failed to position Tony Vitello for success early on in his tenure. They gave him no closer, and now they're giving him too many people at the same positions who all have to play.
Well, they gave him an offense that on paper, and we love the old on paper, this offense on paper should have been good enough to, not be last in the league in runs and last in walks and last in stolen bases. So that part of it, to me, is not on Buster. The lack of a real deep rotation, the lack of a closer, those are things that I would look at in the front office and say, you didn't do a good job of building up a good enough team.
Well, you know what? There is also the unknown. There's the unknown in this conversation, and we haven't brought this up yet today. But I wonder, when you go back to this last offseason, the Giants did a bunch of things since Buster took over that made it look like, hey, we're back to spending, and we're done with all this nickel dime stuff. And it was re-sign Chapman. It was bring in Adames as a big free agent. And then it was trade for Devers. And it had a very, cool sort of vibe to it.
Like a loud impact.
All right, now do this last winter. What'd they do?
Hauser.
Got Hauser.
Malley.
We got Malley. You got Harrison Bader. And you got Luis Arise. And some bullpen people who haven't even pitched yet. Now, the one area where I just come at this from a curiosity standpoint, I really wonder if the impending CBA negotiations are the actual reason for that. Not that the Giants are cheap or that, Kushner or theaters or parking lots or whatever the hell everyone's mad about. I wonder if the CBA negotiations that are coming up have sort of led Buster Posey and the whole organization down a road of we're not doing more big contracts. And so maybe that's the case. It's not an excuse. It's just a curiosity. But the bottom line is we know what wins in this ballpark. It always has been. What wins in this ballpark is a great pitching staff. Great starting pitching followed by great defined relievers. And they did bubkiss to create that this offseason.
Yep.
Bubkiss.
Boys, I know you have a break coming up. Can I give you this little piece of sound that came across my desk? This is Tony Vitello pregame today, so just, half an hour ago or whenever it came.
Let's hear it.
He was asked, this comes from Chris Alvarez, ABC. He was asked how does he plan on and how can he get this team out of this losing streak? I just want to hear what you think of how he answered it.
Okay.
Geez, we got a lot of cameras and I'm sure there's already darts being thrown, which is fine, but I'll gladly take the brunt of anything because if I've picked up on the scent a lot, these guys have let other people write narratives for them, either literally on paper or just mentally a little too much. So I'll say, backtracking to my definitive answers, I'd say if anything, been a little too back on the heels and given a little bit too much freedom for either leaders to do things or this is what we got at second base today or at the plate, and if you guys want to do that or what's best for you. So I think it's the opposite at this point. There was a lot said in the last couple days, and it's time for us to push forward, and not just the coaches, but everybody should have a little bit of edge to them. If anything, our fan base deserves that at the very least, but also what we've done has not worked. So there's got to be a change in mentality, attitude, and then the actions that go with it, too. You just can't have thoughts.
I mean, two thoughts come to mind. I don't know what jumps for you. A, he is rightfully trying to run interference for his players. That's partially his job. But also, does it sound like Tony's got a new answer every day? And I get it. He's brand new. But every day, it's so I think that we've been doing this part wrong, so we're going to start doing it differently. And it has a feel of you're guessing.
He's making it up as he goes along.
Yep.
And the start of that, he is really feeling it. He's feeling the pressure. A lot of cameras there, and a lot of darts. And I'll just say it right now, aim them all at me. Cameras and darts. So all the media, you go 0-6 on the trip, you come home, and you get into the dugout for your avail, and there's a lot of cameras and a lot of darts, a lot of finger pointing.
I also think he needs to talk to Bob Fitzgerald.
Stay off of Twitter.
You guys were in Philadelphia and Tampa. If you know everything that was said, you sought it out. Stop it. Stop it.
For the love of God.
Put your phone
For the love of God.
Put your phone down.
Not bad with a bad voice.
Get in the batting cage. Put the phone away. It doesn't matter what any of us say. We're doing our job. You do yours. That's
rabbit ears.
Yeah.
Rabbit ears.
Not great for an athlete unless you're really amazing at it. Like Steph Curry's got rabbit ears.
Draymond Green, he is the king of finding things to motivate him.
All right. If you want to weigh in on this, we'd love to talk to you, and we are going to have plenty of time in the 5 o'clock hour. But immediately coming up next, we're moving her up a little bit. Ramona Shelburne of ESPN is joining us in just a few. She is as tapped in as any on the Steve Kerr situation. She joins us next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. Also, it's Mark Willard. You all know here I'm a huge golfer, and that's why I stay and always recommend for you Silverado Resort. Win golfing in Napa. Choose from 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play Kitchen and Bar. With newly renovated rooms, it is the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000
$10,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs. Oh, just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep. Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions? On 95.7 The Game.
Well, we don't need to tell Ramona this. If there were a conversation for aggregation, sensation, I mean, it would be today. I feel like, and we'll take a quick breather from being furious with the San Francisco Giants. I feel like we're all sitting here waiting with bated breath for that moment that is probably coming this week. That moment, D-Day, decision day. Is Steve Kerr going to coach the Warriors next year or not? So let's see if we can get her because she's here. Right now on the River Islands guest line, ESPN, our favorite, Ramona Shelburne. Hi, Momo. How we doing?
What's up? What's up, Mark?
What's good? Yeah, I'm great. How's Steve Kerr? How's he doing?
I think they're having their meetings. I don't know if I thought it was today, and I don't know how long it's going to take, or if they're going to have another one tomorrow or after that. Like, it sounds like it's kind of a process, right? They had one last week, and then he went off and played his golf, at Augusta and stuff, and came back. And I've felt the whole time like he was going to come back. It just didn't feel like this is how this ends. Steph's still good. They still have hope. I think he's their best choice, but I also had always thought, well, we just don't know what happens when he gets in that room. Like what happens when they all really start talking, and how that feels. So that there's that variable that it's not like a game where we're watching it on TV and we see who scores the points. Like we don't, we'll report on it later, of like how those meetings go, and we'll try to get some firsthand or secondhand accounts or whatever we can get. But it's kind of an unknown right now. I think about, I do believe people when they say that the Warriors haven't really, considered alternatives to him. Like they talk of successors or anything like that. I believe that. I can guess at names, right? I can guess, like I would, I think Luke Walton's name should probably come up, right? He's a former Warriors interim coach. He's had a couple of head coaching jobs. He's familiar with the system. Mike Brown's name, although he has a job, right? Will Green, that's another name. He's been a head coach. He's a former assistant coach. But then, all of do those feel like better than Steve Kerr? I don't know. They're different. They're younger. Other than they have enough credibility with the vets, they could step in, or do they want something totally fresh? Come back, and that's why I just keep coming back to this idea of like he's probably their best option still. Just run it back.
We knew he was golfing. Did you say he went to Augusta?
That's what I've heard. Yeah, I think that's where he went.
Oh my God! No wonder he kept his golf weekend. Jeez.
I don't think it was that long of a trip. I think it was a quick one. I don't think it was like a whole long thing. I think it was pre-planned. This just happened to fall, now. Like, it's hard to get tea times there, right? You gotta know somebody.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he got like a Twilight or something, showed up as a single and was able to get out.
Yeah. Oh, good Lord. All right. Okay, so meeting today, and you're with what's...
I think that's what I've heard. Although don't turn me into the I wouldn't say they're meeting today because I haven't confirmed they did or are.
I
you know
get
what
it.
I mean?
I get
That's
it.
what I've heard.
And
right?
you're feeling more likely than not that's it, because you kind of just said all that in a way of he's the best option for the Warriors. what does he want to do? I think is what we're all waiting on. So are you thinking this probably happens? Is that your thought?
That's my thought. Yeah, I don't know. I just think Steve likes to coach. I've just been around him. I think he likes. We all see him in his balanced life, and I go surfing and I play with my grandkids, and I'm not just there's so many people in the league that are unbalanced. But he is also a grinder. He's not Thibodeau. He doesn't sleep in his office and not shower. Well, I'm not saying Tibbs doesn't shower for 3 days, but that's not his vibe, right? Tibbs fine. I didn't want to lump that sentence all together. But Steve loves to coach. He loves basketball. I think he loves being a part of the guys. He loves the locker room. And if Steph was not there, I'd say he'd walk away. But Steph's still there for another couple of years. So I think he probably just worked something. They probably just worked something out. It just makes the most sense to me.
What would be the possible sticking points then? I mean, it's been almost 3 weeks since they got knocked out in the play-in.
Yeah.
It feels like it should be a lot easier than this.
I don't know, Mark. You were in L.A. when Phil sort of stepped away, and then did he retire? Was it a sabbatical? There's sometimes with these great coaches, what are sticking points? Okay, what's the roster going to look like next year? Does it make sense to have a guy making $17 million a year coaching a team that's in the play-in? Is the roster going to be the same? Are they going to go out and get somebody? Are they going to? When's Jimmy coming back? Is he on track for February? I think that's it's the hope. But if you're just coaching the team that was out there at the end of this year, wasn't that good of a team, right? You guys saw it. You had to watch the 37 wins. And,
yes, we did.
They had one really good night. When they played the Clippers there, but it's kind of I don't know. I covered the Warriors in their heyday, so it's just weird for me to get all excited about one night in the play-in game. You know what I mean? Okay, Steph was great in one game, but he also had a wrap on his knee the whole game, and it's just weird to see these as the same guys. So what is the sticking point? What's the roster going to look like? I guess money could be a sticking point. I don't think that will end up being a major thing. They print money at the Chase Center. They can make this work, right? Everything there is profitable. They're a really well-run organization. So I think that there is could I see a world in which he's gone? I guess if things don't go well in that room, but I just don't think it ends like this. I just don't. I know that sounds, it's just my gut.
Yeah.
I'm not basing it off of, anything that happened today or in the last conversation. I just, runs don't usually end like this.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, with us on Willard and Dibs. That roster thing keeps coming up, and this idea of what the roster is going to look like. And I keep thinking, whenever that comes up, I think to myself, what are the options even to do anything with this roster this offseason? How would you answer that?
Oh, there's a lot of options, man. You've seen the teams that have already lost in the playoffs?
Yes.
And the teams that are about to lose in the second round?
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of teams that cost a lot of money that are going to go home in the second round, or they already went home in the first round. And so whenever you fall short of your goals, there's going to be some teams. This is like what I remember talking to this is when the Warriors traded for Jimmy Butler. There was this sense of, I remember the Heat had this position. It was like, well, there may not be a market right now, but there's a lot of teams that are underachieving and that think they might be one player away. And all we need are two of them to bid against each other. And they got them. The Phoenix Suns and the Golden State Warriors were both underachieving. They had a nice little bidding war. They got a pretty good return, for a guy who didn't want to be there anymore and made a lot of money. So I just think that this could be an interesting offseason. There's teams to look. I don't think Boston does anything crazy. This was sort of a gap year. They overachieved during the year. They went out the first round, disappointing, but I don't think this was the year they projected winning. They just happened to win in the regular season. Houston lost pretty early. I don't think they're motivated to do anything big, but you never know. Cleveland, if they lose in this round, that's an interesting one. Portland, there's the new guy up there who knows what he's doing.
Right.
There's there's just there's just a lot of things. You could revisit Giannis. You could revisit the Kawhi discussions. There's what happens with LeBron in LA. We haven't established that one yet. So I think there's plenty of things that can happen. You just have to let the offseason start shaking loose.
And the Kawhi one is really fascinating to me because the thought is maybe his contract gets voided based on all of the shenanigans. What are you hearing about the Kawhi resolution and how that might go?
I don't think that they want to trade him. I just don't, because I think he's important to the organization, and they have a very high opinion of him as a basketball player, and with good reason. I mean, the guy's, I had him as an All-NBA player this year. I think he'll probably get that. He got 65 games right on the button. But they also showed a little bit of humility in trading Zubac and Harden, and so it would be hard for them to trade him. But do they want to give him another contract? Do they want to extend him? That makes things more interesting. If the Warriors are willing to extend him, does that change things? I think you have to offer them something. They've got to do a combination of good young players and draft picks. It can't just be, like that Paul George trade, right? Remember how a couple years ago the Clippers and the Warriors had conversations about Paul George, and the Warriors still can't believe the Clippers wouldn't trade him, and they just let him go for nothing, right? Rather than get something back for him. Well, I think probably the Clippers made the right call there. Do you want to take on money in this era? Do you want to take on bad contracts just to get something in return? So I think they'll be choosy. They also the Clippers don't necessarily have to extend him. They could just let him play out the last year of his deal.
Yep.
Like they were kind of doing with Harden. So that's tricky. They'll have to offer something real, but maybe you put 2 firsts in there. 2 firsts. That's what they got for Zubac. Maybe a young player to make, a pretty good player, or whatever the Clippers want. I don't know. I live here in LA. I talk to the Clippers. I think they don't want to trade him. That's my vibe. That's so. Like, in other words, you're going to have to come correct with an offer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Mug Studios. I do want to get an answer from you on this one and get this one kind of out of the way, because it's been this thing over the last week and a half. Is this idea, is your understanding that Steve Kerr speaking out on non-basketball issues is a problem for the Warriors or not?
I don't think it's a problem. I think that they have long ago since made their peace with the idea that this is who he is, that he is outspoken. He has a lot to say. I don't think they ever want him to change. Now, are there times when things he says causes discomfort or causes people to have, to get, I don't know, how would you put it? Feedback, texts, people calling them saying, what the hell is going on, right? Yeah, does he cause some waves? Sure, but does that factor into anything going on with whether they bring him back? No. And I can say that pretty firmly. I've asked, I just think they know him. Have they ever really gotten that upset about Draymond causing controversy? Right? I mean, they just prioritize the bigger picture, and I don't think any of it is I think it's and this is something I think I wrote this in the Newser that I did with Slater last week, and I really believe this is correct. I think they are making a basketball decision here. I think both sides are making the basketball decision. So none of the off the court stuff or his opinions on politics or Middle East policy or anything like that. I don't think that's going to factor in here.
What do you make of the ESPN rumor report that they're going hard after him to be a media person?
He was really good at it before. He was really good at it when he was at Turner. I would be surprised if all 3 of the networks haven't contacted him, but I'm pretty sure they all have. Right? If you're a network executive doing your job and one of the best people to ever do that as a game broadcaster, it could potentially be available. You have to make the calls. All right, you got to try.
Are you part of this?
He's pretty good. No. I don't. That's
right.
church and state.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
That's church and state for me. I don't get involved on that side of things. But let's put it this way. I think we have good executives who know talent when they see it. We also have a spot to fill, right? Michael Malone left, so that just makes sense if that's what he wanted to do. But I don't see this ending like this. He's always had that option. Just like there's guys like Doc Rivers has always had that option. He's really good at it. I'll be curious to see which network he pops up on this. When whatever he chooses, right? But I've always thought this. Okay, let's just. This is not reporting anything, but I do know that he and Steve Nash are pretty good friends.
Okay.
Right? Just Steve Nash has a good job hanging out with Amazon, right? I think that's their studios here in LA. What would you call it? It's not really cable; it's streaming. It's a different vibe.
Yep.
I don't know.
Okay.
That one's interesting.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. Let's go back to the roster for a second, because when you're talking through the roster options and you mention the idea of some older players and giving up picks, I know at least half of our audience gets totally uncomfortable. When you talk about the roster construction and what Steve and what the organization want, what do you think it is? Do they want to flip picks for now players, or is it the opposite on some level?
I think if you're keeping Steph, which they are, okay,
sure.
I think Steph comes back for a couple more years and do an extension or something, then you have to just keep giving him chances to win. So the home run would be go get a guy like Giannis or something and trade your picks. So that's a big one. There's risk in it. He's 31 with some calf injuries and all that, but he's still Giannis. He's really good. I don't think you should think too hard about that one. If that's what Milwaukee wants to do. But yeah, if you got Steph, you just owe it to Steph. You just owe it to him. You already tried the 2 timelines thing. It didn't work. None of those players really panned out. So just go for it. They've been smart about who they pay, keeping their draft picks. They've been financially well managed. They're in a pretty good position to make competitive offers on a lot of guys.
Interesting. All right. Hey, Ramona, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
You got it, boys. Have a good one.
Okay, you too. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, the latest on Steve Kerr.
Streaming, ESPN.
Yeah, ESPN, Amazon, Steve Nash, LA. But, how many times did she say, I just don't think this is how this ends?
Right.
That's the line that just she kept going back to. And I fully agree with her on that front. But I know you know this, a lot of Warrior fans are kind of uncomfortable with what she was just saying. The idea that when I say, what can they do with the roster? And immediately the names that start popping up are all of the older players, and watching draft picks go right out the door in order to get them.
2 firsts for Kawhi. And, he probably would want an extension. Is that something you want to do? To go ahead and throw $55 or $60 million a year at Kawhi in the twilight of his career?
Wouldn't think.
Probably not. And, you kind of cringed at the 2 picks. She said, you gotta do right by them, and you got to make the offer real. And that's 2 first-round picks, and probably one of them would be this year. A lottery pick? No thanks.
Yeah. The other quick thing before we get back to Giants, she said that it is her understanding that the meeting was supposed to happen today. She does not know if it happened, but that was the understanding. Quick golf trip, just a little
Augusta.
just a little hip hop out to Augusta right after the Masters. So probably in pretty good shape out there.
Yeah. Good Lord.
No wonder he's so guys, we could hammer this out right now, but
I got a tee time.
I'm supposed to be in Augusta tomorrow.
And I wonder who got him out there. I don't know if Joe Lacob is a member, but I just wonder.
Yeah, it's not as, I know people are like, what are you talking about? Is Steve Kerr? It's not that easy. It's not as easy as you think, even for people like that. But who could have gotten them on, the options are also plentiful when you're Steve Kerr.
Yeah, no doubt. I just am curious as to.
Well, we can ask him when he comes on.
Yeah. Maybe that's why he didn't sign his extension, because he ran out of PTO. Didn't want to have to put the vacation days in.
Maybe. Yeah. You know what I mean? But sometimes when you're in that job interview and you've already got that pre-planned trip, like I'll take the job, but I'm going to need May 1st, 2nd, and 3rd off. So take it or leave it.
Yeah.
I'm going to need May 1st, 2nd, and 3rd off.
And honestly, he probably gets all the days off until the draft. I mean, I don't think that he'd be the guy going to the lottery in Chicago next week.
Wouldn't think.
And, the draft isn't for another month. And, I'm sure he'll be grinding on the players once he comes back. But you got a whole staff for that.
What day?
What day
are we getting some sort of an answer? Tomorrow?
I'd say Wednesday. It'll be a Wednesday.
Okay.
I mean, if they did meet today and it is, going to happen, then maybe he takes tomorrow to really think about it one last time. And maybe they're far apart or not far apart, but maybe there's some difference of opinion on years and money. And, Ramon even said it, $17 million for a coach who gets you into the play-in. I mean, that doesn't seem like a sound investment.
Yeah, but at the same time, I just don't even know how you factor that in. You know what I mean? I don't know how Joe Lacob goes, hey, we're not very good, so we're knocking you down to $12 million a year. How do you look Steve Kerr in the eye with his 4 rings and say that? I don't know how you do that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Happy to get back to your Giants phone calls. Quick update of the day. And guys, will you kind of re-rack that Tony Vitello sound you just played it? Because I think we'd love to dive into that a little bit further and had some more things to say about it. But this is what happened roster-wise today. Bryce Eldridge, Jesus Rodriguez, Trevor McDonald are all up. Eric Miller hits the injured list retroactive to May 1st with a little back stiffness. Gerard Encarnacion has been DFA'd, and Will Brennan is sent down to AAA. So that's the roster construction. And then the lineup comes out, and Matt Chapman will take a day off. Casey Schmidt will play third. Bryce Eldridge is the DH tonight. He'll bat 7th. And then Rodriguez is in the lineup batting 8th and doing the catching. So Patrick Bailey will take the day off as well. So that is the way they have structured day one. And then a lot of people had a lot to say about it. Buster Posey telling Alex Pavlovich, we will, quote, mix and match on the infield for now, but also then singled out Casey Schmidt, said he's played too well. We're not going to punish him for the way he's played, so expect him to stay in the lineup. Tony Vitello indicated to John Shea that you could start to see Casey Schmidt in corner outfield spots. So maybe left field and right field would be on the table. And then there's this sound clip from before the game where it sounds to us like the Giants have, and I don't know why they wouldn't, but have been hearing a lot of the negativity surrounding everything. And so that led to a request from Tony Vitello. This is from ABC 7.
Geez, we got a lot of cameras and I'm sure there's already darts being thrown, which is fine, but I'll gladly take the brunt of anything because if I've picked up on the scent a lot, these guys have let other people write narratives for them, either literally on paper or just mentally a little too much. So I'll say, backtracking to my definitive answers, I'd say if anything, been a little too back on the heels and given a little bit too much freedom for either leaders to do things or this is what we got at second base today or at the plate, and if you guys want to do that or what's best for you. So I think it's the opposite at this point. There was a lot said in the last couple days, and it's time for us to push forward, and not just the coaches, but everybody should have a little bit of edge to them. If anything, our fan base deserves that at the very least, but also what we've done has not worked. So there's got to be a change in mentality, attitude, and then the actions that go with it, too. You just can't have thoughts.
All right, go ahead and fire away again what your take is on that from Tony B.
I mean, rabbit ears up front, a lot of cameras, a lot of darts, and then he goes on to say, a lot of things out there are starting to control the narratives about the players, and the players are hearing it. So, in other words, the players and they're all aware of what's being said. Rafi Devers is either literally older than he says, or just too old, or he can't hit. Willie Adames is overpaid. Matt Chapman is over the hill. Logan Webb, boy, he's not the ace. You've got no closer. Your college coach is more Harry High School than he is MLB manager. Your third base coach, Borg?
Not Bjorn.
Borg.
Hector.
Clueless. These are all narratives.
You left the catcher out.
The catcher, boy, what a great defensive catcher. Terrible at challenges. Can't hit, but don't run on him. He's going to throw you out now. The second baseman, he's Punch and Judy. Guy's no good, Grandy. The narratives, they're out there, and they're hearing it.
They are. I think they're impossible to ignore. You do have to seek him out a little bit. I'm mindful that he's coming back from trips to Philadelphia and Tampa Bay, yet they know everything that happened. So that means that they're tapped in on social media, and that's fine. I'd be bothered by it if he was like, don't say that. You know what? Instead, what he spins into, he's like, yeah, there's a lot of narratives out there. We should have an edge. At the same time, we haven't been good. What we've been doing has not worked.
Yeah.
Okay? This is a performance-based industry. So, yes, like newsflash, when you stink, there are going to be people to say it. And a lot more so in the major leagues than at college. Although you're around SEC sports for a living, I don't think anybody needs to tell Tony V about passionate fans. So I'm sure he gets it. I hope it does lead to an edge. On behalf of all the voices, Tony, you're welcome, right? Because honestly, like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I don't even mind a losing streak. I think all of us, we understand what's going on here. Sometimes you struggle and you go through struggles and you want a fan base to stick with you. That's all one thing. You guys do not score runs ever. And it is a non-starter for this business. I'm sorry. Like, I don't even know. Sure, we're going to get into the weeds. We'll go player by player. Bailey this and Ramos that and Adames over here and the contract. And sure, like, we'll all have discussions about that. But let's just headline this for a second. You don't hit. You don't score. You get to extra innings, and we're thrilled if the guy even gets to third base, let alone actually home.
And he actually didn't the other day.
Of course not. Fly ball, blah, blah. Other team win every time. Every time. So I don't know what, yes, I hope you do have an edge. Take it with you to the field tonight. Get mad. Hit a ball in the bay. That's all fine. And if that makes us and fans and media people, if that makes us jerks, fine. Like, we can wear that too. But I don't know what else needs to be said. You don't hit.
Yep, 3 runs a game.
You do not score runs. Period.
Yeah, you don't give up a lot of runs, but it doesn't matter when you score. They've scored 106 runs in 34 games, which is barely 3 a game. Barely. 34 times 3 is 102. So they're averaging about 3.05 runs per game. And
worst in baseball, and it's not close.
It's not close. And you look at the Mets. I think the Mets are second worst, and they've scored 16 more runs than you. And
that is accurate.
It's not acceptable. And you've played in places like Cincinnati where you should be able to break out the stick, and you've played against teams that aren't very good, and yet you still haven't been able to get any of that momentum offensively.
We're tied for the lowest number of wins in all of baseball. 4 teams have 13. Everyone's been making fun of the Mets. The Giants are a half game better. That's it. Half game better. Let's go to Bud in Oakland. Hi, Bud. Thank you for calling in. 888-957-9570. What's up?
What's up with y'all? Hey, listen, man. I like the sound from the coach. Honestly, I really like it. It sounds like he's going to take the clubhouse back. It sounds like he's going to start holding guys accountable. Coming from the collegiate level, he's seeing things from a different perspective. But at the same time, just because these guys are superstars or these guys are major leaguers doesn't mean you have to let them have their way. He tried that effect, and things are just not working, and right now it's kind of like the Steve Kerr effect. You have to put guys in place that you think are going to give you guys the best chance to win. And apparently Buster Posey is giving him that to his leisure. And I'm not saying that he can just can guys, but at the same time, it sounds like he's taking the authority to do what he's supposed to do as a manager. He's supposed to do these things as a manager. You see things, it's not going right. You're noticing that these guys are letting the narrative in their mental or what's on the TV, dictate the way their performance is going. And it's just a shadow on the team right now, and apparently he's not liking it. So by him coming out and saying that to the media, I like the sound of it. It sounds like he's going to go ahead and try to do things his way. And like I said, I know he's coming from the collegiate level. You got some people may turn out to be divas. You're going to figure out who's who in these next 20 games as he starts to do things his way. But I mean, if you like baseball, not just a fan of the Giants, if you like sports, you want to hear your manager, your coach, the guy, the leader in charge, you want to hear them talk like this because that means they're starting to assert themselves. That means they're taking no more BS. And just because you've been in the major league, I'm not going to cut you any slack. You're going to have to go out there on that field and you're going to have to prove it to me. And if you can't prove it to me, then you'll be sitting down and wait for your next rotation. Thanks for taking the call.
Bud, love it. And the focus was amazing. He got interrupted there at one point. He stuck with it and he finished his call. Who was trying to talk to Bud in the middle of his take?
Hold on.
Yeah,
he gave him a quick, hold on.
Like a server at a restaurant?
Don't know. Got to get through the take,
got
though.
The drive-through?
Yep.
Or, I don't know, get pulled over by the police? And they're like, we'd like to ticket you. And he's like, hold on. I'm talking
I didn't
to
really get the same level of him taking the clubhouse back in that.
Well, I think what he's trying to say is he would like everybody there to take a little piss off with them to the field tonight.
Yeah.
What I guess is sort of head scratching is I think you immediately think to yourself, you guys haven't been doing that already? I mean, you're breaking bats on the ground. You look frustrated.
Right.
Why would you not? You finally hit a home run. It didn't count. People started getting tossed out of the game. The ump's yelling at the entire dugout. People who aren't even playing are getting tossed out. Y'all look like you're wearing it. And I'm not criticizing you for that. You should. You should. We're frustrated, and we don't even do this. We're not on the Giants. We just want a good baseball team.
Yeah.
And people are frustrated. So, but if that's his read. Yeah, I've got no issue with what he said at all. No issue. I've just got some observations, which is if the rabbit ears are starting to grow, and if that's creating some sort of discomfort, then, yeah, there's one of two ways that this can go. The Giants can either get really ticked off and apply that and play better baseball, or they can get mad about it and, pick a fight with the public, I guess, if they want, because they feel like baseball is really hard and maybe people should give them more time. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the part of it that I didn't really understand. And straight off the top, he's talking about, all the cameras here and, and the darts are out and all the rest of it. Like, I don't think that the media, this market in particular, they're not out to get him or them. I think that the media, first of all, there's a lot of cameras because you've been gone for a week and it's the first game of a 6-game homestand, and this is what we do.
And because Bryce is here.
Correct.
Bryce is here.
I left that part out.
Can we hit that? That's a good observation. Listen to this again. Vitello, ABC 7 before the game.
Geez, we got a lot of cameras and I'm sure there's already darts being thrown, which is fine, but I'll gladly take the brunt of anything because if I've picked up on the scent a lot, these guys have let other people write narratives for them, either literally on paper or just mentally a little too much. So I'll say, backtracking to my definitive answers, I'd say if anything, been a little too back on the heels and given a little bit too much freedom for either leaders to do things or this is what we got at second base today or at the plate, and if you guys want to do that or what's best for you. So I think it's the opposite at this point. There was a lot said in the last couple days, and it's time for us to push forward, and not just the coaches, but everybody should have a little bit of edge to them. If anything, our fan base deserves that at the very least, but also what we've done has not worked. So there's got to be a change in mentality, attitude, and then the actions that go with it, too. You just can't have thoughts.
I mean, every time I listen to it, it gets more interesting. I wasn't even focusing on that. Boy, there's a lot of cameras here, and I'm sure ready to throw darts. Is that why he thinks the cameras are there? Is that why you think the cameras are there?
No.
My first thought was Bryce Eldridge got called up.
My first thought was it's the first game back after 6 on the road and you went 0-6, but then you reminded me that Bryce Eldridge got called up, so there is the reason why there's all the cameras there.
And I know that, like, Jesus Rodriguez is not some sort of a household name. Maybe for some, even Bryce Eldridge isn't. But when you spend 24 hours telling the media that there's a, quote, shakeup, which is what the Giants did, Buster is shaking it up. He's sending his message the same way he did with the Lamont Wade DFA in early June last year. If you're going to do that, right as you come home on a road trip, well, yeah. I mean, the media's going to show. The media's looking to talk. Like, there is so much to talk about. We have done almost this entire show about Giants baseball. There is the 0-6. There is the not scoring. There is the Bryce Eldridge.
Yep.
There is the Jesus Rodriguez. There is the Chapman on the bench.
There's Gerard in the ABS.
Right? And Gerard in the DFA. Don't forget those 3 letters.
You can't go ABS if you're DFA.
No. And you go DFA if you don't do ABS right.
That's right.
And so there's so much to talk about right now and think about, so many questions to ask with regard to the San Francisco Giants. I'm not there tonight, but that's my outsider view on why there's so many cameras there tonight.
Right, because your 6'7" prospect has been recalled. And this is not his debut, but for all intents and purposes, it is.
I agree.
I mean, the September cup of coffee was kind of a fun thing at the end of the year, and you pretty much knew you weren't going to make the playoffs, and so that gave a little bit of buzz, but this is it. Early May, he gets the call, and he gets the call to come up and help a team that is really struggling offensively.
I mean, I think you're right in that this feels like the call-up because at least the plan feels like for him to stay. When he got called up at the end of last year, you knew it was to play out the string, get a look, and then we even knew at that time. We had conversations about, like, do you think he'll be on the opening day roster? And most thought, probably, but we're not 100% sure. Like, he's going to have to win that gig. And then there was a little bit of a mild debate about whether he did earn that gig in spring training. They wanted to give him a little bit more seasoning. They've got a full infield already set. Okay, fan base accepts it. Now he starts to rake down there. And they've said all along, when they bring him up, they want him to stay. Now, if he strikes out 11 straight times, maybe he won't.
Right.
But the plan is for the future to start tonight. He's here. He's here, and if this goes the way that everyone wants it to go, he's not going back. Bryce Eldridge should be in the forget 5 out of 6 nights. Quite frankly, there should be a ramp and a runway for Bryce Eldridge to be in the lineup almost every night for, checks notes, the next decade.
You're right. I mean, if things go well.
That's what we're aiming for.
And if Tony is able to, like, step outside of his own bubble of anger, he can realize that the news broke yesterday. Susan Slusser saying, that might be some changes coming. Stay tuned. And everybody knew what she was implying, and Tony V himself knew. And so if you're a sports news director or, a sports reporter of the local TV station and you get to work today, it's like, what do you want to do today?
Right.
What should we cover today? Let me think. Steve Kerr, back from Augusta. Niners, it's May, doing nothing. I have an idea. Why don't we go out to the ballpark and talk to Tony V, and we'll shoot some B-roll, which is the footage that we like to shoot of. We'll go ahead and shoot some B-roll of Bryce Eldridge doing all the things he's going to do.
Yep.
There's your story. A lot of cameras out here. I bet the darts are out too. Tony, it's not about darts. You're 13-21. The darts should be out. And the other thing that he said that is bothering me more and more as I sit with it is he's talking about, the players are hearing all these narratives. All these narratives are being written about them. And
why does that bother you?
Because the narratives are reflective of the reality, which is...
I think he said that too, didn't he?
I mean,
he said when he goes, what we've done has not worked. So,
right. The idea of a narrative to me implies something that's not altogether true.
I get it.
And that's the way I take it. It could be just me taking it that way. But for me, a narrative is like a story. And the narrative being written, like the Steve Kerr narrative, the front office doesn't want him talking about politics.
Yeah.
That's probably a narrative.
It probably is.
And
I mean, to a degree.
Right.
There's probably some truth, but it's probably overblown.
Probably more of a narrative than, what we actually, think. And so when he talks about that, it had me kind of bristle a little bit. Like, it's not a narrative to say that Rafi Devers is 14th to last in OPS in baseball. That's not a narrative. That's the truth.
No, but it might be a narrative that Rafi Devers is actually 35, or that Rafi Devers doesn't care, or that Rafi Devers is out of shape, or that like Rafi Devers has always been this way. This is why Boston didn't want him and didn't like him.
Yeah. No, those are narratives.
Yeah. So I think, that he's like, I don't think you're wrong, but neither is he. There's both. If all you're doing is going to Twitter and being like, so Rafi Devers and Willie Adames have been really poor this year. That's not a narrative. That's a statement of fact. That's a Magic Johnson tweet.
Right.
Right?
Pretty much.
Rafi Devers struck out too many times, and the Giants lost 2-0. That's a Magic Johnson tweet. That's not a narrative.
Both are bottom 20 in OPS. I'm looking at all qualified players, and they're both bottom 20 in OPS. A couple of guys that are worse. Former A. Marcus Semien, forever Giant Mike Yastrzemski. Yes.
Really?
OPS of 526.
Ouch.
For your boy. No homers and 6 runs batted in.
Yikes.
Anyway.
You know who his teammates with in Atlanta? Did you see that play in center field yesterday?
No. Okay,
Mauricio Dubon is now in Atlanta, and he is playing well, and he caught a ball in center field yesterday where, I'm not kidding, he left noticeable eye black on the fence. He ran into it that hard.
Right in the face?
In the face. He caught the ball.
I'm
You should go look the video up because the sound is the sound it makes when he runs into the fence. I don't know if I've ever heard that sound from a player running into the fence. He just runs directly into the fence. There's no holdup. It's catch, poof, turn around, kind of look around. Am I okay? Throw ball back into field. Cameras zoom in, eye black on fence. It's like, whoa. I like Dubon. I miss Dubon. That didn't go well.
No.
Remember, he and Kapler got, kind of wobbly there for a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kaboom. I mean.
And is that Yaz that's right next to him? That's
trots over.
Checking in on him.
Yaz with the stash.
Are you okay?
Rocking the stash.
Of course he is.
Might be time to shave that and get a couple of hits.
Do you know who Devers and Adames both have more home runs than? Particularly big name.
I know who you're about to say, I think. Fernando Tatis Jr.
Still with 0.
0.
Wow.
0.
Yeah,
There's a bit. Tatis. Want to talk about him in San Diego right now. Yeah. None. There's like all kinds of swing analytics going on with Tatis. People are like, what is going on? He is. But oddly, like the Padres don't hit either, but they win.
Yeah.
They have a closer.
Luis Arraez, most at-bats in Major League Baseball without a home run. 130 ABs.
Yeah.
No bombs.
I don't mind that.
Nah. Me either.
Yeah. The Padres have scored they've scored 40 more than the Giants, but it's the second lowest in the division. But they're 20-13. So, yeah, with a negative run differential.
It's crazy.
Because they win the close games.
Imagine that.
Because they have a closer.
You're saying that the Giants are in need of a closer?
I'm not going to take your line.
You can have it.
No,
it's
you
for
can
all the share.
You get paid for it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take that thing.
It's a good one, though.
Then I'm going to get paid for it.
You back off. Okay? You have enough.
So do you.
I'm looking for more.
Let's go to Jonathan in San Jose. Hi, John. What are you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
What's up? We're doing great, man.
I wanted to go in on the Giants, but really quick, since we're talking about narratives, and I feel like an old timer now. I'm 36, but I'm on social media, and you want to talk about narratives. Narratives is what everyone's saying about our good guy Klay Thompson because of a bad breakup. Man, they're acting like he's not a 4-time champion. It's like the narratives are there, but the facts, they do not give them the facts. Anyways, moving on to the Giants, conspiracy theory. When you're a MLB manager compared to a college coach like where Tony was, Your hands-on as far as, everything, does that change at all? Are you, was Bob more in a lean back, this is, because I do hear more of a presence from Tony. I do hear more of a care than Bob, with some of the things, Bob's like, you see it, these guys are overpaid and can't hit. He didn't say that, but his tone did. But at least with Tony, you see something of a fight, and still caring. And I know if my job was on the line, I would be saying everything I could too. However, is it possible that maybe when Tony came over, he tried to adjust as far as the MLB, and maybe what Buster was bringing him over as a hands-on guy, and maybe he got lost in translation, but maybe we want more of the, NCAA Tony as far as what a coach does compared to, just like how he said, I've been kind of letting them do their own thing. Well, no, Tony, you brought over here to command these guys because obviously on their own with a laid-back coach like Bob, they couldn't get it done at all. And so now we got Tony, and I think maybe that's what he's saying is now he's, forget the professional, you guys are MLB players. You're my ball players. Let's get Tony's game going. And so that's what I thought I heard. And maybe you guys might think the same, or you can correct me if I'm wrong. But, yeah, maybe we'll see that. And if we don't see a change, then obviously it's all for nothing. But anyways, I just want to get your guys' take on that. And maybe there's two different tiers as far as, coach and MLB manager.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, Jonathan, thanks, man. That's an interesting sort of curiosity question from Jonathan. I just think both guys that's who they are. And I'm a big believer in no matter what your industry is, that you know this about me. You have to be authentic. You have to be you. People will gravitate to that even if you are laid back or if you are kind of out there and right in people's faces or anywhere in between. You have to just be yourself. And I do think that maybe to a certain degree, Tony is searching for what works at the big league level. I'm sure that there is some trial and error and everything, but I don't, to answer Jonathan, I don't feel like Tony is so, as you put it earlier, making it up as he goes along with his personality. I don't,
Agreed.
You know what I mean? I don't think he's trying to push personality buttons in order to get wins, at least, not yet. I don't feel that way.
No, I do think that he is trying to figure out how to manage at this level where, and I think he said this over the weekend where if you add up the spring training games and the regular season games, he's already through a full college season. A full college season's not even 60 games. So you take the Cactus League combined with the 34 you've played in the regular season, and that's basically a college year. So I think he's still trying to figure out how to navigate 162, which he's not even a third of the way through, obviously. And the other piece of it is figuring out how to motivate 32, 33-year-old guys who are struggling.
Yeah.
Because when your junior is at Tennessee and he's in a little bit of a slump and he's 20, 21 years old, you've been through that. You know how to reach that kid. You know how to speak to him. You've had that conversation a million times. This is different. And now you have to go to Chapman or Devers or Adames and say, yeah, we're going to need to give you some days off because we got a roster crunch and you guys aren't really doing it.
I mean, how many times have we heard Tony already be like, yeah, there's maybe a little bit too much try hard out there. I've heard that phrase 1,000 times already, which is a funny one to me because no, I want the Giants to try hard. I know what he means. They're pressing.
Yeah.
And pressing or trying too hard, I always feel like that's a catch-all in professional sports when it's not working. They're pressing. They just got traded here. They want to impress everybody, or they just got a new contract and they want to impress everybody. So they're pushing too hard. Sure, that's a thing. I get that. But at the same time, this is what for a living, they walk out onto a diamond in front of 35,000 people and have someone throw a 100-mile-an-hour small ball at them, and they try to hit it
with a stick.
And the best in the world get it done 1 out of 3 times. So, I don't know, man. I sort of feel like once you get to the bigs, there's a callus there. You're not like, oh gosh, I'm kind of I'm trying too hard. I'm overwhelmed by what's going on around me. I don't know, especially these guys we're talking about who've been doing this for years.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Matt Chapman is coming up on 4,300 at-bats tonight. Had he been in the lineup, he would have reached it. He's 3 at-bats away, and same thing with Devers and Adames. These guys have done it so long that there's nothing that's going to, quote, surprise them, but I do think you can see a guy, especially Devers, who is pressing because he knows he's struggling, and you want to have that big at-bat or that big game to let yourself feel like, okay, I'm back, because self-doubt's got to creep in.
For sure.
And if Devers is, his bat's going a little bit slower and his stance seems to be different than what it was last year when he was with Boston, and you're starting to make changes and tweaks, and you are hearing the noise from the fans, and it's got to get to you.
Yeah, part of the job, though.
Yep.
Part of the job, though. Here's Vitello on the Giants' lack of offense and what Bryce Eldridge might be able to do to help.
It's the number one topic. If we had an hour, you guys would want to grill me about hitting stuff. And we obviously, everybody knows that statistically, you can back it up. We have a group of hitters that have potential, but we haven't had anything click or get in the right rhythm. We've tried a few different things. Bryce has earned the right to be at this level and maybe even did so prior to today. But if anything, it'll change it up and, potential to add a spark. But, all we're looking for him to do is be who he is. And the one thing that you know about him, if he makes contact, the ball's going to jump off the bat.
Okay. All right. I saw where you you smirked a little bit when he did the whole, number one topic, and you guys could probably grill me for an hour on hitting. Here's just one thing I'd say to the Giants, and this is collective. I said this a little bit about Devers last week when he finally spoke to the media, and I'll say it about Tony now, and this isn't going to be like some sort of earth-shattering thing, but when you guys have almost the worst record in baseball and you have the fewest runs in baseball, don't get mad because people care.
Right.
That's what I would tell all performance-based industry people.
You always say this, the worst thing is just apathy.
Yeah.
Pure apathy.
And what I'm starting to hear, and I get it, this is normal. Believe me, if every day when we finished a show, we've done 4 hours and 32 of the minutes were not great, and then we had to leave here, and instead of going home, there was a throng of reporters and cameras outside the door. And they're, well, what happened there at 3:38 when you sucked? I get it. We're super annoying. Or even worse, they're not right outside the door with cameras and microphones. Instead, they're in their own garages with podcast equipment, and they're blasting out to the world their thoughts about how awful we are. I get that we're annoying. I super do. But at the same time, don't get mad that people care. You guys have been really bad. You've been, and you know that. And yes, a lot of you are super accomplished in this sport, and there is a trust that it won't be this bad for the whole season, I think. Don't get mad that we care.
Right.
That's if you do, you're in the wrong biz.
And if you do, and we stop caring, then we're going to stop showing up, and all of a sudden you're going to be emailing me about $5 tickets.
You don't want no cameras, Tony.
Exactly.
You don't want no cameras. You can go be the Marlins manager, and there'll be no cameras.
And you want darts. You want people to be throwing darts because you want people to care that much. That's all.
Yeah. So I would just again, we're not in some sort of bad space, but if anybody over the Giants cared about my suggestion and they don't, I would just welcome the audience. This town loves the Giants. We're here. We're not going anywhere. And we're super bummed about the way the season has gone so far. And don't push back on that. You got to understand that. You got to accept that. We're not wrong for being upset right now.
Must win tonight, Mark. Seriously.
I think Eldridge needs to hit 2 home runs or we're screwed.
At least.
Yeah. I was thinking by the 4th inning.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, did I not finish that sentence? All right. Hey, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast, okay? Do that for all of our shows. The Morning Roast, Steiny and Goo as well. Still time for calls. It's Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Now that spring is here, it might be time to upgrade your home's exterior and property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to satisfy homeowners' plans to add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. Improving your home with modern siding is a good way to protect against fire, mold, and dry rot. AZEK Exteriors offers exceptional durability, easy installation, and timeless beauty. Golden State also partners with James Hardie fiber cement textured panels, which provide a range of styles and resist damage from extreme weather, pests, and aging. You may also consider Vulcan Vents stainless steel screens, designed to protect homes from flames and embers with impressive results. For a wide selection of products that will increase the value of your home, go to goldenstatelumber.com. Talk with your builder or contractor to start your project for completion this spring and summer. Family owned since 1954, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kelce. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 21% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $451 if they take the title. On Kelce, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelce app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelce. Trade on anything.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. At Target, finding something for every kind of mom and every side of mom just got easier. Does she love fashion? Take 20% off select women's clothing and accessories and find a dress she'll love to wear. Is she into the outdoors? Freshen up her favorite spot with up to 40% off planters, pillows, and poofs. Or keep it classic. Fresh tulips for just $12 and a Dossier fragrance trio for $32. Whatever mom is into, we've got it. Celebrate mom her way, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Well, at this point, sink or swim.
Yeah.
Let's see him play now.
I mean, he's going to.
I know.
Unless it rains.
No, it's not going to rain. Bryce Eldridge is batting 7th. Jesus Rodriguez is batting 8th. Matt Chapman's watching the baseball game.
To start, yeah.
I mean, I will say this. You want some bright side thinking?
Yep.
You know how it's never felt like the Giants have had anybody on the bench to come in and get a pinch hit late? Well, they will now.
Yeah.
Because like one of their quote-unquote best players is going to be over there on the bench every night, if not 2.
Yeah, for what in the meantime or in the short term or
for now. As
what
Buster put it. Yeah, they mix and match the infield quote for now. And to that end, what you're bringing up right now, Vitello was asked, is Bryce Eldridge going to play every day? Here's his answer.
Me getting to know you guys, that kind of puts you in a box where it's like, well, every day is every day. But I think he's got to be given room for error. I mean, Will Brennan is a good example. Koss is a good example. A little bit circumstantial, to be honest with you, of us hunting down wins or searching for runs. Those guys have gotten pinched out a little bit. And I bring up Will Brennan as an example because to do what he was asked to do is just get an at-bat here and there. I mean, you got to be a pro and you got to accept the challenge, but you know and I know it's not that easy. So the one thing we don't want to do with Bryce, who's a younger player, is just sporadically give him at-bats and expect him to produce every single time in order to get rewarded with more playing time. I think there's got to be a longer leash there if that's appropriate.
Okay, so I think that's a fair answer and also kind of an obvious one.
Right.
In other words, like, is he going to play every game?
You guys kind of put me in a box.
Yeah, maybe not every game, but yeah. Bryce going to play the games.
Will Brennan 9 at-bats.
Yeah.
In 5 games he appeared in, and Christian Koss 12 at-bats.
12 at-bats, and he's been there the whole time.
Right.
The whole 34 baseball games, he's got 12 at-bats.
6 appearances, 12 at-bats.
He is getting 1 at-bat every 3 games.
Right. That's 2 a week. And, it's tough. And
it's impossible.
Even Jared Oliva, he's on the IL for
long time.
Yeah, he got 7 at-bats in 7 games, but a couple of pinch run spots as well. And I think that this is something that Tony's learning about at this level is how do you find guys some playing time? How do you get guys at bats?
Yeah.
And for Bryce, he's got to get at bats. You can't bring him up here and give him, 3 of the 7 games in a week. That's not going to work.
I mean, I'm talking absolute minimum is in every 3-game series he starts 2. And I think in general, even that is not quite enough. But that's the minimum. Absolute minimum is he starts 2 out of every 3 games.
Yeah. I mean, I agree.
Outside of that, then it's a total disservice, I think.
Yeah, and I talked about this before. If you look at the schedule coming up, they've got 16 games in 17 days, and it'll be in 4 different cities. They have a 10-game road trip in 10 days. So I don't think that you're going to want to have him play all 10 of those. 16 games in 17 days. If you could have him play, 12 games, that to me is a good number. Maybe even a touch more, but if you have him play 12 of the next 16, that feels about right to me.
I'd start him in 5 of these 6 in front of the home fans.
Good call.
I mean, honestly, because let's be real, some of this is about marketing. And if I got all excited this week as a fan and, Bryce Eldridge got called up. Hey, buddy, you want to go to the game? And we buy tickets and we get there and Bryce is watching, I'm pissed.
Yeah.
I like, that's not their, the Giants are allowed to do that, but I'd be bummed. A
little early to load manage him,
Think?
You do have to play him, I think, all 3 games when you go back to SAC, which is next weekend. You play the A's, the Athletics.
Oh, that's fun.
I mean, that's a home park. That's a place where he's comfortable.
I agree with you completely.
So you have him play all those, and 4 games at Dodger Stadium next week. So the Bryce Eldridge experience gets ratcheted up here pretty quick.
Yep. Let's go to Rick in Concord. Hi, Rick. Thanks for calling in. What you got?
You know, my question is this the right situation to bring up Bryce? It just kind of feels like we're in the mix and match scenario again. Kind of feels Kapler-esque. Are we filling in Casey all over the place, the entire infield? I mean, that's the future, and Bryce is the future, and it's a down in the dumps clubhouse, and it's just a legit question for you guys is, what do you think? Is this the right time to be bringing him into this when we're trying to figure it out by mix and match?
Rick, thanks. My answer is no, but I get it. I'm not, again, I know this is, I hope this doesn't sound like a wishy-washy answer. I think the Giants, it's the right move, but it's because they were forced into it. So that's what I would say. Because of the circumstances, I get why they did it. But if you want to look at it from a broader perspective, is this the right time to bring him up? Only because they were forced into it. In a perfect world, no. No, not at all. I'm not bringing him up when A, it's creating a veteran logjam, and B, it feels like he's got a cape on. Hey, 21-year-old, we stink. We can't score. You do it. Not ideal.
No, especially when you're coming off a 6-game losing skid and you scored 9 runs on the road trip and you are desperate for not only offense but also excitement, and your vets aren't doing it. And so, you're going to throw him in the mix. And like you said, it creates this logjam of who's going to sit today. And we can do this going into tomorrow's game as well, because today, the sitter, who's your sitter? I don't mean babysitter, but who's not playing. And today, it is Matt Chapman. And so you would pretty much guarantee that Chappie's back in tomorrow. Bryce will probably be in tomorrow. So who you sitting? Who you sitting tomorrow? Is tomorrow the Devers day to sit? Or Schmidt plays short and you sit Adames?
No lefties, you said, right? No lefties.
I saw 3 righties.
Starting for the Padres?
Yep.
Well, and then don't forget that corner outfield thing.
Right.
They might play out in the corner outfield.
It could. So you end up, who
you're bringing Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee into the picture.
Yeah. And I don't have it in front of me, but I think Jung-Hoo the last month is OPS about 900.
Yeah,
you guys been a monster.
Yeah, he's been one of the best hitters. So, you don't want him. You don't want him sitting.
No.
Ramos has not been bad of late. He had largely he had a pretty decent road trip, Elliot Ramos. No, it's Devers and Adames. Those are the guys, they got holes in their bats right now.
Yeah.
So first place Athletics, last place Giants.
It's crazy.
Huh.
Yeah.
Can't say that I saw that one coming.
No, and it's early.
It's early.
And
not liking it early.
Well, the AL West, I think the A's are
brutal. Yeah.
The A's are 2 above 500, I think, and they're in first. Yeah. So go crazy.
Yeah. However, like most of the National League is under 500. So let's not make fun of the AL West. The entire NL Central is well over 500. And then outside of that, it's the Braves, Dodgers, and Padres. That's it. Everybody else is under. So, you got 2 divisions who are in the National League who are dragging it down too. Grandy, what are you planning to make happen on the radio coming up soon?
Coming up next, the crossover with you guys, and then Goo and Evan. Evan in for Steiny today. You guys talking a lot about the Giants as well and the crossover. So that's coming up next.
All right, crossover play.